Demons roam freely, and the world suffers. Divine weapons and demonic blades illuminate the realm. That a game modifier on his mobile phone unexpectedly became an extraordinary ability in Lu Sheng's mind, serving as his sole reliance in this chaotic and dark era. Chapter 1. The Ruthlessness of the Tao. The cold wind cut like a knife, and snow fell in flurries. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Sheng found himself seated in a yellowish-gray carriage, which swayed slightly. A young girl beside him spoke in a soft, delicate voice. Outside the carriage, the air was filled with a cacophony of voices. There were shouts of vendors, calls of merchants, and the laughter of children. With a deep sigh, Lu Sheng realized he could never return. Once a lethargic employee in a state-owned enterprise, he had been transported to this world after a drunken night, and it had already been 5 days. He inhaled, catching the aroma of wine, pancakes, and fried pastries wafting through the air. Oh dear, the white osmanthus wine from the Osmanthus Tavern is increasingly fragrant, chimed the petite maid beside him. At just 12 years old, the girl had a cherubic face and a diminutive stature, resembling a mere child of 10. Her chubby cheeks were rosy, and she wore a green cotton dress, deftly preparing a hair tie for Lu Sheng as they prepared to disembark. This hair tie, crafted from a rare type of bark, emitted a subtle fragrance but became stiff in the cold and required warming in one's hands. Lu Sheng smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. The carriage soon came to a halt. He lifted the curtain and stepped out onto a grayish-white street paved with large flagstones, each roughly the size of a basin. The thoroughfare was bustling with traffic, with people leading horses hither and thither. Vendors and strolling women exchanged flirtatious banter, their laughter ringing out unabashedly. Lu Sheng looked up at the tavern before him. The white signboard was rectangular, adorned with the elegantly inscribed words, Osmanthus Tavern. "Ah, young Master Lu has arrived. Please come in. We've reserved the classroom for you." A smiling attendant greeted him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Sheng assumed the demeanor of a wealthy patron. He accepted a silver-trimmed paper fan from a maid, gently flicking it open to reveal a picturesque landscape painting, with mountains and water intricately depicted alongside an elegant inscription that he effortlessly followed the attendant into the tavern. The establishment had 2 levels, with a bustling hall on the first floor where many patrons gathered to listen to a performance. A young woman dressed in green sang sweetly in the center, accompanied by a middle-aged lady playing the pipa. Their song told a poignant tale of a general's tragic love with a woodland spirit. Regrettably, the audience consisted mostly of rough men, with only a handful of cultured youths able to appreciate the performance, and even fewer offered any rewards. Lu Sheng paused, noting the lively atmosphere, and opted to find a seat on the first floor. "Who requested this song?" he casually inquired of the attendant. His status at the Osmanthus Tavern was elevated. If it were to be likened to an upscale entertainment venue on Earth, he would be a supreme VIP, spending at least several $100,000 annually. Such expenditure classified him as a top-tier client in the small northern city of Jiuliancheng. "It was young Master Zhou." "Zhou Ke," the attendant replied quietly. Lu Sheng waved him off, not wishing to create any discomfort. As he settled down with the maid, his gaze scanned the crowd, quickly landing on a pale, frail young man dressed in white, brandishing a gaudy golden fan. "Looks like he's taken a fancy to the singing girl again," Lu Sheng remarked, shaking his head. "Master, you warned him last time. He truly is a rogue." The maid pouted in discontent. Lu Sheng chuckled softly and fell silent, listening to the music. Soon, a lavish spread of food and drink appeared on the dark red wooden table. Lu Sheng sampled some stir-fried lettuce and meat, washing it down with a glass of white osmanthus wine. The subtle floral sweetness melded delightfully, reminiscent of fruit juice. Living in such luxury, with no worries, and a lovely maid to warm my bed, this life is utterly decadent, Lu Sheng sometimes pondered, contemplating whether he should spend his days in such indulgence, as this carefree existence was what he had long sought in his previous life. He savored a bite of food, took a sip of wine, and allowed the maid to feed him a peeled saltwater shrimp. In this northern city of snow, the ice shrimp were a local delicacy, easily caught in thick ice holes, yielding a bounty of semi-transparent shrimp. These shrimp, though only half the size of ordinary ones, were exquisitely delicious, melting in the mouth. Of course, They were also quite expensive for an ordinary person. Indulging even once a month would be considered a luxury, let alone having them at every meal as he did. As Lu Sheng relished the food and drink, his mind wandered elsewhere. He had been in this world, reminiscent of ancient China, for several days now. However, he observed many peculiarities. Initially, he thought he had returned to ancient times, but later realized it was not so. The customs, festivals, and climate here were vastly different from any dynasty or region he had known. As he contemplated these matters, the tavern door swung open once again. A group of robust men in short, fitted garments strode in, taking seats at a table in the corner. These men were clearly not locals. Their attire and demeanor suggested they hailed from the Central Plains, lacking the ruggedness typical of this northern region. Alas, the leader, a bald man with copper earrings and a face full of flesh, sighed deeply. Life has become unbearable. Brother, what are you worried about? If we can't pass through Li Family Village, we could take a detour around Zhang Village, another man replied, frowning. What do you know? I came through Zhang Village to meet up, and the situation there is just as dire. Many have perished. The bald man's expression grew more troubled as he spoke. What exactly happened? Brother, share it with us, so we may gain some insight, another urged. The bald man sighed again that I am not sure of the specifics, but several fishing villages by Suiyang Lake have encountered misfortunes. It seems there are water ghosts at play. Water ghosts? No way. Lu Sheng, seated not far from them, overheard their unrestrained conversation. Initially, he listened for amusement, but was taken aback by the turn into the supernatural. In this northern ice city, the Lu family was among the wealthiest, with fortunes that could easily be compared to billionaires on Earth. Having spent several days drinking, he had heard many rumors about demons and spirits, mostly folklore. However, it was the first time he had encountered individuals recounting first-hand experiences like these. Thus, Lu Sheng perked up his ears, keen to eavesdrop on their conversation. Fortunately, the men spoke openly, continuing to share their eerie tales of the fishing villages. I saw that water ghost with my own eyes. It stood over 10 feet tall, with a green face and fangs, covered in water plants. Goodness, if I hadn't run quickly, you wouldn't be seeing me today, the bald man recounted, still feeling shaken. Brother, are water ghosts really a thing? One man asked skeptically. Surely, you're not making up a story, are you? Another chuckled. Lu Sheng found this amusing, suspecting it was merely another braggart spinning tales. He had encountered many similar characters during his time here. After finishing his meal and drink, he requested the attendant bring him the song list of the performers, casually browsing through it. Although the 3 meetings were intriguing, they lacked a festive spirit, prompting him to seek a more cheerful tune. Suddenly, the burly man with a shaved head reddened in the face and slammed his hand on the table. Do you truly believe that I, who the great, am merely a braggart? Behold this. This is a bone that belonged to the water ghost, which I stealthily retrieved. He carefully produced a piece of jade-like green stone from his bosom and slammed it onto the table. That's just a piece of mixed jade. One man chuckled. Mixed jade? You must be joking. The bald man's face flushed with indignation. Brother, could I take a look at that? A gentle voice suddenly interjected from his side. Lu Sheng, smiling, stood beside the table, his gaze sweeping over the green stone. Oh, you dare to covet this? It is a relic of the water ghost, the bald man remarked in astonishment. He intended to showcase it briefly before discarding it, for it was not an artifact of human origin. Attracting the water ghost's ire would certainly be a grave mistake. Not to worry. I merely wish to observe, Lu Sheng replied, skeptical of the water ghost tales. The jade's appearance intrigued him. It did not resemble ordinary mixed jade. Typically, mixed jade could be found in abundance at shops and stalls, crafted from leftover scraps and sold at a meager price. Yet upon seeing this piece, he sensed something was amiss. The imposing figure of who the great examined Lu Sheng and noted his distinguished demeanor and lavish attire. A green robe paired with a white fox fur coat, topped with a green jade hat, and clad in black boots embroidered with silver thread. His attire alone could sustain a luxurious lifestyle in Ho-Hot Lane for several months, or even cover the living expenses of an average family for over a year. If the young master desires it, it is not impossible perhaps. One tael of silver will suffice. The burly man hesitated before speaking, agreed. Lu Sheng instructed the petite figure beside him to place one tael of silver on the table. Yours it is. The bald man promptly handed the jade to Lu Sheng. The men exchanged glances before departing. Lu Sheng remained silent, watching as they left, his fingers gripping the jade tightly as he examined it closely. One tael of silver, if converted to the purchasing power back on Earth and China, equates to approximately 1,000 RMB. This is indeed a lavish expenditure for a single occasion, he mused. He shook his head. One tael of silver was trivial to him. According to the memories of this body, his monthly expenses typically exceeded 100 taels, occasionally reaching into the thousands. That amounted to over 1 million. Reflecting on this, he silently chastised himself for being extravagant. Grasping the jade, he disregarded the curious onlookers and gracefully exited the tavern, making his way toward the waiting carriage outside. However, just as he stepped out, he halted midway, lifting the jade to his palm. His astonishment. The stone began to dissolve within his hand. In mere seconds, the once solid jade transformed into a dark green viscous liquid, from which a faint scream seemed to emanate. Suddenly, the liquid erupted, dispersing into a cloud of green smoke that billowed before Lu Sheng. Dumbfounded, he stood still, blinking in disbelief as the jade remained in his grasp. The green hue mysteriously vanished. What just happened? He pondered, lost in thought as he replayed the previous events in his mind. Master? Master? The petite figure called out repeatedly from his side. Snapping back to reality, Lu Sheng glanced at the stone in his hand. Now nothing more than an ordinary pebble, devoid of any jade-like qualities. A chill ran through him as he began to grasp the implications. Let us depart for home, he declared. The petite figure blinked, momentarily confused. Oh! They climbed into the carriage, the driver cracking the whip as the two shaggy black horses began to move slowly. Inside the carriage, Lu Sheng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the pebble in his hand. The petite figure soon noticed the stone's peculiarity. Another trick, is it? She muttered to herself, not voicing her thoughts further. At least this time, they had not incurred a significant loss. The last time they were deceived, it was for an alleged antique wine pot that cost over 1,000 taels of silver, nearly causing their father a stroke. This time, only 1 tael was spent, a sum that was often surpassed by the cost of a single meal. As the carriage returned home, they passed through the city gate, where Lu Sheng overheard a ruckus outside. I heard that the water ghost has been vanquished. A wandering Taoist intervened to save the fishing village. Did someone from the court come? They arrived earlier. It said that even the city's magistrate, Captain Ouyang, nearly fell victim. Fortunately, a wandering Taoist appeared, they say, when he struck. A flash of golden light emerged, and the water ghost emitted a wail before transforming into a green liquid and exploding into smoke. Wasn't it the court's experts who acted? Certainly not. Lu Sheng discerned that the officers stationed at the city gate were engaged in casual conversation. He often strolled past this gate, well aware that these officers were well informed and fond of exchanging tales of the extraordinary. What a coincidence. Lu Sheng mused inwardly, his heart sinking as he recalled the jade. The carriage gradually made its way toward the bustling Rome Street in the city. Chapter 65. The peculiar, a sharp sound echoed as the previously mournful Gong Ruching, who had been standing at the door, was once again cleaved in two by Lu Sheng and Apos' swift strike, collapsing to the side. Young Master Li. It hurts so much. Li Xuanxi's face turned pale with fear as he hurried to follow Lu Sheng, while Duan Mengyan and Ning San, drenched in cold sweat, also trailed behind. Lu Sheng strode out of the kitchen, and just as he stepped outside, a powerful gust of wind rushed towards him. He instinctively raised his hand, wielding his blade in defense. Clang! The deafening sound of impact reverberated as Lu Sheng stumbled back several steps, unable to maintain his footing against the onslaught of a shadowy figure. Another corpse spirit? Li Xuanxi gasped in shock as he recognized the dark silhouette. What kind of place was this, to have two corpse spirits appear in quick succession? Such entities, impervious to blades and firearms, were notoriously difficult to deal with, and he had only encountered one in ancient texts before. As Lu Sheng engaged the corpse spirit, the two shadows collided violently, shattering the kitchen wall to the right before tumbling out. Duan Meng and Apos, and supported Li Xuanxi, and together with Ning San, they rushed out of the kitchen, pursued by a multitude of ghostly guards. The phantoms moved with alarming speed, one of them slashing its claws across Duan Meng and Apos' back, tearing through his defenses and leaving 5 bloody gashes. Duan Meng and Appos, and cried out in agony, hastening his pace. Li Xuanxi and Ning San paid no heed to anything else, quickening their steps toward the manor's entrance. Bang! In the courtyard, Lu Sheng's palm glowed a deep crimson as he struck the corpse spirit's chest with tremendous force. Simultaneously, the spirit retaliated with a brutal kick to his abdomen, causing a fleeting pallor to wash over his face, indicating internal injury. Die for me. Lu Sheng and Appos' other hand gripped his blade tightly, drawing it across the spirit and Appos' neck in a swift and brutal motion. Splat! Black blood sprayed over him. The corpse spirit writhed and struck Lu Sheng with relentless blows, causing him to exhibit an unusual flush on his face. Activating the Black Tiger Jade Crane technique, he harnessed the flow of yin and yang to rapidly heal his internal wounds. In this critical moment, he had no choice but to trade injury for injury, swiftly dispatching the spirit. Otherwise, the manor might conjure further malevolence. Despite the spirit's relentless attacks inflicting notable harm, it was nothing of consequence to Lu Sheng. The Black Tiger Jade Crane technique had the remarkable ability to staunch bleeding, and any ruptured vessels would quickly close under the influence of his internal energy, allowing for recovery in a few days, akin to merely scraping a finger. Had he not been concerned about depleting his strength, he would have employed the Tiger Roar Crane Cry Blade long ago to eliminate this spirit with a single stroke. Boss, run! Duan Meng and Appos, and shouted from a distance. They had seized the opportunity to advance further away, maneuvering around the manor's structures towards the front courtyard. Lu Sheng forcefully struck the corpse spirit away, and before it could dissipate, he stomped down hard, propelling himself forward in pursuit of his companions. In mere strides, he caught up with them, and they all sprinted towards the manor and Appos' entrance. Why must we use the main gate? Can and Appos, we just scale the wall? Ning Sen questioned urgently. No. This is a ghost formation. Scaling the wall would lead us back to the kitchen cellar, the core of the ghost formation. Quickly destroy that tree, Li Xuanxi commanded, pointing at a withered tree by the stone bridge in the courtyard. Bang! Duan Mengan exerted all his strength, colliding with the withered tree, which was as thick as his forearm, snapping it over. The impact left him momentarily disoriented, but with Ning San's support, he rushed toward the manor's entrance. Lu Sheng swiftly dispatched a pursuing ghostly guard with a swift slash. A sudden scream pierced the air. The little girl, Song Yunwan, was being pursued by a disheveled ghost, racing towards the main gate. Help! Song Yunwan's pale face was streaked with tears, nearly tripping as she ran. It's the little girl from the manor. Li Xuanxi halted, a pained expression crossing his face. He glanced back at the ghostly pursuer, noting the distance was sufficient for them to save her before fleeing. You all go first, he urged, unable to bear the thought of leaving such a young girl to perish in this perilous manner. Duan Mengan and Ning San shot him incredulous looks. The boss is faster than us. If you get caught, no one will come for you. Enough chatter, run. Now that the formation is faltering, Li Xuanxi resolved. He could not bear to witness the demise of such a young child within the dangerous estate. Duan Mengan and Ning San exchanged glances, wavering in their decision. Help me. Brother. Big brother. As Song Yunwan stumbled, she fell, tripping over a sharp stone, and the female ghost lunged at her. She could not help but scream as she shut her eyes. Bang! With a thundering crash, Lu Sheng arrived just in time, seizing the female ghost by the head. His scorching palm ignited her skull, creating a hissing sound as smoke billowed. He hurled her away, sending the ghost tumbling into the distance. With her escape secured, Song Yunwan looked up at Lu Sheng, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Big Bang. Lu Sheng delivered a swift kick, sending her hurtling against a pillar of the manor, rebounding into the air. Swoosh! The blade flashed, and in an instant, Song Yunwan was cleaved in two. Her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief, blood splattering across the ground. Boss! Duan Meng and Appos, and Ning San stared in utter shock. Li Xuanxi was equally dumbfounded, completely unprepared for such an outcome. Ignoring their astonishment, Lu Sheng dashed to the manor and Appos' entrance, cleaving the door wide open. Crack! The wooden door shattered, and Lu Sheng surged ahead, prompting Li Xuanxi and the others to follow in haste. As they stepped outside, their expressions shifted to one of disbelief. Surrounding the manor was a throng of people, numbering in the hundreds. Lu Sheng rushed to the forefront and seized a torch. Burn it! He bellowed, turning back in fury. Burn! A leader of the Red Whale gang commanded. Instantly, a multitude of followers brandished their torches and arrows, aiming at the Song family manor. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of flaming arrows soared toward the manor, igniting it in an instant. The flames grew from small flickers to an all-consuming blaze, becoming increasingly fierce and crimson. Lu Sheng mounted his horse, coldly observing the manor as it caught fire, remaining stoic and unmoving. The flames roared higher in the eyes of the crowd. "Young master, the firewood around is ablaze," a junior leader reported eagerly. "Continue launching the fire arrows." Lu Sheng ordered coldly. "Understood." The gang members swiftly knocked their arrows, igniting the oil-soaked tips. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another volley of fire arrows was released, raining down into the manor. Roar! Suddenly, from within the flames at the manor and Appo's entrance, a small figure emerged, revealing itself to be none other than Song Yunwan. She was engulfed in flames, rushing toward the crowd and unleashing a ferocious, primal scream. The sound was not that of a human, but rather that of some indescribable beast. Amidst the inferno, the little girl charged towards the exterior but seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, unable to escape. She screamed towards the crowd, her small face gradually melting like wax, her eyes and mouth forming 3 dark holes, yet she continued to howl in rage. Roar! Bang! A rapidly spinning straight blade struck the young girl's face with tremendous force, sending her hurtling back into the inferno of the manor. Lu Sheng lowered his weapon and bellowed with authority, "Continue shooting arrows until the last one is spent." The crowd, terrified, nearly broke formation. But Lu Sheng's fierce command jolted them back to focus, and they hesitantly resumed their relentless assault on the manor. After several volleys, the flames ultimately engulfed the entire structure. Suddenly, with a crack, a figure, charred and blackened, burst through the manor's gates, rolling frantically on the ground. The flames enveloping the figure swiftly extinguished, yet it emitted hissing cries. The crowd gasped in shock, and some instinctively drew their bows, preparing to unleash arrows at the figure. "Wait!" Lu Sheng raised his hand, halting their actions. He approached swiftly and, to his astonishment, recognized the figure as the scholar he had seen earlier while passing by the manor. The scholar, covered in blood blisters and with his face severely burned, still managed to smile, even laugh heartily. As Lu Sheng drew closer, the scholar, trembling, scrawled a few words on the ground. "I am human. Take him down for treatment." "This is a man, not a ghost," Lu Sheng commanded solemnly. Although the order was given, the bystanders hesitated to approach. After a prolonged moment, a few brave souls stepped forward to assist the scholar, examining him closely. "Goodness, his tongue has been severed. No wonder he cannot speak," one elder member of the group remarked, swallowing hard. Lu Sheng recognized the scholar's attire and confirmed his identity as the one he had previously encountered. His ability to discern between the living and the dead relied on his extraordinarily keen senses. With mastery in 3 profound internal arts, each requiring decades of arduous cultivation, Lu Sheng possessed a strength equivalent to that gained by a common person over a century. This remarkable inner power amplified his senses to an alarming degree. Within a 10-meter radius, he could distinctly hear even the faintest breath and heartbeat. This acute perception had been pivotal in revealing the ghostly presence of Gong Ruching and others within the manor. Upon realizing this truth, and considering the footprints left at the entrance, those of only the 3 individuals and Li Xuanqi, Lu Sheng noted the absence of any other tracks. Despite the enveloping darkness, his formidable vision discerned these details. By synthesizing this information, he formulated a hypothesis, further corroborated by the faint, barely perceptible scent emanating from Gong Ruching and the others, which mirrored that of the young girl, Song Yunjun. Thus, the conclusion was nearly inevitable. Chapter 66. The peculiarities. Li Xuanqi and his companions found themselves encircled by the members of the Red Whale gang, their weapons forcibly taken from them. Particularly for Li Xuanqi, the sight of the little girl being cleaved in 2 by Lu Sheng had ignited a fierce wrath within him. He was overwhelmed with a sense of grief and indignation, deeming Lu Sheng to be excessively cruel, even to such a young child. Yet, before he could voice his outrage, a series of terrifying events unfolded before him. The horrifying visage of the little girl melting in the flames sent a shiver down his spine, extinguishing his previous anger and replacing it with a chilling dread. It was only in this moment of being restrained by the gang members that he began to grasp the intricacies of Lu Sheng's plan. It dawned on him that Lu Sheng had been intent on incinerating the entire Song family manor from the very beginning. Hadn't the gang members arrived equipped with bows and flammable oil bags? He could surmise that Duan Mengan and Ning San had come to the same conclusion, and a sense of foreboding settled over the 3 of them. Prior to entering the manor, Lu Sheng had surely not anticipated the presence of others. Nevertheless, he had still commanded the burning of the manor, revealing his decisiveness and ruthlessness, qualities that set him apart from ordinary individuals. Li Xuanxi, gripped by fear, stared blankly at the blazing manor. Thunder rumbled, and raindrops began to patter down. The fire continued to rage fiercely, though the rain slightly subdued it. Retreat, Lu Sheng commanded as he turned his horse toward the direction of the iron mine village, prompting his followers to follow suit without a backward glance at the burning manor. Upon returning to the iron mine village, the rain intensified, and the group took a moment to regroup inside the shelters. Lu Sheng changed into a fresh set of clothing and applied several medicinal powders for his wounds. By dawn, he led the members of the Red Whale gang back to the Song family manor. When daylight broke, the rain ceased. Upon their return to the manor, they were met with a scene of charred destruction. The gates had been reduced to smoldering remnants, hanging limply, while wisps of white smoke continued to rise from within, indicating that some fires still burned. The tall walls surrounding the manor remained, though they bore the scars of scorching black marks. Over 100 gang members dispersed, forming a perimeter around the manor, halting their advance about 20 meters away. Leading the charge, Lu Sheng brandished his blade and approached the entrance. After a night of recuperation, his injuries had nearly healed, and he felt invigorated, an opportune moment to take action. Li Xuanxi, eager to assess the situation, followed closely behind Lu Sheng. Brother Lu, after such a fire, there should be nothing left in the manor. If I am not mistaken, that little girl must have been a blood corpse, he stated somberly. Blood corpse? Lu Sheng inquired, intrigued by the term. With a swift kick, he forced open the manor's doors and strode inside. A blood corpse is a ghostly entity formed from the accumulation of vengeful blood. It is not a transformation of the living, but rather a derived specter, Li Xuanxi explained. Last night, I engaged in a lengthy conversation with the scholar who escaped. I had previously learned some lip reading at home, so communication was not an issue. Oh, Lu Sheng turned to regard him, surprised by his unexpected talents. Inside the courtyard of the manor, the surroundings were shrouded in charred blackness. The ground, walls, and buildings were searing hot, with smoke rising everywhere, making it difficult to distinguish between steam from the rain and smoke from the fire. Walking across the ground felt akin to treading on a heated stove. Li Xuanxi continued, outsiders claim that Song Yunwan is the fifth sister of this manor, and the biological sister of the scholar Song Yunqing. However, upon inquiring with Song Yunqing, I learned that he has no such sister. He only has himself and a younger brother. The other three siblings are a complete mystery. Even more chilling is the fact that he lived with those entities for several years before discovering the truth. Lu Sheng felt a chill run down his spine, halting in his tracks. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that aside from Song Yunwan, there are two other monsters in this manor? I do not know, Li Xuanxi replied. However, ever since the scholar uncovered this horrifying reality, Song Yunwan, the monster, cut out his tongue and kept him confined at home. Strangely, the scholar mentioned that Song Yunwan leads a life indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, attending school, eating, and sleeping. But once she falls asleep, she rises from her bed and transforms into a terrifying killer. He attempted several times to ambush her while she was awake, but he lacked the courage. Li Xuanxi furrowed his brow. He claimed that Song Yunwan often speaks to herself, seemingly conversing with someone unseen. Could it not be the result of her obsession with alchemy? Lu Sheng asked, his tone serious. I do not know. I posed that question to him as well. He recounted a day when he inadvertently discovered a pitch-black pill in a bird's nest in the woods. He brought it home, intending to ascertain whether it was crafted by someone else, but the pill mysteriously vanished, and thereafter, strange occurrences began to unfold in his household. Li Xuanxi responded earnestly. Suddenly, Lu Sheng halted, as if stepping on something. Looking down, he was startled to find a long strand of hair, as dark as ink. He bent to pick it up with the tip of his blade, examining it closely. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Run! Lu Sheng shouted, pivoting and sprinting toward the exit, seizing Li Xuanxi by the collar and flinging him outward before propelling himself like an arrow. Just as they leaped through the doorway, a resounding thud echoed behind them. Turning back, they beheld the once charred manor, now its blackened gates slamming shut with a forceful finality, as if some unseen force were closing them tightly. With the momentum from their escape, they skidded over 10 meters before Lu Sheng came to a gradual stop, grasping the bewildered Li Xuanxi and casting a grim look back at the manor. This place is still perilous, he warned. I understand now. This is definitely a peculiarity. My master previously mentioned that only peculiarities manifest in this manner, blood corpses that even fire cannot consume. Li Xuanqi's face turned pale, his expression filled with dread. What peculiarity? Lu Sheng demanded sharply. Li Xuanqi swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the tightly shut gates of the Song family manor. Let us depart from here first. His complexion was ashen. Lu Sheng scrutinized the manor, now enshrouded in an eerie stillness, more dilapidated and dangerous than before. Let us go, he declared, casting a glance at the strand of hair still clinging to his blade, untouched by the flames. In the branch of the Red Whale gang, nestled within a small bamboo grove outside the mountain city, a bamboo building stood quietly. The verdant bamboo leaves surrounded the structure, rustling gently in the breeze. Inside the quiet chamber on the second floor, guarded by several gang members, Lu Sheng and Li Xuanqi sat across from each other at a bamboo table adorned with wine and dishes. Li Xuanqi surveyed his surroundings, captivated by the lush greenery that invigorated the senses and calmed the spirit. Brother Lu, this place is truly exquisite. Brother Li hails from an esteemed background. Such a modest gathering is nothing to him, Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly. Let us continue our prior discussion. What precisely is this so-called peculiarity? I would appreciate your insights. He regarded Li Xuanqi with no ill feelings, merely perceiving him as a benevolent but naive individual, driven by a strong sense of justice yet lacking experience, easily captivated by the phenomena before him. Upon hearing the term peculiarity, Li Xuanqi's expression shifted. A peculiarity. He raised his cup and took a hearty swig of the greenish liquor. If ghosts are entities born from transformation, then peculiarities are phenomena that cannot be eradicated. Phenomena? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting they are akin to natural occurrences like rainbows or earthquakes? No. It is beyond that. The defining characteristic of a peculiarity, as my master told me, is that it is eternally present. Similar to that Sangjiaz Wang, I am convinced that once we venture inside again, we shall encounter that little girl, Song Yunjun, once more. We may also behold the spectral entities from before, Li Xuanqi remarked in a somber tone. How did you come to know of these matters, Brother Li? Lu Sheng inquired, falling into a momentary silence. Li Xuanqi, too, remained quiet. After a considerable pause, he poured himself another cup of wine and drank it down. My master met his demise due to a peculiar incident, he confessed. Lu Sheng was taken aback and chose not to respond. He had not anticipated such a profound connection between Li Xuanqi and these occurrences. Li Xuanqi managed to smile, though his expression bore a hint of ferocity. I embarked on this journey to hone my skills. Eventually, I must avenge my master. It seems that your background is quite respectable, Brother Li. Yet, you find yourself unable to do so? Lu Sheng asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanqi hesitated briefly before offering a bitter smile. Indeed, my family and Appo's standing is considerable, but the bizarre is beyond the capabilities of us ordinary folk to confront. You are aware of the aristocracy? Lu Sheng's eyes brightened. Of course, once one ascends to a certain level in government, such knowledge becomes common, Li Xuanqi replied nonchalantly. The Huang family, which holds sway in the current regime, is likely one of the prominent representatives of the aristocracy. Lu Sheng felt a heavy weight in his heart. His suspicions were confirmed. The current royal family of the Song dynasty was indeed part of the aristocracy. Enough of this. These matters are too distant from us. The aristocracy exists in a realm far removed from our own, Li Xuanqi remarked with a strained voice. As for the other regions, they must have encountered peculiarities as well. How did they address those? Lu Sheng inquired. They were designated as forbidden zones, to be circumvented, Li Xuanqi responded. Forbidden zones? Lu Sheng was at a loss for words. Did this not render them powerless? Indeed, each anomaly has its geographical boundaries. As long as one refrains from intruding recklessly, all shall be well, Li Xuanqi nodded. However, I must express my curiosity regarding how Brother Lu managed to injure a spectral entity. Is that truly rare? Lu Sheng was taken aback. Indeed, it is quite uncommon. Li Xuanqi regarded him with an unusual intensity. Though many forms of yang energy can harm lower-tier specters when cultivated to a high level, defeating a specter with dozens of strikes is already commendable. For a troublesome entity like a corpse spirit to be vanquished by Brother Lu within mere dozens of strikes is something I have never witnessed before. Lu Sheng too found himself intrigued. Perhaps it is due to the exceptionally potent nature of the martial arts I practice? May I inquire, what is the name of the internal skill you are cultivating, Brother Lu? Li Xuanqi asked with genuine curiosity. Chapter 67. Choice 1 is an incomplete manuscript entitled Black Shagong. Lu Sheng has nothing to conceal regarding this matter. After all, It is a technique available for purchase at an auction, which, while mysterious to the layperson, should not be so for those within the circle. Indeed, upon hearing the name of this martial art, Lu Sheng's brow furrowed slightly. Is not Black Sha Gong an internal cultivation technique rather than a physical one? It is said to possess fiery poison capabilities. However, such fire poison merely causes blisters on the skin. How could it possibly possess the power to slay a corpse spirit? As Lu Sheng has done, what magnitude of internal energy would be required for that? As he pondered this, Lu Sheng suddenly recalled the distinctions between himself and other internal energy masters. After a brief moment of hesitation, he softly inquired, "May I ask, how many moves can you execute at full strength, brotherly?" "At full strength? Naturally, one move," Lu Sheng replied, casting him a puzzled glance. "When one unleashes their full power, all internal energy surges forth, and once released, one must wait to recuperate before striking again. Is this not a basic principle?" Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. "Then, how long does it take for you to recuperate?" "About half an hour of meditation, I suppose." "Why do you ask? Is this not the norm?" Lu Sheng casually responded. In that instant, Lu Sheng grasped the difference between himself and others. Since he cultivated several internal techniques to great success, his internal energy flows continuously. He could unleash an entire series of moves for several strikes before requiring recuperation, during which he also benefited from yin-yang replenishment. Consequently, the richness of his internal energy was nearly several times that of other masters of the same realm. Moreover, after transforming Black Sha Gong into Blood Sha Gong, his internal energy became even more profound, more than doubling its previous strength. This allowed him to unleash a singular strike with an unimaginable ferocity. "I wish to pose a question," Lu Sheng began, having reached clarity in his thoughts. "If one possesses sufficient strength to withstand the bizarre onslaught, is there a chance to eradicate it entirely?" Lu Sheng regarded him with an odd expression, remaining silent for a long while. Only when Lu Sheng grew somewhat impatient did he slowly respond. "The bizarre cannot be slain. Regardless of how many times you attempt to kill it, it will effortlessly reappear. Perhaps the aristocracy has methods, but we do not. Moreover, the bizarre grows stronger over time. We were fortunate to encounter a relatively new manifestation. Should we face those that have existed for decades, or even centuries, our lives would be in jeopardy." Lu Sheng appeared to recall something, his expression darkening once more. Lu Sheng surmised he was thinking of the bizarre entity his master had once encountered and chose to remain silent. The two sat in silence for a moment before Lu Sheng spoke again. "I wonder if Brotherly could elaborate on the ghostly entities he has encountered, so I may understand their perils better." Having saved Lu Sheng's life, such a small request was naturally met with generous consent. With a smile, he replied, "I previously misunderstood you, Brother Lu. This minor request is certainly no trouble." He then meticulously recounted over a dozen types of ghostly entities he had witnessed, noting that none were repetitive, with each possessing unique and bizarre abilities. For instance, the spirits Lu Sheng had encountered were entirely unfamiliar to him. After their exchange, both were satisfied with their respective gains. Lu Sheng acquired a wealth of information about various ghostly entities, while Lu Sheng received supplementary insights regarding the spirits from Lu Sheng and felt pleased to assist him in any way possible. They remained together until dusk before returning to the city of Yangshan. Lu Sheng bid farewell to Lu Sheng and departed for his lodgings. Lu Sheng then instructed his subordinates to bypass the Song family village and establish a separate route leading to the mine. Thus, after several days of effort, a new transport route was established, with Lu Sheng and Oppo's assurance that as long as they kept their distance from Song family village, everything would be safe. The iron mine resumed operations. A large number of miners were recruited, and Lu Sheng dispatched his subordinates to supervise, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. After 2 days of mining without incident, Lu Sheng returned to the headquarters of the Qi Jing gang to provide a summary report on the current situation. He awaited his proper placement before entering the Xianzhou pavilion. At the headquarters of the Qi Jing gang, still aboard the massive ship, many high-ranking members were absent on various errands. Only the leader and 2 vice leaders, Gongsun Zhonglan and Chening, remained present, along with 2 internal affairs officials. The old leader appeared pale, his countenance noticeably wan. "So, the matter of Song family village is indeed the doing of that ghostly entity?" He coughed a few times, gazing at Lu Sheng seated below. "Indeed," Lu Sheng replied calmly. "During my investigation, I encountered the legendary corpse spirit impervious to blades and bullets. After several encounters, I barely managed to withdraw safely. Song family village has truly transformed into a ghost domain, impervious even to fire. The old leader coughed again, closing his eyes and remaining silent. Vice leader Qining cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Does that mean this matter remains unresolved? Gongsun Zhonglan interjected suddenly. If Vice leader Gongsun has confidence, he may attempt it himself, Lu Sheng remarked impassively. I will only ask you this. Has this matter been resolved? Gongsun Zhonglan smiled, but his expression shifted to a serious tone. Lu Sheng turned to regard him intently for a long moment before slowly replying. As the vice leader stated, it remains unresolved. However, there are no and oppos, however and oppos, statements. Success is success, and failure is failure, Gongsun Zhonglan interjected with a smile. Since it remains unresolved, Wusan and oppos, subordinate powers and assets should naturally not be inherited by you. Am I mistaken? Lu Sheng found himself at a loss for words. Qining could not speak on his behalf, his eyes filled with frustration. The old leader pondered for a moment before falling silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Report. Suddenly, a gang member rushed in, kneeling before the old leader with one knee. Leader, the external affairs officer Zhang from Jielong City has returned. Returned. Quickly, bring him in. The old leader perked up, rising to his feet and speaking loudly. In recent days, Lu Sheng had heard from those around him that external affairs officer Zhang was considered the most skilled among the current officers. Before long, a robust man, bloodied and pale, entered the grand hall, accompanied by a personal guard. Greetings to the leader and the two vice leaders. He clasped his fists in greeting, visibly weakened, resembling a frail old man nearing the end of his days. This time, I did not disgrace my mission. I finally discerned the movement patterns of the formidable ghostly entity that obstructed our path. Officer Zhang, you have worked hard, the old leader replied, stepping forward to offer support. This ghostly being is of no ordinary caliber. It is not something an average person can confront. That you returned unscathed is a remarkable feat, leader. In contrast, Lu Sheng's returns from Song family village were unscathed, which demonstrated his exceptional prowess. Is it necessary for every brother sent out on missions to return wounded to be deemed valiant? Qining could not help but interject coldly. I did not imply such. Gongsun Zhonglan replied with a smile, glancing at Lu Sheng seated below. Had it not been for the unexpected emergence of Lu Sheng, this position would have belonged to my niece. Alas, due to this individual, my niece and oppos, opportunity has slipped away once more. Very well. Although Brother Lu's mission was not entirely successful, that village is perilously dangerous. Henceforth, it shall be designated a forbidden zone, with notices posted to prevent anyone from entering and incurring harm, the old leader stated softly. Let us put this matter to rest. Brother Lu and Oppos' prowess is well acknowledged, and numerous comrades have witnessed the eerie and terrifying nature of that estate. With the envoy firmly in position, it is indeed warranted. With this settled, we ought to deliberate on the stance of Long City, particularly concerning the alliance between the Baisha gang and the Qingkue gang. The unification of routes will not be easily navigated. Furthermore, the journey is fraught with the threat of spectral beings. This matter was firmly established under the authoritative word of the old leader. At that moment, Lu Sheng had dispatched that ghostly girl with a single strike, an event witnessed by over 100 gang members. He managed to escape with Ning and a couple of others, unscathed, which was also apparent to all. Though there were those who harbored jealousy towards his strength, the general atmosphere remained relatively stable. The conversation shifted towards the current discord between the Red Whale gang and the Baisha and Qingkue gangs from the Central Plains. Lu Sheng was not well versed in this topic, merely an observer. Despite being a dominant force in the Northern Territories, the Red Whale gang, entangled with the government in countless ways, found itself outmatched by the formidable powers of the Central Plains. Moreover, given the vast distances involved, even a high-ranking envoy like Zhang could barely return alive, indicating the arduous nature of their endeavors. The small meeting adjourned around noon, coinciding with lunchtime. Lu Sheng was personally retained by the old leader for a meal together. After dining, he was taken for a stroll in the small garden behind the headquarters. Numerous plants and flowers had been transplanted at the rear of the massive Red Whale ship, with even trees taking root on the deck. The two meandered slowly through the garden. The midday sun was fragmented into myriad shards by the tree canopies scattered across the ground, which was somewhat damp and comprised of soft, yellow earth. The old leader walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, not glancing back, only letting out a long sigh. Brother Lu, are you aware of why Deputy Leader Gongsun has taken issue with you? Lu Sheng, trailing slightly behind, replied nonchalantly. I have caught wind of it. It seems his niece aspires to occupy my position, only to find it unexpectedly claimed by me. You are quite candid. Straightforwardness suits you. The old leader responded with a smile, pausing in his stride. What is there to conceal? I joined the Red Whale gang precisely to learn from stronger individuals. If Gongsun Zhonglan wishes to challenge me, I would welcome it. You truly are unlike others, the old leader, Hong Mingzi, remarked with a chuckle. Brother Lu and Apos, strength is extraordinary. I have heard Elder Ouyang speak of you. Yet, as we are all part of the same gang, there is no need for such rigidity in our interactions. Since the old leader has spoken, should a confrontation with Gongsun Zhonglan arise, I shall afford him some dignity. Lu Sheng replied casually. Chapter 68. The choice Gongsun Zhonglan was indeed unafraid. Although he was also a master of inner and outer cultivation, there were still distinctions even among those of the same level. While their realms were identical, he possessed the three major internal arts, equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for an ordinary person. If this were revealed, it would indeed be astonishing, and no one would believe it. As for Lu Sheng, without delving into other matters, the mere contest of internal power and sheer resilience could lead to the downfall of his opponent. Since his exchanges with Li Xuanxi, Lu Sheng gained a deeper understanding of his own strength and internal cultivation. The Haisha Gong was formidable, but it was not as invincible as he had once imagined. After modifications, the system granted him a depth of inner strength that took others decades to accumulate. Coupled with his reckless expenditure of inner energy, the resulting lethality was surprisingly low. Moreover, he recalled that he had first practiced the Yuhua Gong, which allowed him to accumulate internal energy equivalent to decades of effort before he began his training in the Haisha Gong. Thus, when he truly employed the Haisha Gong, the Yuhua Gong served as a powerful foundation. The synergy of these two internal arts provided the Haisha Gong with unparalleled recuperative ability and overall energy, allowing him to unleash a power that far exceeded the norm. It was crucial to acknowledge Gongsun Zhonglan and Apos' formidable Xinyuan palm, and Lu Sheng should not underestimate him. The old leader felt somewhat speechless, sensing Lu Sheng's arrogance. May I inquire what cultivation method the old leader practices? I have often heard of your formidable reputation in the north, revered as the foremost master of the region. Might I request your guidance? Lu Sheng earnestly proposed. He genuinely wished to discern the strength of his abilities relative to this esteemed master of the north. Until now, he had primarily engaged with apparitions, and the martial artists he encountered were often not his equals, leaving him with a vague understanding of his own capabilities. Thus, he yearned to ascertain his standing within the martial world. The old leader chuckled softly. Guidance is too grand a term. I have merely lived a few more years than you, and my cultivation has deepened accordingly. He slowly turned to face Lu Sheng. Since you are so passionate about martial arts, let us engage in a brief exchange to avoid any unnecessary conflict. Thank you, esteemed leader. Lu Sheng's heart surged with gratitude. Finally, he could accurately gauge his own strength. He stood a few meters away from the old leader, facing him directly. The notion of cultivating both inner and outer strengths involves unifying external force with internal spirit. Once focused, one reaches the Tianyuan state, a realm of boundless unity. Much like the vastness of the heavens. Old leader Hong Mingzi smiled faintly, forming his fingers into a sword, alternating speed as he directed a point toward Lu Sheng and Apos' chest. Lu Sheng perceived the movement clearly, yet it evoked a sense of confusion, as if he could neither grasp nor hold on to it, leaving him feeling disheartened and nauseated. With a fierce shout, tiger roars. Lu Sheng similarly positioned his palm like a blade, launching an overwhelming strike. The force of his external energy surged forth, propelling his inner strength and rendering his palm crimson as if soaked in blood. Upon striking, it unleashed a gust of heated wind. Such potent inner strength. Although Hong Mingzi's expression remained unchanged, his heart was tumultuous. He promptly summoned his internal energy, channeling half of his qi from the red extreme heart method. However, midway through his technique, he realized he had underestimated Lu Sheng's power. He quickly intensified his effort to 50%. His over 80 years of dedicated cultivation surged forth, and his right hand, imbued with the unique fourfold tremor of the red extreme heart method, accurately struck Lu Sheng and Apos' palm blade. Bang! The clash of their palm and finger produced a sound akin to heavy objects colliding. Hong Mingzi remained composed, yet within him, waves of surprise and turmoil surged. Such a formidable inner strength can nearly match my 50% effort? This is utterly astonishing. It is worth noting that he utilized a finger strike, which had a smaller contact area than a palm blade. While he could not break through purely by point against surface, he should still have had an advantage. Yet, astonishingly, their powers were nearly equal. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Lu Sheng was forced to retreat 2 steps. His complexion briefly flushed. He sensed that the force emanating from Hong Mingzi's finger was nearly indistinguishable from his own, and he was immediately met with a second and third wave of energy crashing upon him. Caught off guard, he sustained a minor injury to his meridians. The leader truly possesses profound inner strength. I am in awe. Lu Sheng's heart was genuinely stirred. Among ordinary individuals, the old leader was the first capable of directly repelling him. His strength warranted his title as the foremost swordsman of the North. Even with his 3 internal arts, his overall power clearly surpassed that of the old leader. Although he had not employed his ultimate techniques, to be pushed back by such an elderly figure was indeed extraordinary. Ah, age takes its toll. Hong Mingzi gazed at Lu Sheng with a mixture of amazement and gravity. He finally understood why Lu Sheng garnered such esteem from Elder Wang, who even intended to summon his elder brother to take Lu Sheng as a disciple. Wang Yuanshan of the 9 Directions, sword palm. He chuckled softly, recalling that he had not seen him in many years. He had heard whispers of Wang establishing a considerable reputation in the Central Plains. In their earlier years, they were evenly matched. He wondered how it stood now. Lu Sheng, as he pondered, Hong Mingzi suddenly entertained another thought. Your inner strength is formidable, and your abilities are exceptional. You must have encountered some extraordinary fortune in your youth that allowed for such growth in your internal energy. Lu Sheng was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Esteemed leader, I once consumed a crimson fruit in my childhood, and since then, my internal energy has grown exponentially. He had been hesitant to explain the unusual nature of his cultivation's rapid growth, but the old leader's inquiry provided a convenient opportunity. Indeed, Hong Mingzi mused, this is truly a tremendous blessing. However, while your inner strength is impressive, it is essential to note that your internal arts are somewhat lacking. Weak internal arts? Lu Sheng observed the old leader's fingers after their engagement, noting that there were no signs of burns from the blood evil art. Your method appears to be derived from a type of toxic inner energy, perhaps a fiery and masculine type of internal cultivation. However, such methods often emphasize toxicity at the expense of other effects. As for my immunity to the fiery poison, it is due to my own red extreme heart method, which is also a masculine form of internal energy. I have cultivated it to the 6th level, and its potency is akin to a furnace's flame, rendering me unafraid of fire poison. Strangely, your internal energy seems to carry a harmonious yin-yang essence, unlike a purely fiery masculine internal art. The old leader regarded Lu Sheng with a curious expression. Lu Sheng felt a shiver. The esteemed master of the North was indeed perceptive, quickly identifying the other internal arts within him. To be honest, esteemed leader, the internal art I practice primarily originates from the Haishigong, which I acquired at an auction. The Haishigong? The old leader was taken aback. Is that the one reputed to have 32 levels of physical cultivation? Have you heard of this art? Lu Sheng inquired, hoping to glean information regarding the Haishigong from the old leader. The technique was notoriously incomplete, and if he could obtain a complete version and cultivate it to its 32 levels, its strength would be unimaginable. Even at its 4th level, he possessed such formidable inner strength. He could hardly fathom the power at 32 levels. Hong Mingzi and Apos' brow furrowed deeply. While the Haishigong claims to possess 32 levels, the methodology is merely theoretical. It is said that even the creator only reached the 6th level, and the subsequent levels were derived from theoretical extrapolation. Why did the creator only reach the 6th level? Lu Sheng queried, intrigued. As he reached the 6th level, he was consumed by the fiery poison of the black evil technique, ultimately succumbing to his own internal energy. Hong Mingzi spoke with a hint of indifference. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. So, this black evil technique was merely a theoretical construct, akin to the grand shifting of the universe found in Jin Yong and Apos' martial arts novels. The subsequent levels were purely hypothetical. Therefore, I suggest you consider switching to a different primary cultivation method. I harbor doubts about the intentions of those who released this heart technique, as it seems they wish to use individuals for experimentation. The old leader stated solemnly, do you understand why the black evil technique is fragmented? It is not truly incomplete. Rather, it is simply that no one can master it, forcibly discarded by those who could not endure it. Thus, what circulates in the market consists only of the first 5 levels, he elucidated. Does this mean my internal cultivation has been in vain? Lu Sheng was astonished. Not entirely. Transitioning to a similar yang internal technique is quite feasible, as long as there are no conflicting meridians. The old leader chuckled while stroking his beard. What does the old leader imply? Lu Sheng felt a stir within his heart. Within the Xuanwu Pavilion, there exists the internal heart techniques you seek. Aside from the Qi Ji heart method, there are 3 other yang methodologies available for you to explore. However, the free options only cover the first level. To access higher levels, one must make sufficient contributions to the gang. Hong Mingzi smiled, adding that, given Brother Lu's exceptional talent, such a delay would indeed be a waste of time. I possess a method that can circumvent the gang's regulations and directly impart to you a powerful yang internal technique. Oh, Lu Sheng was no fool. He could easily discern the old leader and Oppo's evident insinuation. May I inquire about the old leader and Oppo's meaning? Hong Mingzi laughed heartily. My esteemed master, Mo Fei, is a renowned figure in the martial world, and the Qi Ji heart method he imparts is extraordinarily potent, perfectly suited for someone like Brother Lu who is seeking to transition. It far surpasses the black evil technique. If Brother Lu is willing, I would be honored to take you as my disciple on behalf of my master. Disciple? Lu Sheng had initially thought the leader intended to take him as a student, but was surprised to learn that he would be taken on as a disciple on behalf of another. In truth, Hong Mingzi had contemplated whether to take on a disciple himself, but after sparring with Lu Sheng, he felt their skills were not vastly different. He realized that, given his own abilities, it would be a stretch to assume the role of Lu Sheng's teacher. Yet, upon witnessing such a promising talent, he feared that Lu Sheng might eventually leave the Qi Jing gang for more formidable martial arts in the future. Lu Sheng had joined the Qi Jing gang for martial arts. Should he encounter superior techniques later on, it would not be surprising if he chose to depart. Thus, after much contemplation, the old leader devised this plan. Chapter 69. Fusion. Lu Sheng suddenly comprehended the intentions of the old gang leader. He pondered the whereabouts of the leader's master, a figure undoubtedly of a higher caliber than mere concentration. Being a disciple of such a master would indeed be commendable. His own master had long passed away over a decade ago. The old leader spoke in a solemn tone, leaving Lu Sheng momentarily speechless. Realizing that this individual intended to bind him to the Qi Jing gang, one must understand that in this world, once one becomes a disciple, any future rebellion would irrevocably tarnish one and Oppo's reputation and standing, akin to the betrayal of kindness, a disgraceful act met with scorn. Thus, once he pledged himself to the Qi Jing gang, there would be no turning back. Do think it over, Lu, the old leader urged. Unable to make a decisive choice at that moment, Lu Sheng opted to delay his response. What more is there to consider? I do not expect you to toil like a beast, the old leader chuckled, shaking his head. Moreover, my sect is not the same as the Qi Jing gang. Should you truly join my master's ranks, you will come to understand the benefits that await you. Lu Sheng felt a flicker of hesitation in his heart, yet after a moment of contemplation, he came to the realization that although he might encounter superior martial arts in the future, he was currently in a phase of rapid growth. Presently, he was still quite weak, possessing merely a semblance of self-defense. Should he encounter truly formidable supernatural beings again, it would spell trouble. Thus, he resolved, then I shall pay my respects to my senior brother. With determination, Lu Sheng bowed deeply to the old leader, akin to toppling mountains and shifting pillars. Rest assured, you shall not regret this, the old leader responded with a hearty laugh. Come, follow me. Having established their connection, Hong Mingzi felt a surge of joy as he led Lu Sheng away from the small garden. They descended 2 flights of stairs aboard the Qi Jing vessel, entering a secluded area resembling a shrine. The shrine was adorned with a series of portraits, all depicting various elderly figures, both male and female. The old leader pointed to the central portrait, speaking softly, "This is the former leader of our Qiri sect, your master, Zhuangyang Shouemo Fei. Come, pay your respects to the portrait." Lu Sheng willingly complied. Having entered the other's domain, it was only fitting to honor the master. He knelt on the mat before Mo Fei's portrait, bowing 9 times, a solemn ritual of respect, for once one becomes a disciple. The bond is akin to that of father and son, not to be taken lightly. Both master and disciple bear a weighty responsibility toward each other. Should a master neglect to guide his disciple, his reputation would suffer, and he would be met with derision. Conversely, if a disciple fails to honor and respect his master, he too would become the subject of ridicule. The formalities ensued: bowing, offering tea, lighting incense, burning paper, and reciting the sect's regulations. Through this process, Lu Sheng garnered a basic understanding of the Qiri sect. The Qiri sect operated within a moral gray area, historically struggling with a sparse population, making its lineage difficult to sustain. Even at its zenith, it comprised no more than 4 members. The Qijing gang was merely an extension of the Qiri sect's influence. As the formalities concluded, night began to fall. Lu Sheng accompanied the old leader on the deck, which was expansive, replete with pavilions and courtyards, resembling a miniature cityscape. Junior brother, from now on, you are considered one of us. I have added your name to the sect's roster and have notified our allied sects, Hong Mingzi remarked. You are now a core figure within the Qijing gang, and there are matters you ought to be apprised of. He coughed a few times, lowering his voice. Is this regarding the aristocratic families? Lu Sheng inquired succinctly. You are aware of them? Then, Hong Mingzi nodded. These families occupy a lofty position, a status predetermined by their lineage. We cannot choose our circumstances. We can only adapt and acclimatize, for they are the only ones capable of combating demons and monstrosities. However, they seldom intervene in worldly affairs, with directives emerging only sporadically, perhaps once every decade. You need not concern yourself with them. I merely wish to ensure you are informed. This world is fraught with peril. Behind every demon lurks a greater evil, and we are not alone in this struggle. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, but remained silent, recalling Duanmu Wan's earlier demeanor, which exuded an air of superiority, as if viewing all as mere insects. Do not overthink it. The offspring of these families are few and scattered throughout the Song dynasty. To encounter one is a stroke of luck, Hong Mingzi reassured him with a smile. Such scarcity? Lu Sheng was taken aback. He had encountered Duanmu Wan twice and assumed that aristocrats were ubiquitous. Indeed, very few, Hong Mingzi replied with a chuckle. Take the Zhen family. Rulers of the northern territories, for example. Their direct lineage comprises only a handful. Most of them wander, lacking a permanent residence, even concealing their identities to mingle with the common folk. In the vast northern territories, with its hundreds of cities and millions of inhabitants, such encounters are not commonplace. Lu Sheng began to comprehend. The aristocrats may hold high positions, yet their numbers were limited. Thus, the true power still resided with the imperial court and their gang. Hong Mingzi continued. In truth, the jurisdiction of the Qijing gang is extensive, along the mountains, Qingfeng City, and several other major cities, along with over 10 smaller towns. All fall within our domain. We have many operatives stationed in those cities, regularly sending back intelligence and resources. Due to the considerable distances involved, each city maintained its own branch, functioning almost like an independent mini Qijing gang. So what you mean is? Lu Sheng was puzzled by Hong Mingzi's lengthy exposition. The reason I share all this is that my health is deteriorating, and many matters may require your assistance. Junior brother, Hong Mingzi slowly revealed, pulling from his attire a finely crafted, iron-gray scroll, which he handed to Lu Sheng. This contains the Qiji heart method, encompassing the 1st to 7th tiers. It must be practiced alongside the Qiyang pill. Its power is immense. You must safeguard it diligently and refrain from disclosing its contents. Lu Sheng's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted the scroll, gently unfurling it to reveal a myriad of minuscule characters densely packed within. But brother, why does our Qiri sect have so few members? Wouldn't it be better to recruit more disciples? Lu Sheng inquired suddenly. It is not that we do not wish to, but our internal cultivation methods are exceedingly precious. There was a past incident of betrayal within the sect, which nearly resulted in a leak of our techniques. Moreover, our Qiji heart method necessitates a specially crafted Qiyang pill for practice. Without it, one risks excessive yang fire, endangering one's lifespan and health. The Qiyang pill is prohibitively expensive at this point. Hong Mingzi's meaning was abundantly clear. The crux of the matter lay in the Qiyang pill. It was simply too costly to sustain a larger number of disciples. Lu Sheng quickly grasped this, observing as Hong Mingzi produced a small crimson vial from his robes, presenting it to him. This contains a month's worth of Qiyang pills. You may take them as needed. Come, let me first teach you the introductory tier of the Qiji heart method, Hong Mingzi said, coughing a few times before speaking gently. Thank you, brother. Lu Sheng cupped his fists in gratitude. From now on, I shall strive to bring honor to the Qiri sect. The primary rival sects in our vicinity are the Baisha gang and the Qingkue gang, along with the Meihua sect. The first two compete with us for trade in Jielong City, while the Meihua sect has conflicts over medicinal resources. Several important medicinal valleys and forests have seen considerable strife. Although our Qijing gang holds the title of the foremost faction in the northern territories, the other sects are not to be underestimated, Hong Mingzi elucidated. As the external affairs envoy, you will soon encounter a myriad of challenges, for the city you manage, along the mountains, is not a benign place. Lu Sheng understood. As he departed the Qijing vessel, he felt an unexpected delight in his heart, astonished at how easily he had obtained the formidable Qiji heart method, far surpassing the Blackshaw technique. Although he had acquired the title of a disciple of the Crimson Sun sect, his senior brother remained the current master of the sect. However, these titles held little significance for him and did not greatly impact his life. Instead, he was genuinely focused on gradually accumulating contributions to the sect, hoping that one day he could exchange them for the esteemed Crimson Extreme Heart method. Yet, it was uncertain how long that would take. In fact, such a high-level inner skill as the Crimson Extreme Heart method could never be openly displayed in the Su-NW pavilion. As they disembarked from the dock, the sky had darkened. Lu Sheng mounted his horse, followed closely by Ning San and Duan Ming and Appos, along with several subordinates, and they intended to return to the Yinshan city. The official from outside seemed to be in high spirits. Although his mission had failed, he must have reaped some benefits, right? Just then, a peculiar voice, both Yin and Yang, drifted from the dockside. Lu Sheng lifted his gaze to see several burly men escorting a slender, effeminate woman with an elongated face approaching. Clad in red, her face, though shaped like a standard oval, appeared unhealthy and sinister due to her sunken cheeks. Thus, despite her alluring figure, she evoked no desire. Who are you? Why do you block my path? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. I am Gongsun Jing, the woman in red replied coldly. I have heard much about the esteemed Lu Weiwu from my uncle. Gongsun Jing, the niece of Gongsun Zhongluan. Lu Sheng inquired casually. Indeed, she responded coldly. And what does your presence before me signify? Has your uncle agreed to a duel with me? Lu Sheng regarded her with a peculiar expression. What? Gongsun Jing appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. Is it not so? Your uncle sent you to provoke me into striking you, thus providing him an excuse to engage me formally. Is that not the typical narrative in novels? Lu Sheng's expression grew increasingly bizarre. You. Gongsun Jing's anger flared, and she pointed an accusing finger at him. Apparently, it was not the case. Lu Sheng felt a tinge of disappointment as he flexed his fists. Then, I shall first defeat you, and your uncle can seek vengeance for you. Boom. In an instant, he stomped down on the wooden planks with a sharp crack, causing the sturdy dock to collapse beneath him. Lu Sheng surged forth, his form akin to a ferocious tiger, and the air erupted with thunderous roars resembling a tiger's fierce cry. Roar! Bang! Lu Sheng crossed a distance of over 10 paces, delivering a powerful strike directly to Gongsun Jing and Appos' chest. Pooh! Gongsun Jing recoiled, spewing a mouthful of blood and crashing into the burly men behind her, sliding across the ground for over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. She did not have time to utter a scream. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood seeping from her mouth. Lu Sheng stood his ground, glancing at the burly men flanking Gongsun Jing. These men trembled in fear, hastily bowing their heads and stepping aside. Gongsun Zhongluan, that old coot, has always avoided confrontation with me. Let us see what excuse he has to remain hidden now. After a hearty laugh, Lu Sheng, accompanied by Duan Ming and Appos, and Ning San, rode off into the night. Chapter 70, Fusion 2 Bang. The corner of the mahogany table was shattered by a fierce slap from Gongsun Zhongluan. His face was ashen as he gazed at his barely conscious, yet feverishly warm niece. Gongsun Jing, a swell of anger rising within him. A bunch of useless fools. He glared at the surrounding subordinates, who hung their heads in silence. The young lady instructed you to take her there, and you complied? She commanded you to die, yet you did not oblige. Master. It was the young lady who insisted on seeing the person who usurped her position, Lu Sheng, and forced us to accompany her. An elderly man with graying hair lamented helplessly. Gongsun Zhongluan understood his niece and Appos' temperament. Her martial prowess was lacking, yet she always tried to outsmart others, her confidence excessively inflated, making it difficult for ordinary people to deal with her. He also recognized that venting his anger on his subordinates would be futile. The provocation had originated from Gongsun Jing, and Lu Sheng could easily argue that she was overstepping her bounds. The internal injury from the fire poison. Gongsun Zhonglan examined the situation and quickly discerned the nature of the injury inflicted on his niece. He carried Gongsun Jing into a private chamber, gently lifting her clothing to reveal a black-red palm print visible even through her undergarments, igniting his fury further. What a venomous strike. This was intended to kill Jing in one blow. Had there not been a corresponding cold energy to counteract it, that strike could have claimed his niece and Apos' life. Although the force of the blow was not substantial, the fire poison was exceptionally malevolent, continuously consuming Gongsun Jing's life force. Such a palm strike. Gongsun Zhonglan's countenance darkened as he lightly touched the edge of the palm mark, instantly feeling a wave of heat radiate from his fingertip. Lu Sheng. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. Were it not for the guild and Apos' rule prohibiting disciples from harming one another, Jing would likely not have survived to return. Jing. Suddenly, a delicate woman lifted the door curtain and entered, only to be confronted by this tragic scene, her tears flowing uncontrollably as she stood by, weeping. Why cry? This matter is mine to handle. I shall make Lu Sheng pay for his actions. Gongsun Zhonglan declared coldly as he rose to his feet. Go send someone to summon Brother Fang Jidong to aid in healing her, and prepare a challenge notice for that Lu Weiwu. He wishes to spar with me, does he? Very well, I shall grant him that opportunity. But, elder brother, the woman hesitated, concern etched on her face. No buts. This matter can be resolved according to the guild rules. However, Jing and Apos' act of confronting that scoundrel could be perceived as insubordination. He may only face a reprimand for excessive force and be punished to reflect for a few days, perhaps a fine. With Hong Mingzi's influence, he will likely face no severe consequences, rendering it meaningless. If we must strike, let it be decisive. Issue me a death match notice. Gongsun Zhonglan had finally made up his mind. Lu Sheng was essentially a dagger wielded by the old leader, and if he wished to continue placing his own people in power, he would first need to sever this blade. Very well, elder brother, please exercise caution. His palm strength is indeed formidable. Poor little Jing. The woman lamented as she wiped her tears once more. Were it not for the fear of damaging my reputation, I would not even fear Hong Mingzi, let alone him. Gongsun Zhonglan had already received word through his informants about the skirmish between Lu Sheng and Hong Mingzi in the small garden. He had garnered a general understanding of Lu Sheng's capabilities. He was strong, but still significantly distanced from Gongsun Zhonglan. This individual possesses extraordinary talent and progresses rapidly. To eliminate him, it must be done swiftly. Gongsun Zhonglan was not one to dither. He instructed his sister to draft the challenge notice in the study. This time, he intended to thoroughly cripple Lu Sheng and extinguish Hong Mingzi's aspirations. After years of laying the groundwork for the Red Whale gang, did they think they could turn the tide with such a scoundrel? Impossible. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gongsun Zhonglan and Apos' eyes. In the mountains. At the Jinyu Flower House. One of the Red Whale gang's enterprises, it included a vast expanse of flower houses on the outskirts of the city, dedicated to cultivating flowers for the wealthy and noble in town. The interior of the flower house was spacious and bright, with one of the largest chambers reserved for drying flowers and preparing dried herbs. Since discovering this enterprise a few days prior, Lu Sheng had taken a liking to the place. The air was filled with floral fragrances, invigorating his spirit, far superior to the city's atmosphere. Aside from the guards stationed outside, everyone else, including the florists, had been dismissed from the flower house. Strolling through the sea of red and yellow blossoms, Lu Sheng produced a small porcelain vial from his pocket, pouring out a red pill the size of a grain of rice, which he promptly swallowed whole. The Qiang pill lived up to its reputation. Lu Sheng could distinctly feel the tiny pill dissolve upon contact, rapidly stimulating his salivary glands, transforming into a torrent of warmth that coursed down his throat and into his stomach. Soon, he felt a surge of warmth emanating from his abdomen, enveloping his entire being in a comforting glow. The Qijin heart method comprised 7 layers. With his senior brother and Apos' guidance, he quickly grasped the initial sensation of energy and, after a few days of body conditioning, he believed he could attempt to break through to the first layer today. Finding a tranquil space for meditation had proven challenging. The abode he shared with Qiaoer was frequently subjected to prying eyes, and his heightened perception made it difficult to concentrate amidst the continuous foot traffic outside. Thus, After assuming control of Wu San's entire enterprise, he had sought a sufficiently quiet location, ultimately discovering this flower house within his own holdings. These flower houses sold fresh flowers to numerous wealthy families and officials in the city, while some were used to produce dried flowers for medicinal purposes sold to local pharmacies. Additionally, the Red Whale Gang itself indulged in floral teas for beauty and wellness, generating substantial demand, a lucrative business indeed. Reaching the drying area, Lu Sheng stood still, closed his eyes, and inhaled the faint floral scent that permeated the air. Little did anyone know he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Deep Blue. Lu Sheng silently chanted within himself. Swish. The modifier interface materialized before him, displaying a clear array of martial arts options. Lu Sheng scanned through the list, quickly locating the Qi Heart Method and Oppo's Qi Heart Method, entry level. Effect, Energy Shock, level 1, and Oppo's entry level already possesses an effect? Truly remarkable. Lu Sheng felt a swell of satisfaction. He focused his mind, adjusting his body and spirit until he achieved complete tranquility, then slowly pressed the modification button. Swish. The modifier flickered abruptly, entering a modifiable state, enhancing the Qi Heart Method to the first layer. Lu Sheng had long since mastered the entire first layer of the Qi Heart Method, and his primary concern now was whether his body could withstand the enhancement. With a sharp intake of breath, the entry for the Qi Heart Method on the modifier began to blur rapidly before clarifying once more. Qi Heart Method, first layer, effect, Energy Shock, level 1, success. A thrill surged through Lu Sheng. He could simultaneously sense the changes in his body. The Black Tiger Jade Crane technique had rapidly consumed most of his energy, leaving only a trace, while the yin-yang guiding technique was wholly expended, and he had no idea how long it would take to recover. The blood-killing technique was the most peculiar of them all. Its internal energy was continuously being converted into the Qi Heart Method and Oppo's energy. Though the conversion rate was slow, it was unceasing. Ultimately, the blood-killing technique was not as complete or comprehensive as the Qi Heart Method and bore unknown aftereffects. Currently, it was pure yang energy, and its conversion was beneficial, alleviating future concerns about complications. Lu Sheng remained composed amidst the turmoil. In the center of the flower house, surrounded by a profusion of blossoms, either red or yellow, the air was pure and refreshing. Lu Sheng stood at the center, eyes closed, focusing on adjusting himself while meticulously assessing the depletion of his energy levels. His body remained indeficient. Previously, the balance achieved by the blood-killing technique and other cultivation methods through the yin-yang guiding technique had been disrupted. The Qi Heart Method was significantly stronger than the blood-killing technique, and its overwhelming power naturally shattered the prior equilibrium. Understanding this, Lu Sheng slowly retrieved a black jewelry box from his sleeve. With a swift motion, the box was opened, revealing a quietly coiled bundle of black hair within. It was the perfect opportunity to experiment. The significance of the yin-yang guidance was self-evident. Should one fail to maintain the balance of the body, numerous aftereffects and psychological impacts would inevitably ensue. Moreover, as I aspire to enhance my martial prowess in the future, cultivating a deeper reservoir of internal energy is essential for my well-being. Lu Sheng had long since devised a plan to utilize the black hair acquired from the Song family estate to refine the health-enhancing techniques within himself. He gently pricked his fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to fall upon the strands. In an instant, a vaporous white mist surged forth from the black hair, swiftly absorbed by Lu Sheng's fingers. He was instantly enveloped by a chilling wave that coursed through his hand, up his arm, across his chest, and then surged violently into his lower abdomen. What formidable yin energy! Lu Sheng's heart raced. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all the yin energy dissipated, as if consumed by an unseen force, leaving no trace behind. Shall I proceed with the martial arts simulation? A dialogue box materialized before Lu Sheng. Yes, he affirmed swiftly, centering his focus on the yin-yang guidance. He was about to simulate the fourth layer. His own technique had only reached the second layer, but after his previous simulation, he had attained the third layer, making this the perfect moment to delve into the fourth. The modifier box trembled violently, then blurred into obscurity. After a brief wait of several seconds, the box gradually regained clarity. Unknown technique, fourth layer, special effects, accelerated qi recovery, balance of yin and yang, enhanced healing. Lu Sheng attentively absorbed the details of this newly revealed technique. This method primarily followed the operational pathways of the previous yin-yang guidance, while incorporating most of the meridians from the Black Tiger Jade Crane technique. At that moment, this new internal skill was rapidly converting the entirety of the Black Tiger Jade Crane's internal energy into his own new essence. The total amount of this internal energy, while slightly less than the combined total of the previous two techniques, possessed a far more refined quality. If the earlier techniques felt akin to two gentle threads flowing within him, this new energy resembled a long, cool breath of jade, swirling gracefully inside. This new technique was an amalgamation of the Black Tiger Jade Crane and Apos' attributes into the yin-yang guidance. Lu Sheng had not anticipated such an occurrence. He glanced back at his modifier, and indeed, the option for the Black Tiger Jade Crane technique had completely vanished, evidently absorbed by the new method. In less than half an hour, all the internal energy from the Black Tiger Jade Crane had been transformed into the essence of this new internal skill, which surged within him with an extraordinary vigor. Since it harmonized the characteristics of both techniques, Lu Sheng promptly named this new method the yin-yang Jade Crane technique. This advanced technique had transcended the rudimentary health practices of the past, evolving into a sophisticated form whose effects even Lu Sheng could not predict. By synthesizing the merits of various internal skills, this newly transformed method immediately imparted a sense of distinction to Lu Sheng. Chapter 71. The challenge is this. The piercing energy? Lu Sheng approached a flowering tree, gently placing his hand upon the trunk. Instantly, numerous minute puncture-like marks emerged on the surface of the bark. The yin-yang Jade Crane technique is, astonishingly, a form of piercing energy. He felt a stirring in his heart. The concept of internal energy had evolved from a mere foundational internal cultivation method to a force capable of directly influencing the external world, akin to the internal arts depicted in martial arts novels. How little time had passed since this transformation. Yet, I possess such an effect. It does not imply that others can achieve the same. The technique I executed is unattainable for anyone lacking decades of cultivation. It must be that my internal energy is so robust that a quantitative change has induced a qualitative one, resulting in this extraordinary effect. Lu Sheng quickly comprehended this. Retracting his hand, he examined his palm, finding no abnormalities. Unlike the blood-red hue of the Blood Fiend technique, the concealment of the yin-yang Jade Crane technique was far superior. If I were to simultaneously perform the yin-yang Jade Crane technique while operating the Blood Fiend technique, an idea sparked within Lu Sheng. With his left hand channeling the Blood Fiend technique and his right hand the yin-yang Jade Crane technique, he unleashed both palms in unison. A piercing shriek erupted within the flower room. The flowering tree before him, as thick as a bowl, shattered with a crack as it was struck from both sides. The upper half collapsing to the ground, its breakage charred and riddled with honeycomb-like puncture wounds. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng turned and thrust both palms towards the ground with tremendous force. The stone slab beneath him cracked, revealing two distinct palm imprints. He stood upright and gazed down. The palm imprint from the Blood Fiend technique was charred black and sunk a finger deep, while the imprint from the yin-yang Jade Crane technique was a series of small, jagged pits, deeper than 2 fingers, with equal exertion from both sides. The lethality of the yin-yang Jade Crane technique surpassed that of the Blood Fiend technique by a considerable margin. Lu Sheng understood immediately. Is this still a method for health preservation? He found himself at a loss for words. However, the Blood Fiend technique was continuously transformed by the Red Extreme Heart method, and its subsequent power would be greatly enhanced, potentially catching up in effectiveness. Yet for now, the yin-yang Jade Crane technique had unexpectedly become my trump card. Lu Sheng had not anticipated such immense power after the fusion. It was nearly twice that of the Blood Fiend technique. When employed unexpectedly, it could decisively alter the tide of battle. He remained in the flower room, meditating for a time before slowly exiting to the adjacent small house for a meal. The small house was a gray-brown structure built from a special black clay, compressed into bricks and sun-dried, serving as a dining area for gardeners and caretakers. Upon his arrival, Lu Sheng had a designated spot prepared just for him. The meal consisted of 3 dishes and a soup delivered from the inner city, beef stew with potatoes, chicken braised with mushrooms, cold jellyfish salad, and a bucket of Old Mountain ginseng and tiger bone soup. These delicacies were exclusive to someone of Lu Sheng's stature. Common folk could hardly afford such luxuries. As Lu Sheng gazed at the sumptuous dishes, he felt a pang of reflection. It was indeed true. What many did not realize was that the Red Whale gang raised cattle in large numbers each year. Additionally, the old mountain ginseng and tiger bones were sourced directly from hunting teams in the wilderness, all of which could be exchanged for gang contributions. Although this contribution was meager for the ordinary members, it could accumulate to redeem superior martial arts manuals. Standing nearby, Ning San spoke respectfully. Since leaving Song family village, Lu Sheng had kept Ning San by his side. Not for any particular reason, but due to his curiosity over how this individual had remained unharmed after sleeping amongst a horde of malevolent spirits for so long. Moreover, Ning San possessed a resilient character, understanding etiquette and discerning the nuances of human interactions. Thus, Lu Sheng gradually grew accustomed to his presence. The food was delightful, though slightly lacking in spice. Lu Sheng added a pair of chopsticks full of cold jellyfish salad, which was overwhelmingly sour, causing him to furrow his brow. I will speak to the chef about this later, Ning San quickly offered. Indeed, Lu Sheng nodded, lifting the large wooden bucket of soup and taking a hearty gulp. He downed a third of the tiger bone soup in one go, then scooped out the meat and ginseng with his chopsticks, savoring the succulent flavors. The bones were tender and the broth was exquisite, infused with a subtle sweetness from the ginseng. Lu Sheng devoured the meal voraciously. Just then, a commotion arose outside, accompanied by the sound of galloping horses. My lord, this is bad. The situation is dire. Duan Mengyan rushed into the room, drenched in sweat, his expression filled with alarm. What is it? Sit and speak. Lu Sheng remained unhurried, shoveling a mouthful of rice into his mouth, chewing leisurely before glancing at Duan Mengyan. The burly man appeared ashen, sweating profusely, clutching a white paper resembling a challenge letter. My lord, this is grave. The vice leader, Lord Gongsun, has personally issued a challenge to you. A life and death challenge. He hastily handed the letter to Lu Sheng. A life and death challenge? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. It seems his niece is in peril. This old tortoise has finally decided to act. Although I am unaware of Gongsun Zhonglan's strength, can he truly surpass the old leader? Even if their abilities are comparable. With my abundant internal energy, I need not fear being bested. My lord, that is vice leader Gongsun Zhonglan. In his youth, he single-handedly established the Wanfeng stronghold, slaying 13 notorious bandits, capable of scattering thousands of ruffians. Duan Meng and oppose, and quivered, despite his robust physique, revealing a timid disposition, starkly contrasting with Ning San and oppose's resilient nature. And so what? Rumors often exaggerate, and you know my lord is not one to shy away from confrontation. Shouldn't you have anticipated this after injuring Gongsun Jing? Ning San, though startled, maintained a calm demeanor, his heart racing, yet his expression composed. He had discerned Lu Sheng and oppose's intention to provoke a direct conflict between himself and Gongsun Zhonglan. Given that Lu Sheng had initiated this, he must possess considerable confidence. To rise to prominence and become an indispensable aid to Lu Sheng, this opportunity must not be squandered. Since that old fossil dares to show himself, I shall accept this challenge. Lu Sheng took the challenge letter, gently opening it. There was but a single line of text. Before sunset 3 days hence, at Jujian Gorge, a life and death battle. Gongsun Zhonglan. Interesting. Where is Jujian Gorge? Lu Sheng inquired casually. Replying to my lord, it lies deep in the eastern mountains, a canyon rumored to be haunted by black tigers. Ning San answered. Do you know the way? Lu Sheng asked. Ning San froze momentarily, pondering the implications. The meaning was clear. If he knew the route, it likely meant he would guide Lu Sheng there. The inherent dangers of this situation were not to be disclosed to outsiders. Should Lu Sheng lose, facing the wrath of Gongsun Zhonglan, survival would not be guaranteed. After a brief silence, Ning San replied, I do know the way. Lu Sheng regarded him closely, then smiled. Very well, you shall lead the way, and we shall go together. This was not an officially sanctioned life and death battle, merely a private settlement of grievances, ensuring that it would not be publicized. After dining, Lu Sheng did not return to Yanshan City, but headed straight for the Red Whale, making his way to the precious archives of the Red Whale Gang, the Xuanwu Pavilion. The Xuanwu Pavilion was situated at the very center of the Red Whale's hull, surrounded by a formidable guard, and was an independent building constructed within the ship's interior. The dark-hued structure stood silently, flanked by formidable external martial artists on vigilant watch. Lu Sheng took out his token and passed through several layers of security checks, swiftly gaining access to the first level of the Xuanwu Pavilion. The first floor housed the most elementary forms of martial arts, predominantly techniques far more commonplace than the chasing wind blade and the bare fist, with no trace of inner strength or advanced methodologies to be found. The red whale blade technique was also among the free martial arts available here. Lu Sheng also encountered the 8 treasure steps, which he had previously studied. He had refined this technique to a higher level, making it less ordinary than before. However, it still remained a third-rate martial art, possessing minimal value. A cursory glance revealed that the martial arts on this first level were merely mediocre, lacking any connectivity to profound skills, yet there were still numerous individuals perusing the texts, bustling about as they picked up and flipped through materials. Deciding not to squander any more time, he made his way to the second floor. The second floor was considerably less crowded, with only a handful of individuals silently examining the texts in search of the martial arts they required. Many of the martial arts that necessitated contributions were merely presented with a name and a brief description, with the actual texts absent from the shelves. As Lu Sheng scanned the rows of bookshelves, he soon located the bare fist within the category of hard techniques. Indeed, it was offered free of charge. Next to it were several other hard techniques, but only their names and descriptions were available. Golden Silk Technique, Soul-Severing Fist, Treasure Stance Technique, Evening Drum Dan Technique. The hard techniques were neatly arranged, with the requirements for practice clearly outlined. Lu Sheng held a keen interest in hard techniques, as they could be pivotal for survival. Mastering several could provide him with additional lifelines during critical moments. However, he was suddenly struck by a thought. With the increasing diversity of martial arts I am learning, the energy and vitality expended are considerable, yet, regrettably, the scattered focus does not yield the substantial improvement in combat effectiveness that I had envisioned. Perhaps I should select one martial art as my primary focus, continually refining and elevating its level to unimaginable heights. Otherwise, accumulating a hodgepodge of techniques will only lead to chaos and lack of finesse. He stood before the bookshelf, lost in contemplation. After a moment, Lu Sheng gradually regained his focus. The Red Extreme Heart method was profound and extensive, with 7 levels in total, providing ample material for prolonged study. I shall take this as my primary cultivation method. Additionally, the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique boasts formidable power and could serve as a reserve for enhancing my martial arts. It could function as a secondary primary skill, even as a trump card, capable of delivering a lethal blow when necessary. Having formulated this plan, Lu Sheng returned to peruse the various techniques, his mind now clear. He decided to select a superior hard technique for self-preservation, which, when combined with the Red Extreme Heart method, would undoubtedly yield formidable striking power. As his gaze drifted over the hard technique shelves, he noted that nearly 90% of them required specialized medicinal concoctions or pills to assist in practice. Without expertise in this area, Lu Sheng was loath to entrust such crucial matters concerning his cultivation and life to others. Even with the Qiyang pill, he had consulted physicians regarding its ingredients and had even experimented with it on rabbits. Thus, he disregarded all hard techniques that necessitated auxiliary medicinal materials. There were only 2 shelves dedicated to hard techniques, containing a total of 15 volumes, representing the entirety of the Red Whale Gang's collection. These encompassed techniques from the connectivity realm to the intent realm, but those of the higher spirit concentration realm were conspicuously absent. Chapter 72. The Challenge. After searching for a while, Lu Sheng finally fixed his gaze on a particular compartment labeled Jiujiang Tiesuagong. This formidable martial art, with a name evidently crafted by a master of the rivers and seas, piqued his interest. Jotting down the name, Lu Sheng made his way to the management counter on the second floor. I am the External Affairs Envoy, Lu Sheng. I wish to review the Jiujiang Tiesuagong, he stated as he presented his token to the elderly man with white hair behind the counter. The old man squinted at him, a fleeting aura of inner strength momentarily surfacing, revealing that he too was a master. After examining the token, he replied, "The Jiujiang Tiesuagong falls under the category of foundational techniques. As an envoy, you are entitled to 1 free review of a manual below the spirit condensation level each year. Are you certain this is the one you wish to choose?" "Indeed," Lu Sheng replied impassively. "Very well." The old man turned and rummaged through a row of locked cabinets, soon retrieving a pale blue, thread-bound booklet from a mahogany drawer. "Take this, but remember, do not disseminate its contents. The guild rules are stringent on this matter." Lu Sheng nodded in understanding, accepting the booklet. As he flipped through its pages, he noted the dense script detailing the martial techniques, albeit evidently a copied version. Manuals of foundational techniques often lack the accompanying illustrations of intent, making them more susceptible to unauthorized sharing as they can be easily transcribed. With the tome in hand, Lu Sheng exited the Xuanwu Pavilion. Having exhausted his annual free review privilege, any future inquiries into martial arts would necessitate contributions to the guild. Given his unresolved matters with the Song family estate, his contributions remained at a standstill, primarily due to the favoritism of the former guild leader that allowed him to hold his current position. It was time to return and recalibrate his mind and body. He needed to transition from the bloodthirsty techniques to the red extreme heart method, hoping to complete the transformation before engaging in combat. With the manual secured, Lu Sheng departed from the Qijing ship and swiftly returned home to the mountainside city for some much-needed rest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Deep within the eastern mountains, at the Jiuguan Gorge, a winding emerald ribbon flowed from the mountains, cascading down in a resplendent white waterfall. The waterfall crashed into the curved river below, sending up a misty spray. On the semicircular sandy beach facing the waterfall stood Gongsun Zhonglan, draped in a blue robe, hands clasped behind his back, gazing serenely at the mist rising from the falls. Accompanying him were 2 individuals, his closest confidant, the valiant hero Fang Jihong, and his sister-in-law, Zhang Huishu, mother to Gongsun Jing. The trio stood quietly on the beach, awaiting Lu Sheng's arrival for their duel. At a corner of the river, on a bamboo raft, the former guild leader Hong Mingzi and elder Wang observed silently. They had discreetly learned of the impending clash between Lu Sheng and Gongsun Zhonglan, prompting their unannounced attendance. The prowess of my junior brother is unfathomable. Though I have exchanged a few moves with him, it is evident he is holding back significantly, Hong Mingzi remarked solemnly. Meanwhile, Zhonglan's Xianyuan palm possesses astonishing power. Anyone struck by it would find their meridians shattered, leading to certain death. His 50 years of arduous cultivation are not easily countered. With you present, what is there to fear? Elder Wang replied nonchalantly. In a critical moment, I can intervene to ensure Brother Lu and Appo's safety. It is not that simple. Chuning is currently preoccupied with other matters, and Zhonglan has deliberately arranged this challenge for my junior brother, enlisting Fang Jihong to restrain me. If he can momentarily delay me, he will have free rein. Hong Mingzi and Appo's expression darkened with concern. Alas, had time been on our side with Chuning here, we would have been assured of success. Do you not have faith in Brother Lu? Elder Wang inquired, perplexed. It is merely a matter of concern. Hong Mingzi shook his head. While my junior brother is indeed formidable, he is still young, and a moment's hesitation in battle could lead to dire consequences. Elder Wang's worry began to mirror that of Hong Mingzi. Regrettably, my elder brother is still en route. You are rather hasty, guild leader. Brother Lu practices our family's signature breaking heart palm. Should he become my elder brother's disciple, well, he hesitated, realizing the implausibility of his thought. If Lu Sheng were truly a peer of Gongsun Zhonglan, even his elder brother might find it a daunting task to recruit him as a disciple. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely. Lu Sheng sat at the prow of a pleasure boat, gazing thoughtfully at the continuously shifting, crystal-clear green waters. Clad in a scholarly white robe, his polished bald head gleamed under the sun, drawing attention. Ning San, whose physique was not particularly robust, was draped in black, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from the surroundings. Standing beside Lu Sheng, he resembled little more than a page boy. Aside from the 2 of them, the boat was filled with a group of young gentlemen and ladies heading to admire the sights at Jiuguan Gorge. Their incessant chatter and laughter filled the air like a flock of sparrows. The vessel was privately owned, and Lu Sheng and Ning San had merely hitched a ride, sparing themselves the fatigue of travel. Thus, the revelry of the other passengers was none of their concern. Good sir, I see you possess an extraordinary demeanor. Why do you remain solitary at the bow? Why not join us to enjoy the scenery? A somewhat inebriated young gentleman staggered over, addressing Lu Sheng with a loud voice. He was Bian Shu, the owner of the boat, who had previously invited them aboard when they inquired about the route to Jiuguan Gorge. No need for that. Bien, you are here to reunite with your friends, and I would not wish to intrude. Merely accompanying you for this segment of the journey suffices. Lu Sheng replied with a smile, acknowledging that the guild's vessels should have been arranged for such travel. Unfortunately, for reasons of confidentiality and his own oversight, he had forgotten until the last moment that traveling by water was an option, and finding a vessel at the last minute proved too late, necessitating his reliance on Bian Shu's boat. Bian Shu was gracious but slender in build, his delicate features revealing that he was, in fact, a young lady disguising herself as a man. Her vessel appeared to be a leisurely excursion. and Lu Sheng had sensed the disapproving glances directed at him by some aboard upon his arrival, as if they were less than pleased by his presence. With his keen senses, Lu Sheng overheard snippets of conversation between Bian Shu and her companions, leading him to discern the nature of her predicament. She was, in truth, a runaway heiress, while her companions, ostensibly there to entertain her, harbored ulterior motives. They had repeatedly dissuaded her from sending word back home, seemingly intent on extracting some advantage from her situation. In essence, it was the tale of a wayward heiress beset by unscrupulous individuals. Furthermore, it appeared her family was unaware of her whereabouts. After declining Bian Shu and Appo's invitation, Lu Sheng watched as she unsteadily returned to the cabin, his gaze drifting back to the river. "My lord, those individuals accompanying the young lady seem less than eager for us to share this vessel," Ning Sen murmured discreetly. "I am aware," Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly. "Then why do you?" Ning Sen found himself at a loss for words. "It is merely a matter of not finding a boat at the last minute," Lu Sheng mused absent-mindedly. "But they do not welcome us." Ning Sen expressed his frustration. "Let them be. As long as we have a boat to ride, their welcome or lack thereof is inconsequential," Lu Sheng stated flatly. "But what if they refuse to let us aboard?" Ning Sen could not help but ask, despite knowing he should not pry. "Then we shall compel them to disembark," Lu Sheng replied succinctly. Ning Sen nearly choked on his own words, bewildered by his leader and Appo's logic. Having spent considerable time within the Qijing gang, he had never heard of such audacity from the guild's leader in his youth. A true man, navigating through tumultuous times, should not concern himself with such trifling details. "We are destined for greater endeavors," Lu Sheng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, leaving Ning Sen both amused and bemused. Lu Sheng was, of course, jesting. He was not the kind of person to act in such a domineering manner. However, he discerned that the ship's master, Bian Su, genuinely wished to assist them on their journey. As for the others, being non-owners of the vessel, he felt no obligation to regard them. The pleasure boat accelerated steadily towards the Jiujian Gorge. The dense forests along the banks echoed with the calls of birds and the cries of monkeys, while large black birds, measuring over a meter in length, took flight, occasionally soaring overhead and startling the passengers into hushed gasps. Surrounded by a group of men and women, Bian Su's inebriation became increasingly evident, yet he continued to engage in the exchange of toasts with those beside him. Suddenly, the boat shuddered slightly, as if it had collided with a submerged rock. What was happening? What was going on? A chorus of startled exclamations and curses erupted from the passengers. The helmsman quickly attempted to offer an explanation, but even he was uncertain about the day and Appo's unusual circumstances. Typically, this stretch of river harbored no hidden reefs. So what had caused the emergence of a rock today? Bian Su rubbed his aching temples and stood up, realizing that he could no longer indulge in more drink. He repeatedly pushed away several cups of wine and moved to the side of the boat, intending to catch some fresh air to clear his head. "Uncle Tai, to whom do you think I should entrust these items?" He seemed to be conversing with himself, as there was no one else around. "All decisions rest with the young lady. Now that the master of the house is gone, these items are nothing but a source of misfortune. Regardless of whom they are given to, keeping them will ultimately lead to disaster." A voice, weary and slightly hoarse, emerged beside him. Bian Su fell silent. No matter to whom he entrusted these items, his heart remained reluctant, for they were family heirlooms passed down through generations. Yet, he understood he could not safeguard them. "I have fled from the central plains to this northern land, yet they still have their sights set on me," he sighed deeply, the effects of his intoxication seemingly evaporating in an instant. "Hey, what is that person at the bow of the ship up to?" Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a bald man rising and striding purposefully towards the front of the vessel. Uncle Tai also manifested beside Bian Su, gazing inquisitively at the bow. Boom! In an instant, the entire pleasure boat trembled violently, a strong shake radiating from the front to the rear, causing the vessel to pitch sharply forward, as if a heavy object had crashed onto the deck. Lu Sheng stamped his right foot down hard on the deck, a tremendous force emanating from him, rippling through the sturdy planks as if they were enveloped in waves. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he hurtled towards the sandy beach ahead. There, Gongsun Zhonglan, standing firm, bent slightly, his palms coming together in a gesture of concentration. His entire being trembled with energy, muscles and tendons emitting deep, resonant sounds akin to the tension of a bowstring, as he gathered immense internal force within his palms. He regarded the rapidly approaching Lu Sheng, his eyes betraying a cold glimmer of murderous intent. Chapter 73. The Challenge Bang. On the beach, two figures collided fiercely. Lu Sheng and Apos. Palms sliced through the air like blades, landing successive blows on Gongsun Zhonglan and Apos' arms. The heavy thuds echoed like thunder through the surrounding woods. Gongsun Zhonglan was forced to retreat repeatedly, his anger flaring as he shouted, channeling 80% of his Xin Yuan palm power into a single hand. He struck fiercely towards Lu Sheng's temple. If this blow connected, it would surely shatter Lu Sheng's skull. Crimson energy surged. Lu Sheng's palms glowed with a deep red hue, his veins bulging prominently, a blood streak forming between his brows, faintly resembling a river and Apos' flow. He trembled, responding with equal force. Bang! Another resounding crash ensued, and both retreated several paces. From Lu Sheng and Apos' rapid approach across the shallow waters to their fierce exchange of blows, only a brief moment had passed. Well. Truly worthy of the esteem held by Hong Mingzi. I underestimated you. Gongsun Zhonglan raised his right arm, observing his tattered sleeve, a flicker of green crossing his face. Even now, he could feel a burning pain in his palm, reminiscent of his previous encounter with Hong Mingzi. It dawned on him that Hong Mingzi had imparted the Crimson Extreme technique to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng too glanced at his own ragged sleeve and smiled. The Gongsun leader is truly formidable, able to withstand my assault. I had thought to avoid using my blade. He reached for the long knife at his waist and slowly drew it out. Gongsun Zhonglan squinted, realizing he could no longer rely on his hidden trump card. He gradually elevated his Xian Yuan palm power to its zenith, his complexion flashing a constant green, an anomaly that manifested when one and Apos' palm power reached its peak. Clang! With a fierce roar, Lu Sheng tore his upper garment, the blade flashing as it transformed into a streak of cold light aimed at Gongsun Zhonglan. How formidable! On the boat, Tai Shu watched in astonishment as the two combatants on the beach clashed. Such skill could not belong to the nameless. They were indeed of notable caliber even in the Central Plains. Bien Su's eyes were devoid of any drunken haze, fixated on the fierce battle on the shore. His gaze filled with deep surprise. Tai Shu, if my father were still alive, do you think he could contend with these two? Tai Shu remained silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. I fear not. Though the master is strong, he is still a step short of this realm. Bien Su said nothing further, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the boat, many young masters and ladies had noticed the unusual scene, moving to the bow to gaze. Upon witnessing the battle on the shore, excitement surged among them. Isn't that Gongsun Zhonglan? One exclaimed suddenly. The second in command of the Red Whale gang, Gongsun Zhonglan? At this revelation, the others aboard were taken aback. Observing the fierce struggle on the beach, those with any martial knowledge recognized that the two were fighting for their lives. Who could engage in a life-and-death struggle with the vice leader of the Red Whale gang? Someone gasped. The Red Whale gang and Apos' reputation was unparalleled in the Northern Territories. Anyone with even a modicum of connections had heard of this foremost gang. As Gongsun Zhonglan, the esteemed vice leader, fought bare-chested, it aroused deep suspicion among the onlookers. The Red Whale gang. Bien Su also caught wind of the murmurs, his eyes darkening with contemplation. Tai Shu, do you think if I were to bring that thing? Standing nearby, Tai Shu's pupils constricted, remaining silent, lost in thought. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. In the midst of their battle, both Lu Sheng and Gongsun Zhonglan had unleashed their true powers. With their skill levels nearly equal, the outcome relied heavily on technique, experience, and lethal strikes. In terms of technique, Lu Sheng was at a disadvantage. Despite possessing immense inner strength, he could hardly strike his opponent. More often than not, he found himself being struck from the side by Gongsun Zhonglan, who effortlessly countered and neutralized his attacks. Though the Black Tiger Blade technique was a powerful method, it ultimately lacked complexity, making it easy for Gongsun Zhonglan to predict and exploit Lu Sheng's openings. Were it not for Lu Sheng's hardened body and relentless offensive, he would have long since found himself at a disadvantage. With each slice of his long knife, Lu Sheng repeatedly executed the Black Tiger Blade technique from various angles, only to be met with blocks. Gongsun Zhonglan, feeling increasingly frustrated, concentrated his entire power into his Xian Yuan palm. Yet each time he attempted to close in for a short-range strike, Lu Sheng's ferocious counterattacks forced him to first repel the long knife. Life and death gateway, Gongsun Zhonglan exclaimed, his palms striking in a flurry, deflecting the blade aimed at his neck. He surged forward. With a burst of energy, he unleashed a seemingly gentle palm strike, the culmination of his martial prowess within the Xianyuan palm, deceptively soft but capable of unleashing a powerful force if underestimated. Lu Sheng felt the blade being deflected, and after dozens of fruitless exchanges, his frustration boiled over. Seeing his opponent's seemingly light palm strike, he welcomed the opportunity to clash head-on, delighting in the prospect. Channeling the full force of the Crimson Extreme technique, he met the strike with a fierce palm of his own. Boom! Their palms collided instantaneously. Lu Sheng first felt his opponent's palm power as empty and ethereal, akin to striking a cloud, only to be met by a torrent of inner strength that surged forth like a mountain flood. Xianyuan, Extreme Void. Gongsun Zhonglan's eyes widened, his body shaking violently as decades of inner strength surged forth, coalescing into a single palm strike. Ha! Let us see who perishes first. Lu Sheng miscalculated his opponent's palm power, his own inner strength depleted, yet he laughed maniacally as the overwhelming force struck his palm. Yin-Yang Jade Crane. Die! He roared, releasing his long knife and delivering a powerful strike at Gongsun Zhonglan's side. At this moment, he finally unleashed his trump card, fully activating the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique. Bang! Both combatants simultaneously struck. Lu Sheng staggered back several steps, a flush of red crossing his face, clearly wounded. Gongsun Zhonglan staggered off at an angle, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his right arm hanging limply, clearly broken. What a powerful palm! Even acknowledging his opponent, Gongsun Zhonglan couldn't help but praise. Touching his fractured arm, he sighed. What a pity! Suddenly, his left arm shot up, releasing a streak of black light, revealing a black dart connected to a dark chain. Soul-locking spear. The elder leader watching from afar could not contain his exclamation. He is still practicing that wicked technique. The soul-locking spear, a top-tier malevolent skill, could only be cultivated with human blood. Hadn't Gongsun Zhonglan once vowed to abandon it? Wang Lao was equally enraged and astonished. With the emergence of the soul-locking spear, this battle must cease. This had transcended a fair duel. As Hong Mingzi spoke, his expression turned solemn, stepping forward to leap ashore. Did the elder leader intend to intervene in this life-and-death conflict? Facing the bamboo raft on the shore, Fang Ji stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing Hong Mingzi and the two combatants. This was not the conduct of a venerable elder. In a chaotic world, where the righteous and the wicked vie for survival, strength alone is paramount. Could the elder leader truly remain oblivious to this? Fang Jidong is an exceptionally charming gentleman. With phoenix-like eyes and a goatee, his slender form exuding an air of scholarly elegance that belies his prowess as a martial artist. Yet, Hong Mingzi is acutely aware that Fang Jidong's mastery of the four extremes and primordial break is formidable, even with his own strength. It would take at least 100 moves to vanquish his opponent. Were he younger, he might have triumphed within 20 moves, but age has sapped his vigor, leaving him far from his prime. Fang Jidong, are you truly intent on obstructing me? Hong Mingzi's voice was grave. The old leader speaks in jest. Fang Jidong replied with a smile, casting his gaze towards the unfolding battle. Gongsun Zhonglan wielded the soul-lock spear with a series of piercing, whistling strikes, its power surpassing that of his own Xianyuan palm. Lu Sheng, caught unprepared for such an esoteric weapon, found himself in dire straits, evading attacks with increasing difficulty. With a swift motion, he retrieved a long knife embedded in the ground as he retreated. The sound of clashing metal echoed. Clang, clang, clang. The soul-lock spear relentlessly struck against Lu Sheng's blade like a series of black whips, each blow laden with tremendous force. A moment's carelessness saw Lu Sheng struck at his side, causing him to stagger back, a deep gash opening on his waist. The spear's reach kept him at bay, its might overwhelming. Gazing at the wound, Lu Sheng noted the blood seeping from the palm-sized laceration, despite his hardened exterior. Yet, the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique quickly sealed the injury, staunching the flow of blood. A tingling sensation began to spread from his waist, subdued only by the technique. But it altered Lu Sheng's demeanor. Interesting, so it's a venomous technique. Gongsun Zhonglan, drenched in sweat from the fierce exchange of blows, had exerted himself to the limit, his decades of internal energy rapidly depleting. He needed a moment to recuperate. Even if you beg for mercy now, it is too late. He exhaled, releasing a cloud of stale breath. Those struck by my soul-lock spear will have their energy seep through their skin within an hour. Their blood vessels will be obstructed, leading to a fatal blockage in the heart. Is that so? Lu Sheng raised his knife and walked steadily towards Gongsun Zhonglan. His wound showed no signs of abnormality, causing Gongsun Zhonglan's pupils to constrict in disbelief. He began, but was abruptly taken aback as he witnessed Lu Sheng and Apos' physique rapidly expanding. His bare torso was a web of bulging veins and sinewy muscles, appearing as if he had inflated considerably, the crimson hue in his brow deepening. This is the first time I have employed this technique on a person since its inception. Lu Sheng advanced, his body emanating two distinctly different energies. Do not disappoint me. What? Gongsun Zhonglan's words faltered as he was startled. Seeing Lu Sheng charge forth, his speed now more than doubled. The immense force propelled his blade, unleashing a deafening explosive sound as air fractured around him. This strike from Lu Sheng surpassed all previous attacks, seeming almost beyond human capability. Gongsun Zhonglan felt a stinging pain in his eyelids. The blade moved so fast that it left behind only a fleeting shadow. With no time to ponder, he instinctively raised his spear to defend himself, its tip quivering as it conjured a flurry of spear flowers. Boom! The collision of blade and spear produced not the sound of metal clashing, but rather an explosive reverberation of internal energy unleashed. Chapter 74. The duel. The blade in Lu Sheng's hand shattered once more, bursting into fragments that scattered in all directions. The soul-locking spear was also sent soaring into the air by the tremendous force and velocity, landing beside them. Die! Lu Sheng's eyes widened in fury as he roared, striking Gongsun Zhonglan's chest with lightning speed. Initially, Gongsun Zhonglan managed to withstand a few blows, but soon he found himself overwhelmed, and within mere moments, he could no longer resist. Bang! 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 The relentless sound of heavy strikes echoed as Gongsun Zhonglan's eyes widened in shock. He staggered backward, his body trembling violently, blood gushing from his mouth in successive spurts. The color drained from his face, and he resembled a broken marionette, being mercilessly pummeled by Lu Sheng. Oh! Lu Sheng howled, completely consumed by rage. His eyes were bloodshot as he relentlessly pounded Gongsun Zhonglan's chest and abdomen. Blood droplets scattered into the air, gradually dyeing the ground beneath them crimson. Elder brother. Beside them, the sister-in-law cried out in despair, rushing towards Lu Sheng. Fang Jidong stood frozen for a moment before hastily moving closer. Gongsun Zhonglan's gaze had become vacant. His internal organs felt as if they had been shattered, and he continued to retreat under the onslaught. Bang! Another powerful strike sent Gongsun Zhonglan flying, crashing into the river behind him. Lu Sheng and Apos' face contorted with malice as he channeled his internal energy into his palms, combining the red extreme technique with the blood fiend skill and the yin-yang jade crane technique, delivering a devastating blow to the water where Gongsun Zhonglan had fallen. Die! Boom! A towering water column erupted, sending countless droplets splashing across the river and Apos' surface. Slowly, threads of crimson began to seep into the water of Songbai River. No one had anticipated such a rapid turn of events. Moments ago, Gongsun Zhonglan had held the upper hand, and now, life and death had been decided. Elder brother. Zhang Huishu wept profusely as she rushed into the river, disregarding the water that soaked her knees, desperately trying to lift him. Fang Jidong followed closely, sighing as he looked upon Gongsun Zhonglan, shaking his head slightly. The man was beyond saving. He raised his gaze to Lu Sheng, whose imposing figure embodied both power and grace, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Ultimately, the wrong opponent had been chosen. Fang Jidong held no intention of avenging Gongsun Zhonglan. Regardless of whether he could defeat Lu Sheng, in this chaotic era, he was not alone. His family depended on him for support. Having managed to shield against the Red Whale Gang's leader, Hong Mingzi, this favor was substantial enough. Lu Sheng's internal energy was nearly depleted after his frenzied assault, but the formidable recuperative ability of the yin-yang jade crane technique quickly manifested. In just a matter of breaths, he regained approximately half of his internal energy. What? Do you wish to make a move against me? Seeing the two gaze at him, Lu Sheng grinned. You and Apos, VU1. Fang Jidong maintained a stoic expression, fully aware that he could not act impulsively. Should he engage, the consequences would not only affect him but also jeopardize the lives of the other Gongsun family members. The brutality of internal strife within the gang was unfathomable to outsiders. Even if the leader, Hong Mingzi, chose not to pursue matters, his subordinates and the enemies Gongsun's family had offended in the past would not let them go. I'll kill you. Zhang Huishu's eyes flared with rage as she attempted to charge at Lu Sheng, but was swiftly struck at the nape by Fang Jidong, causing her to faint. In the spirit of fair combat, I implore you, Lu Sheng, to spare us. I, Fang Jidong, assure you that the Gongsun family will not seek vengeance against you. Fang Jidong clasped his fists in a gesture of respect toward Lu Sheng. Sigh. At that moment, the two elder leaders also emerged from the river, their hearts heavy upon seeing Gongsun Zhonglan lying lifeless in the water, his eyes forever closed. The vice leader of the Red Whale Gang, who had dominated the northern territories for over 2 decades, had met an unexpectedly simple demise in a duel. This outcome was unforeseen by all. Initially, Hong Mingzi had assessed that Lu Sheng was slightly at a disadvantage, but not to the point of death. He believed that with a timely intervention, the situation would be manageable. Alas, guarantee? Lu Sheng's body gradually returned to normal as he glanced at Gongsun Zhonglan's corpse in the water, a smirk of derision crossing his face. What are you to me? Whether I spare the Gongsun family is of no concern to you. Junior brother, agreeing to his request, is not unreasonable. Gongsun Jing is left all alone now. The elder leader, Hong Mingzi, sighed. All the other adopted sons and daughters were mere facades. Gongsun Zhonglan had no children, and with his parents long gone, he had struggled alone to grow stronger, finally finding his brother's family. After his brother's passing a few years ago, only Gongsun Jing and his sister-in-law remained. And now, Gongsun Jing was. Lu Sheng finally understood the Gongsun family and Appo's plight. Gongsun Zhonglan had been the sole pillar supporting the entire clan. Seeing that Fang Jidong remained calm and earnest in his gaze, Lu Sheng felt a sudden disinterest and let out a long sigh. Since my elder brother has spoken, I shall agree not to trouble the Gongsun family. After all, Emir Zhang Huishu has countless enemies. I need not lift a finger. I can simply spread the word, and many skilled fighters will come seeking revenge. Thank you. With the assurance granted, Fang Jidong swiftly hoisted one person in each arm and hastened away, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Now that the adversary had departed, Lu Sheng quickly circulated his internal energy, utilizing the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique to accelerate the healing of his waist injury and the internal wounds he had sustained earlier. The poison from the soul-locking spear was also firmly suppressed within a small area of his waist. Senior brother, lend me a knife. Lu Sheng borrowed a sword from Hong Mingzi and forcefully dug out a piece of flesh from his waist. The flesh had turned black and emitted a faint stench, clearly indicating it had been tainted by the poison from the soul-locking spear, with blood coagulating within the veins. Junior brother, this battle truly opened my eyes. Hong Mingzi remarked. You and Gongsun Zhonglan unleashed your ultimate techniques, and I never expected it would be him who fell to your direct assault. Lu Sheng smiled slightly. In a straightforward confrontation, he was indeed inferior to Gongsun Zhonglan. Had it not been for his overwhelmingly potent internal energy and rapid recuperative abilities, Gongsun Zhonglan would have eventually exhausted his reserves. This battle could have easily resulted in mutual destruction, with Lu Sheng suffering the heavier injuries. I had long wished to experience the sensation of a full-throttle battle, and I am finally satisfied. Lu Sheng's face lit up with exhilaration as he cast the piece of flesh into the river, covering his waist wound with his hand. Channeling the Red Extreme Heart method, his palm became exceedingly hot, and he quickly stifled the bleeding from his waist. Let us return. I need to properly process this experience. Since you have emerged victorious, why not take the position of vice leader in the gang? I can send someone to assist you with the mundane matters. You only need to handle significant affairs, Hong Mingzi proposed. At this moment, Wang Lao, still reeling from the shock of the victory, heard the suggestion regarding Lu Sheng's appointment as vice leader and immediately shook his head vigorously. Elder leader, please do not burden Brother Lu. The responsibilities of the vice leader are overwhelming and would severely impede his martial arts cultivation. It would be more suitable to entrust him with the role once his techniques are perfected. Indeed, you have a point. I was remiss in my considerations. Hong Mingzi nodded in understanding. Let us discuss this matter further upon our return. Lu Sheng agreed. However, before we return, I must first greet a friend. She was the one who brought me here by boat. Before either of them could comprehend his words, Lu Sheng strode purposefully toward the direction of the boat. The vessel had now reached the shore, temporarily halted for repairs after running aground. The young gentlemen and ladies who had previously watched the commotion now turned pale at the sight of Lu Sheng approaching, hastily retreating into the cabin, not daring to emerge. In the blink of an eye, only Bian Su and her companion, Tai Shu, remained on the deck. Young master, Ning-san quickly approached to pay his respects. Please wait. I have a few matters to discuss. Lu Sheng casually remarked as he approached Bien Su and the other individual. The pair remained in a state of shock, utterly taken aback by the dramatic transformation of Lu Sheng's physique. The overwhelming aura he emanated, coupled with the remarkable enhancement of his speed and strength, instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Lu Sheng flashed a smile at the two. In light of your kindness in giving me a ride, young Master Bien, feel free to seek me out at the Golden Jade Flower House should you require assistance. After all, I, Lu, am somewhat of a local in these northern territories and may be of help. Bien Su shivered at the thought, recalling the earlier encounter with the battered Gongsun Zhonglan. This fierce individual, who had previously roared like a madman, now exuded a gentler demeanor. What had that person beside him called him? Young master? Bien Su surreptitiously glanced at Lu Sheng's bald head and his muscular physique, strong enough to fell a bull with a single blow. How could he possibly resemble a young master? She inwardly raged, yet maintained a semblance of composure on the surface, responding awkwardly, young master. You are too kind. Not at all, not at all, Lu Sheng replied, intrigued by the treasures that must lie within the young master Bien. Considering the throngs that seemed drawn to her, would you like me to deal with those bothersome nuisances? He gestured towards the direction of the cabin. No need. I wouldn't want to trouble you, young master. Bien Su quickly replied. At that moment, Taishu tugged at her sleeve. This esteemed young master Lu, I believe you can discern that my young lady's current situation is rather precarious. Should any issues arise, we may indeed require your assistance. Of course, it would never be a matter of free help. We are well aware of the necessary arrangements, he said with a courteous smile. Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the old man's straightforwardness. He had merely taken a ride on their vessel. It was hardly a matter of obligation to lend aid. His true intent was curiosity, coupled with the hope of extracting some advantage from the young lady. He had overheard some intriguing information from those nuisances, suggesting that Miss Bien possessed something of value. In any gambling establishment bearing the gold insignia in Liangshan City, simply mention my name, and you shall be well received. Ning-san, remain here and ensure they are well informed. I shall take my leave first, Lu Sheng instructed. Yes, boss, Ning-san responded promptly. Respect for his leader deepening after witnessing Lu Sheng's ferocious display against Gongsun Zhonglan. Unconsciously, he began referring to him as boss instead of young master. How many times must I remind you? Address me as young master. Lu Sheng expressed his discontent immediately. Yes, young master, Ning-san replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The expressions of Bien Su and her companion were peculiar. They wanted to laugh, but dared not do so. Lu Sheng, uninterested in their antics, disembarked to locate the old leader. Chapter 75. Domestic affairs. Upon returning to the Red Whale, Lu Sheng made slight adjustments, taking several pills to invigorate his blood circulation. After just 2 days of rest, his internal injuries had largely healed. Once he was well, he summoned his deputy. The deputy appointed by the old leader was a remarkably beautiful young man, with a delicate demeanor that was almost ethereal. Known by the nickname Jade Lotus, he had once been a Taoist priest and was only 4 years older than Lu Sheng, who was now merely 20. At 24, Jade Lotus was exceptionally skilled, having mastered the art of using iron thorn darts to an extraordinary degree. His moniker derived from a past competition where he had crafted a lotus flower design with his darts. Inside the Golden Fortune restaurant, the two sat in the topmost private room, dressed in a flowing white robe and adorned with a white silk scarf. Jade Lotus and Apos' long black hair cascaded down to his waist, his beauty rivaling that of any woman. His fair skin glimmered softly in the room and Apos' light. Lu Sheng observed him with curiosity, admitting that aside from having seen such beauty online during his time on Earth, this was the first time he had encountered a man so exquisite in reality. Were it not for the visible Adam's apple, one might easily mistake him for a woman in disguise. Have you had your fill of gazing? Jade Lotus asked, maintaining a composed demeanor. My apologies. It is my first encounter with someone as stunning as Brother Yu. I momentarily lost my focus, Lu Sheng replied with a gentle smile, typically embodying a warm disposition. I do not know why I am so. It has been this way since childhood, Jade Lotus responded softly. Lu Sheng nodded, having reviewed the man's background. He learned that Jade Lotus was renowned for his beauty from a young age, almost sold as a courtesan before being saved by the old leader, who brought him into the Red Whale and nurtured him, making him a trusted confidant. Now, let us address some pressing matters that require your attention, brother Yu. Jade Lotus unfurled a scroll from his sleeve. Firstly, the entire management of the Yin Mountain City has now been entrusted to you, as confirmed by the old leader. Among the 3 docks we oversee, the Dongshan dock experienced a series of robberies yesterday, with the authorities unable to apprehend the culprits. They request our assistance in capturing them. Handle it as you see fit. Our manpower is limited. Let the Eagle Hall take care of it, Lu Sheng replied casually. The Eagle Hall consists of the loyalists cultivated by the former deputy Wu San. Do you not intend to reclaim power? Jade Lotus inquired, somewhat surprised. Reclaim what power? They need only obey. Lu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. Very well. The second matter involves an incident at the Dongshan Association. The son of one of their incense masters caused a disturbance at our gambling house and was apprehended. This was instigated by someone from the Eagle Hall, Jade Lotus continued. Let the Eagle Hall resolve it themselves. They are responsible for the mess they created, Lu Sheng replied languidly. The Eagle Hall refuses to relent, insisting on repayment or else they will resort to violence, Jade Lotus stated with an expressionless face. How much did that fool lose? Lu Sheng asked nonchalantly. In 2 nights. He lost 100,000 taels, Jade Lotus responded. What? Lu Sheng was taken aback. 100,000 taels. What does that even mean? 1 tael is equivalent to 1,000 in purchasing power. 100,000 taels amounts to a fortune. He believes he has been set up and thus refuses to pay. Jade Lotus continued. Furthermore, this incident occurred on the day you clashed with Gongsun Zhonglan. Lu Sheng fell silent, narrowing his eyes. Interesting. A matter of such magnitude. And the Eagle Hall failed to inform me beforehand. Quite intriguing. Although the Eagle Hall is under our Red Whale, it operates as an independent force under Wu San. Their rebelliousness is rather normal, Jade Lotus explained. I do not require rebellion. I only demand obedience. Lu Sheng rose, scrutinizing Jade Lotus. The Eagle Hall consists of 13 members, each a peak-level expert. How many can you handle? After a moment of contemplation, Jade Lotus replied slowly, at most, I can contend with 1. They are formidable opponents. They seek to benefit themselves and only remember my authority when they encounter difficulties. What use is the Eagle Hall to me? Lu Sheng paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. However, if you were to confront them directly, it would only serve to alienate the brothers within the gang. Wu San died in the line of duty. It would be unreasonable for you to turn against his trusted aides, Jade Lotus cautioned. I care not for sentiments. I demand obedience. Lu Sheng waved dismissively. What is the reason our Red Whale can attract so many members? Suddenly, realization dawned on Jade Lotus, and he regarded Lu Sheng with newfound respect. It is due to the reputation of being the foremost gang, possessing sufficient strength and offering ample benefits, regardless of others' opinions. You should present the entire sequence of events, allowing everyone to see. Most members merely seek a justification they can accept. People will only believe what they wish to believe. Lu Sheng continued, because of the strength and benefits of the Red Whale, as long as they do not act in a manner that provokes widespread outrage. Minor grievances are inconsequential. This approach is undoubtedly most suitable for someone like you, who possesses formidable strength. Should anyone dissent, let them approach you. As long as they do not persist in their defiance, no one will dare oppose the Red Whale over the Eagle Hall. Understanding this, Jade Lotus's perception of Lu Sheng shifted significantly. Initially, he had thought the new leader to be merely a muscle-bound brute, but now he found him to be profoundly insightful. Such nuanced psychological insight was something even some officials might struggle to grasp. Let us proceed with this plan. You handle it and report back with the results. Is there anything else? Lu Sheng inquired. Nothing else. I can manage the remaining matters, Jade Lotus replied calmly, suppressing his emotions. Then I shall leave everything to you. I need to return to my training, Lu Sheng said, patting him on the shoulder before swiftly exiting. The Eagle Hall, once a faction under Wu San, crumbled within days under Lu Sheng's leadership. They had only intended to negotiate terms with their new leader, not to have everything they possessed reallocated at once. However, after the incident at the Dongshan gambling house, they found themselves unable to withstand the pressure from the formidable Dongshan Association. It was a twist of fate. The incense master had only recently been reassigned from another location and had not informed the other factions. His son, a gambling addict, rushed into the casino, lost heavily, and fell into a trap. By the time both sides discovered each other's true nature, the situation had already solidified. Unable to withstand the pressure from the Dongshan Association, the Eagle Hall sought Lu Sheng's assistance. Lu Sheng made a brief appearance. ensuring that the young gambler repaid only the amount he genuinely owed, merely a few thousand taels, and thus resolved the matter. The Dongshan Association, aware of Lu Sheng and Amp Oppo's reputation as the man who had killed Gongsun Zhongwan, could not conceal the news for long. Almost all the high-ranking members of the numerous factions had learned of Lu Sheng's name. Consequently, the Dongshan Association extended an olive branch, offering apologies. The incense master even gifted Lu Sheng 5,000 taels as a gesture of goodwill. These events were trivial in nature. Lu Sheng's true concern lay with the current movements of the Gongsun family. According to intelligence, the renowned hero of Yin Mountain, Feng Zhidong, was escorting Gongsuan's sister-in-law, Zhang Huishu, southward. Along the way, he personally safeguarded her, but many of Gongsun Zhongwan's enemies were on their trail, including several experts of the Tonggong level and numerous others at the peak level. Many skilled individuals from humble backgrounds, once wronged and oppressed by the Gongsun family, now eagerly join in the fray. Some seek to curry favor with the current Qi Jing gang, laying traps with fervor. Lu Sheng chose not to concern himself with the whereabouts of that woman. After all, since Feng Zhidong dared to assure him, it would be unwise for him to take matters into his own hands, as it would breach the code of conduct within their circles. He, too, had family ties to consider. Should he set a precedent, others might brazenly turn against his kin in the future. However, his reluctance to act personally did not preclude him from indirect measures. Following the allegiance of the Flying Eagle Hall, Lu Sheng dispatched several adept individuals to focus solely on uncovering the whereabouts of Zhang Huishu, while he devoted himself to scholarly pursuits and martial training in Yangshan City. Bang! A wooden rod, as thick as an arm, struck fiercely against Lu Sheng and Oppo's head, shattering with a crack. Ha! Again, Lu Sheng, bare-chested and smeared with a light medicinal oil, stood in the sunlight, his bald head gleaming, a cruel smile adorning his face. Several burly men beside him, wielding hefty sticks, appeared utterly exhausted, their eyes rolling back in fatigue. They struck again with diminishing strength. "What's the matter? Haven't you eaten?" Lu Sheng shouted in dissatisfaction. "Is this merely tickling me?" "Boss, we truly lack the strength," Duan Meng and Oppo's, and replied with a grimace, gesturing towards the ground where 7 or 8 muscular men lay sprawled, utterly spent. "Call me and Oppo's, young master, and Oppo's," Lu Sheng frowned, delivering a light slap to Duan Meng and Oppo's, forehead, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. Young master, Duan Meng and Oppo's, and quickly corrected himself. Knowing his leader and Oppo's peculiar temperament, he preferred to be addressed as and Oppo's, young master, and Oppo's. Yet, given his current state, he bore little resemblance to the refined gentleman of high society. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. Recently, the leader's temper had grown increasingly volatile, for reasons unknown, often resulting in him striking out at others. Although the blows were not severe, leaving with bruises was still a source of embarrassment, was it not? The strong men with names and reputations from the city's branch had all been summoned, yet none remained capable. Duan Mingen lamented helplessly. Lu Sheng, too, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had been practicing the Zhejiang iron chain technique for half a month, but had yet to truly grasp its essence. This formidable skill relied on the principle of striking the body with heavy, blunt instruments. Initially, he had enlisted numerous strongmen to pound his physique, yielding promising results. However, now, as he approached the threshold of mastery, he found the so-called strongmen insufficient. Chapter 76. Domestic Affairs. Big Brother. Big Brother. Suddenly, a few lackeys rushed from afar, waving large sheets of bright red paper, seemingly to announce something. Lu Sheng, rendered speechless, watched them approach, and then delivered a sharp slap. Bang, bang, bang. Each of them received a stinging blow to the forehead, quickly realizing their mistake and promptly correcting themselves. Young master. Exalted one. Hi. High school. The one holding the red paper was none other than Ning San. The paper contained the results of the year-end examination, and the rankings had finally been released, albeit later than expected. High school. Lu Sheng snatched the paper from his hands and unfolded it. Not finding his name in the first row, he cast a fierce glare at Ning San. None of the top 3 were worthy of the title of high school. He reached out again, intending to give this fellow another slap. After all, Ning San was an uneducated person who, while seemingly fine most of the time, turned as dull as a pig when it came to matters of academic reputation. Ning San immediately froze, not daring to retort, and quickly retreated with a forced smile. I only heard others calling it that. It seemed festive. Lu Sheng remained speechless, continuing to scan down the list until he found his name in the 35th position. Well, he had indeed passed, which was good. Go collect your 10 taels of silver as a congratulatory gift. Everyone else will receive 5 taels. Instantly, the surrounding crowd erupted in smiles. By the way, young master, those who did not make the list are required to personally go to the academy to participate in the ceremony, Ning San continued. When? The day after tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Sheng nodded. It had been a long time since he visited the academy. It would be a pleasant opportunity to stroll around and meet old friends. Coincidentally, that Miss Bien Su has come to seek you out twice today, Ning San added. She seems to have something to ask. Bien Su? Then go bring her here to meet me, and do it quickly, Lu Sheng instructed. Understood, young master. Ning San complied and hurried off toward the schoolyard. In the afternoon, Lu Sheng applied the medicinal oil once more, exercised a bit, and soon encountered Miss Bien Su. At this moment, she appeared haggard, alone, and seemingly exhausted. Lu Sheng changed into a fresh outfit and led her into a modest house next to the flower room. Miss Bien, please speak freely about your concerns. I, Lu, shall not refuse any request I can accommodate. Bien Su displayed a hint of gratitude upon hearing his generous words. To be candid, I have indeed come with a request. Her voice was solemn. Please proceed. Lu Sheng gestured for her to continue. Bien Su took a deep breath and sighed. I wonder if you have ever heard of the blood tree flower? The blood tree flower? Lu Sheng replied, slightly intrigued. Is that a type of flower? To be precise, it is a rare medicinal herb that blooms until it withers, requiring several years to mature, Bien Su explained. A century-old blood tree flower possesses great restorative properties, replenishing energy and nourishing the body. My family once possessed a 700-year-old specimen, whose invigorating effects surpass even those of a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. Oh, how remarkable! Lu Sheng and Appo's interest peaked. Such a restorative treasure would significantly enhance his internal energy cultivation. Indeed, it is impressive, Bien Su affirmed. If you are interested, I would like to propose a trade for this 700-year-old blood tree flower. What kind of trade? Lu Sheng, fully aware of the herb's value, contemplated that if the flower's effects were genuine, it could fetch a price of several tens of thousands of taels in the current market, where even 1,000-year-old wild ginseng was scarce. Bien Su paused before stating, I wish to request that you send someone to escort me back to the Central Plains. Your family, I believe, is a lineage renowned for medicinal herbs? Lu Sheng had already researched Bien Su and Appo's background, and, upon learning of the blood tree flower, felt a surge of thoughts arising in his mind. Yes, my ancestors have been in the medicinal herb business for over 200 years, with many medicinal fields and mountains. We have at least 1,000 herbalists and merchants in our family, Bien Su spoke proudly. She had ensured to gather information about Lu Sheng's identity. Yet even before the leader of the largest gang in the Northern Territory, she remained sufficiently proud of her family's past glory. In its heyday, our family mingled with the affluent and powerful. Therefore, while my Qi Jing gang also engages in the herb trade, our scale is relatively modest. Some herbs are exclusive to the Central Plains. If you could manage the affairs of your family upon your return, I can not only escort you back, but also lend you my support, Lu Sheng stated earnestly. Are you serious, young Master Lu? Bien Su's eyes brightened with joy. Indeed. However, my assistance will not be without cost, as I have many brothers to support. Managing such a large enterprise is no easy feat, Lu Sheng sighed. I understand. Bien Su pondered for a moment before adding, if you can assist me in reclaiming my family's authority, I am willing to offer you 30% of the profits from our annual herbal business as compensation. She concluded, even during these chaotic times, our family still earns over 1 million taels annually from the herbal trade, with branches and pharmacies spread across several major provinces in the Central Plains. At least 300,000 taels annually? Lu Sheng soon grasped her intentions. She wanted to intertwine their interests. However, he was in need of funds. Although the gang had distributed profits, for a martial artist like him who consumed large quantities of restorative herbs, that amount was hardly sufficient. The Bien family, judging by its scale, seemed slightly larger than his own Lu family, but still quite limited. While 1 million taels sounded substantial, it paled in comparison to the dowry of over 1 million that the Chun family had offered during Chun Yunqi's marriage. Thus, the claims of widespread branches were merely Bien Su embellishing her family and Appo's stature. They were just a small herbal family from the Central Plains. I want 50%. 30% is too little, Lu Sheng declared casually. 50%. Bien Su's expression shifted. In reality, part of her family's profits would have to be shared with local powers as a form of tribute. If she offered Lu Sheng 50% after deductions, her family would only retain 30%, which was far too little. Yet, considering her family's current predicament, whatever she could obtain was better than nothing. With a determined bite of her lip, Bien Su conceded, fine. 50% it is. Young Master Lu, when will you send someone to escort me back? When do you wish to depart? Lu Sheng inquired. The sooner, the better, Bien Su replied. Lu Sheng nodded and clapped his hands, calling for the experts from the Flying Eagle Hall. Miss Bien, please wait a moment. After a brief wait, a capable-looking man with short black hair, dressed in black, entered and first bowed to Lu Sheng. Copper Eagle greets the Exalted One. The 13 Flying Eagles referred to each other by their nicknames. Once you have resolved the matters with the Dongshan Association, you and Iron Eagle will accompany this Miss Bien back to the Central Plains to assist her with her family affairs. Bring along 50 capable men, Lu Sheng commanded. Understood. Copper Eagle replied promptly, devoid of expression. After the Flying Eagle Hall had restructured, there was no room for negotiation. Despite his reluctance to travel such a long distance to the Central Plains, he had no choice but to obey Lu Sheng's orders. After dismissing Copper Eagle and Bien Su to discuss their itinerary, Lu Sheng returned home. The journey took longer than expected, and by the time he arrived home, it was already evening. During this period, he had almost always returned home late at night, sometimes not returning at all. Taking advantage of his presence at home, Xiao Er seized the opportunity to share the joyous news of his successful examination and then presented him with a family letter. Moving house. Lu Sheng looked at the letter, surprised to see that they were planning to move so soon. Everything is ready. The carriages and the travelers have all been arranged. Xiao Er quietly explained that she had long received letters from her close friends at home and was aware of certain matters. Indeed, after such a long preparation, it was to be expected. The journey from Jiulian City to Yin Mountain would take at least 2 days, even at a swift pace. Given the burdens of moving, it would likely take longer, perhaps 4 to 5 days on the road, as Lu Sheng estimated. All right, I understand, he replied. And there is also the matter of the young Master Chen Yunxi, who has sought you out numerous times recently. Each time she came, you were out. Xiao Er cautiously brought this up, noticing her disappointment. Ah, Chen Yunxi. Lu Sheng felt a twinge of annoyance at the mention of her name. What kind of life was he leading these days? One moment he was engaged in fierce battles. The next he was contending with ghostly entities. It truly was not the right time for settling down. Let us set that aside for now. Is there anyone else who has come looking for me? Yes. Master Song Jinghua has also sought you several times. He asked me to inquire when you would conduct his test. Xiao Er continued. At this, Lu Sheng recalled Song Jinghua's desire to learn martial arts, which he had previously overlooked due to other pressing matters. That can wait. I will head to the academy the day after tomorrow, and I will begin making arrangements for visitors at home. From his understanding of his father, Lu Quanan, although he was not one to act recklessly, he was extremely prudent in his dealings. He must have already identified a suitable location to settle down in Yin Mountain City, perhaps even secured it. Lu Sheng had been so engrossed in training and managing the newly acquired forces of his subordinates that he had momentarily neglected family affairs. And what of Lu Yingying? That fellow came to Yin Mountain City with me and has been at Dongshan Academy for quite some time. I haven't even seen where my sister has been spending her days. Lu Yingying was known for her laziness and vanity, often seen in Jiulian City gallivanting with a group of so-called friends. She would flit about, attending outings, poetry gatherings, and flower viewing events, even competing for the attention of the once famous handsome man Wei Xing. It was surprising that she had been so quiet upon arriving in Yin Mountain City. Xiao Er hesitated before speaking again. I have heard some tales about the 5th Mississippi. What is her current situation? I recall that the family arranged for her to have a bookstore for her livelihood, Lu Sheng inquired. Yes. Not long ago, when I was out purchasing spices, I saw the 5th Miss on the street near the old Tang Garden, walking alongside a scholar. Xiao Er and Amp, Appo's voice grew softer. Chapter 77. Domestic Affairs. Lu Sheng was taken aback. Indeed, that young gentleman appeared quite affluent, and the two of them seemed to share an intimate rapport. Xiao and Amp, Appo's, hesitated to voice her thoughts. She had been pondering this matter for a long time, but given its connection to her master and Amp, Appo's, household, she refrained from gossiping when Lu Sheng did not inquire. An affluent scholar? No wonder he spent money so freely. One store could hardly suffice for her expenditures. And the root of it lay here. Lu Sheng understood immediately. I must see who dares to provoke my family, he thought, his expression darkening slightly. No, that and Oppos, it's not it. Young master, Chower quickly interjected. I observed the fifth miss and him together. They appeared very close, not in that sense. She waved her hands in protest. The young gentleman seemed gentle and refined, accommodating every whim of the fifth Mississippi. They appeared quite happy together. Happiness. Lu Sheng was momentarily stunned. Could it be true? He was all too familiar with Lu Yingying and Amp. Oppos' temper. How could such a character possibly attract a wealthy, refined, and gentle young scholar? Xiao and Amp. Oppos. You must be mistaken. No, I truly am not, Chower insisted earnestly. Initially, she too thought she had erred, but after following them for a while, she confirmed her observations. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng fell silent. He understood Lu Yingying's temperament well. If they genuinely liked each other, that would be fine, but if one sought to exploit the other, he would need to investigate further. Never mind, I shall handle this matter. You may rest now, he instructed. Chower hesitated. Does the young master require a bath and a change of clothes? No need. I shall attend to it in the morning. Lu Sheng stretched his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Very well. Chower quietly exited the room, leaving Lu Sheng alone at the round table, gently holding a small wine cup. He poured himself a glass of apricot blossom wine and took a delicate sip. Since the incident with Gongsun Zhongwan, he felt as though his body had begun to exhibit issues. His brow furrowed as he pushed aside the myriad of trivial matters and closed his eyes in contemplation. Reflecting carefully, he realized his temper had become increasingly irritable of late. Each morning, he felt a searing heat emanating from his skin, as if the flow of his vital energy had quickened significantly. When had this phenomenon begun? He pondered deeply. It seemed to have commenced when he began practicing the Jiujiang Tiesua skill. He retrieved the manual for the Jiujiang Tiesua technique and examined it meticulously, line by line. Soon, he discovered a line of small characters on the lower part of the third page. Practitioners must maintain a dry and warm body, free from dampness, and apply medicinal oil all over, avoiding water for 3 hours to cultivate a sense of energy. The Jiujiang Tiesua technique was, in essence, a hard martial art focused primarily on cultivating internal energy, a rare skill that fortified the muscles, bones, and skin. It did not belong to the category of external martial arts, but rather internal. This was one of the reasons Lu Sheng had chosen it initially. Dry and warm, free from dampness, and requiring the application of hot medicinal oil while avoiding water for 3 hours. This effectively keeps the body in a state of complete warmth. Lu Sheng suddenly realized, and my yin-yang yuhua technique is meant to harmonize yin and yang, maintaining a balance of hot and cold in the body. Could it be that the yin-yang yuhua technique is why I have been unable to properly engage with the Jiujiang Tiesua technique? He speculated. He resolved to try exhausting the yin-yang yuhua technique before attempting the Jiujiang Tiesua again. The following day, he arose early, swiftly consumed breakfast, and prepared to venture out. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was fastening his belt, a knock sounded at the door. Chower hurried to answer. Who is it? Is Brother Lu in? This humble scholar, Song Zhenghua, has come to pay a visit. Xiao and Amp, Oppos. It has been a few days. Greetings to you, came the voice from outside. Song Gongzi, my master is here. Chower cheerfully replied, having a favorable impression of the almost daily visitor. Brother Song, long time no see. Lu Sheng exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he emerged from his chamber, neatly dressed. As the door opened, Song Zhenghua stepped in, looking haggard. Upon seeing Lu Sheng's shining bald head and his muscular arms, he was momentarily taken aback. You are Brother Lu? Lu Sheng felt somewhat helpless. Ever since he began practicing hard martial arts, his physique had become increasingly robust. Now, he could no longer conceal it. Despite wearing black clothing, his powerful muscles were still apparent. It is I. I have been eating well, and, for some reason, this has become my shape, Lu Sheng replied with a wry smile. Come, let us sit and talk. Brother Lu, I wonder when I might undergo the test. I truly cannot wait any longer, Song Zhenghua said, his face filled with urgency. Testing. Lu Sheng discerned that Song Zhenghua was genuinely anxious. The incident at the Red Mansion had profoundly impacted him, leaving him in a state of despondency. To speak candidly, I have been visiting various martial arts schools in the city during this time, but regrettably, while I have gained strength, none of them possess the caliber to match your level, Brother Lu, Song Zhenghua lamented. Lu Sheng shook his head, regarding the infatuated and pitiful man before him. Very well, let us conduct the test today. However, To be frank, my expectations are not high. Song Jinghua and Appo's expression grew resolute. Even so, I wish to try. Lu Sheng rose. Then follow me. He instructed Qiao'er to manage their meals and to inquire about the family's relocation status. While he led Song Jinghua out of the city, both riding swiftly along the side road until they reached a small clearing in the woods where Lu Sheng routinely practiced. The morning air was fresh, having just rained lightly, leaving dewdrops clinging to the leaves and grass. This shall do, Lu Sheng declared, securing their horses and turning to face Song Jinghua. How shall we conduct the test? Song Jinghua's expression was a mix of anticipation and trepidation. He had faced failure too many times. Upon hearing his requests, the martial arts schools had often regarded him as delusional. Now, he truly understood the level of Lu Sheng's prowess in society. To be frank, I am uncertain how to test you. However, I possess various martial arts skills and can impart one basic entry-level method to see if you are suited for it, Lu Sheng responded calmly. An entry-level method? But that's internal energy, isn't it? Song Jinghua gasped, his heart racing. After visiting so many martial arts schools, he had deeply understood the extent to which martial masters concealed their skills, and internal energy techniques were considered priceless treasures, especially when taught directly by a master. There is no need to be overly anxious. This method is merely a common one, and it is only the first level. As long as you do not disseminate it, there should be no significant issues, Lu Sheng casually remarked, already having made a decision about what to teach Song Jinghua. Among the internal techniques he mastered were Qing Song Yi Ju, Yinyang Yin, Hai Shi Gong, Yuhua Gong, and Qiji Xinfa. The Qiji Xinfa was not something he could share lightly, and the Hai Shi Gong took an exceedingly long time to cultivate, requiring many times the effort compared to other internal techniques. It was evident how long Song Jinghua had struggled for a mere sense of energy. Thus, the only methods he could truly impart were the remaining health-preserving techniques. Of course, there were also the subsequent internal techniques he had developed himself. But Lu Sheng firmly resolved that these would not be disclosed unless he achieved substantial mastery and had the qualifications to create his own martial arts. As for whether to share them, that would be determined later. I must ask you to agree to a few points before I impart this method. First, it must not be shared. Second, if at any point you feel discomfort while practicing, you must cease immediately. Thirdly, the sect to which I belong is the Crimson Sun sect. Should your internal cultivation techniques prove insufficient, I am willing to impart external martial arts to you, provided you join our Crimson Sun sect. Lu Sheng perceived that the Crimson Sun sect was rather sparse in numbers, and it would be advantageous to expand our ranks. A larger cohort would facilitate our endeavors. Relying solely on the Red Whale Gang and Appo's fragmented approach lacked cohesion. Moreover, he sought to establish a force under his own command. Teaching Song Jinghua was merely the beginning. I agree to all 3 points. Song Jinghua understood that opportunities such as this, to engage with a master of Lu Sheng's caliber, were exceedingly rare. Thus, without hesitation, he acquiesced. Have you pondered this thoroughly? Unless you achieve a pinnacle in both internal and external cultivation, you may forever remain an outer disciple of the Crimson Sun sect. Lu Sheng casually fabricated an identity. I have long since contemplated this, replied Song Jinghua resolutely. Should I take you as my master, or, if you can attain internal energy, then you may indeed become my disciple. If not, Lu Sheng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. If one cannot cultivate internal energy, there is little merit in becoming his disciple. Most of his own prowess lay in the duality of internal and external cultivation. Lacking either would render one ineffectual. Understood, nodded Song Jinghua. Then let us commence. Learn from me, Lu Sheng said coolly. He unfurled 2 gray cloths and laid them upon the ground before bending down to sit cross-legged. Song Jinghua followed suit, adopting the same posture. Focus and calm your spirit. Focus and calm your spirit. Song Jinghua's expression turned solemn. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Song Jinghua shut his eyes, emptying his mind, striving to think of nothing, relaxing his body, avoiding tension. Lu Sheng guided Song Jinghua through the initial stages of the Qing Song Yi Ju. He recognized that the trouble the Red Chamber sought to impose upon Song Jinghua stemmed from his rare constitution, born in the Yin month at the Yin hour. Lu Sheng was unaware of the peculiarities associated with such individuals, which compelled even spectral entities to seek them out. Nevertheless, there must be some distinctions from the ordinary. The initial segment of the first layer of the Qing Song Yi Ju was soon articulated by Lu Sheng. Abandoning distracting thoughts is inherently challenging. The human mind is a labyrinth of complexities. Unless one is an infant, how can an adult so easily quell their thoughts and attain inner clarity? However, to Lu Sheng's astonishment, within mere moments, Song Jingwa sat in tranquil meditation. While this health cultivation practice is reputed to yield sensations of energy within a day, such rapid attainment of stillness was remarkable. Once in this state of meditation, one would swiftly experience energy sensations. Master Lu, I feel a subtle thread circulating naturally within my chest and abdomen, Song Jingwa expressed, having just formed the thought. Chapter 78. Family Matters. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Initially, I had spent over 2 hours to sense my inner energy. Indeed, individuals born in the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour are extraordinary. He composed himself and quickly elaborated. This is the initial sensation of inner energy. This faint feeling requires you to dedicate at least 2 hours each day to cultivate and stabilize it. Otherwise, if neglected, it will dissipate within a few days. He continued. This is the essence of the 5 grains. If you do not focus on solidifying it, your body will inevitably absorb it back into itself. Then, Master Lu, how long must I maintain this stability? Song Jingwa inquired, his eyes opening wide, a joyful expression adorning his face. He had not anticipated that he could perceive his inner energy so swiftly. You possess commendable aptitude. This inner martial art is effective, thus requiring a bit more time. With diligent practice, you will stabilize your initial energy within 3 years. Afterward, you may choose to cultivate the first layer of mental techniques. Lu Sheng estimated based on the texts. 3 years. Song Jingwa was momentarily stunned, his smile freezing in place. Observing Lu Sheng and Appo's youth and profound martial prowess, he had assumed that with good talent, mastery would come swiftly. He was taken aback to learn that merely establishing a foundation in inner energy would require 3 years. You are still considered fortunate. For others, it typically takes 4 to 5 years, Lu Sheng continued. Internal martial arts are significantly more challenging to master than external forms, largely due to the extensive time and energy they demand. Moreover, the returns are often uncertain. Many practitioners of internal martial arts, after years of arduous training, emerge only to be easily defeated due to their lack of combat experience, a tragic fate, indeed. In recent days, having consulted the old leader regarding the Red Extreme Heart technique, he had acquired considerable knowledge about the martial world, no longer the complete novice he once was. He spoke about these matters with confidence. Can I practice external techniques as a supplement? Song Jingwa asked once more. Have you decided to join my Red Sun sect? Lu Sheng countered. I am certain. Song Jingwa replied earnestly. You must understand, once you become my disciple, betrayal is not an option. Otherwise, you will be expelled by your peers. With your fate no longer in your hands, Lu Sheng inquired solemnly. I am certain. Song Jingwa nodded vigorously. Please, Master Lu, teach me. He clasped his hands and suddenly knelt before Lu Sheng, bowing his head in respect. Lu Sheng did not intervene. This was the custom. Friendship is one thing, but the transmission of skills is another. In this world, no one receives without giving. Additionally, he had saved Song Jingwa's life previously, so this act of reverence was not unwarranted. After a series of 9 bows, Lu Sheng helped Song Jingwa to his feet. I shall not divulge much about the affairs of the Red Sun sect for now. Focus on honing your martial skills, and in due course, you will come to know everything. Very well. Song Jingwa had already drawn blood from his forehead in his fervor, a testament to his fierce spirit. It was indeed remarkable for an ordinary scholar to confront the ghostly vessels of the Red Mansion without fear. This courage alone surpassed that of most. Remember this mantra. The name of this internal technique is Green Pine's single-minded decision. First, stabilize your initial energy sensation, and then I shall assess which martial arts suit you. Following his acceptance of the apprenticeship, Lu Sheng and Appo's demeanor had shifted markedly. He stood, performing several movements that were specific requirements of external techniques. Song Jingwa rose, attempting to mimic his movements, but faltered at the third action. His body was too rigid, his joints stiff and unyielding. This was the consequence of not practicing martial arts from a young age. Assessing Song Jingwa's physique, Lu Sheng shook his head internally. His inner energy aptitude was commendable, but his external techniques had become constrained and inflexible. You are too rigid. You can only practice simpler external techniques. Allow me to teach you a singular movement, he suggested. Recalling a novel he had once read, featuring a character who mastered a single sword strike through relentless practice, thus becoming exceedingly formidable. Lu Sheng was eager to try this method himself. curious to see if it would yield results, given that Song Jinghua's body had already become rigid. There were rumors that mastering one technique through countless repetitions could yield terrifying power. While he was skeptical about the potential for extreme might, he understood that the physical toll of such an approach could be unbearable for most, potentially leading to irreversible damage before achieving peak efficacy. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a shortcut, allowing one to develop combat prowess far more swiftly than the average practitioner. He observed Song Jinghua's eyes gleaming with excitement. "Can I also do this?" Song Jinghua asked earnestly. Lu Sheng nodded. "You may attempt it. I will tailor a movement suited to your physique. With daily practice, it may yield sufficient power. This personalized approach will accommodate your rigid areas and combined with the internal technique, which serves as a form of health cultivation. It should mitigate the potential drawbacks of this training method." Song Jinghua's eyes sparkled even brighter. As time passed, when the two emerged from the woods, it was already midday. Song Jinghua, invigorated, clasped his hands in farewell to Lu Sheng, hurrying back to diligently practice the newly acquired internal and external techniques. Initially, the novelty was exhilarating, but as days of arduous practice yielded little progress, the real test of endurance would begin. To master both internal and external disciplines, even for a prodigy, 5 years of foundation was essential, otherwise, one would hardly be considered proficient. Lu Sheng gazed at the property deed in his hand, shaking his head slightly. This was a donation from Song Jinghua to the sect as a token of his apprenticeship, a considerable gift indeed. A perfumery located in a relatively prosperous area of the mountains. A piece of land valued at nearly 10,000 taels. For Song Jinghua, it was a significant gesture. Stowing away the deed, Lu Sheng clapped his hands. Soon after, a member of his entourage rushed over. "Go investigate which man my sister, Lu Yingying, has been associating with closely," Lu Sheng instructed nonchalantly. "Understood." The subordinate hurriedly responded, bowing respectfully before swiftly departing to relay the command. Once Song Jinghua's matters were settled, Lu Sheng arranged for others to keep watch at the city gates, awaiting news of the Lu family's relocation. Given the distance, he deemed it impractical to send someone for the task. Moreover, even now, his family remained unaware of his induction into the Red Whale gang and his rising status as a significant figure. He planned to surprise his father upon his arrival. The following day, he attended a sacrificial ceremony at Dongshan Academy, where he encountered Chen Yunxi, a familiar face he had not seen in quite some time. The young lady appeared somewhat haggard, but upon his arrival, her spirits visibly lifted, a flicker of joy shining in her eyes. The sacrificial event was rather dull, consisting of a high circular stone platform adorned with 4 drums, while ceremonial officials recited ancient sacrificial poems in a loud voice. A throng of people below appeared drowsy, struggling to maintain attention. Lu Sheng and Song Jinghua stood atop the platform, clad in long robes of white with red trim, wearing tall black hats. Chen Yunxi had not placed in the rankings. Among their circle, only Song Jinghua and Lu Sheng had achieved success, one in 16th place, the other in the 30s, while the rest looked on from below, envy evident in their gazes. Lu Sheng surveyed the sea of faces below, only to hear Song Jinghua whisper, "Next year, we can go to the provincial capital for the government examination. Master Lu, will you attend?" The government examination. Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged as he sighed. At his current level, as the external affairs envoy of the Red Whale gang, wielding considerable authority and nominally responsible for maintaining order in the underground world of the entire Yinshan city, what significance would participating in such an examination hold? Even if he succeeded in the government examination and became a Jiren, what would follow? Even passing the Yuan and Jian examinations would only result in becoming a Gongsheng or a Jinshe. What relevance would that have in the current state of affairs? Lu Sheng sighed inwardly, maintaining his focus ahead. He had little desire to participate in the imperial examinations any longer. Why not pursue martial honors, Master Lu? Song Jinghua suggested. With your skills, attaining a martial title would be effortless. But what if you were to become an official? Yet, what does that truly matter? Lu Sheng replied somberly. Having attained official status, Song Jinghua was momentarily taken aback, yearning to defend himself. However, the more he contemplated, the more he felt the futility of it all, gradually bowing his head. Indeed, what significance does being an official hold? A wave of despondency washed over him. Bow to the sage. The ceremonial officer and Appo's resounding call abruptly interrupted their conversation. A throng of high school students reverently bowed before the bronze statue of the sage upon the elevated platform. The revered sage Zhao Mu, known as Zhaozi, was the pioneer of the Confucian examination system and posthumously honored by the emperor as a saint. Though he was merely an ordinary man with remarkable achievements, Lu Sheng silently regarded the towering bronze figure of the elderly sage, his expression devoid of emotion. As he joined the crowd in their respectful bow, "Must I, in the future, also pay homage to officials, emperors, and all those in positions of power?" A fleeting thought crossed his mind. As he bent his head, a glimmer of resolve sparkled in Lu Sheng and Apos' eyes. In this world, how can the weak be compelled to kneel before the strong? Listening to the ceremonial officer and Apos' lengthy oration, a sense of tranquility gradually enveloped his heart. Perhaps it is best to forego this officialdom altogether. Between Julian City and Yinshan City, amidst a stretch of dark green wasteland, a caravan resembling a merchant convoy proceeded slowly along the dusty road. The caravan sported tall flags, emblazoned with a white character for road on a black background. With a dozen oxen and horses, several large carts, and a contingent of over 40 individuals, including around 10 soldiers for protection. The group comprised mainly of direct and indirect relatives of the Lu family. The heavy carts were covered with a layer of gray tarpaulin. Lu Quan and Apos, and rode at the forefront, accompanied by Xiaobo and a few martial experts from his household. As dusk approached, Xiaobo squinted ahead and gazed around. There are no villages in sight, and we should have rested for the night in Jiarong town. Lu Quan and Apos, and shook his head. It is futile. We are precisely in the middle of nowhere. Our pace is too slow, and even an extra day would not suffice. He glanced back at one of the ox carts, which bore signs of previous repairs on its wheels. If only we hadn't Apos fallen into that pit and damaged the axle, we would not be moving at such a sluggish pace. It has taken us 4 days to cover only half the distance. He pondered the well-being of Sheng and Apos, and Ying in Yinshan. Rest assured, young Master Sheng possesses remarkable martial skills. He will not come to harm. Xiaobo replied with a smile, expressing admiration for Lu Sheng's prodigious talent at such a young age, a rarity even in Yinshan City. I fear he might cause trouble. Lu Quan and Apos, and sighed. Trouble? Xiaobo had no retort. If the master is concerned, why allow young Master Sheng to travel alone to Yinshan City? Because I do not wish to constrain him. Sheng's world is different from ours. He is still young, and his future remains uncertain, Lu Quan replied, shaking his head. Xiaobo understood his sentiments and refrained from further discussion, opting instead to change the subject. It is getting late. We should seek a place to rest for the night, lest we find ourselves in this desolate wilderness, where the cold dew of night is no trivial matter. Indeed, Uncle Zhao, look over there. Is that not a village? Lu Quan and Apos, and suddenly pointed toward the right distance. Xiaobo followed his gaze and saw a solitary cluster of earthen-walled houses nestled among the dark green hills beside the official road, appearing somewhat dilapidated. Let us advance and see. We can spend a little to secure a night's lodging. Chapter 79. The ancient village Xiaobo, accompanied by several soldiers, cautiously advanced into a small village adjacent to the official road, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The village lay in eerie silence. A haphazard assembly of a dozen dilapidated earthen houses scattered about, intersected by a simple cross-shaped pathway that formed a rudimentary street. The clamor of Xiaobo and his entourage resonated sharply in the stillness of the village. Is anyone there? Xiaobo called out as he reached the entrance of the village, his voice echoing but met only with silence. Is anyone there? He repeated, but once again, the quietude prevailed. The soldiers accompanying him exchanged puzzled glances, and following his gesture, dispersed quietly to investigate the village. They methodically inspected each household, moving cautiously from one to the next. Suddenly, a soldier accidentally knocked against a stone millstone, causing its wooden handle to snap and fall to the ground. Instantly, several pairs of eyes turned toward the sound. Xiaobo hastened to the stone mill, examining it closely. His fingers brushed against the fractured handle, collecting a bit of fine yellow-brown wood powder. This village has seen better days. Has anyone among you been here before? Xiaobo inquired, noting the proximity of the village to the official road, which should have attracted passers-by regularly. The gathered soldiers looked at one another, shaking their heads. I've heard my father mention that he once stayed overnight in a village while traveling to Yinshan City in his youth. I wonder if this is the same place. One burly soldier remarked gruffly. Your father is 60 now. That was many decades ago, another soldier replied, bemused. More like over 30 years ago. It doesn't matter now. The burly soldier chuckled in response. It seems there is no one here. Xiaobo straightened up, glancing around. Continue your search. If there is nothing amiss, we may as well rest here for the night. In these times, entire villages can be abandoned or vacated due to various calamities. An empty village is not a rarity. Often, a single epidemic can lead to the complete desolation of a settlement. Understood. The group split up to continue their search. They scoured the 18 earthen houses in the village, discovering that half were in ruins, with roofs either gaping with large holes or walls dangerously unstable. Xiaobo's team tidied up the remaining structures and dispatched someone to notify Lu Quanan, who awaited them on the road. Lu Quanan, along with his family, gradually led their oxen and horses into the village. Let us find a few larger houses to distribute ourselves for the night. We'll set off again in the morning, he instructed, making arrangements for the night watch. In the village center, there was a well for water, and nearby lay a copse of trees where they could gather dry branches. Also, look for any wild game or mushrooms, but don't wander far. Stay safe. Lu Quanan advised, drawing on his experience from past travels. He quickly organized the dozens of Lu family members, sending a messenger on horseback to Yanshan City to inform them of their delay due to a broken axle. Understood, sir. The soldiers were part of the city guard arranged by Lu Onping, and as they undertook this journey, they were promised a reward of 5 taels of silver, a handsome sum equivalent to 2 months' wages. Thus, they bore no grievances about this extra trip. The soldier mounted his horse, provisions in tow, and sped away toward Yanshan City. Meanwhile, a bonfire had been lit in the village, with preparations underway for a large pot of soup. Lu Qinshin alighted from the wagon, stretching his limbs. Initially, he had intended to accompany Lu Yi to study, but his inherent laziness prevented him from enduring the hardships of academical life. He feigned illness, ultimately missing the departure, leaving only Lu Yi to venture to Sichuan Prefecture. Oh, Yanshan City is much more lively than Sichuan Prefecture. Brother Sheng must be living it up there. I've heard there are many pleasure boats. It should be quite entertaining. Lu Qinshin mused, glancing around with a smirk. He was traveling in the same wagon as Zhang Xiuxiu, a distant relative of the matriarch, along with Lu Tianyang. The wagon felt somewhat cramped, yet Lu Qinshin found comfort in Zhang Xiuxiu's alluring presence, who was soft and pleasant to the touch. Despite their lack of blood relation, she had sought refuge with the Lu family due to her father's misfortunes. Zhang Xiuxiu had grown up under rumors regarding her parentage, believed to be the offspring of a courtesan. As she matured, her open demeanor attracted attention, and she had been involved with Lu Tianyang and even the late son Bajuan. With the others gone, Lu Qinshin finally savored the taste of meat he had long been deprived of, lifting his spirits. He stepped down from the wagon, and Lu Tianyang followed suit from another vehicle. They exchanged glances and quickly drew closer. How is it? How does Xiu'er compare? Lu Qinshin inquired. Quite nice. Much more proactive than Yuelon, and the flavor is robust. Lu Qinshin chuckled softly. Shall we share a room tonight? Lu Tianyang proposed. He was the son of Lu Quanan's 4th concubine and known as a notorious playboy in the Lu household. Alas, per Bajuan. Lu Qinshin felt a pang of sadness at the thought of the lost son Bajuan, reminiscing about the joy they would have shared in Yanshan City, reveling in the delights of life together. Let us not dwell on that. What about Jiao Yan? Have you seen her? Lu Tianyang pressed. Recently infatuated with a young maid in their household. Over there, helping with the packing at father's carriage. Are you brave enough to approach? Lu Qinshin gestured. Lu Tianyang immediately recoiled, sticking out his tongue in trepidation. Tsingshui Dam and Yanshan City sprawled before them, a sea of gray and white houses resembling fish scales, divided by the gently flowing Songbai River that sliced the city in two. Lu Sheng and Chun Yunqi stood upon the stone arch bridge at the dam, observing the willows swaying in the breeze. For a moment, words eluded them. After a prolonged silence, Lu Sheng broke the stillness, noticing the girl beside him remained unresponsive. I've never been here before. The air is refreshing and the scenery delightful. What made you think to come here for a stroll? Chun Yunqi gazed at the cascading water from the dam, the silvery streams resembling white silk, continuously flowing into the Songbai River, creating a soothing sound. This dam was renovated for the 3rd time, funded by my father. It took considerable manpower and resources. When it was first completed and the water was released, I was so excited to see the muddy torrents transformed into crystal clear river water. You wouldn't understand the awe of that moment. I suppose it's not uncommon. I've witnessed similar transformations myself, Lu Sheng replied, scratching his bald head, pondering why his hair had not grown in so long. "Brother Sheng, do you truly dislike me?" Chen Yunqi turned around, her delicate face somewhat pale as she gazed at Lu Sheng. "With your beauty, intellect, and privileged background, who could possibly find fault with you?" Lu Sheng shook his head and replied, "I simply do not wish to settle down so early." He understood that his future was destined to be intertwined with the supernatural, and his character, coupled with the possession of a deep blue modifier, would never allow him to lead a life of mediocrity. Such a lifestyle was one that Chen Yunqi could not accept. Her aspirations were simple: to find a good man, to live a fulfilling life, bear children, inherit the family business, or achieve academic success. None of these aligned with Lu Sheng and Appo's desires. Since he could not provide her with a hopeful future, he resolved not to give her false hopes or delay her life. Lu Sheng was acutely aware of this, which is why, after the ritual, he did not shy away from Chen Yunqi, accompanying her to this place. "I know you are different from us," Chen Yunqi murmured, lowering her head. "My father has also advised me not to be too fixated. From your changes, Brother Sheng, I can surmise the nature of your past." "Then why?" Lu Sheng asked helplessly. "But I only feel safe when I am with you." Chen Yunqi stepped closer, gently leaning against him. She wore a light, long-sleeved white blouse paired with a flowing cream-colored gauze, beneath which was a pink corset. Her legs were adorned with a white ruffled skirt, secured at the right side with a bow. The hem of her skirt grazed her knees, accentuating her long, fair legs. "You." Lu Sheng gazed at the approaching Chen Yunqi, slightly taken aback. Even in the most liberal northern territories, it was rare for a woman to draw so close to an unmarried man. "I like you, Brother Sheng," Chen Yunqi said. Her beautiful eyes filled with affection as she looked into his. "Even if you lose your eyebrows, even if you become bald, even if your physique grows more muscular, I will still like you." Lu Sheng felt an odd sensation, as if something were amiss. "So," Chen Yunqi stepped even closer, her chest brushing against his. "Marry me." With a soft snap, Chen Yunqi produced an exquisite jewelry box from unknown origins and gently opened it. Inside lay a white jade ring, intricately carved with a phoenix poised to take flight. Lu Sheng and Appo's heart raced in astonishment. Countless familiar scenes flashed through his mind, all depicting men proposing to women. He never imagined that such a stunning beauty as Chen Yunqi would take the initiative to present him with a meticulously crafted white jade ring as a proposal. Despite the overwhelming situation, Lu Sheng managed to regain his composure. "I'm sorry, I cannot provide the life you desire." He gently closed the jewelry box and pushed it back towards her. Chapter 80. The Ancient Village to it and Appo's. "It's all right, I can wait," Chen Yunqi said earnestly. Lu Sheng gazed at her intently, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a stir in his heart. Yet, contemplating the path he must tread in the future, he steeled himself. "Do not rush, you are still young. In time, you will understand that choosing me is not in your best interest." He turned away, choosing silence. "I shall take my leave now. Reflect carefully on this, and do not let regret haunt you later." He waved his hand and hastily departed. Remaining any longer could lead to unforeseen consequences from Chen Yunqi. Clenching the box tightly, Chen Yunqi watched Lu Sheng and Appo's retreating figure, tears welling in her eyes. She had exerted every effort she could muster, yet in the end, as Lu Sheng returned home that evening, his emotions remained tumultuous. A woman like Chen Yunqi would have been the ideal companion in his previous life, but circumstances had changed. It was not until he finished dinner that he finally calmed his mind and retreated to his chamber to practice internal energy. Since mastering the Red Extreme Heart method and battling Gong Sun, he had converted all his blood evil power into the Red Extreme Heart method, equivalent to the 4th level of its energy. After elevating the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique to the 4th level, he felt it was time to further enhance the Red Extreme Heart method after such a long period of recuperation. Lu Sheng activated the modifier and observed the box above. The blood evil power had completely vanished, replaced by the 4th level of the Red Extreme Heart method. Red Extreme Heart method, 4th level, effects: fire, poison, shock, ignite. The addition of the shock effect was a testament to the technique's superiority. Satisfied, Lu Sheng acknowledged that the depletion of his blood evil power had yielded the 4th level of the Red Extreme Heart method. With his injuries healed and his body adjusted, it was time to advance further. The Zhejiang Iron Chain technique also required mastery. After exhausting the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique, he planned to attempt this formidable skill tomorrow. With a determined heart, Lu Sheng focused on the box of the Red Extreme Heart method. He had lingered at the concentration level for quite some time. The synergy of mind and energy was paramount. He had already surpassed the peak strength level by defeating Gongsun Zhonglan. The ultimate pinnacle, as the former leader had mentioned, was the Tianyuan stage, where one condenses their essence into a singular point, refining it to eliminate impurities while retaining its quintessence. This was the mythical realm spoken of in martial lore. The Tianyuan stage involved an esoteric mental realm that eluded him. All he could do was accumulate sufficient power. A qualitative change would arise from quantitative growth. Even if he did not reach the Tianyuan stage, he believed that with enough strength, he could contend with it. Upon clicking the modification button, the modifier flickered slightly. He silently chanted the wish to elevate the red extreme heart method to the 5th level. The modifier trembled, blurring momentarily. And when clarity returned, the red extreme heart method had ascended from the 4th to the 5th level. A gentle yet robust warmth began to swirl within Lu Sheng and Appo's chest, spiraling 9 times before surging towards his lower abdomen. With a shudder, Lu Sheng felt the warmth radiate from his abdomen, expanding throughout his body. He glanced at the modifier again. Red extreme heart method, 5th level, effects, enhanced fire poison, dual shock, strengthened ignite. Success. He sensed that the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique had been entirely consumed, leaving no remnants. It seemed that the depletion was sufficient, with the body compensating for any remaining needs. Feeling somewhat weak and fatigued, he realized the toll had been considerable. Suddenly, he coughed, his throat parched. Quickly, he rose and rummaged through the wardrobe, retrieving a small cabinet. He opened the drawer and took out a black jade vial, pouring out a round, dark purple pill, which he swallowed in one gulp. He hoped for its efficacy. This was a potent tonic made primarily from blood tree flowers, transformed into a nourishing remedy. After a while, he felt the heat within him begin to subside. His lungs had been harmed, and any misstep could lead to coughing fits. Sighing, he understood he could not continue altering his martial arts for the time being. Patience was required. Returning to his bed, he meditated for a while, and after a full incense stick's worth of time, he opened his eyes and sighed heavily. Since arriving in this world, half a year had passed, a period in which he had not dared to delay, striving to elevate his cultivation without a moment of distraction. It was like walking on thin ice, fraught with difficulties. Though he had become a gang leader, regarded as formidable by ordinary standards, the unknown world of spirits filled him with trepidation. That realm was perilous, where even a single entity could overwhelm ordinary folk. Not to mention the existence of even stronger beings, ghosts, demons, powerful clans, and exorcists, each more potent and dangerous than the last. Had he not possessed the modifier, he feared he would have remained at the concentration level, akin to the former leader, practicing into old age. Tomorrow, he would attempt to embark on mastering the Jiujiang iron chain technique. Time was of the essence, for this world was fraught with dangers. Acquiring an additional martial skill would bolster his chances for survival. Defensive hard skills, offensive external skills, and internal skills as the core. That was the strategy Lu Sheng devised for himself. Moreover, the red extreme heart method's energy consumption was significant. He needed to substantially enhance the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique first. Additionally, the blood tree flower proved effective, comparable to the previously consumed remedies, but at a much lower cost. He had recently received approximately 30,000 taels from his monthly stipend and the profits from Wu San's ventures, yet merely 3 doses of medicine had depleted it. As his training requirements grew, so too did the cost of resources. The demand for potent medicines escalated, as ordinary remedies were ineffectual, yielding insufficient benefits. Only those with strong medicinal properties could assist him at this stage. Such materials, however, were often exorbitantly priced, leading to escalating expenses. One prescription sufficed for only a few uses, and without the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique to nurture his body, he would be left to endure the aftermath of rapid advancement and injuries in due time. After consuming the blood tree flower pill, Lu Sheng reviewed the state of his modifier, clarifying all the martial arts he currently mastered before finally shutting it down. In the desolate village, at midnight, Lu Chenxin was awoken by the pressing urge to relieve himself. In the darkness, he opened his eyes and glanced at the positions of his 2 companions, but saw nothing in the murky gloom. Only the faint sounds of their breathing filled the air. Outside the hut, silence prevailed. Lu Chenxin rolled about on the earthen bed, curling up. Having drunk too much during the day, he cursed himself for having indulged in drinking with Tianyang. He felt drowsy and wished to sleep, but the persistent pressure in his lower abdomen was becoming unbearable. Tianyang, Songge, he called out to his slumbering companions, but they remained still, deep in sleep. Forget it. I and Oppos. LL go myself, he muttered, fastening his belt before gently opening the door and stepping outside. In the dim light of the moon, the outside world was shrouded in darkness. Only faint moonbeams filtering through the clouds. How on earth could everyone be sleeping so soundly? Lu Sheng thought helplessly as he exited the earthen hut, glancing around. On either side, there was only an empty, shadowy expanse of grass and forest. In this abandoned village, it was hardly surprising that there was no sign of life. He needed to resolve his predicament quickly and return to sleep. Feeling a twinge of fear, Lu Sheng hastily scanned his surroundings and made his way to a secluded corner of the earthen hut. He chose an unoccupied house, crouching down between the earthen walls to relieve himself. The wind incessantly whistled through the narrow crevice between two walls, sending a chill through Lu Sheng, who felt an unsettling coolness at his rear. He squatted for a moment, sensing an inexplicable presence behind him. Startled, he turned abruptly, only to find himself confronted by a dense thicket of darkness that led into the mountains. Resolving to conclude his business swiftly and return to rest, he turned back and exerted himself. After a considerable duration, akin to the burning of an incense stick, he slowly rose, rubbing his posterior as he began to fasten his belt. With his belt secured and his robe in order, Lu Sheng intended to head back to his humble abode. Suddenly, a clear sound of water being poured echoed from the center of the village. Lu Sheng paused momentarily. The surrounding silence of the late hour rendered the sound particularly pronounced in the desolate village. Who, at such an hour, would be drawing water? The night air was already chilling, and the well water would be even more frigid. Musing to himself, he stepped out from the gap between the walls, curiosity compelling him to gaze toward the well at the village's heart. From a distance, he discerned a shadowy figure standing by the well, pouring water from the bucket. Was there anyone clad in black within their ranks? As Lu Sheng squinted into the darkness, he felt an odd familiarity with the figure and Oppos' silhouette, yet could not recall where he had seen such a shape before. Could it be Uncle Zhao? No, he was not this slender. Perhaps it was sixth uncle? Yet he did not possess such height. Feeling perplexed, Lu Sheng glanced around, finding no one else in sight. The figure resumed, drawing another bucket of water. Lu Sheng and Oppos' curiosity intensified. He contemplated approaching to discern who could be so restless at such an hour. With that thought propelling him forward, he ambled toward the well. Having taken a few steps, he witnessed the figure hoist another bucket up, only to pour the water back into the well. Hey! Lu Sheng could not contain his exclamation. In the dead of night, you draw water only to return it? Are you simply idling away your time? He quickened his pace, yet the figure seemed oblivious, continuing to secure the bucket and lower it back into the depths. As Lu Sheng drew nearer, irritation flickered within him. Why did this person refuse to acknowledge his presence? However, as he approached, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon him. The figure by the well donned a tattered black garment, with long, disheveled hair cascading down their back. Most disconcertingly, the silhouette bore no resemblance to anyone he knew, presenting a wholly unfamiliar aspect, even as an instinctual familiarity crept upon him. What was happening? A sense of unease washed over Lu Sheng, compelling him to wrestle with his desire to retreat, yet his curiosity surged, urging him to confront the figure directly. Another bucket of water was drawn up. The closer he drew, the more he felt an inexplicable dread welling within him. His heart raced, yet his legs moved of their own accord toward the mysterious individual. Who are you? A flicker of light ignited as a lantern was gradually lit, casting a soft yellow glow. Sheng? In their earthen dwelling, Lu Tianyong lowered the flint in his hand, glancing around the interior illuminated by the oil lamp. The dawn was softly breaking, yet Lu Sheng was conspicuously absent from the room. Where has that rascal wandered off to now? Could it be he is secretly cavorting with Xiuxiu? Rubbing his eyes, he stifled a yawn. Chapter 81. Trouble. What happened? Is young Master Sheng not here? Brother Song lazily stretched and sat up. I haven't seen him since early morning. I have no idea where he went, Lu Tianyong whispered. Perhaps he's off secretly meeting some girl, he added with a knowing smile that only a man could understand. Brother Song chuckled along, and the two quickly got dressed and stepped outside. Others had begun to rise as well, with Lu Quanan standing by the ox cart, directing two soldiers to assist in lifting items. You all are awake. Where's Sheng? Where did that boy run off to? Lu Quanan furrowed his brow and glanced at Lu Tianyong. He should be outside. I didn't see him when I got up, Lu Tianyang replied, scratching his head. Dongzi, Xiaolin, where are you? Where on earth have you two gone? Brother Song bellowed, his temper flaring as he stood by the completely extinguished bonfire. His expression not looking good. I had them two monkeys keep watch through the night, and they let the fire go out, unable to even find a spark. Those two scoundrels. Brother Song fumed, cursing and shouting in frustration. The soldiers exchanged glances, instinctively searching for the night watchman, Dongzi and Xiaolin. Has anyone seen Xiaolin? Brother Song demanded sharply. A chorus of headshakes followed. We Haven and Amp. Oppos. T seen him since early morning. Maybe he went to relieve himself? Someone joked. Nonsense. Brother Song glared at the Lu family members nearby, his expression darkening. They were the city guards, relatives of the second-in-command. If something went wrong here, it would surely reach the ears of the second master. Find him for me, and stop dawdling, he ordered. Lu Quanin had also searched for a while, but finding no trace of anyone, he grew anxious. No matter how reckless Lu Chenxin could be, he was still his son. Search together. 3 able-bodied men have vanished without a trace. Lu Tianyang felt a chill in his heart and quietly moved closer to Zhang Xiuxiu. Did Chenxin come to find you last night, Xiuxiu? No. I slept soundly all night and didn't end Oppos. Wake up, Zhang Xiuxiu replied, her face paling slightly as she sensed something was amiss. Lu Tianyang's panic grew. He looked at the crowd calling out and searching, but the entire village yielded no response. Lu Quanin wiped the sweat from his forehead, directing people to scour the village in every direction, yet still found no one. Sir, we can't find anyone. Brother Song quickly reported back to Lu Quanin, his concern evident. We can't find anyone. Lu Quanin glanced around, feeling an unsettling eeriness about the small village. This place is no longer safe. We must leave at once. But what about the 3 who are missing? Lu Tsuyu, the second lady, voiced her worries. First, we leave here, then send someone back to search. We can't have everyone lingering here. Lu Quanin insisted urgently. In these perilous times, we cannot put all our eggs in one basket. Sir, we can't leave without finding Chenxin. Wang Yinyu protested anxiously. I'm not abandoning him. I plan for everyone to relocate first, then return to search. We'll leave a marker for him to know where we are, Lu Quanin stated firmly. Though reluctant to leave his son behind, the situation was dire, and the 2 soldiers on watch were no ordinary men. Their sudden disappearance without a sound was alarming. Sir, Wang Yinyu pleaded. We must go. Immediately, Lu Quanin declared solemnly. Under the guidance of him and Brother Song, the group swiftly assembled, dragging the ox and horse carts as they slowly departed the deserted village. Lu Quanin left a horse and some food and water for Lu Chenxin and the 3 soldiers, placing them at the village and Oppos' central well, the most conspicuous spot, so they would be easily visible upon entering the village. In this wild and desolate area, Lu Quanin feared for the worst concerning the 3 missing individuals. After all, in such wilderness, they could not have gone far. And given the lack of response amidst all the shouting, it was likely that trouble had indeed befallen them. Though his heart ached, the priority now was to ensure the safety of the others. On the Red Whale ship, the spacious conference hall was filled with the old leader, Chen, several external and internal officials, and Lu Sheng, all gathered together. Early in the morning, the old leader had dispatched messengers to notify all high-ranking members of the gang to convene. The crowd, unaware of the situation at hand, settled into their seats, waiting expectantly. Lu Sheng sat in the 6th position for external affairs, a seat that previously belonged to Wu San. The cool sunlight poured into the hall from the side, filtering through the intricately carved windows and casting various slanted patterns on the floor. Servants brought in steaming hot tea and pastries before withdrawing. Old leader Hong Mingzi's eyes were solemn, laced with a hint of gravity, as he surveyed everyone in attendance. All right, those not involved, please leave, he raised his hand. All the maids and guards obeyed, exiting the hall, leaving only the senior members of the Red Whale gang. The doors slowly closed with a resounding thud, sealing the air within the hall, which grew increasingly heavy. It was evident to all that the old leader and Oppos' expression was far from normal. What on earth has happened? Chening asked, frowning. Leader, has something occurred in the south? An external official inquired. No, it's our jurisdiction that has encountered a problem, the old leader replied gravely. He gently took out a silver letter from his sleeve, a peculiar document made not of paper, but a strange metallic silver material. Everyone knows what stands behind our Red Whale gang. This message has been transmitted from them. Hong Mingzi and Oppos' voice was low, but the implication sent a shockwave through all present. They transmitted this message. Chen Ying's hand instinctively tightened around the armrest of his seat. 10 years ago, when they last sent a message, our gang lost over 1,000 members. And now, another message. His expression darkened. Lu Sheng squinted, pondering the gravity of the situation. What exactly are they? It is the Zhen family, the old leader answered. The Zhen family. Lu Sheng and Apos, heart sank. Indeed, the others fell silent. The term Zhen family holding a weight only those in positions of power could comprehend. The atmosphere was tense. The Zhen family seldom intervened. When they did, it signified that the situation had reached a critical point. Could it be that now? Wang Lao spoke in a low voice. Now, the situation is exceedingly dire. Hong Mingzi replied gravely. I have just received word that overnight, across the northern territories, from Sichuan Prefecture to Donglin Prefecture, in all areas under our Red Whale Gang's jurisdiction, 8 forbidden zones have suddenly appeared. 8 forbidden zones? Chen Ying's eyes widened as he shot to his feet. Not just him, the others were equally astonished. The concept of a forbidden zone was alarming. For instance, the Song family and Apos' village that Lu Sheng had stumbled into while injured was categorized as a forbidden zone, and it was merely a nascent low-level forbidden zone. With the northern territories being relatively small, there were already numerous forbidden zones, and the sudden emergence of 8 more meant that one could easily stumble into danger without realizing it. Once they recognized their mistake, escaping would be a matter of luck. With ill fortune, one might not even know how they met their end. Lu Sheng recognized the severity of the issue, his body tensing slightly as he focused on the old leader and Apos' next words. The Zhen family views this as a serious provocation. Hence they have dispatched a specific individual to handle the situation. Hong Mingzi stated succinctly. The person sent to resolve this trouble from the Zhen family is named Jin Sun. He requested that we handle the aftermath diligently. The 8 forbidden areas require our utmost cooperation to prevent public disorder. Can he resolve everything on his own? Chen Ying furrowed his brow and inquired. The Zhen family indeed did not mention a second individual. Only this Jin Sun has emerged. However, under normal circumstances, Jin Sun should be the leader, accompanied by others. Otherwise, traversing so many locations would consume a considerable amount of time. Hong Mingzi responded. Let us all examine the information regarding the 8 forbidden areas. He handed the letter in his possession to Chen Ying, who glanced through it before passing it on to the others, this process repeating itself. Soon, Lu Sheng received the letter and gently unfolded it. The letter contained a map, depicting a significant portion of the northern lands, with 8 red dots clearly marked. As he studied the map, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he focused on one of the dots. Is there a forbidden area between Jillian City and Yanshan City? He could not help but voice his thoughts. Indeed, there is. The elder leader, Hong Mingzi, nodded. It would be wise for you to notify your family to avoid this point. Lu Sheng nodded solemnly. This marked his first formal encounter with other members of the esteemed families, aside from Dan Mu Wan. He was uncertain how they differed from ordinary individuals and those who practiced martial arts. Perhaps this occasion would reveal the key distinctions. After assigning tasks, the elder leader promptly organized personnel to manage the aftermath in various forbidden areas. Lu Sheng was also allocated a task, seemingly to accommodate him, as he was assigned to oversee the forbidden area between Jillian City and Yanshan City. Following the meeting, Lu Sheng swiftly assembled a team of 20 individuals, making a total of 21, including 5 skilled experts from the Flying Eagle Hall, and the remainder being robust swordsmen adept in their craft. With each of the 20 mounted on horses, galloping towards the designated location, he was eager to discern the differences between the members of the esteemed families and common folk. As they rode swiftly, pushing their horses to the limits, they approached the vicinity of the forbidden area just as noon was nearing. In the desolate village, as Lu Quanin and the carriage departed, another visitor arrived at the village by the official road around midday. Beneath the dim gray sky, a solid black horse, devoid of any markings, trotted into the small village. Mounted upon it was a young gentleman with a gentle demeanor and a constant smile, almost appearing frozen in expression. Clad in a simple blue robe, he bore no weapons, and his only adornment was a piece of dark green jade tied at his waist, exuding simplicity and elegance. Chapter 82. Trouble. As the young master dismounted and slowly entered the village, he called out, "Come forth. Is it not your intention to provoke us into action?" His eyes scanned the surroundings. "Now, I have arrived." At that moment, Before the ancient well in the center of the village, an unknown figure appeared. Clad in a black robe, with long hair cascading down, the figure stood with hands hanging limply, head bowed, obscuring their face. Beside them, the horses left by Lu Quan and Apos, and had vanished, leaving only a bundle of provisions by the well and Apos' edge. We had an agreement. The well's water does not mix with the river's. What do you mean by making a move now? The young master said coldly upon witnessing the scene. Suddenly, a sharp iron axe flew swiftly from the side, striking with a resounding thud. The axe spun violently, creating a piercing sound as it sliced across the young master and Apos' temple. Blood erupted as a deep gash appeared on his head. He stood frozen, motionless. Is this your show of strength? The young master asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at the mysterious figure. Astonishingly, the gaping wound on his head began to heal rapidly, resembling a flower closing its petals. Soon, it appeared as if he had never been harmed. With no trace left at his temple, the axe fell to the ground, covered in dust, not a drop of blood staining its edge. Calmly, the young master approached the figure by the well. Meanwhile, on a mountain path about half a mile from the village, Lu Sheng stood quietly with 20 subordinates, gazing in the direction of the village. Positioned on the hillside, he had a clear view of the desolate village below. While ordinary people might struggle to see so far, Lu Sheng was different. He observed the young master at the village entrance and witnessed the bizarre scene unfold. A head severed, yet able to regenerate. Was that still a human? His brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping in. He had encountered spirits and oddities before, but this was his first time witnessing a scion of a noble family engage in combat. This was not what he had anticipated. Perhaps the young man was merely another spirit within this forbidden ground. Yet, as he departed, the old leader had specifically warned him. Anyone wearing a blue robe and bearing a smile who enters this forbidden land is certainly a member of the Zhen family. Were the Zhen family members also peculiar? Lu Sheng's frown deepened. He sat astride his horse, gripping his sword in one hand while holding the reins in the other. The noble families were the only ones capable of confronting demons and spirits, as Duanmu one had informed him. So why, and how, could they contend with such formidable beings? Lu Sheng recalled Duanmu one and the seemingly noble disciple, Taoist Yin Kai, who displayed no extraordinary abilities. Yin Kai relied solely on his blood to vanquish spirits. And even in the chaos at the dilapidated temple, he had seemed less capable than Lu Sheng felt now. Shall we proceed? A member of the Feiying Hall whispered, uncertain of Lu Sheng's intentions in this desolate village. Lu Sheng continued to watch the young master as he entered the village, finally exhaling when the mud huts obscured his view. Let us descend and investigate. Yes. The group began their descent toward the abandoned village. They took a shortcut, moving faster than usual, though the narrow path required skilled coordination to navigate near the cliff's edge. Upon reaching the village entrance, Lu Sheng and his men dismounted but did not enter, tethering their restless horses to a sturdy, dead tree. Apart from Lu Sheng, the others were unaware of their specific mission, only that it was dangerous and required caution. Shall we enter? The leader of the Feiying Hall, Duan Hongying, inquired. No rush. There are already people inside. We need only to wait outside and seal off the area, permitting no one to enter or exit, Lu Sheng instructed. Understood. The group dispersed, slowly patrolling around the village. With 20 members encircling the desolate village, they were not too sparse, and everyone could see that they were not alone. Lu Sheng pondered, listening intently to the sounds emanating from within the mud huts. Though the noise was faint, it was clear to him that a struggle was occurring inside. What power did the noble families truly possess? Lu Sheng and Apos' curiosity piqued. At this point, he was recognized as the foremost expert in the Qihai gang. Even the old leader would likely falter in a life-or-death clash against him. Despite the spirits he had encountered earlier, he had never faced real danger. Thus, he yearned to understand how his strength ranked in the eyes of the noble families. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Lu Sheng stealthily approached the largest mud hut, where the sounds were most pronounced. He neared the window, his breath becoming slightly heavier as he peered inside. It was pitch black, he could see nothing. Frowning, he leaned in closer for a better look. What are you looking at? Care to share? A gentle voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Startled, he spun around, nearly drawing his sword. You? Lu Sheng staggered back 2 steps before recognizing the figure before him, the young master he had just seen enter the village. The young man wore a serene smile and bore no weapons, standing calmly just 2 meters away. Who are you? Lu Sheng asked, his voice low. The fact that this individual had approached him without a sound was something he had never encountered before. Me? The young master replied, maintaining his smile. I am Zheni. You must be here to handle matters for the Qihai gang. There are no more spirits here, but you must seal this place for 10 days. Allowing no living being to enter, Zheni stated. So it is you, Master Zhen. When you say no living being. Lu Sheng's heart raced as he respectfully bowed his head. You may interpret it as anyone, Zheni smiled. Understood, Lu Sheng nodded. Good. You may take charge of this matter. Remember, once I depart, do not allow anyone to enter. Yes, Lu Sheng replied, his head bowed. By the way, ensure that Hong Ming does not act so recklessly, Zhen Yi added lightly as he pushed against the windowsill to straighten up, then slowly turned to leave. Lu Sheng kept his head lowered until Zhen Yi had completely vanished from his sight, before gradually raising it. Upon glancing back, he was astonished to find a distinct black handprint left on the windowsill. His expression shifted as he reached out to touch the mark. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his finger, spreading rapidly throughout his body. Lu Sheng watched in horror as the flesh on his fingertip turned black and withered, as if poisoned or corroded by acid, shrinking like a deflated balloon. Without hesitation, he swiftly severed the decayed flesh from his finger. The blackened tissue fell to the ground, quickly emitting smoke before vanishing. Lu Sheng felt his inner energy surge towards his finger, desperately fighting against the remnants of the darkened flesh. The intense pain caused Lu Sheng to draw a sharp breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and the veins in his neck standing out prominently. He scrutinized the blackened area on his finger. After expending a considerable amount of internal energy, the darkness gradually receded. The minuscule remnants of blackened flesh, no larger than a sesame seed, had consumed over 80% of his energy. Only through the combined efforts of the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique and the Red Extreme Heart method could he barely suppress this small amount of corrupted flesh. With steady hands, Lu Sheng picked up a knife and cautiously excavated the tiny piece of blackened matter. Despite the excruciating pain that felt as if it were piercing through his very soul, he endured the agony and carefully removed the darkness. Was there truly such a vast disparity among the members of noble families? His heart grew heavier as he glanced at the black handprint left on the windowsill. This place was no longer safe for him to linger. Lu Sheng hastily turned to leave. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the well. Resting on its edge was a parcel, black and red, embroidered with a large character for Lu. A chill ran down his spine. This was the fabric exclusive to his family. Rushing over, he stood at the edge of the well and retrieved the package. Gently unwrapping it, he discovered some provisions and a letter within. Quickly, Lu Sheng opened the letter. It was addressed to Lu Chenxin, detailing directions to Yinshan City and instructions on how to mark their path for later reference. This letter was intended for Lu Chenxin, indicating that someone from his family had indeed visited this village. Furthermore, Lu Chenxin was missing. Lu Sheng swiftly pieced together the implications. Thankfully, nothing catastrophic had occurred. Lu Chenxin was not a person of great virtue. His fate was inconsequential. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that there had been no villages when he had passed through. Why had trouble arisen precisely when his family was in transit? Upon leaving the village, he found no sign of Zhen Yi, only the remaining capable members of the Red Whale gang, standing guard. Lu Sheng concealed his injuries within his sleeves. You all must keep a vigilant watch. No one is allowed to enter. 2 of you return to relay the news and summon reinforcements. He began to strategize the lockdown of the area. 20 men alone would not suffice. A rotation was imperative. Understood. After issuing his orders, Lu Sheng wasted no time and hastened towards Yinshan City. His family was in the midst of relocating, and should they encounter difficulties or inadvertently trespass into forbidden territories, it would spell trouble. He felt compelled to investigate. His instincts warned him that this situation was neither coincidental nor straightforward. Riding swiftly, Lu Sheng followed the official road, and as time passed, dusk began to settle. He was uncertain how long he had been pursuing, but soon his steed struggled to maintain its pace, gradually slowing down. Ahead, he spotted the Lu family caravan appearing distantly on the road, the crowd within seeming somewhat chaotic. Lu Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief, shaking the reins to quicken his pace. However, before he could draw near, his gaze fell upon a large red lantern hanging from one of the carts. A blood-red lantern adorned the entrance of the cart, and through the window, he could discern 2 similar lanterns hanging within. Lu Sheng's expression froze in shock. Chapter 83. Trouble. A name flashed through Lu Sheng's mind like a bolt of lightning. He paused momentarily on his horse, his expression darkening. Noticing someone in the convoy looking at him, he gradually urged his horse forward. As he drew closer, Lu Quanan, accompanied by several others, hurriedly approached him. Shenger, what brings you here? Your hair? He was startled by Lu Sheng's current appearance. Lu Sheng dismounted. It's a long story. Let's not discuss hair for now. Father, second mother. Uncle Zhao, I came from Yinshan City. Why are you all stopped here? And who hung that red lantern? He casually gestured toward the red lantern hanging from a nearby wagon. We Don and Apos. Tino. We and Apos, re-investigating. It was a normal yellow paper lantern before. And suddenly someone noticed it had been replaced, Lu Quanan replied, his face showing signs of anxiety. Just as you arrived, Shenger, you can help us look into this. Lu Sheng surveyed the surrounding crowd. His family was present, second mother, third mother, Uncle Zhao, and not far off, fourth and fifth mothers along with his aunt were hastily disembarking. Besides this immediate family, there were also many distant relatives, including his biological mother's kin and others from different branches of the family. There were more than 20 members of the Lu family alone. Brother Sheng, it's fortunate you've come. Qinxin has gone missing. You must help me find him. Third mother. Wang Yinyu, who was Lu Qinxin and Apos' biological mother, appeared pale and her eyes were swollen, clearly having cried. Don and Apos, worry. Third mother. I will do my best. Lu Sheng assured her. Although everyone noticed his peculiar appearance, their focus was not on that in their current panic. The fact that Lu Sheng was present made them feel much safer. Previously, it was Brother Sheng who resolved the troubles in Jiulian City, and now they believed he would have a solution again. All eyes were filled with hope and reassurance as they looked at him. Lu Sheng walked into the convoy and stood in front of the wagon that had been cleared out. Several soldiers were standing by, one of whom was a stout man with dark skin and an unhappy expression, gripping his waist knife and staring intently at the wagon. Brother Sheng has arrived. This is good. Come and see. The scratch marks from before are still here, and the inscriptions are identical to those before, the stout man, Song Gu, exclaimed. The disappearance of 3 of his brothers had already put him in a foul mood, and now this new issue had arisen. Lu Sheng nodded, carefully examining the red lantern hanging on the wagon. Who was riding in this wagon before? He asked in a low voice. It was 3rd young master Lu Qinxin. 4th young master Lu Tianyong, and the Zhang family, Song Gu quickly replied. When did Qinxin go missing? The more Lu Sheng looked at the lantern, the more it resembled the style he had seen on the painted boat before. He disappeared in that desolate village, Song Gu said hastily. Desolate village. Lu Sheng's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the surroundings. He continued onward, heading toward Yinshan City. Do not stop. I intend to find out who has dared to provoke the Lu family. He called out a few words to his father. Lu Quanan nodded at him. Go, everyone. Get on the carts and remove that red lantern. We will continue on. Wait. Do not take this wagon. Leave it here. Lu Sheng stopped Zhang Xiuxiu's family and Lu Tianyong, who were preparing to board the wagon. All of them turned pale, clearly understanding that the red lantern likely signified some trouble. Brother, we won't be in danger, will we? Lu Tianyong asked, inching closer to Lu Sheng. Just obey, and nothing will happen. Lu Sheng shot him a glare. He had always held a poor impression of the 3 unruly sons in the family. Him responding at all was already a sign of goodwill. Lu Tianyong reluctantly boarded the wagon. The convoy slowly resumed its journey, but everyone remained highly alert, carefully observing their surroundings. The wheels rolled forward, producing a series of muffled thuds against the uneven ground. As they traveled, Lu Sheng suddenly sensed something was amiss. Stop! He raised his hand sharply. Lu Quanan promptly signaled for everyone to halt. Lu Sheng slowly turned around, only to find the previously abandoned red lantern wagon still trailing behind the convoy. The lantern glowed brightly, and the horses remained silent, as if someone were still driving them. Soon, the others noticed this eerie occurrence. A scream escaped someone's lips, but they quickly covered their mouths, receiving several scoldings. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the group. What is there to fear? Lu Sheng scoffed, tying the wagon to a nearby tree. We will continue on. Perhaps this old horse is familiar with someone here and refuses to leave. Indeed, I've encountered this before during my travels. Uncle Zhao quickly chimed in with a nervous laugh. Several soldiers were apprehensive, but under Song Ji's reprimand, they approached to tie the red lantern wagon to a withered tree. The convoy continued forward. After about a tea and Apos' worth of time, everyone kept looking back, terrified that the wagon would still be following them. The earlier sighting had frightened everyone. After traveling for about half an hour, the group began to relax their guard. Look ahead. Suddenly, a soldier shouted. Everyone turned to look. There, on the left side of the official road, stood the very wagon they had tied up, the red lantern still quietly glowing. The entire convoy came to an involuntary halt. Everyone's breath seemed to pause, staring blankly at the red lantern wagon. Lu Quanan wiped the sweat from his brow repeatedly, appearing anxious yet striving to maintain composure. Trying to reassure the increasingly panicked others, Lu Sheng coldly fixed his gaze on the wagon. With a clang, he drew his knife and slowly approached the red lantern wagon. "You all go ahead. I will follow shortly." Sheng and Amp, oppose, Lu Quan and Amp, oppose, and called out, "Be careful." Lu Sheng did not look back, but waved his hand, signaling them to leave quickly. He remained behind, focused on the wagon. Amidst the rolling sounds of the wheels, the convoy gradually moved away, leaving Lu Sheng motionless on the official road. He licked his lips and slowly walked towards the wagon and Oppos' compartment. "Wherein and Oppos? T, you looking for me? Here I am." He chuckled ominously. "Are you here to avenge that ghostly woman from the painted boat? Alas, what a pity. You did not witness how, one by one, I peeled her skin away, gouged out her eyes, and severed her nose and ears." Lu Sheng laughed maniacally. "That woman dared to curse me for treating her this way. So I sliced her in half from head to toe, believing she could escape death. I burned her with my inner energy, and she perished instantly." Haraha. Before his laughter could fade, the wagon door suddenly burst open as if someone inside had exerted tremendous force to fling it open. "What? Upset?" "Later, I severed her head, intending to take it back as a chamber pot. But who would have thought she would explode before the last strike?" Lu Sheng spoke menacingly. Inside the sliding compartment sat a young woman clad entirely in red, her face as pale as paper, holding a large red lantern, motionless in her seat. Crack! Crack! The woman's neck slowly twisted, producing eerie grinding sounds. She turned her head, her lifeless eyes locking onto the grinning Lu Sheng. "You recognize that woman, do you not?" Lu Sheng grasped the knife and Oppos' hilt tightly, his body tensing, his gaze growing colder. "So you have come to avenge her?" With a swoosh, the woman in red vanished from the wagon, reappearing behind Lu Sheng. She lightly shook the lantern in her hand and silently lunged towards the back of his neck. Lu Sheng reacted swiftly, swinging his knife. Swish! The gleaming blade, cold as silver, paradoxically stirred waves of searing heat. He channeled the full extent of his red extreme heart method, rapidly infusing it into the blade, and struck fiercely at the woman in crimson. However, to Lu Sheng's astonishment, the blow found no purchase. The blade passed effortlessly through her form, as if she were naught but an illusion. "What is happening?" There was no time for further contemplation, as he felt the force of the red lantern crash against his chest. Bang! It felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, as if a weight of hundreds of pounds had collided with him at high speed. His entire being was hurled backward, his legs dragging along the ground for more than 10 paces, nearly crashing into the cart. Lu Sheng's face flushed crimson as he grasped the edge of the cart, channeling his internal energy into the blade, and slashed violently once more. Whoosh! The blade again sliced through the form of the lantern woman, only for the red lantern to strike him fiercely on the left shoulder. He staggered, retreating several steps, and before he could regain his balance, he saw the woman suddenly appear before him. Bang! Another blow struck the side of his blade, barely managed to be deflected. Yet the force was enough to send him tumbling to the ground. Teleportation? No, it was not that. Her speed was simply so great that it appeared as if she had teleported. Lu Sheng felt a searing pain at the locations where he had been struck, accompanied by a tingling sensation, clearly indicating he had been poisoned. The Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique surged towards his wounds, combating the potential infection and toxicity. He swiftly rolled over, scanning his surroundings, but could not catch a glimpse of the woman, nor sense her presence behind him. She moved with such swiftness, yet there was still a whisper of wind. Lu Sheng listened intently. Despite being struck twice, his hardened defenses and circulating internal energy had mitigated the damage. His eyes scrutinized the area. The cart was beside him, empty save for 2 swaying red lanterns. "Where is she?" Lu Sheng squinted his eyes. Suddenly, 2 red ribbons shot out from within the cart, wrapping tightly around his neck with tremendous force, attempting to strangle him. Lu Sheng's face reddened as he grasped the ribbons, his internal energy surging violently, the heat generated by the red extreme heart method quickly scorching the ribbons, causing them to shrink and burn away. With a forceful tug, he severed the ribbons and rolled forward, distancing himself from the cart. Just as he regained his footing, another red lantern barreled toward him. Bang! A surge of blood rose in his throat, spilling from the corner of his mouth. As he staggered back several paces, his body enveloped in a torrent of heat, both blade and hands radiating intense internal energy. He glanced around once more, yet still could not locate her. What? Is this truly the end of my options? He laughed, pointing to his forehead, tauntingly inviting, "Come, strike here." Chapter 84, Trouble Boom. Another heavy blow struck, and Lu Sheng was violently knocked back, unable to contain the blood in his mouth, which splattered onto the ground. Red ribbons flew out from the carriage, fiercely wrapping around his waist, but were instantly severed by the searing internal energy. Boom. The woman in red reappeared beside Lu Sheng, a lantern crashing down onto his right shoulder. The woman let out a guttural roar, continuously flickering around him, delivering relentless blows to his head, body, and limbs. Thud, 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 thud. With each successive strike, blood gushed from Lu Sheng's mouth. Too light, too light. He chuckled, dismissing the pain as he parried with his blade, managing to block some, but most strikes landed, forcing him to endure with his flesh. Do you know how I killed her back then? My strikes were far heavier, cleaving her in two with a single blow. She thought she could recover, but I suppressed her with my internal energy, leaving her in agony. Ha ha ha. Lu Sheng laughed, blood still bubbling from his mouth. The red-clad woman intensified her assault, the strikes growing more frantic and forceful, battering Lu Sheng with the lantern while her other hand, armed with sharp, purplish-black nails, raked deep gashes across his skin. Swoosh! A chunk of flesh was gouged from Lu Sheng and Apos' left side, the wound quickly darkening. But he immediately suppressed it with his Yin-Yang Jade crane technique, with one hand wielding the lantern and the other clawing at him like a madwoman. She unleashed a flurry of attacks. Suddenly, a flash of red light emanated from her arm, which shimmered with a thin layer of crimson ice, amplifying her speed and strength. With a fierce cry, the purplish-black claws lunged toward Lu Sheng and Apos' chest, aiming to rip out his heart and avenge her fallen sister. The woman and Apos' already swift movements accelerated, leaving Lu Sheng barely able to evade, shifting slightly to the side. Swoosh! The deadly claws pierced into Lu Sheng's right chest. In a critical moment, he narrowly evaded a fatal blow, blood bubbling forth uncontrollably. The force pushed him back several steps, blood and bubbles spilling from his mouth. With a sudden release of the lantern, the woman struck again, plunging her claw deep into Lu Sheng's abdomen. He shuddered violently, gripping her shoulders tightly as she struggled to break free. "I've got you now." He raised his head, blood smeared across his face. Yet a sinister smile crept onto his lips. A stream of hot air surged between them, the scorching energy igniting the blood. Roaring like a savage tiger, Lu Sheng unleashed a deafening yell, driving his knee forcefully into the woman's chest and abdomen. Boom, 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 boom. The woman writhed, letting out a wretched scream as her chest caved in under the impact. White smoke billowed from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. "Weren't you having fun smashing me just now?" Lu Sheng seized the woman by her hair and rammed his forehead against hers. Thud! Her skull fractured, white viscous fluid and smoke escaping as she shrieked in agony, desperately attempting to escape. Yet Lu Sheng held her fast, smashing her against a nearby dead tree. With a resounding crack, the trunk splintered. Ha ha! Lu Sheng cackled, raining down blows upon her skull, crushing her face into a grotesque mess, like a shattered watermelon. Thick white smoke pouring from the wounds. "Didn't you want to kill me? Go ahead. Kill, kill, kill." He continued his relentless assault, pounding her head and body mercilessly. Thud, 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 thud. After dozens of punches, Lu Sheng and Apos' internal energy surged wildly, the scorching essence of his power replenished by the Yin-Yang Jade crane technique. Each strike delivered with full force, his body radiating heat akin to a furnace. Her entire head and neck became a mangled ruin, accompanied by charred remnants. With one hand, Lu Sheng pried her claws from his body, lifting them high. Under the dark clouds, the woman lay on the brink of death, yet clung to a final thread of consciousness, reaching out to grasp Lu Sheng's arm. "Want to kill me? This is the price." With a swift motion, he seized her shattered head and wrenched it free from her neck, leaving strands of tendons and bone attached. A torrent of white viscous fluid and smoke splattered onto him, yet he paid it no mind, throwing his head back in raucous laughter. At that moment, the rolling red lantern extinguished abruptly. In the shadowy thicket, dense, dark trees obscured the sky, enveloping the area in a shroud of grayish black. Within a grand estate, adorned with crimson lanterns both inside and out, a woman in a white dress, holding an umbrella, stood quietly by the well, seemingly using the water to inspect her reflection. The red paper umbrella shielded her face, revealing only her long, ink-black hair cascading down her back. The pink plum blossoms painted on the umbrella mirrored the glow of the lanterns, appearing even more vibrant. The Zhen family has killed many of our people. What should we do? A fragmented, strained female voice emanated from beneath the umbrella. They are the ones who truly seized the Red Dragon calamity, diverting so many forces with false information and illusions. Now striking back with full confidence. A sinister voice emerged from the well, raspy and eerie. They and Oppos, VE already destroyed 3 of our strongholds, and now they are directly confronting the strange entities we unleashed. Jin Sun is quite a character, formidable indeed. I should kill him? The umbrella-wielding woman replied hesitantly. You are no match for him. The Zhen family is so formidable now, undoubtedly emboldened by the Red Dragon calamity. The voice from the well continued. We can only control a limited number of the chaotic entities, and they and Oppos, VE all been eradicated. We must observe the situation. Very well. The woman with the umbrella acquiesced. She lingered by the well until silence enveloped the air, then slowly made her way toward the estate's bedroom. Upon reaching the bedroom door, she tilted her head slightly, gazing at the hanging red lanterns. Among the rows of lanterns, 15 had been extinguished, plunging a section of the long corridor into darkness. They've been scattered. 15, you say? Even the one tasked with collecting the mortals is gone. Such clean hands, she murmured, her tone still peculiar. Jin Sun, I will consume you one day. A gentle breeze swept through, and suddenly, the area before the bedroom was deserted. Lu Sheng pressed his hand against his chest, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air, momentarily staunching the flow of blood. In his other hand, he gripped a blade, droplets of blood slowly dripping from his palm, where he also clutched a silver hairpin. The hairpin was an ordinary one, easily found on the streets, costing just a few coins, lightweight and unremarkable. Lu Sheng had discovered it on the woman with the lantern. After her demise, her body had completely dissolved into mist, leaving only her clothing and lantern behind, from which Lu Sheng retrieved the silver pin. He had tested it by letting his blood drip onto it, and indeed, a wisp of Yin energy began to flow into his body. Now, the silver pin continuously emitted a trickle of Yin energy, though meager, it proved to be enduring. Lu Sheng felt a sharp pain in his chest. The external wounds had ceased bleeding, and with the combination of the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique and the Red Extreme Heart method, he squeezed the arterial vessels to staunch the blood flow, applying the Red Extreme energy to the internal wounds to seal the bleeding, while the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique swiftly complemented the healing. Up to this point, he has primarily channeled his energy into suppressing the toxicity, while the actual mitigation of his injuries and the act of fighting have consumed far less of his strength. The ground is left stained with a pool of crimson, accompanied by a lantern-extinguished carriage nearby. The black horse, having been pulled, stands motionless, its 7 orifices oozing blood, leaving one to ponder how long it has been dead, yet it remains standing. Utilizing his knife as a makeshift cane, Lu Sheng gradually makes his way toward the caravan. Not long into his pursuit, the sound of galloping hooves reaches him from the front. Raising his gaze, he is startled to see Yu Lianzi racing towards him, flanked by 2 accomplices, both mounted on horseback. Upon spotting Lu Sheng bloodied and disheveled by the roadside, Yu Lianzi is taken aback. Commander, are you all right? The trio swiftly dismounts and rushes to support Lu Sheng. I'm fine. Why are only the 3 of you here? Has everything in the city been arranged? Lu Sheng had tasked Yu Lianzi with overseeing the territories along the mountains, monitoring any unusual occurrences, and dispatching personnel to isolate and pacify any unrest that might arise. In cooperation with the local authorities, the city is secure. But Commander, how could you sustain such grievous injuries? Who nearby could have inflicted such harm upon you? The expression on Yu Lianzi's face grows stern as he retrieves a hemostatic powder from his satchel, intending to apply it to Lu Sheng's wounds. I can manage on my own. Lu Sheng accepts the medicine, tearing open his upper garments to reveal the wounds on his chest and abdomen. The hemostatic powder is gently sprinkled over the wounds and evenly applied. This is a long story, one that you are not yet privy to. We shall discuss it later. My family awaits just ahead. You should proceed to the restricted area. The trio gasps at the sight of the injuries adorning Lu Sheng's body. The two wounds are darkened with a purplish hue, unmistakable signs of severe poisoning. Do not worry, it appears I have been poisoned, but I have cauterized that part with my internal energy, effectively isolating it. Once I return, I can merely excise the affected flesh. Sweat beads on Lu Sheng's forehead as he endures the pain. I have some antidote with me. Yu Lianzi hesitates. Unnecessary. Common antidotes are unlikely to be effective. Lu Sheng senses that the poison seems to be counteracted by his vigorous internal energy after expending a considerable amount of his vital essence. The toxin's impact on his body is minimal. All that is required is a swift return to the city to remove the poisoned tissue and cleanse the wounds. Very well. I shall accompany you back on horseback, while the two of you can share a mount and follow closely behind. Yu Lianzi swiftly organizes the plan. Understood. Once the four are arranged, they hastily set off on horseback. Soon, the caravan belonging to the Lu family appears on the official road. Fortunately, there is little commotion within the caravan, which continues to advance steadily. Lu Sheng remains mounted, his complexion alarmingly pale, devoid of any color. As he passes by his father, Lu Quanan, they fail to recognize him at first, and he vanishes swiftly down the official road. Throughout the journey, Lu Sheng meticulously surveys both sides, enduring excruciating pain, ensuring that the route behind the caravan remains secure until they arrive at Yanshan City. There, he instructs his followers to assist the family caravan before being supported by Yu Lianzi into the Jin Yuhua residence, which has now become a makeshift stronghold for Lu Sheng. He has even employed craftsmen to commence the construction of a new loft for rest and recuperation. Chapter 85. Secret news. Yu Lianzi assisted Lu Sheng into the resting quarters and swiftly summoned the dedicated physician from the Qijing gang of Yanshan City. Upon seeing Lu Sheng and Appo's injuries, the doctor was taken aback. He glanced at Lu Sheng, who appeared relatively alert, and felt a shiver run down his spine. The severity of the wounds and the fact that Lu Sheng was still able to sit there for examination defied all medical principles he had learned. Forgive my bluntness, but your injuries primarily stem from excessive bleeding. As long as we can staunch the flow, everything else can be addressed. The physician hesitated, contemplating the two large gashes that seemed to have been inflicted by someone and Appo's hand penetrating deep into the flesh. A chill ran down Yu Lianzi and Appo's spine at the thought. What sort of person could inflict such harm on Lu Sheng? Ever since Lu Sheng had killed the deputy leader Gongsun in a direct confrontation, he had subtly begun to emerge as the second most formidable figure in the gang. A master of such caliber, who could possess such capability? Enough chatter. I've halted the bleeding. Now hasten and remove the necrotic flesh, Lu Sheng urged. Yes, yes, the old physician quickly replied, brandishing a sharp knife to commence the excision of the charred and poisoned tissue from Lu Sheng and Appo's chest, abdomen, and waist. Yu Lianzi kept a vigilant eye on the physician's hands, wary of allowing anyone else to handle such critical areas. Lu Sheng, however, remained unperturbed. Though his internal energy had been compromised, his muscles were robust, his bones strong, and the crimson energy within him flowed continuously. Should any threat arise, he would be able to neutralize it instantaneously. Moreover, the reflexes of a skilled practitioner were beyond the physician's imagination. He could even react to the near-instantaneous movements of a lantern-wielding ghost. The silver knife meticulously sliced away the scorched flesh, depositing it onto a prepared silver platter. Lu Sheng sat with his shirt open, veins protruding from his neck, gripping a knife embedded in the ground, utterly motionless. Yu Lianzi remained silent, intently observing the physician and Appo's work. After a considerable time, the physician, drenched in sweat, withdrew the knife from Lu Sheng and Appo's body. I have fulfilled my duty. He exhaled in relief. Thank you, physician, Lu Sheng acknowledged, while Yu Lianzi tenderly wiped the perspiration from his forehead, her movements somewhat feminine. Lu Sheng, oblivious to the subtlety, did not notice Yu Lianzi's sudden withdrawal of her hand. This is my specially prepared red snake powder, capable of neutralizing most negative toxins, suitable for both internal and external use. Additionally, here is the prescription. Take 3 doses daily, and do not let any remain overnight. The physician meticulously instructed before preparing to depart. I shall take my leave now. Rest well, and may your recovery be swift. Many thanks. Lu Sheng waved to his subordinate, who escorted the physician out. Once the door closed, only he and Yu Lianzi remained. How did you find yourself in such peril this time? Yu Lianzi asked, her tone grave. Ah, an old enemy has come knocking, threatening my family. Surviving is already a stroke of luck, Lu Sheng replied, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Is it that person? Yu Lianzi lowered her voice. Lu Sheng shot her a glance. You know, I once heard the old leader mention him. She nodded slowly. Otherwise, with your strength, it would take someone of the old leader and Appo's caliber to inflict such injuries on you in this vicinity. This matter requires increased vigilance. They have already found their way to my doorstep. You must take care of the forbidden area. Arrange for our brothers to guard the location and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving for 10 days. Is that acceptable? Lu Sheng inquired solemnly. Absolutely. You can focus on your recovery. I will handle all trivial matters, Yu Lianzi assured him with a nod. Focus on recovery? I fear that may not be possible. Lu Sheng sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. They conversed for a while longer about recent troubles, with Yu Lianzi reporting and Lu Sheng listening attentively. After she finished recounting the overarching issues, she exited the room, ensuring the door was securely closed, and instructed the servants to bring in food. Lu Sheng devoured a substantial meal. 3 pounds of marinated rabbit, 2 deer legs, 4 pounds of vegetables and tofu, and a bucket of rice, before contentedly signaling for the servants to clear the table. Following his feast, he took a moment to recuperate before rising to leave. Outside, the sky had darkened. Lu Sheng instructed someone to bring forth his horse and mounted it. He had expended a significant portion of his Yin-Yang Jade Crane skill, leaving about 30%, which was steadily seeping into his wounds to expedite healing, allowing him to move without difficulty. Ning-san. Yes, big brother. Ning-san sprinted over, having waited nearby, ready to heed his commands. What news of my family? Are they safe? Lu Sheng asked from atop his horse. Old Master Lu has settled in the Dongjiang Shaozhou area within the city. He purchased a spacious residence, and everyone is now safe, Ning-san replied promptly. I had my subordinates keep a discreet watch along the way, and now Duan Mingyan is providing covert protection. Well done. It's good to know they are being safeguarded. Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Select a few people to reassure Qiao and Appo's of our safety. I shall visit the Dongjiang Shaozhou you mentioned. Understood, Ning-san replied loudly. Lu Sheng urged his horse towards Yanshan City. The night was misty, and the moonlight was ethereal, illuminating the bustling night market within the city. Numerous barbecue stalls and food vendors lined the entrance, where families strolled with children, women veiled, and a variety of individuals mingled under the soft glow of yellow lanterns. Slowing his mount at the city gate, where members of the Qijing gang stood guard, Lu Sheng inquired about the route to Dongjiang Shaozhou and quickened his pace upon receiving directions. In less than half a stick of incense's time, Lu Sheng arrived at the Lu residence, where firecrackers exploded in celebration of their relocation. The air filled with colorful fragments, and a throng of children gathered to watch. Lu Quanan stood at the entrance, watching as the plaque for the Lu residence was hung, his expression clouded with worry. Sanyang Wang Yin was beside him, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. 2 local clerks from Yanshan City engaged Lu Quanan in light conversation. Dismounting, Lu Sheng tethered his horse to a nearby locust tree and, waiting for the firecrackers to cease, strode forward purposefully. Shenggu. One of the household servants spotted him and exclaimed with delight. Shenggu has arrived. The eldest son is here. The crowd erupted in joyful expressions. For Lu Sheng was their pillar of strength, reflecting his high standing within the Lu family. Oh dear, such grievous injuries. A family martial artist immediately noticed the bandaged wounds on Lu Sheng's body. His chest, abdomen, waist, and arms were all marred, nearly every part of him injured. Zhao Bo's expression hardened as he stepped forward to examine Lu Sheng closely. Shenggu, who did this to you? It's nothing. I know how to handle it, Zhao Bo. I can manage, Lu Sheng replied with a smile, patting Zhao Bo's shoulder before approaching Lu Quanan. Father, everyone is safe, right? Lu Quanan, seeing the injuries on his son, felt a pang of sorrow welling in his eyes. He had already lost one son. If Lu Sheng, the eldest son, were also lost, the entire Lu family would indeed lose hope. Lu Sheng had become the family's cornerstone. Lu Quanan reached out, wanting to touch Lu Sheng's wounds. There's no need. Lu Sheng interjected, blocking his father's hand. I will handle matters concerning Chen. Rest assured, I will ensure that those who need to be found are found, and those who need to be dealt with will be dealt with. I apologize for being of no use. I fear I have become a burden to you. Lu Quanan sighed, tears escaping his eyes, which he hurriedly tried to conceal. Do not worry. Once this matter is settled, our family will prosper. Lu Sheng reassured him. Indeed, it will surely be so. After visiting his family, Lu Sheng finally found some peace of mind. Instead of returning to his residence, he arranged for Chao to be brought to Xinlu Mansion, while he himself returned to the flower house. The recent fierce battles had made him acutely aware of his insufficient strength. Previously, he had been among the elite of ordinary individuals, yet when faced with these bizarre entities, he felt woefully inadequate. Upon returning to the flower house, he cleaned up and took a moment to rest. Lying on his bed, he grew increasingly anxious. How could he effectively eliminate these strange beings without sustaining injuries? He began to ponder. From all the spirits I have encountered, regardless of their formidable or peculiar nature, they ultimately rely on tangible strikes to inflict harm. Some utilize poison, others weapons or claws, exhibiting strength comparable to seasoned martial artists, yet their speed is astonishingly swift. Of course, it is also possible that the beings I encountered were merely foot soldiers. If I were to face someone like Zhang Yi from a noble family, the memory of Zhang Yi and Appo's head nearly severed, yet swiftly healing, sent a chill through him. Such regenerative ability was akin to immortality. If such terrifying recuperative powers were common among noble families or higher-tier spirits, then I must consider significantly enhancing my martial prowess. Preserving my life must take precedence. If I cannot achieve a single decisive strike, I will be forced into a protracted war of attrition. I must first secure a foundation upon which to stand. Lu Sheng then recalled the unsettling speed of the Lantern Woman and Zhang Yi's sudden appearance behind him. How could one counter such velocity? The matter seemed nearly insurmountable, and after much contemplation, he found himself at an impasse. Regardless, the pursuit of self-improvement was never a mistake. While lying in bed, he retrieved the silver hairpin left by the Lantern Woman. At this moment, the pin was devoid of any lingering dark energy. He remembered that when using dark energy to delve deeper into martial arts, the body did not expend vitality, and the process effectively elevated one and Appo's martial skills. This suggested that he could utilize dark energy to replace his own consumption and directly enhance his martial arts. This realization sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. If this hypothesis were to hold true, it would mean that dark energy could not only aid in the exploration of martial arts, but also serve to elevate one's martial realm directly. Deep Blue. He swiftly summoned the modifier. A pale blue box appeared before him. His gaze quickly focused on the Chi-Ji Heart method within it. Chi-Ji Heart method, 5th layer. Special effect, strengthened fire poison, dual shock, enhanced ignition, and amp. Appo's, Chapter 86. Secrets 2 on the 5th level. Lu Sheng observed that there was indeed a button for deducing martial arts behind him. In reality, this button did not explicitly indicate that it was solely for martial arts deduction. It was merely his long-held belief. Whenever the Yin energy was sufficient, such a button would manifest behind all martial arts. Previously, his martial arts had already reached their peak, so upon pressing the button, it simply became an act of deduction. However, now that the Red Extreme Heart method possessed 7 layers, and he had not yet perfected it, he was witnessing the button's appearance behind an incomplete martial art for the very first time. He decided to give it a try. Focusing his consciousness on the button behind the Red Extreme Heart method, he gently pressed it. A soft sound resonated as the box representing the Red Extreme Heart method swiftly blurred. Approximately 2 breaths later, the box regained clarity. Red Extreme Heart method, 6th layer. Special effect, enhanced fire toxicity, 4-fold shockwave, amplified ignition. Could it truly work? Lu Sheng was overjoyed. He carefully examined his own prowess. It seemed that his strength had merely ascended to the 6th layer, yet he distinctly felt that the warm flow of internal energy within him had more than doubled. His entire body began to tingle, as if awakening from a slumber. The shockwave's effects were yet to be observed, but during his previous encounter with the Lantern Girl, he had felt that his strikes were more potent than anticipated, likely due to the shockwave's might, which would undoubtedly be even more formidable now that it was 4-fold. With his internal energy refined to a new layer, Lu Sheng sensed a greater depth to his power, and his strikes might indeed carry more weight. However, he still felt a significant distance remained before he could confront an adversary of the Lantern Girl's caliber. If it weren't for my fierce determination, using my wound to clamp her arm, anyone else would have been ground to dust. He glanced back at the modifier, noting that all buttons had vanished, clearly indicating a lack of Yin energy. Since Yin energy could enhance his strength, he could embark on a quest to gather Yin energy items or actively seek out spectral beings to hunt. Lu Sheng felt a surge of resolve, regardless of the consequences. He would first enhance his abilities and continue to grow stronger, trusting that he would ultimately discover a way to cope. He did not believe that. With the modifier's peculiar capabilities, he would be unable to handle a few spectral entities. Having exhausted the energy of the silver hairpin, he tucked it away and fell into a deep slumber, experiencing a night of unbroken dreams. The following day, at dawn, before the sun had even breached the horizon, Lu Sheng arose, had his breakfast, and headed straight for the Red Whale. Upon reaching the third floor of the alchemy chamber aboard the ship, he found the old leader engaging in the consumption of whitestone powder. Sunlight streamed through the side of the medicine chamber, illuminating the towering brass alchemical furnace, casting a radiant glow upon the intricate patterns of pine and crane depicted upon its surface. The old leader was clad in pure white, with his left hand visibly distorted, secured in place with a wooden board around his neck. Upon seeing Lu Sheng, he seemed unsurprised. "Junior brother, it appears you are faring even worse than I." "Senior brother, you too." Lu Sheng's brow twitched at the sight of the old leader's condition, leaving him speechless. Guarding the forbidden area is no simple task. The old leader sighed. In such a short span, so many events have unfolded. Our celestial beings clash, and we mere mortals bear the brunt of it. Just the minor demons and ghosts that have been let loose are enough for us to contend with. How did senior brother handle those extraordinarily swift specters? Lu Sheng inquired, seeking answers. The old leader, having lived for many years and currently serving as the head of the Red Sun sect, certainly possessed his own methods of dealing with such challenges. As expected, upon posing the question, a faint smile graced the old leader and Apos' face. "I anticipated you would inquire about this, just as I once questioned my own master." He rose and moved to the window, gazing outward. The Pine and Cypress River flowed relentlessly, waves rising and crashing against the side of the Red Whale, producing a deep, resonating sound. Our Red Sun sect does not rely solely on the Red Extreme Heart method. To be precise, we possess several top-tier martial arts techniques passed down through the generations. Hong Mingzi spoke in a low voice. Lu Sheng and Apos' expression turned serious. "I would be grateful for senior brother and Apos' guidance." Hong Mingzi smiled, turning back to him. "These martial arts are profound and enigmatic, all rooted in the Red Extreme Heart method. The stronger the Red Extreme Heart method, the mightier these techniques become." He paused before continuing. "I shall refrain from discussing all of them. It is unwise to bite off more than one can chew. I will focus on one sword technique that suits you well. You are already adept with both sword and palm, and there is a certain correlation between the two. This technique should sufficiently compensate for any deficiencies in your repertoire. I humbly request senior brother's instruction," Lu Sheng replied, standing up earnestly. Hong Mingzi nodded with a smile. "This technique is known as the 7-day change of Heaven Sword. It consists of only 2 moves, encompassing 18 variations. Its power increases as your mastery of the Red Extreme Heart method deepens." "The 7-day change of Heaven Sword? I find the name appealing," Lu Sheng remarked, licking his lips with a grin. "This technique requires the use of a heavy weapon, and the heavier, the better. The greater the weight, the more formidable the strike. It is specifically designed to complement the shockwave power inherent in the Red Extreme Heart method," Hong Mingzi elucidated. "Shockwave power?" Lu Sheng pondered. Could a hammer not serve as a suitable alternative, given its greater weight and potential for enhanced impact? Well, it hasn't been explicitly stated that it cannot. Hong Mingzi hesitated, momentarily taken aback by Lu Sheng's unconventional thought process, despite the technique being intended for swords. Once mastered, the 7-day change of Heaven Sword allows one to unleash an internal energy net powered by the Red Extreme Chi, covering a wide area, making it particularly effective against swift opponents. The old leader continued. "Would you like to learn it?" "Absolutely," Lu Sheng answered without hesitation. "The moves are not overly complicated. The key lies in the heart method synchronization. I'll provide you with a brief explanation, and you'll grasp it easily." Hong Mingzi began to meticulously explain the specifics and nuances of the 7-day change of Heaven Sword. With only 2 moves and several variations, Lu Sheng quickly learned the technique. The modifier soon displayed the box for the 7-day change of Heaven Sword. As they exchanged knowledge, time swiftly passed until noon. "By the way, junior brother, how many layers has your Red Extreme Heart method reached? Was the transition of your previous power smooth?" Hong Mingzi casually inquired. "There and Apos. No need to share anything inconvenient," he added. "The 4th layer," Lu Sheng replied, omitting details of his recent breakthroughs. He had indeed reached the fourth layer upon converting the blood fiend technique. Oh, as I suspected, the fourth layer of red extreme chi should suffice to wield the 7-day change of heaven sword effectively against common spectral entities and minor demons. Hong Mingzi nodded in approval. Senior brother, I have a question that I am uncertain about asking. Lu Sheng hesitated, furrowing his brow. You and I are brothers within the same sect. There are only the two of us left in the Red Sun sect. If I were to leave, you would assume the role of sect leader. What is there to hesitate about? Ask away. Hong Mingzi gestured casually. Lu Sheng gathered his thoughts before speaking. I wish to inquire about the aristocratic families and the monstrous entities. In what ways are they superior to us? His voice dropped to a whisper. However, the old leader, possessing profound internal strength and having reached the 6th layer of the Red Extreme Heart method, was keenly perceptive and quickly discerned the essence of his question. The smile on his face faded, and his brow furrowed slightly. This question has occupied my thoughts for decades, and I have only begun to grasp a fragment of the truth. Decades? Hong Mingzi nodded. Do you think those lofty beings truly engage with us mere mortals? I can only piece together fragments of answers from snippets I and amp, oppos, VE overheard, and clues I and amp, oppos, VE observed. Please enlighten me, senior brother, Lu Sheng implored. Hong Mingzi retrieved a pouch of white stone powder, which possessed a subtle hallucinogenic quality, popular in the Alangshan city. It had minimal side effects and served to relax the nerves. The aristocratic families, the strange phenomena, the monstrous entities, they are the true rulers of this world. They are celestial beings, devils, the very source of all myths and legends. Hong Mingzi recounted with a hint of nostalgia. To speak of but 2 points. He raised 2 fingers. Firstly, they are all immortal. Immortal. A heavy sensation enveloped Lu Sheng's heart. Indeed, they cannot be killed. Hong Mingzi spoke bitterly, stating that no matter the method employed, only they could inflict harm upon one another. We mere mortals are utterly incapable of vanquishing them. The precise reason eludes me still, and I am actively seeking answers. Otherwise, with our strength, even if there were a significant disparity, it should not render us entirely powerless to resist. Lu Sheng recalled the little girl from Song's village and fell silent as well. The second point is that they possess a form of power that is extraordinarily lethal to us mortals. They refer to this power as JJ? Lu Sheng echoed. Indeed, it is the restraint power. Hong Mingzi sighed, explaining that magical beings, peculiar creatures, and those from noble families inherently possess this J power, whereas other spirits and demons must cultivate it. Only upon reaching the level of J can one withstand the imminent and potent poison that resides within them. Otherwise, should they choose not to restrain their power, any physical contact with them is tantamount to courting death. J. Lu Sheng pondered. Unkillable, replete with lethal poison. And contact guarantees demise. The J power is exceedingly troublesome, even if you and I were to come into contact with it. It would require an immense expenditure of inner energy and the immediate severing of flesh to purge it. Hong Mingzi set down the white stone powder in his hand. I have gleaned some information. According to their accounts, J represents a realm, a level that, once attained, naturally manifests such transformations. Any fully formed aberration, magical being, or member of a noble family possesses J power. Unless one consciously restrains it, mere mortals who come into contact will perish. Lu Sheng recalled his prior close encounter with Duanmu Wan. A shiver of cold sweat broke out on his back at the realization. Had Duanmu Wan inadvertently failed to contain her J power, he would likely be a decaying corpse by now. The last time he touched the imprint left by Zhenyi, he had been compelled to sever flesh to evade the poison. What if direct contact had occurred? And Song's village? He suddenly recalled the earlier events. That was an undeveloped aberration. Otherwise, would you think it so feeble? That place poses danger to us. Yet for those from that world, it is merely a forsaken land, half-finished and abandoned. The old leader explained. Moreover, rest assured, I have observed that J power dissipates on its own within a stick of incense once it departs from its master. It cannot spread or extend. Senior brother, have you directly encountered J power? Lu Sheng inquired. Is it possible for us martial practitioners to contend with such power? Or to attain such a state? Contend? Hong Mingzi slightly shook his head. Impossible. I possess formidable skills, ranking among the top 3 in the north and being a prominent figure in the Central Plains. Beyond that lies the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet, even so, it remains unfeasible. As for reaching such a level, Senior brother has speculated whether J power is a natural reaction that arises once one and oppos, strength reaches a certain threshold. However, it was later discovered that this is not the case. Hong Mingzi narrowed his eyes, revealing that J power is not only toxic, but also serves as a protective barrier. It envelopes those immortal beings as tightly as an eggshell. Unless it is shattered, even injury cannot be inflicted upon them, let alone breach their immortality. Chapter 87. Elevation. Is there truly no hope left? Lu Sheng and Ampos' expression darkened. Hope. The old leader chuckled softly. We have been searching, yet alas. He lifted a handful of white stone powder and inhaled deeply. The positive internal energy could be somewhat beneficial for them. Perhaps if one cultivates it to an unparalleled realm, they might pave a unique path. He said this half in jest. Lu Sheng remained silent, his countenance still grim. Well, you and Ampos asked all you needed to. Now, focus on recovery. Since you were injured in the line of duty, you may collect healing powder from the apothecary. Your contributions will be noted, classified as Grade A, Tier 3, the old leader remarked casually. That should suffice for you to exchange for the various martial elixirs and weapons you desire. However, I recommend you trade for a reliable weapon. Let us discuss this later. Lu Sheng thought, preoccupied not with the suggestions, but rather with the old leader and Ampos' last remark about the efficacy of positive internal energy for them all. After departing the apothecary, he returned directly to the flower house where Ning San and Meng awaited him. Big brother, there and Ampos' news. Ning San stepped forward eagerly. The body of young master Lu Sheng was discovered in the stone forest by that village. How was it found? Lu Sheng asked, momentarily taken aback before speaking in a somber tone. He had sensed from the moment Lu Sheng went missing that the situation was dire. However, devoid of strong emotional ties. He felt only a hint of regret, not profound sorrow. 2 of our men went to relieve themselves in the stone forest and happened to see a hand protruding from the ground. They called for assistance, and 4 bodies were unearthed. Meng interjected from the side. 2 city guards, young master Lu Sheng and an unknown farmer. Lu Sheng fell silent. Where are the bodies now? They remain at the site, untouched, Ning San replied quickly. Do not inform my family just yet, Lu Sheng said calmly. Understood. He intended to find a more suitable time to break the news to his family. He was aware that Lu Quanan, his father, was mentally prepared for the loss. Yet it was Wang Yanyu, the grieving mother, who would be most affected, as Lu Sheng was her only son. He would wait until the lockdown on that desolate village was lifted before delivering the news. Lu Sheng summoned Yu Lianzi to inquire about subsequent arrangements. After confirming there was nothing amiss, he returned to his quarters to take medicine, apply ointment, and rest. In the afternoon, a message arrived from the help of the Red Whale, indicating that the Dong family village near the mountains had suffered a landslide, burying many alive, and they were called upon to assist with the aftermath. Lu Sheng instructed Yu Lianzi to send a skilled member from the Flying Eagle Hall along with over 30 individuals and various tools. He, however, remained indoors to recuperate. By evening, the leading expert returned, his expression grim. Not only him, but Yu Lianzi also appeared troubled. What happened? Did something go awry? Lu Sheng inquired slowly as he practiced the foundational movements of the broken heart palm outside the flower house to invigorate his circulation. It was not an accident. Yu Lianzi shook his head. There were no unforeseen events. However, the bodies we had to handle were not casualties of the landslide. All the corpses were torn to shreds, and even the officials were retching at the sight. Torn to shreds? Lu Sheng paused, realizing it was likely another incident involving supernatural entities. From the traces left behind, it appears 2 forces engaged in a fierce battle. The scene was horrific and bloody, with dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. And internal organs and spines were not uncommon. Yu Lianzi spoke solemnly. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, contemplating. Consider this matter as an outcome of the landslide. Do not involve yourselves further. Ensure the brothers who went keep their mouths shut and each collect a small sum from the treasury. Yes, Yu Lianzi nodded. Additionally, there may be chaos outside in the near future. Advise everyone to refrain from venturing far, Lu Sheng instructed. Understood. All right, you may leave. Lu Sheng patted Yu Lianzi and Ampos' shoulder to reassure him. During this time, the Zhen family was embroiled in a fierce conflict with supernatural beings. Lu Sheng surmised this was likely the aftermath of their previous quest for treasures. The Lantern Woman was clearly affiliated with a certain organization, reminiscent of the previous Red Mansion's boat. It was possible that the forces troubling him were engaged in battle with the Zhen family. As Yu Lianzi departed, Lu Sheng reflected. When I assessed my position, I am merely a leader among the Red Whale gang, equivalent to a logistics officer for the Jin family. Thus far, no one has sought me out for retribution, likely unaware of my involvement in the Lantern Woman's demise. As long as I keep my identity concealed, I should remain safe for the time being. Such a level of conflict is beyond my current capacity to engage. My priority must be to elevate my strength to ensure my safety amidst this turmoil. As for methods of elevation, days passed, and reports of disappearances proliferated around the mountainous city. The authorities posted notices warning of a group of bandits named the Shifeng Thieves, notorious for robbing travelers without mercy. Citizens were urged to minimize outings and avoid taking the main roads. Immediately, the entire city was engulfed in fear, leading to a marked decrease in travel. Even among merchant caravans transporting fruits and livestock, the Red Whale gang, alongside several other factions, collaborated with the authorities to stabilize the surrounding area, swiftly silencing any disturbances and dispersing funds for damage control. Although Lu Sheng remained in the flower house recuperating, he received numerous reports of gruesome aftermaths, all characterized by bloodshed and dismemberment, evidence of inhuman acts. With his current abilities, he could faintly sense a chilling aura, clearly linked to supernatural forces. After several days, the Jin family finally responded. Soon, two young individuals, a man and a woman, arrived at the Red Whale seeking two swift horses. Lu Sheng did not encounter them personally, but learned they headed straight for the southern Wonglin prairie. The following day, rumors returned, indicating a fire had erupted on the prairie, leading to the complete disappearance of an entire nomadic village situated towards the mountainous city. Additionally, two large pleasure boats on the Songbai River had caught fire, with no survivors among the ladies and guests aboard. Lu Sheng understood that this was the Jin family's retaliation. The mountainous city and surrounding areas were under their influence, and the supernatural organization's provocation would naturally incite conflict. While chaos raged outside, Lu Sheng, under the guise of recuperation, set his plans in motion within the mountainous city. Apricot Blossom Brew. The finest apricot blossom brew. Taste it, or it's free. Deer Antler Yellow Wine. 3 coins for a pound. 5 coins for 2. 3-year Bearberry Wine. Just 10 coins a jar, a bargain. On the wine street of the mountainous city, Lu Sheng emerged from a tavern, holding a white square box. Dressed in a light green robe and wearing a scholar's hat that concealed his bald head, he ambled to the roadside and weighed the box in his hand before flagging down a carriage. Where to, young master? The driver greeted him with a smile. To Shanbao Hall, Lu Sheng replied softly, naming a location. Of course, please hold on tight. The driver cracked the whip, and the old horse began to move slowly, albeit with some effort, maintaining a steady course down the street. Lu Sheng settled into the carriage, lowering the curtain to shield himself from view. He placed the white box on his lap and gently opened the lid. Inside lay 10 small porcelain vials, each a slender white neck, meticulously sealed with delicate white cloth stoppers. The pristine porcelain contrasted strikingly against the black silk lining, creating a vivid display. Lu Sheng extracted one vial, carefully removing the stopper to peer inside. Within the porcelain vase lies a liquid as dark as the deepest abyss. The moment the cork is removed, a rich aroma of liquor wafts into the air. How vast is the world, filled with wonders. I never imagined my senior brother would devise such a method, capable of storing the power of confinement within potent spirits. Lu Sheng mused, reflecting on his own attempts. He wondered how long it would take him to uncover such a technique. After a moment of contemplation, he focused his mind, gently tilting the small porcelain bottle, allowing a droplet, no larger than a sesame seed, of the inky liquid to fall into his palm. In an instant, his palm flushed crimson, as the essence of the red extreme surged wildly, clashing violently with the dark liquid. The skin of his palm oscillated between black and white in a relentless tug-of-war, while a faint, putrid odor began to permeate the air, reminiscent of decaying flesh left to rot. This was a method of his own invention. He had discovered that the power of confinement could be preserved within strong spirits for an extended duration. This was the perfect opportunity to test his abilities and ascertain whether he could withstand the monstrous forces at the level of confinement. Soon, within the span of less than 10 breaths, the droplet in his palm gradually evaporated into nothingness, leaving him drenched in sweat and his complexion paling. Lifting his hand to inspect it, Lu Sheng offered a wry smile. According to his brother and amp, Apos' research, the weakest form of confinement power would require at least 10 porcelain vials. If he wished to contend against the bizarre entities and the scions of noble families, The fundamental requirement was the ability to resist the power of confinement. If he could not even withstand its poison, it signified that a mere brush with them would result in death, let alone shattering the barriers of confinement. He recalled the expression of disappointment and defeat on the old leader and amp, Apos' face when he had acquired these porcelain vials from his brother Hong Mingzi. It was evident that the elder had attempted to confront the toxic and potent forces of confinement, only to meet with unfortunate failure. Presently, his cultivation was at the 6th layer of the Red Extreme Heart method, comparable to that of his brother, yet he felt himself to be slightly stronger. After all, his brother was aged and frail, expending considerable energy to maintain his vitality, while he himself was not similarly constrained. Lu Sheng shook the empty porcelain bottle in his hand. It contained merely a droplet of confinement liquor, no larger than a sesame seed. This extraordinary power could remain preserved in high concentrations of liquor for over a decade, only slightly diminishing in potency. However, with his current abilities, he could barely withstand 1/10 of the confinement poison. The disparity was staggering. Lu Sheng sighed, hoping for fruitful endeavors at the Shambao Hall. His outing served a dual purpose. On one hand, he sought to purchase liquor personally and relieve his mind, and on the other, he was summoned by the largest antique shop in the city, Shambao Hall, which informed him of a new batch of valuable items that had just arrived, inviting him to select from them. Shambao Hall was a venture of the Shilin society within the city's underworld, maintaining a decent relationship with the Qi Jing gang. Previously, Lu Sheng had notified them of his interest in artifacts unearthed from tombs, and they had promptly taken note of his request. Chapter 88. Advancement. The carriage glided smoothly along the road, turning down several streets and passing through a small plaza with a pond. Before coming to a halt on a relatively secluded street, Lu Sheng alighted, gazing up at the enormous stone sign at the corner. A large, gray-white stone, shaped like a finger, bore 3 prominent characters written in vermilion: Shan Bao Tang. Master Lu. Oh, you've arrived. Why didn't you send word in advance? We could have prepared a proper reception for you. The shopkeeper, upon spotting Lu Sheng, hurriedly rushed out with a nervous smile. In the mountain city, who was unaware of Lu Waishou and Apos' renowned reputation, especially after his notorious act of slaying the leader of the Gongsun gang. This deed had instantly etched an image of a formidable and ruthless master in everyone in Apos' minds. Please, come inside. Please. The shopkeeper, a rotund man with bulging eyes, wiped the sweat from his brow as he led Lu Sheng into the establishment. Where are the items? Lu Sheng, uninterested in the shop's exterior, was pressed for time. With the Zhen family engaged in a fierce battle against the otherworldly beings outside, he needed to utilize every moment to enhance himself and prepare. Right here, right here. The shopkeeper quickly replied, leading Lu Sheng into the back room where 2 large chests stood in the corner. These have just been unearthed, and they still carry the sin of the earth. Please bear with us, he added with a forced smile. Open the lids, Lu Sheng instructed, gesturing for the attendants to lift the chest covers. 2 muscular male attendants approached, swiftly unlocking the chests before flipping the lids open with a thud that echoed against the back wall, revealing a chaotic array of miscellaneous items within. No matter. I seek freshness, Lu Sheng remarked indifferently, squatting before one of the chests and casually grasping a bronze sword. No trace of malevolence, he noted, moving on to another bronze candlestick, which also bore no hint of dark energy. The third item, an iron short sword, yielded the same result. I will examine them myself. You need not concern yourselves. Go about your business, Lu Sheng instructed nonchalantly. The shopkeeper dared not leave. He was not merely the proprietor of this shop, but the overall manager of Shan Baotang. Upon hearing news from above that Lu Waishou intended to select items from his branch, he hurriedly left his residence to personally greet Lu Sheng. He discreetly waved the other 2 attendants away, choosing to remain behind to await further instructions. Lu Sheng continued to sift through the items, discarding each one after inspecting it. And soon, he had examined dozens of items from the first chest, none of which contained any trace of dark energy. Not surprised. He knew that while dark energy could be stored within objects, it dissipated quickly, and items that retained such energy were exceedingly rare. Approaching the second chest, he squatted down once more to continue his search. One by one, the items were extracted and cast aside until he suddenly paused, his fingers clasping a gold-threaded red jade bracelet. Ignoring the blackish-yellow mud clinging to it, he examined it closely. A steady stream of cold, dark energy flowed into his arm from the bracelet. Inspecting it carefully, he noticed a line of small characters inscribed, Where is the clear stream of 9 phoenixes? From whence did this bracelet originate? He inquired of the shopkeeper. Master, these items were collected from various vendors. We are uncertain of their specific origins, the shopkeeper replied, visibly troubled. Very well, no matter, Lu Sheng said, placing the jade bracelet aside and continuing to inspect the remaining items. This time, however, he was not as fortunate. The remaining objects yielded no traces of dark energy. Standing up with the gold-threaded jade bracelet in hand, he declared, I shall take this bracelet. What is your price? The shopkeeper took the bracelet, examining it closely. Since it is Master Lu, I shall offer it at the base price of 20 taels. Lu Sheng produced 2 silver notes, each worth 10 taels, and handed them over before rising to leave the inner chamber. Should there be new stock in the future, do remember to inform me. Rest assured, I will. The shopkeeper replied with a forced smile. With the jade bracelet in hand, Lu Sheng hailed a carriage and returned directly to his flower house. Throughout the journey, the bracelet continuously emitted dark energy, flowing into his body. Upon arriving, he retreated to his room, commanding all not to disturb him and securing the door. As he sat down, he rinsed the jade bracelet with tea from a nearby pot, drying it with a cloth until it gleamed with a radiant sheen. The red jade glimmered under the light, reminiscent of rippling blood. At this moment, the dark energy within the jade bracelet had nearly been absorbed. Deep blue. A modifier appeared before Lu Sheng. He focused intently on the martial arts interface. Fortunately, most of the martial arts had buttons behind them, save for the yin-yang jade crane technique. To his surprise, the 6th layer of the Qi heart method also possessed a button, indicating that the energy he had absorbed was sufficient to elevate it by 1 layer. Shall I proceed with the martial arts assessment? The modifier inquired once more. Yes, Lu Sheng decided after a moment's contemplation, opting to follow his previous course of action. The dialog box vanished, and he quickly turned his gaze to the Qi heart method, noting that the button remained intact. To combat the poison of confinement, my only effective means lies in the cultivation of yang energy. The Qi heart method must be elevated first, as it is my primary reliance and my chief weapon against malevolent beings. Having made his choice, Lu Sheng concentrated his attention and pressed the button behind the Qi heart method. With a soft click, the button activated, the interface briefly blurring before becoming clear once more. The previous text transformed into a new state. Qi heart method, 7th layer. Special effect, blood net. Enhanced fire poison. 6-fold shockwaves, enhanced ignition. The blood net. Indeed, it has manifested. Lu Sheng felt a surge of joy. Once the Qi heart method reached its pinnacle, the internal energy would circulate to its utmost limit, naturally forming an energy network that enveloped the skin. This was what the text referred to as the blood net. However, Lu Sheng remained uncertain of the blood net's true potency. While he sensed his overall power expanding rapidly, he did not perceive many subtle changes. Once more, he retrieved the white box, opening it to extract a ceramic vial. He removed the stopper and, tilting it over his palm, let a drop of black liquid fall. Hiss! A plume of white smoke rose, accompanied by a foul odor. Lu Sheng clearly observed the black liquid quivering in his palm, akin to a droplet on a scorching pan, shrinking rapidly, evaporating, and ultimately vanishing entirely. 1 drop was easily dispensed. It took merely 3 breaths to dissipate. Lu Sheng felt the energy consumption and noted that the quality of his Qi energy had significantly improved. With just 2/10 of his power, he achieved the same effects as before. While the total energy increase seemed modest, in reality, his power had surged by at least 4-fold. Truly, this was the apex of the Qi heart method. He decided to test the blood net. Rising to his feet, he summoned his internal energy. Instantly, he felt an invisible net of energy manifesting across his skin, enveloping every part of his body in protection. Fascinating. He extended his index finger, cautiously probing towards the edge of the table. When his fingertip was merely a knuckle's length from the surface, he distinctly sensed an obstruction before him, preventing further advance. This barrier felt akin to a mass of cotton, yielding slightly to pressure but never allowing contact with the table. Suddenly, flames erupted along the edge of the wooden table, bright and consuming, rapidly spreading across the tablecloth. Although there was some defensive effect and a fiery nature, the temperature was far too low. It took several breaths before even the tablecloth began to ignite. With a swift motion, Lu Sheng grabbed the teapot and splashed it across the table, extinguishing the burgeoning flames. In the presence of ordinary individuals and skilled practitioners, the blood net proves to be exceedingly effective. As long as one dons an additional layer of leather armor, the energy from the blood net can absorb and mitigate the force of even the most formidable attacks. However, when confronted with spectral entities, this defense falls short. It is imperative to enhance it further. The 7-day sky-switching blade also emanates a net-like energy. Perhaps it can provide an augmentation? Lu Sheng swiftly retrieved the manual for the Crimson Extreme Heart method to consult. Unfortunately, the 7-day sky-switching blade mentioned therein is merely a simplified version inspired by the 7th level of the Crimson Extreme Heart method. Now that he has attained the 7th level of mastery, this blade seems rather superfluous. Fortunately, I have acquired a Class A Level 3 contribution, allowing me to select a martial art of my preference from the guild. With a Class A contribution, I should be able to choose from the finest internal cultivation methods. I suppose. Lu Sheng felt a twinge of helplessness. Even if he were to perfect the Crimson Extreme Heart method to its pinnacle, reaching the realm of the previous leader of the Crimson Sun sect, he would only be able to resist half of the toxicity according to the calculations derived from that porcelain vial. Lu Sheng surmised that the degree of resistance to this toxicity likely correlates directly with the protective strength against the binding force. If this is indeed the case, even with all his power unleashed, he would need to at least double his current prowess to potentially breach the protective barrier of the binding force. Outer Chief, the guild leader has issued a command for all senior members to gather on the Red Whale. The voice of Yu Lianzi suddenly resonated from outside. All senior members? Lu Sheng squinted. What is the matter? Nothing specific, Yu Lianzi replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. He was not truly considered a senior member. His cunning was sufficient, yet his strength required further honing. Otherwise, he would have been privy to the truth at this moment. Understood, I shall be out shortly. I need to visit the headquarters as well. Lu Sheng stored the porcelain vial back in its box and tucked it beneath his bed before adjusting his attire and opening the door. The horse is ready. Outer Chief, we must be prudent. A fine steed is quite valuable, and to lose one so carelessly is simply wasteful, Yu Lianzi admonished Lu Sheng with exasperation. The horse Lu Sheng previously rode had mysteriously disappeared, leaving the branch in Yinshan City without a decent mount. I understand. Lu Sheng chuckled as he stepped outside, where a group of guild members led a number of fine red steeds before him. Moreover, we can retrieve Lu Chenxin's remains this evening. The time has come, has it not? He suddenly inquired. Indeed. Yu Lianzi nodded, though he couldn't and oppose. He shake the feeling that Lu Sheng appeared transformed compared to before. If he had once exuded the aura of a ferocious beast, now the outer chief emanated a more profound and stable presence, akin to an unyielding mountain. Then let us first bring them here. I shall personally return them, Lu Sheng instructed. Regardless of the circumstances, there must be an explanation to provide back home. Chapter 89. Arrangements no. Send it directly to Yinshan City. I will go there myself, Lu Sheng contemplated. Understood. You handle the other matters. I will head to headquarters first. After giving his instructions, Lu Sheng mounted his horse and galloped towards the Qi Jing ship. He did not pause for a moment along the way. And upon his arrival at the Qi Jing ship, he found that many high-ranking officials and internal affairs officers had already gathered. The dock was bustling with activity, with various nearby factions present as well. As Lu Sheng arrived on horseback, he was immediately greeted by members clad in red faction attire, who guided him and took his horse. Why are there so many people today? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow and inquired, glancing ahead. A group had just arrived, brandishing the flag of the Dongshan Association, led by an elderly man with a white beard who was quietly conversing with the leading faction member. It is the sect leader who has summoned everyone. All notable leaders in the vicinity are expected to attend the Qi Jing ship today, the faction member replied quietly. Dismounting, Lu Sheng boarded the ship from its side, as the front was overwhelmingly crowded, rendering entry impossible. The line to board was lengthy, and due to inspection reasons, progress was slow. A summons? What has transpired? Lu Sheng pressed for more information. I am not certain, sir. The faction member shook his head. Lu Sheng ceased his inquiries. His brow furrowed as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Once aboard, he made his way straight to the main hall, where he could hear a cacophony of voices before even entering. Following the side passage, he was greeted by a chaotic display of various faction banners. The hall was filled with representatives from other forces as well. The old sect leader occupied the foremost seat, with Chuning beside him, along with other external and internal affairs officials, including the familiar Wang Lao, Elder Ouyang, and several other elders. Among the attendees were representatives from the Shaolin Association and the Dongshan Association, with several imposing individuals seated in the prominent positions. Next, representatives from the Bianhua Gate, Gongsu Gate, and Shan Human were present. The hall buzzed with noise and commotion. Lu Sheng glanced at the old sect leader, who had noticed him, and nodded slightly, gesturing for him to approach. Lu Sheng observed that to the left of Hong Mingzi sat a calm and composed young man, dressed in gray and carrying a pine-patterned sword on his back. He exuded a gentle demeanor reminiscent of a scholar or a bookstore owner, lacking any imposing presence. "Junior brother, come sit beside me," Hong Mingzi said quietly, indicating a seat next to Chening. Chening, being the second in command of the Qi Jing Association, allowed Lu Sheng to take the position behind him, subtly signifying that Lu Sheng was effectively the third in command of the Qi Jing Association. Not one to be polite, Lu Sheng strode over and seated himself confidently. "Senior brother, what is the matter? Why the summons?" Hong Mingzi forced a smile and introduced the young man beside him. "This is the person in charge from the Zhen family handling the current situation, Master Zhen Sun." He then turned to the youth and said softly, "Master Zhen, this is my junior brother Lu Sheng. He ranks among the top 3 in strength within our Qi Jing Association." The young man nodded gently at Lu Sheng without speaking, merely acknowledging him. Lu Sheng quickly grasped the young man and Appo's identity. Zhen Sun, the leader of the Zhen family, a true aristocrat, and someone capable of leading his kin to address the current situation. His expression turned serious, and he rose to clasp his fists in respect. Zhen Sun merely nodded in response. Given his status, such a gesture was expected. Lu Sheng did not dwell on it, resuming his seat in silence. After all, in Zhen Sun's eyes, he was merely a leader of the Qi Jing Association, an inconspicuous figure working under the Zhen family. Being regarded with any level of respect was already quite gracious. One by one, more high-ranking officials of the Qi Jing Association arrived, and Hong Mingzi introduced the formidable ones to Zhen Sun, who remained patient and composed throughout, his demeanor consistently mild. However, upon realizing his identity, many high-ranking officials became tense, sitting upright in fear of offending this esteemed young master, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. After approximately half an hour, all members of the Qi Jing Association were introduced, and representatives from other factions had also gathered. The grand doors of the hall slowly closed. Hong Mingzi raised his hand. Bang! A deep drumbeat resonated. "Silence," Hong Mingzi declared. Instantly, the previously uproarious hall quieted, as leaders from various forces restrained their subordinates, their gazes fixed ahead. Old sect leader. Since the Qi Jing Association obtained the right to summon over a decade ago, this is only the second time it has been invoked. Is this gathering due to the recent turmoil outside the city? The deputy leader of the Dongshan Association spoke up, his voice resonant. Indeed, there have been numerous troubles in the northern regions lately. Bizarre incidents abound, causing widespread unease. A most unfavorable omen, the leader of the Shaolin Association exclaimed. Given that the Qi Jing Association is the foremost power in the northern territories, can we propose some measures to stabilize the situation? Others echoed in agreement, acknowledging the significant impact the recent events had on various factions, with increasing instances of unresolved homicides leading to heightened anxiety among the populace, even within Yanshan City, let alone those residing outside its walls. Although many tried to obscure the issue with alternative explanations, discerning individuals could see that the situation had spiraled beyond common control. Hong Mingzi cleared his throat, raising both hands to signal for calm. "Your words ring true. The current circumstances in the northern regions are indeed challenging to manage. Thus, we of the Qi Jing Association have summoned you here to address this matter." He gestured to Zhen Sun beside him. "This young master Zhen Sun is here specifically to resolve the present situation." Zhen Sun. The name seemed to carry an enchantment, swiftly circulating among the leaders of various factions. The previously restless individuals visibly changed demeanor upon hearing it, as only the less experienced newcomers remained oblivious to the Zhen family and Appo's reputation. The atmosphere grew tense. Some individuals who were typically unscrupulous in their dealings began to sweat nervously, uncertain whether this young Master Zhen would bring up past grievances. With a smile, Zhen Sun slowly rose. He surveyed the room, evidently satisfied with the intimidation his name wielded. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice soft yet clear, reaching every ear in the room. "I represent the Zhen family and request your cooperation in 2 matters." He stood, prompting the others, including Hong Mingzi, to rise in unison. "Greetings, Master Zhen." May I inquire what you wish us to do? The deputy leader of the Dongshan Association asked respectfully, his voice tinged with anxiety. This inquiry echoed the curiosity shared by all present. Zhen Sun smiled gently. I require all factions to uncover every force associated with the Hongfang. Hongfang. Hong Mingzi's expression shifted. Indeed, the red of Hong and the Fang of Fang. It is the true source of this upheaval, Zhen Sun affirmed. Additionally, I need you to document and report all conspicuous outsiders who have recently arrived in the 5 major cities, noting any individuals with unusual characteristics. This was an immensely significant undertaking. The 5 major cities included Yinshan City, and each experienced a substantial influx of people daily. Identifying all individuals with distinct traits would prove challenging. Lu Sheng, standing to the side, began to grasp the implications of Master Zhen Sun's request. He was effectively constructing an intelligence network through the assistance of ordinary people to identify potential adversaries. Since this is Master Zhen Sun's request, we shall certainly comply. The head of the Forestry Association was the first to express his stance, followed promptly by the other gang leaders. Those seated in this prominent position were all well-informed individuals. The Zhen family is the true ruler of the Northern Territories, serving as the backbone of the Qijing gang, a fact known to all. Each year, the immense wealth and resources of the Qijing gang vanish like a flood, seemingly absorbed entirely by the Zhen family. Understanding my intention, I expect all gathered intelligence to be submitted to the Qijing gang, and I shall dispatch someone periodically to review the findings. Is that agreeable? Zhen Sun scanned the assembly. Absolutely, we shall comply with your directives, exclaimed Hong Mingzi, the first to respond, sporting a sycophantic smile. Lu Sheng was rendered speechless. It was the first time he had witnessed his senior brother in such a subservient demeanor, truly befitting the leader of the foremost gang, adept at both humility and authority. We shall certainly obey your wishes. The remaining factions dared not dissent, offering their affirmations in unison. Zhen Sun then outlined key individuals to monitor before departing leisurely, soon mounting a fine steed provided by the Qijing gang and riding away with an air of finality. This hastily convened assembly dispersed just as abruptly. The numerous leaders present had lost the lightheartedness they had arrived with, their expressions now grave as they prepared to execute Zhen family and Appo's orders and arrange for surveillance on their subordinates. Lu Sheng also intended to take his leave, but was called back by the old leader. Junior brother, is there something of importance that requires my presence? In the leader and Appo's study, Hong Mingzi dismissed everyone else, leaving only Lu Sheng within. Junior brother, significant changes are afoot, and you must prepare yourself. Hong Mingzi spoke with solemnity. Changes? Lu Sheng's expression turned serious. The old leader would not have summoned him without cause. Indeed, Hong Mingzi nodded gravely. For over 20 years, I have interacted with the Zhen family, and their responses have always been decisive, severe, and methodical. Yet this time, something feels amiss. This young master Zhen Sun does not adhere to the usual Zhen family protocols. I harbor a foreboding sense of unease. Are you certain? Lu Sheng inquired, his concern palpable. Certain. The Zhen family's actions seem overly hasty, Hong Mingzi continued. Of course, it is possible that my suspicions are unfounded, but it is prudent to be prepared. Take care. Junior brother. The Zhen family appears unstable. Understood. Lu Sheng felt a weight settle upon him. As he departed the study, he pondered the matter on his way back. Given Hong Mingzi's nature, he would not speak without reason. Lu Sheng, of impeccable character and a disciple of the Qi Ri sect, was treated as a close confidant by Hong Mingzi, a gesture that felt natural. The Zhen family and Appo's instability. If preparations are necessary, how should one proceed? Lu Sheng's thoughts turned dark. The Northern Territories are under the Zhen family's protection against the supernatural threats, benefiting from substantial resources while maintaining stability. Should this vast shield falter, the ensuing troubles would be monumental. Chapter 90. Arrangements. No more deliberation. One step at a time. If the Zhen family truly faces defeat, perhaps only a major city like Yinshan City can provide a semblance of safety. The imperial court is backed by the royal family, which nominally governs such a vast territory. Undoubtedly, the power behind it is formidable. When the time comes, retreating to Yinshan City should pose no significant risk. Moreover, my elder brother must have had a contingency plan in place. Lu Sheng dismissed further contemplation and hastened towards the city on horseback. The only course left for me is to gather items infused with energy at the swiftest pace to enhance my strength. Safety lies solely in my own hands. That is the most secure foundation. He rode through the night back to the city, where the subordinates of the Qijing gang had already transported the bodies to a pharmacy in the branch office. He made his way directly to the location of the corpses and, in the back courtyard of the pharmacy, finally beheld the bodies of Lu Sheng and several others. Gasp! Lu Sheng pulled back the white cloth and instinctively covered his nose, stepping back a pace. The putrid stench of decay assaulted him, nauseating as if he had licked the slick filth from the walls of a sewage ditch. The few aides beside him could not suppress their revulsion, grimacing in disgust. Lying in the coffin, Lu Sheng's upper skull appeared as if sliced by a knife, leaving only the lower part of his eyes. His forehead was entirely absent, and his limbs resembled desiccated twigs, devoid of moisture and color. More alarmingly, the corpse's torso was severely decomposed, with exposed skin riddled with wormholes, some areas festering with mold, while others oozed pus and rotted, the amalgamation of odors rendering the air nearly unbreathable. The body has not been disturbed? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow and inquired. No. It was moved into the coffin untouched. Not a thing was altered, Ning San replied from the side. Bring it to me. Close it up and carry it away. Lu Sheng commanded. The aides quickly stepped forward to close the coffin, and with the noxious odor sealed inside, the air became significantly more bearable, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from everyone present. Let us proceed to the Lu residence. I have not felt such urgency in a long time. At the Lu residence, the brightly lit courtyard echoed with intermittent cries of lament. My son, you met such a cruel fate. Wang Yinyu sat on the ground, flailing her arms, tears and snot streaming down her face, her attire disheveled. Surrounding her were numerous relatives, both young and old, Lu Tianyang, Lu Yingying, and other distant kin, over 20 individuals in total. Lu Quanan sat nearby, his face, neck, and hands marred with numerous bloody scratches. Wang Yinyu, what madness has overtaken you? Do you not realize that everyone here is watching? Have you no shame left? He was filled with rage, nearly choking on his own blood. My son is gone. My hopes for the future have vanished. Lu Quanan, you still have 2 sons, but I have but one. Just one son. Wang Yinyu cried out. Chen was also my son. His disappearance pains me as much as it does you. However, the Lu family is a large household, with dozens of mouths to feed. We cannot all cease to live for Chen, can we? Is this how you honor the memory of Xiaohong? How can you justify this to Tianyang? Lu Quanan clutched his chest in agony. And what of that? Why must my son perish while Lu Tianyang survives? They shared the same dwelling. Why is it that only Lu Chen has vanished, and Tianyang is unscathed? Tell me why. Wang Yinyu's eyes reddened, her swollen eyelids betraying an uncontainable malice. Lu Quanan had no retort. Indeed, both Lu Tianyang and Lu Chen occupied the same room, yet only Lu Chen had disappeared without a trace, while Tianyang remained unharmed. Look, you have no words left to say, do you? Ha 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 ha. Lu Quanan, how did you promise me when you married me? You spoke so sweetly in bed, proclaiming that as long as I consented, you would secure our child's future. And what is the outcome? What is the outcome? Wang Yinyu became increasingly deranged. My son is gone. Can you still father another? Can you? Ha 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 ha. Perhaps I should seek out your elder brother. Let him take me. Perhaps I might bear another child. Or perhaps one of the gentlemen present, you. She suddenly sprang up, seizing a middle-aged man beside her. Zhao Guanshi, you have long been casting furtive glances at me. Do you wish to take advantage of me? Come, right here. I shall allow you. Ha 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 ha. The man's face flushed crimson, attempting to break free, yet unable to escape her grasp. The surrounding guards hesitated to intervene, fearing they might harm Wang Yinyu. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly oppressive. Bang! What manner of conduct is this? Lu Sheng strode into the courtyard, his expression somber, flanked by members of the Qijing gang who rushed in, forming 2 lines. Separate her from me. His gaze locked onto the deranged Wang Yinyu. 2 men immediately stepped forward to pry apart the laughing Wang Yinyu. Lu Quanan, already marked by blood, sat beside, sighing deeply. Oh, is this not our illustrious young master? Residing alone in Yinshan City for so long without incident, Wang Yinyu chuckled, seemingly indifferent to her predicament. Slap. Lu Sheng delivered a resounding slap to Wang Yinyu and Amp Oppo's face. The blow sent her head snapping back, leaving her momentarily dazed and silent. Third Madam has grown weary. Take her away to rest, and ensure the door is securely closed. Yes, At this moment, two servants rushed forward, restraining Wang Yinyu and dragging her away. With Lu Sheng and Apos' authoritative presence and the backing of numerous subordinates, he quickly quelled the crowd, leading to Wang Yinyu and Apos' expeditious removal. Lu Sheng glanced at his father, Lu Quanan, letting out a slight sigh. Age had weighed heavily upon him, and in the face of his once beloved, he could not bring himself to be harsh. The present humiliation was unavoidable. Lu Quanan sighed, appearing significantly aged. Lu Sheng then turned to observe Lu Tianyang standing nearby, tightly embraced by his mother, Lu Hong, who was weeping silently. This poor mother clung to her son's arm, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Shenggu, Wang Yinyu, she actually poisoned Tianyang's late-night meal. Lu Hong's tears cascaded down her cheeks. How could she be so heartless? She sobbed. Lu Tianyang's face turned ashen, his breath erratic, standing motionless as he allowed his mother to cling to him. Enough. Lu Sheng uttered a cold snort. Must we endure such wailing? Lu Hong trembled at his voice, silenced by fear. Everyone disperse. Lu Tianyang, Zhao Bo, and Zhao Guanshi remain. The rest of you, from a line outside, and return to your duties. Lu Sheng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sharp. The eyes of all present, save for Zhao Bo, averted from his fierce demeanor. As they bowed their heads in deference, his authority had grown immensely. His physique, honed through battles, exuded an aura of intimidation. When angered, even the most courageous would find it difficult to meet his gaze. Upon issuing his command, the others hastily dispersed, leaving only a few standing in the courtyard. Soon, once the courtyard doors were secured and guards stationed outside, Lu Sheng turned to Lu Quanan to ascertain what had transpired. It turned out that Wang Yinyu had sensed the impending doom surrounding her son, Lu Chenxin, combined with Lu Quanan and Apos' inability to father more children. Despair and bitterness had taken root in her heart. She had audaciously poisoned Lu Tianyang's late-night meal with deadly gelatinous flour poison. Fortunately, Zhao Bo had discovered it during his rounds. After hearing the events unfold, Lu Sheng fell silent. This situation, a calamity of both nature and man, unforeseen by anyone. Chenxin is indeed lost. I have located the body. Located it? Lu Quanan was taken aback. Zhao Bo sighed beside him, while the others, including Lu Tianyang and the rest, remained silent, heads bowed. Outside, the situation appeared disconcerting. Father, you may wish to take a look, Lu Sheng stated in a hushed tone. Lu Quan and Apos, and paused momentarily, and after a while, he replied with a heavy voice, let us go and see. Third sister will inform her of this matter once she has regained her composure, Lu Sheng advised. Indeed, Lu Quanan acknowledged, closing his eyes and choosing not to speak further. The group exited the rear courtyard, proceeding to the side entrance of the Lu residence. There, at the alley's edge, lay a large, ominous black coffin. Lu Sheng instructed his subordinates to open the coffin and Apos' lid, allowing the others to examine its contents. As Lu Quan and Apos' approached for a closer look, tears streamed down his face within moments, and he turned away to heave in distress. Lu Tianyang, Zhao Bo, and others stepped forward to take a glance, their expressions grim. Some were unable to contain their own retching. Alas, Zhao Bo sighed deeply. Brother Sheng, it is evident that you have established some roots in Yinshan City. I wonder if we might uncover the identity of the one responsible for this tragedy? Upon hearing his question, Lu Quanan and the others turned their gazes toward Lu Sheng. They had only just arrived in Yinshan City and were unfamiliar with the emblem of the Red Whale Gang, mistakenly assuming that Lu Sheng had encountered some fortuitous circumstance. It is difficult to say. Lu Sheng was aware of the perpetrator's identity, yet revealing it to his family seemed futile. What of the authorities? Lu Quanan inquired, his expression pained. Will reporting this to the officials serve any purpose? Lu Sheng remained silent, and Lu Quanan understood the unspoken answer. Unlike Zhao Bo and Lu Tianyang, he had once been part of the upper echelons of Jilian City and was privy to many clandestine matters, including the existence of specters. Judging by the condition of Chenxin, he could surmise the gravity of the situation. The brutality inflicted upon the body was not the work of mere mortals. You should not have come to Yinshan City at this juncture. Lu Sheng exhaled slowly. It is not that we chose to come, but rather that we had no choice. Lu Quanan lamented. Jilian City is no longer safe, and it has grown increasingly desolate. Many have departed. With fewer people, commerce has dwindled, and supporting a large family has become a challenge. There are not enough hands to tend to the fields. Lu Sheng began to grasp his father and Apos' as predicament. Following the explosion in Julian City, the vitality of the area had been severely compromised, and the Lu family, reliant on its prosperity, was similarly afflicted. If this situation persisted, their fortunes would surely decline, prompting Lu Sheng to resolve to relocate. Since we are here, we must settle matters promptly. Have you given thought to which industry you wish to pursue? He inquired with keen interest. As a senior member of the Red Whale gang, he was in a position to support his family and intended to do so to the best of his abilities. Let us observe for now. I have no clear direction yet, Lu Quanan replied with resignation. Chapter 91. Sisters, if there is truly no direction, it may be prudent to invest in provisions. Lu Sheng subtly suggested. Provisions? Xiaobo, standing nearby, was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation had escalated to such an extent. Almost, Lu Sheng replied. The farmers outside no longer dare venture far from the city. Vast fields lie fallow, and no matter how much we store, there will come a time when it runs out. A famine is anticipated next year, he added somberly. I shall return to make preparations. Lu Quan and oppose, and closed his eyes, unwilling to delve further into this topic. Lu Chenxin is, after all, his son. Watching him die before his very eyes is an experience Lu Sheng cannot fathom. Observing his father's distress, Lu Sheng chose not to disturb him further and swiftly departed with the members of the Red Whale gang. The city of Yinshan remained brilliantly lit at night. The bustling night market resembled a luminous river, with an abundance of stalls and carts, lanterns and oil lamps flowing gently. The vibrant scene appeared untouched by the recent spate of troubles. As Lu Sheng rode through the chaotic thoroughfare, he surveyed the throngs of revelers around him, suddenly overcome with fatigue and confusion. Since my arrival in this world, I have ceaselessly strived to grow stronger, mastering martial arts and contending with supernatural beings. Had I not come here, the Lu family would likely have met the same fate as Brother Su's family, entirely sacrificed. His gaze drifted to the right, where a small boy eagerly shook a round wooden drum he had received from his mother, the cheerful sound ringing out. The people here, even in their ignorance and lack of defense, persevered like wild grass, striving to survive. Lu Sheng observed with an impassive expression. Yet, they merely exist. Passing by the boy, Lu Sheng encountered a group of drunken scholars singing boisterously, their raucous laughter prompting most passers-by to hastily steer clear. Ha ha ha, 1,000 cups of wine and none intoxicated. A myriad of verses, ink flows. Brother Chun, Brother Song. Another round. One scholar raised an empty hand in a toast, unabashed by the disdainful glances of those around him. The others erupted in laughter, joining in the raucous cheer. Miss Honger is truly spirited. Next time, Hick, let us invite her again. The group roared with mirth. Lu Sheng cast a glance at them before continuing his slow ride. The members of the Red Whale gang closely followed, parting the crowd as they passed. To the common folk, their demeanor was synonymous with danger. After progressing a while, Lu Sheng gently reined in his horse, turning his gaze toward a stall selling soup dumplings. In the corner, 2 ragged and filthy beggars were seated at a small table. Strangely enough, despite their grimy appearances and disheveled hair, the 2 sat upright as if they were sturdy pines. Lu Sheng scrutinized the pair, narrowing his eyes, then gestured for his subordinates to halt. Dismounting, he handed his horse to a companion and approached the dumpling stall, taking a seat. Good sir, what would you like to order? The stall owner, noticing Lu Sheng's distinguished aura, rushed over with a beaming smile. Just something simple, like what they are having, Lu Sheng indicated toward the 2 beggars. The stall owner, an older man, hesitated. Are you jesting? Those 2 are eating the leftover materials from my stall. It's not quality dumplings. They do not pay? Lu Sheng asked. The stall owner forced a smile. These children appear to have no money. They've been wandering nearby for several days, subsisting on discarded vegetable leaves and bones. I felt pity for them. You are kind-hearted. Are they not locals? Lu Sheng inquired, glancing at the beggars again. He noted the stall owner referred to them as they. Indeed, they are not. They fled from a famine in their hometown not long ago. Yet, the girls are quite proud. When I offered to give them food, they refused. Eventually, I managed to convince them to take it on credit, promising to return later, the stall owner explained, shaking his head. Given they are girls, how can they wander the streets without being captured? Lu Sheng expressed his surprise. Well, if you see their faces, you and Appos, LL understand, the stall owner replied helplessly. Lu Sheng ceased his inquiries and ordered a portion of meat-filled dumplings, then sat quietly observing the 2 beggar girls. From the first moment he laid eyes upon them, he sensed an aura that was distinctly different from ordinary people. Despite the distance of over 10 meters, their presence was as vivid as flames in the night. Drawing Lu Sheng's attention, it was an imperceptible, eerie energy, a sensation typically associated with supernatural beings, yet it emanated from these two living beggars, prompting Lu Sheng to investigate further. Seated, he discreetly listened to their conversation. "Sister, are you not eating? It will get cold soon," the shorter beggar urged in a clear, melodious voice, akin to metal-striking porcelain. "I have already consumed 3. It is your turn," replied the taller sister in a husky tone, yet calm and composed. "I calculated that one dumpling can sustain us for about 4 hours. If we conserve, we can go days without foraging for vegetable leaves," the younger sister stated. "I do not wish to eat vegetable leaves any longer," the younger one responded. "Nor do I, but we have no choice," the elder sister replied. "Thus far, we owe 13 kind souls debts. I wish not to accumulate more," the younger sister remarked, lowering her head to eat before suddenly adding, "Sister, I promise I will remember." Despite their destitute state, the sisters maintained an air of dignity in their conversation, speaking with an eloquence that suggested a refined upbringing. Even the simple act of eating a bowl of dumplings appeared to them as a matter of profound seriousness. Intrigued, Lu Sheng rose and approached their table. "From your manner of speaking, you must be literate. Why not seek work helping others with writing or correspondence?" His sudden interjection caused both sisters to look up at him. In that moment, Lu Sheng realized the cause of their plight. Their faces were covered in numerous flesh-colored sores, obscuring their noses, mouths, and eyelids, leaving only slivers of their eyes visible. A foul odor emanated from them, reminiscent of decaying flesh. He also noted that the sores on the sides of their necks were slightly larger, some containing wriggling maggots. Noticing his gaze, the elder sister touched her neck. "I wish to remove them, but they cannot be cleaned. It itches terribly." After scrutinizing the two, Lu Sheng, if not for the absence of Adam and Apples, apples, and the slight swell on their chests, would hardly have believed them to be girls. "Do you require assistance? I may have a job for you." He expressed his curiosity, intrigued by the unusual mix of energies within their bodies, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. "Really?" The younger sister sprang to her feet, staring intently at him. The elder sister beside her shivered with excitement, struggling to contain her emotions. "Indeed," Lu Sheng affirmed with a nod. "What can you do?" "We can read and write, and we also know basic needlework, as well as washing and cooking." The younger sister responded swiftly. "Can you tend to flowers?" Lu Sheng inquired with a smile, envisioning them watering, fertilizing, and pruning plants. "Yes," they exclaimed in unison. At nearly the same moment, the sisters answered in unison, their eyes shimmering with a subtle brilliance. After bringing the two beggars back to the Jin Yuhua residence to work, Lu Sheng devoted himself to mastering the Jiujiang iron chain technique. He first expended the energy from the yin-yang jade crane technique, before engaging in the rigorous training of the Jiujiang iron chain technique. Almost immediately, he began to perceive results. A faint, tingling warmth coursed across the surface of his skin, signifying one of the standard indicators of initiation into the Jiujiang iron chain technique. This also validated Lu Sheng's hypothesis regarding the conflict of martial arts techniques. While the yin-yang jade crane technique was active, practicing a martial art requiring extreme physical conditions proved to be counterproductive. From this point forward, he would be equipped to make the necessary adjustments in similar situations. Bang, 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 bang. Lu Sheng struck fiercely against the black iron mass before him with a series of powerful palm strikes. In the open space of the flower room, a crimson line appeared on his forehead, his palms stained red, radiating waves of heat, with warm air swirling within a 2-meter radius. Breaking heart palm, with his final strike, he delivered a powerful blow to the center of the iron mass, causing it to tremble violently. Bang! After maintaining the posture for a moment, Lu Sheng gradually released his grip. The iron mass remained an inky black, yet anyone who dared to touch it would find that it had been heated to a scalding temperature. This was Lu Sheng's method of cultivating his own extreme red heart technique. Having reached the 7th level, he had attained the pinnacle of this internal mastery. With no further paths available for training in the blood net, he devised a method of utilizing the iron mass for his practice. Each time he unleashed the blood net, he ensured that it enveloped the entire iron mass, subsequently heating and scorching it, thus refining both his precision and control. Due to the irregular shape of the iron mass, which stood taller than a person, it was ideally suited for training the efficiency of the blood net in various forms and angles when confronting adversaries. The final strike, propelled by the break heart palm and fueled by the 7th level of the extreme red heart technique, yielded results that left Lu Sheng quite satisfied. Originally a mere technique of the harmonious energy realm, the break heart palm, when augmented by the extreme red heart technique, exhibited a remarkable increase in power. The shockwave generated felt as though the entire iron mass was quaking violently, had he not intentionally directed his force downwards. The several thousand pounds of iron might have rolled away. "Master, it is time for dinner," Ning Sen remarked respectfully from the side. Indeed, Lu Sheng nodded. Now that he had initiated the Zhejiang iron chain technique, he planned to return to his quarters and experiment with modifying this hard technique using a modifier. Confident that the foundation laid by the yin-yang jade crane technique would mitigate any potential issues. Although such external techniques at the harmonious energy level consumed considerable energy, their relatively lower tier rendered them unlikely to be excessively formidable. His motivation for mastering this technique was its nature as a defensive martial art, which could prove vital for preserving his life in critical moments. Chapter 92. Sisters, by the way, how has the frequency of cases been lately? Lu Sheng had been engrossed in his training and had not paid attention to the happenings outside. He instructed Ning Sen not to disturb him unless there was a matter of life and death. Lord Yulian occasionally visited headquarters for routine meetings, but otherwise, everything remained unchanged. With no significant developments. Should anything arise, the crew of the Red Whale would promptly inform you, Ning Sen replied. That is good to hear. And what about the 2 female beggars I brought back earlier? Lu Sheng recalled and inquired. I have investigated. They are indeed from out of town and have only been in Yinshan City for less than a month. However, they are quite adept at their tasks in the flower house, and the plants they care for thrive better than those in other houses. They do not cheat or act slyly, and their character seems commendable, Ning Sen smiled. Report to me immediately if you observe anything unusual. Lu Sheng felt an unsettling aura surrounding the 2 women. Bringing them back was merely to ascertain if they exhibited any peculiarities. Understood. The 2 exited the flower house and settled down for a brief respite in the adjacent gardener and amp. Oppo's cottage, wiping their brows. Turn back. Bring my token to the smithy at headquarters. I wish to forge a superior weapon. A common blade would not suffice, Lu Sheng commanded. Noted. I will send someone to notify the smithy to prepare the materials. Additionally, the funeral for the Lu family has commenced today, Ning Sen reminded. Is it for Lu Qinshin's wake? Lu Sheng exhaled deeply. Yes. Ning San's voice dropped to a whisper. I will return afterwards, Lu Sheng nodded. Any news from the Shantou Hall? None. However, why hasn't he the outer circle visited headquarters? I recall Elder Zhang Baiyu, who is fond of collecting such antiquities. And the headquarters warehouse houses numerous artifacts from tombs, Ning Sen pondered aloud. I will look into it later, Lu Sheng remarked, swiftly consuming his meal, finishing a large bowl of rice and accompanying dishes in mere moments. After eating, Lu Sheng rose and made his way towards his bedroom. As he passed a flower house, he caught a glimpse of the 2 sisters engaged in a detailed conversation with the gardener. These sisters, the elder named Lu Qin and the younger Lu Kaiyun, had suffered a great misfortune. Their family had perished, and they had been compelled into their current plight. Although they did not elaborate on the specifics, Lu Sheng sensed they harbored many hidden secrets. While passing the flower house, Lu Sheng noticed the elder sister Lu Qin's right arm, where a patch of skin was exposed. Strangely, the skin appeared swollen and purplish, even somewhat deformed. Yet, Lu Qin seemed utterly oblivious to it. Lu Sheng smiled and nodded at the 2. The sisters returned the gesture, while the gardener bowed respectfully. Once Lu Sheng had stepped a distance away, the gardener hurriedly reminded the sisters of their duties before scurrying off to attend to other matters. At the entrance of the flower house, only the Lu sisters remained. Sister, can we stay here a little longer? Lu Kaiyun inquired softly. It would be best not to. It may implicate Lord Lu, Lu Qin replied calmly. Your condition is nearing its critical point again. Isn't it? Yes, Lu Kaiyun nodded. Those entities will return, if we linger here too long. This place will also be destroyed. A flicker of pain flashed in Lu Qin and Amp, Oppo's eyes. But, I like it here. The flowers are so beautiful. Lu Kaiyun murmured. So do I. Lu Qin echoed softly. However, Lord Lu is merely an ordinary person, as are the others here. Lu Kaiyun fell silent. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke in a hushed tone. I understand. It is not your fault. Lu Qin gently embraced her sister. I can sense their presence. They are coming again. Lu Kaiyun remained silent, pressing her face against her sister's chest, where a small sore on her cheek burst, releasing a pale yellow fluid that soaked Lu Qing's clothing. Creak. The door swung open as Lu Sheng strode in, shutting the door behind him, intending to rest on the bed. Suddenly, he halted, scanning the entire bedroom. A black dining table was accompanied by several chairs, while a square desk held scattered books from the previous night. The bed covers were slightly disheveled, still resembling the state he had left them in. However, what darkened Lu Sheng's expression was the sight of a pale hand gripping the edge of the bed curtain. It appeared as though someone was propped against the bed, holding the curtain to prevent it from falling shut. From Lu Sheng's vantage point, he could only see the hand. Who? He demanded, his gaze darkening as his right hand slowly reached for the hilt of his concealed blade. No answer came. The hand gradually retreated back towards the bed, moving slowly and soundlessly. Yet Lu Sheng could clearly see that it was retreating towards the wall. With a cold snort, he advanced swiftly, yanking the curtain aside with force. Hiss! The curtain was torn open, revealing an empty bed, devoid of any occupant. The bed was positioned in the corner, flanked by walls, with nothing else in sight, confirming its emptiness. Seeing this, Lu Sheng cast a sweeping gaze around the room. Attempting to flee? He scoffed, swiftly extending his hand to deliver a powerful strike to the center of the bed. The force of his palms surged through the air, producing a piercing whistle. Bang! The bed collapsed with a deafening crash, the wood splintering, accompanied by a faint scream. A shadow erupted from beneath the bed, lunging at Lu Sheng. Bloodweb. Lu Sheng remained motionless, his internal energy swirling, activating the 7th level of the Red Extreme Heart method, enveloping him in an invisible energy net. Uft! A harrowing scream pierced the air. A chill swept through the bedroom, quickly settling into silence. Once the air had calmed, Lu Sheng meticulously attuned his senses to the surroundings, gradually relaxing. How could a malignant entity infiltrate my room? Is my half-ghostly form becoming more potent? Or is it due to those two young girls? He squinted, inspecting the room, as footsteps approached outside, accompanied by knocks on the door. Sir, are you all right? I'm fine, Lu Sheng replied, opening the door. Have the bed removed and replace it with a new one. As several servants entered, they beheld the collapsed bed, exchanging bewildered glances. Understood. Although they were unclear about what transpired, none dared to question Lu Sheng. While the servants busied themselves with the bed, Lu Sheng bent down to pick up a small pink pouch from the floor. The pouch bore an embroidered image of mandarin ducks playing in water, its craftsmanship rather rudimentary, resembling the wares sold by street vendors for mere coins. Yet upon touching it, Lu Sheng felt an unsettling chill. How could there be such a dark aura within my home? Lu Sheng smirked, sensing the aura was not overwhelming. He decided to pierce his fingertip, pressing it gently against the pouch. Hiss! A barely audible sound followed as a stream of subtle dark energy surged into Lu Sheng's body, traveling along his arm and into his chest, where it swiftly vanished. Before long, the pouch ceased to emanate its chill. Who dares? Suddenly, a voice from outside barked at the guards, questioning their intrusion into the resting quarters. Brother, Lord Lu is in danger. We must awaken him at once. Lu Qing's voice faintly reached them, tinged with urgency. Danger? The guards could not suppress their laughter. Our master has yet to place anyone in peril, let alone himself. Enough of this. You two grotesque creatures, return to your slumber and cease this foolish wandering, they scoffed. Lu Qing and her sister? Hearing the conversation from within his bedroom, Lu Sheng's eyes glimmered with intrigue. As he took a few steps out of the room, he immediately spotted the two sisters still entangled with the guards. What brings you here? Is there something amiss? He inquired casually as he approached them. Young Master Lu, have you encountered anything peculiar? Lu Qing sighed with relief upon seeing Lu Sheng, her expression one of unburdened ease. Peculiar? A thief actually entered the room, and I sent them fleeing with a mere slap, leaving behind this purse. To my surprise, it turned out to be a woman. Lu Sheng chuckled, tossing the purse in his hand. This is... Suddenly, Lu Qing and Lu Kaiyun shivered at the sight of the purse. Young master, it is our negligence, the guards exclaimed in alarm, hastily offering their apologies. Not to worry, I was merely passing the time in boredom. My days are consumed solely by practice, and I was longing for some diversion. Lu Sheng grinned, his gaze laden with meaning as he looked at the two sisters. Young Master Lu. Lu Qing spoke solemnly. Are you not afraid? Afraid? Lu Sheng waved his hand, signaling the guards to step aside. You two, come with me. Leading them, He headed straight to a secluded corner of the newly constructed pavilion's backyard, ensuring that the entrances were guarded to prevent any intrusions. He settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard. Now, tell me, who are you truly, and why do you attract spirits? Upon hearing the term spirits, the sisters froze momentarily, yet oddly, they displayed no signs of shock or fear. Instead, a flicker of relief and ecstasy illuminated their eyes, akin to shipwrecked sailors catching sight of an island after a long drift at sea. A glimmer of hope. After a brief silence, as their emotions steadied, Lu Kaiyun cautiously asked, "You are aware of ghosts?" "Certainly. We often engage with such troublesome entities. Otherwise, how would we establish ourselves in such a vast realm?" Lu Sheng noted the sisters and Appo's odd demeanor, which diverged from his earlier expectations, causing his brow to furrow in concern. "Indeed, since young Master Lu is already aware, we shall not beat around the bush," Lu Qin interjected, her voice laced with a sense of relief. "All this time, we believed we were the only ones capable of dealing with ghosts, and to our astonishment, we have finally encountered someone of your caliber." Lu Sheng, bewildered and perplexed, urged, "Start from the beginning. The more I listen, the more confused I become." "Very well, we shall recount everything from the very start," Lu Qin replied earnestly, her eyes gradually reflecting a blend of tenderness and sorrow as she began to reminisce about their early encounters. Chapter 93. Heritage. Originally, we were the daughters of a prominent family from Yunzhou. My sister and I were studying at a private school until one day, a large group of nefarious individuals suddenly invaded our home. Lu Qin and Appo's eyes glimmered with a hint of resentment. These villains were incredibly powerful. They killed our patriarch and the guards, and even the hired help could not escape. Almost all the direct lineage of our family was slaughtered, and they proceeded to hunt down the collateral branches. It was only later that we learned our family had been caught in the crossfire. The Lu family was merely a branch of a larger clan, and these evildoers had come to our home in search of a particular object, leaving our household in ruins. With the assistance of a kind-hearted stranger, we disguised ourselves as beggars and managed to escape, journeying northward while begging along the way, as Lu Kaiyun added. "Then you must have encountered ghostly attacks." Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. "That is a natural ability my sister and I possess. We are inherently gifted in attracting and sensing spirits," Lu Qin responded swiftly. Lu Kaiyun nodded eagerly in agreement. Lu Sheng's expression remained calm, though it was unclear whether he believed them or not. "I see. What are your plans now?" The two sisters exchanged glances, and Lu Qin spoke first. "Since those beings have returned, we should leave this place." Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng and Appo's brow furrowed deeply. "How old are you both?" The sisters were momentarily taken aback, unsure of the sudden inquiry, but they answered honestly. "I am 11, and my sister is 10. At such a tender age, burdened with illness, does it make sense to continue fleeing? Sooner or later, you will find yourselves without food, starving to death, succumbing to illness, or being pursued by spirits," Lu Sheng said solemnly. He stood up, sighed, and closed his eyes for a moment, lost in thought. "Very well," he finally said. "If I have seen you, I cannot turn a blind eye. You two little ones should recuperate here. I could use 2 assistants to help me manage my affairs. What do you say?" "Thank you, young Master Lu, but assistants? What does that entail?" Lu Qin asked hesitantly, her guard up. "Oh, just helping me with some chores," Lu Sheng replied with a smile. "Ah, so you mean like maids? We can do that," Lu Kaiyun interjected before her sister could respond. Lu Qin hesitated, but with her sister already in agreement, she felt unable to object. "Go find Yulianzi and tell her I sent you. Have the doctor come to assess your conditions and prepare a list of necessary medicines," Lu Sheng instructed. "Is this truly possible?" Lu Qin questioned, her eyes wide with disbelief at such unexpected fortune. "Of course it is," Lu Sheng reassured her with a grin. "I have great faith in you both. In this world, the ability to sense spirits is exceedingly rare. Do not underestimate yourselves." He waved his hand encouragingly. "Really?" Lu Kaiyun and Appo's voice trembled slightly. "Indeed, rest assured. As for your capacity to attract spirits, I am quite eager to have something to practice with my sword. You may stay in the adjacent room," Lu Sheng said, revealing a fierce grin that, while intimidating, strangely provided comfort to the sisters. "Thank you, young Master Lu," Lu Qin exclaimed, immediately kneeling before him, pulling her sister down to join her. "There's no need for that." Lu Sheng rushed forward to support them. "You are so young, and yet have faced such calamity while maintaining your integrity. It is admirable. Since I can offer assistance, It is my duty to do so." The Lu sisters expressed their gratitude profusely, understanding how rare it was to find a safe haven. They had been fleeing endlessly, never daring to linger in one place, often waking from nightmares only to flee again, inadvertently endangering the kind souls who sheltered them. They had shed countless tears, and their hopes had been dashed time and again. However, this time felt different. The imposing figure of young Master Lu, with his gleaming bald head and fierce gaze, exuded an extraordinary presence. Most importantly, he exhibited no fear of spirits. He had effortlessly dispatched the very ghost that had pursued them. This demonstrated his formidable strength. As Lu Sheng left the room, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps they could remain here a while longer. The sisters returned to their quarters, preparing to change into clean clothing before seeking out Yulianzi for medical attention. "Sister, do you think we can finally stop fleeing?" Lu Kaiyan whispered. Lu Sheng fell silent. "Sister, why Don and Amp? Oppos, till you tell young Master Lu the truth. He is a good person," Lu Kaiyan continued. "And what good would that do?" Lu Sheng countered. "Our troubles are too great. Whether we disclose the truth or not, we can only hope to stay here a bit longer. Even an extra day is worth it." Lu Kaiyan murmured. Lu Sheng sighed. "We cannot drag young Master Lu into our troubles. He has already been very kind." "I understand." Lu Ziyun's spirits dampened as she added, "As long as the blood of the giants remains unfound, they will never cease their pursuit of us." Silence. Lu Sheng quickly raised a finger to her lips. "What are you afraid of? We do not even know where that object is. We are merely a branch of the Lu family. Why should we bear the sins of the main family?" Lu Ziyun's eyes burned with resentment. "Father, mother, what crime did they commit to deserve such a fate? What wrong have we done to endure such agony?" "Enough, Kaiyan." Lu Sheng finally snapped, unable to contain herself. Lu Kaiyan fell silent, standing still, biting her lip, tears welling in her eyes. "If one day I gain power, I shall ensure that those who have wronged us pay dearly for their deeds," she declared, her eyes filled with venom. "Kaiyan." Lu Sheng rushed forward to embrace her. "Have you forgotten what our parents taught us? Sister, whoever treats me well, I shall reciprocate in kind. Whoever wrongs me, I wish them a fate worse than death. Is that not fair?" Lu Kaiyan replied, her voice trembling. Lu Sheng was at a loss for words. Outside the door, Lu Sheng stood quietly, listening to their conversation, deep in thought. He had intended to personally escort the sisters to see the doctor, but instead, he had stumbled upon this secret. It appeared that these young ladies were not merely endowed with the ability to attract spirits. Rather, they seemed to be pursued by some formidable force. How intriguing, Lu Sheng mused, narrowing his eyes before swiftly departing. However, if the threat they faced was merely that of the previous spirit, the pursuing force seemed rather insignificant. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy iron rods struck Lu Sheng's body repeatedly. Blows rained upon his back, chest, and arms. His upper body was bare, muscles rippling like iron under the sunlight, glistening with a faint sheen of oil. Surrounding him were the strong men of the Red Whale gang, each exhausted yet compelled to continue their relentless assault on Lu Sheng. In the flower garden's open space, Lu Sheng's vitality surged, his muscles coiling like steel cables, faint patterns resembling fine ropes emerging on the surface of his skin. This was one of the manifestations of the Jiuzhang iron chain technique, a sign of having entered its initial stage. "That will suffice. Where is the medicine barrel?" Lu Sheng opened his eyes, surveying the exhausted individuals around him, and spoke nonchalantly. "It is ready, brother," came the reply. Duan Mingyan hastily spoke up beside him. Lu Sheng nodded, acknowledging the plight of his subordinates. The formidable nature of his martial skills, particularly the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique, was compounded by his prior mastery of the bear grappling method. Once a practitioner has achieved proficiency in one martial art, the pursuit of another necessitates the body to endure new and intensified stimuli, thereby enhancing its resilience. This requirement rendered Lu Sheng and Oppos' initiation into the Jiuzhang iron chain technique exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Lu Sheng grasped his garment from Duan Ming and Oppos, and took a sip of water, wiped the sweat from his brow, and ambled back to his quarters. In the center of the room stood a large circular wooden tub, filled to the brim with a thick, dark purple medicinal concoction. The adage wealth in literature, strength in martial arts rang true. This single tub of medicinal brew alone was worth at least 10 taels of silver. Lu Sheng shook his head slightly. In a swift motion, he removed his clothing and stepped into the tub. A wave of warm, viscous sensation rapidly enveloped his skin, penetrating deep within his organs. Immersing himself completely in the medicinal liquid, he left only his head above the surface. It was time to begin. He gently closed his eyes and leaned against the tub's wall. Deep blue. With a sudden flicker, a modification interface appeared before his eyes. Skillfully pressing the modification button, Lu Sheng and Oppo's gaze fell upon the Zhejiang iron chain technique. Enhanced the Zhejiang iron chain technique to the first level, he silently intoned. Instantly, the interface trembled slightly, and the status of the Zhejiang iron chain technique surged dramatically, transitioning from initiation to the first level. A faint rustling sound reached Lu Sheng's ears, prompting him to glance into the tub. To his astonishment, the purple-black liquid was visibly clarifying at an astonishing rate. Internally, he experienced a mild warmth that quickly subsided, leaving him relatively unscathed. His innate physical constitution had withstood the challenge. It seemed the medicinal concoction he had prepared for 10 uses was indeed effective. Lu Sheng realized that the liquid, in conjunction with his inherent qualities, had successfully endured the first-level enhancement of the Zhejiang iron chain technique. The advancement of martial arts often requires relentless external stimulation over days, months, and years, thereby increasing the density and strength of the physical body. Such transformations are significantly more impactful on the body than mere internal cultivation, which likely explains why the Zhejiang iron chain technique, a form of hard martial art, expended resources comparable to the Qi extreme technique. However, with sufficient medicinal support, the consumption could be mitigated, allowing for a short-term surge in enhancement. He attentively sensed the tingling sensations coursing through his skin and surface muscles, a manifestation of the inner energy of the Zhejiang iron chain technique. This energy did not circulate through the internal organs, but rather flowed within the skin and superficial muscles, weaving a network akin to iron chains around the body's exterior. This network was particularly effective in defending against blunt force impacts. Meanwhile, the bear grappling method offered commendable protection against sharp weapons, making their combination fortuitously harmonious. Chapter 94. Heritage 2. Lu Sheng soaked in the medicinal vat for a while until the liquid turned into a pale gray water before slowly rising to his feet. Upon standing, he distinctly felt a newfound lightness in his body. Glancing at the modifier, he noticed a special effect listed under the Zhejiang iron chain technique. Zhejiang iron chain technique, level 1. Effect, strength enhancement. The sensation of this hard skill felt akin to a thick layer of skin enveloping his own. Lu Sheng did not expect this layer of hard skill to invoke any transformative effects. After drying himself off, he took a cold shower before retreating to his room to sleep. The next morning, he headed to the Qi Jing ship, where he convened a routine meeting to report on the various intelligence situations. He learned that the chaotic battles outside the city had reached a fever pitch. The Jin family, led by Jin Sun, had attacked nearly 20 strongholds of the Hongfang, simultaneously eliminating dozens from a newly emerged faction. Their methods were brutally bloody, causing even the Qi Jing gang's cleanup crew to feel nauseated after witnessing the aftermath. Not to be outdone, the Hongfang intercepted 2 members of the Jin family in the icy plains, successfully killing them before Jin Sun could arrive for rescue. This incited the Jin family's fury, prompting them to send reinforcements to support Jin Sun, while the Hongfang mobilized even more forces. Both sides were now thoroughly enmeshed in a blood feud. The Qi Jing gang and other factions allied with the Jin family were also caught in the crossfire. Often, before the aftermath of one skirmish was settled, they would be attacked by forces affiliated with the Hongfang, leading to a tumultuous cycle of victories and defeats. The Hongfang's allied force, known as the Honglu, was a notorious assassin organization in the northern lands. Its revelation as a subordinate faction of the Hongfang sent shockwaves through the community. The intelligence network controlled by the Honglu was formidable. Even the Qi Jing gang could not underestimate it. Moreover, their assassins were notoriously fearless, exhibiting a reckless ferocity that posed considerable challenges for the Qi Jing gang. In recent days, several internal officers of the gang had sustained severe injuries, and 3 elders had perished in battle. Lu Sheng, under the guise of recuperating, had not yet entered the fray, but he could still feel the increasingly tense and dire atmosphere within the gang. During the meeting, many high-ranking members bore visible injuries, their wounds bandaged. After the meeting concluded, Lu Sheng inquired about the location of the weapon department from the old gang leader, then made his way directly there. Contrary to expectations, the weapon department was not located on the ship, but rather on the shore adjacent to the Qi Jing, nestled within a canyon. He had long desired a high-quality weapon, yet had struggled to find an opportunity, as such weapons were typically scarce and exorbitantly priced. To forge a superior weapon, one requires exceptional materials, Elder Duan suggested. If such materials are unattainable, perhaps consider attempting heavier weaponry instead. Lu Sheng observed a robust man nearby, cooling a fiery sword blank in the icy waters of the gorge, releasing plumes of white steam. Indeed, Elder Duan smiled. Given your sturdy physique, wielding a weapon weighing several dozen pounds, crafted with substantial heft, would not put you at a disadvantage against finely honed blades. While they may lack sharpness, their sheer weight serves as a deterrent. Lu Sheng found this reasoning sound and nodded slightly. What kind of heavy weapon would suit me? My internal technique is the Red Extreme Heart method, passed down from the gang leader. Would a hammer be effective in enhancing my internal power? Do you know how to wield a hammer? Elder Duan countered. No, Lu Sheng shook his head. However, he could quickly learn from someone else. With the modifier's capabilities, mastery would come swiftly. What is your understanding of intent? What weapon do you feel drawn to? Elder Duan inquired. When I concentrate, I find my intent aligns with a blade, Lu Sheng responded, realization dawning upon him. It seems I can only use a sword. It is not merely that you can use it. Rather, you are suited for the sword, Elder Duan replied with a smile. I happen to have a pair of large sabers. If you don't mind, you may give them a try. They were commissioned by a former officer, but alas, he never had the chance to claim them. He sighed. 2 sabers? Let me see them. Lu Sheng's interest was piqued. A suitable sword, especially a pair, intrigued him. Follow me. Elder Duan gestured, leading Lu Sheng swiftly through rows of forges until they arrived at the dimly lit armory. Inside the stone-constructed armory, a variety of weapons were meticulously arranged upon racks: swords, spears, staffs, daggers, and halberds, all dazzling to the eye, leaving Lu Sheng momentarily awestruck. Please, follow me. Elder Duan guided Lu Sheng deeper into the heavy weapon section. In a corner of this area, he pointed at 2 large cleavers being oiled and polished by a craftsman. These are the dual sabers I mentioned, the solitary moon. Lu Sheng approached to inspect them. The sabers, each over a meter long, had thick backs and gleaming blades that resembled door panels, adorned with 3 metal rings on each spine. They were indeed hefty, with the spine as thick as a palm's breadth and the blades wide enough to rival a person's waist. Yet, Lu Sheng couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. What do you think? Elder Duan asked, a hint of pride in his voice. This pair, the solitary moon, was forged by my own hand, painstakingly crafted over 36 days using 14 different techniques. The materials are of the highest quality, undoubtedly sharper and more durable than ordinary sabers. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, staring at the solitary moon, feeling somewhat speechless. Elder Duan, these look unmistakably like butcher knives. Even the name solitary moon cannot disguise their true nature. Elder Duan chuckled and shook his head. Butcher knives? No, certainly not. Despite each saber weighing 76 pounds, once you wield them, you will understand their advantages. As for their appearance, practicality should take precedence. What matter if they resemble butcher knives? His reasoning was compelling, although his final statement revealed a flaw. Lu Sheng, being a pragmatic individual, chose not to dwell on aesthetics. May I handle them? Of course. Elder Duan gestured for him to proceed. Lu Sheng nodded, stretching his arms and shoulders before stepping forward to grasp one of the solitary moon blades. Lift. With a sudden exertion, he hoisted the cleaver effortlessly. Having trained extensively in external martial arts, beginning with the black tiger blade and later progressing to the wind chase blade and the double rhombus blade, he had cultivated significant strength. Now, having also practiced the hard techniques of external martial arts, he had reached a substantial level with the bare fist and had acquired the first level of the Zhejiang iron chain technique. All these combined had transformed him from a previously delicate scholar into a robust powerhouse. As his strength surged, Lu Sheng's muscles expanded, and his physique grew even more imposing. He was already nearly as broad as Elder Duan, standing taller than most men. Now, with his blood and energy surging, his body seemed to inflate, his muscles tightening and bulging. Lift. He seized the second solitary moon and grasped both sabers in his hands. With a clash, the dual blades crossed before him, and he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the polished surface, as clear as a mirror. These feel remarkably comfortable, Lu Sheng exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. It seems you truly have an affinity for the solitary moon. Given this, I shall offer you a generous discount. Only 100 taels of silver for the pair. 100 taels. Lu Sheng was left speechless, incredulous at the elder and amp, Appo's, audacity. The blades, despite their design, were merely crafted from ordinary steel, relying on their weight for impact, yet he dared to demand such a price. 20 taels. 20 taels. Why don't you just steal it? These are 2 exquisite butcher knives that I painstakingly forged in my youth. Lu Sheng interjected, causing Elder Duan to momentarily choke, struggling to catch his breath. Although these knives were indeed transformed from butcher's tools, crafted from a considerable amount of discarded scrap iron, it was essential for everyone to maintain a semblance of decorum and not speak so bluntly. 20 taels is far too little. It doesn't even cover my costs. Elder Duan waved his hand dismissively. Then let it be 10 taels, Lu Sheng said, swinging the twin blades. Despite the inferior materials, the craftsmanship was undeniably solid. The weight and size commendable. Facing a speed-oriented opponent, merely angling the blades could effectively shield vital areas of the body. 10 taels. Elder Duan's face contorted with indignation. Fine, fine, let us settle on 20 taels. I'm truly intimidated by you. Let me tell you, these Guyu dual blades, if offered elsewhere, would fetch no less than 200 taels. That may be so, but it requires a buyer with such weight. Do you really expect a multitude of bidders? Lu Sheng casually waved one of the blades, causing a gust akin to a whirlwind that made Elder Duan's beard flutter. Truly, good intentions often go unrewarded. You, Lu Weishou, are quite something. Elder Duan could find no words to adequately express his exasperation with Lu Sheng. Is there a place to test their might? Lu Sheng asked, shaking the blades in his hands, growing increasingly pleased with their balance. Follow me, Elder Duan huffed, still visibly disgruntled. Moreover, the name Guyu for these blades is rather unappealing. Lu Sheng casually took the scabbards, crafted from pigskin and bound with coarse jute, exuding a rugged and inexpensive aesthetic. With such a design, it was laughable to expect a price of 200 taels, unless Elder Duan was lost in a dream. Nonsense. This is a name I personally chose. They resemble a solitary moon, akin to a sickle. I initially intended to name them Gu Yan, but the sound was unappealing. So I opted for and Appos. You, and Appos, what say you? Do you have objections? Elder Duan, feeling slighted, retorted with a hint of irritation as he walked. Since I am the one wielding them, I shall name them as I please, Lu Sheng declared boldly. Let us call them the Ghost Blade. What sort of name is that? Elder Duan was left speechless. Lu Sheng merely smiled, and the two continued onward, swiftly exiting the armory and entering a spacious chamber. The room was surrounded by stone walls, with a sturdy wooden dummy at its center, bundled with straw and rice stalks. This is made of tough wood, highly resilient. Give it a try. Elder Duan gestured toward the dummy. If you manage to sever it, I will gladly give you 20 taels. Lu Sheng grasped the butcher knives and approached the dummy, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Is that truly the case? Chapter 95, The Task Indeed. Elder Duan retorted, his temper flaring. Lu Sheng chuckled, brandishing his cleaver, causing a series of sharp whistles to echo in the air. Knowing full well that Lu Sheng possessed the scarlet extremity art, Elder Duan dared to make such a statement, indicating that he had anticipated the power Lu Sheng could unleash. Lu Sheng calculated in his mind and decided to utilize the 5th level of the scarlet extremity art, a level of power that wouldn't seem too out of place considering his strength. Whoosh! The two greatswords struck at the wooden dummy in quick succession. Bang! As if striking an extremely elastic colloid, Lu Sheng felt a tremendous force reverberate through the handles of his swords, instantly bouncing them back. Again, before Elder Duan could mock him, the veins on Lu Sheng and Appos' face bulged as he swung his swords like two great doors, creating a heavy whirring sound as he struck the wooden dummy once more. Bang! The swords were repelled again. Again, Lu Sheng was becoming ferocious. He struck the dummy a third time with his two swords. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The force generated by the swords caused Elder Duan's beard and clothing to flutter incessantly. He opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Lu Sheng's surging blood and the continuous, violent strikes of his swords against the wooden dummy's neck, he remained silent. The immense power shook the entire testing room, and a tingling sensation ran through the stone slabs beneath their feet. Bang, 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 bang. The heavy chopping sounds echoed continuously. Lu Sheng seemed to relish the immense rebounding force, a strange smile playing on his lips as he relentlessly hacked at the wooden dummy and Appos' neck. The blades grated and cut against the surface of the wooden dummy, creating wounds like a saw, mostly on the neck, which became deeper and larger. Bang! With another strike, as heavy as thunder, he struck the wooden dummy and Appo's neck. The entire room shuddered violently. Elder Duan's eyelids twitched as he watched Lu Sheng pull out his sword. The keen edge had left a deep gash on the pathetic wooden dummy. Not bad. It really can't be broken. Lu Sheng turned to him, grinning. Elder Duan looked at the wooden dummy. The poor thing's head was now hanging by only a small portion of its neck. The remaining limbs and torso were a horrific sight, covered in a chaotic mess of sword scars. This newly purchased wooden dummy, only used for a few days, had already been reduced to the state of an old, discarded one that had been used for over a decade. He was on the verge of tears. These Kongwood dummies were extremely expensive, with excellent hardness and toughness, so one purchase could last for many years. But with Lu Sheng and Appo's visit, although the dummy hadn't and Appo's been completely destroyed, the remaining pieces were unusable. Forget it. Consider me unlucky. Lu Sheng, please leave quickly. The money will be given to the cashier outside. This old man won't keep you company any longer. Elder Duan felt a pang of heartache as he cupped his hands and decided to avoid the sight altogether. Lu Sheng didn't mind. He had done it on purpose. He bid farewell to Elder Duan, left the weapons department, and rode back to his residence. Now that he had high-quality weapons, these two swords should last for a while. Next, he just needed to focus all his energy on improving his inner strength. However, to further improve the 7th level of the Scarlet Extremity art, he could only use Qi deduction, as it had reached its highest level. As for the 9 Rivers Iron Chain skill, it was just a tonely level technique, only improving physical defense, not a true core skill. The focus should still be on the Scarlet Extremity art. 5 days later, Huayan Town. The overcast sky was filled with dense clouds, and a hazy drizzle fell like silk threads. The streets of the town were deserted. Occasionally, a few pedestrians would hurry by, seeking shelter from the rain, but they would quickly disappear into the alleys at the street corners. Under the eaves of the Hu residence, a young man holding a black oiled paper umbrella was looking up at the sky. Looking up through the pointed eaves, the sky was dark, and the continuous drizzle seemed endless, as if it could continue forever. The young man stood outside the Hu residence, to the left of the stone lion guarding the gate, sheltering from the rain under the extended eaves. He looked at the empty streets. Under the eaves of each house was a dark shadow, and no one could be seen. There was only a cold silence. The vast, long street was filled with dark emptiness. Not a single window in the houses on either side of the street had a light on, as if no one lived there at all. It was all pitch black and gloomy. The sky was gloomy, the houses were gloomy, and the light was getting dimmer and dimmer. The young man frowned slightly. He looked down at the black robe he was wearing. The bottom of the robe was wet from the rain, clinging to the leather boots embroidered with red patterns. I hate the rain, he sighed. His voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually prominent in the deserted, rainy street, because there was no one else to be seen on the entire street. Every time it rains, my mood worsens, the young man continued slowly, as if someone were really listening. No one replied. Fine raindrops fell on the eaves, dripping down the pointed beaks of the swallows. Then they fell at the young man's feet, wetting the bottom of his robe. This place is quite far from Donglan Prefecture. I didn't and Appo's expect you to be able to track me here, the young man said to himself, as if there was someone around him listening. Creak. The gate of the Hu residence suddenly opened slowly. The inside was empty and overgrown with weeds. No one could be seen opening the gate, but it slowly opened by itself. A woman in a red dress walked out slowly, holding a red oiled paper umbrella. The umbrella covered her face, but from her figure, she was graceful and voluptuous. Zhen Yi, killing you, even Jin Sun, will be saddened. The woman's voice was intermittent, as if she was pinching her throat to speak, sharp and strange. The young man's expression didn't change. He casually leaned the umbrella against the wall and looked at the woman at the gate of the Hu residence. I didn't and Appo's expect even you to come. It seems that Hongfang isn't afraid of having its nest raided. It's useless, with elder sister here. Even if Zhen Sun goes, it will be useless, hee. The woman walked slowly towards Zhen Yi, emitting a bizarre laugh. Zhen Yi also sighed. The battle with Hongfang had finally reached a fever pitch. Whether he died here or the umbrella woman died here, the ultimate result would be disastrous. He didn't know what Hongfang's purpose was in making such a desperate gamble, sending out such an important figure as the umbrella woman to personally take action. But since it was already a foregone conclusion, there was no way to reverse it. Looking at the approaching umbrella woman in the red dress, Zhen Yi sighed again. A silver-white dagger silently slid out of his sleeve as he walked towards her as well. A gentle rain fell steadily as Lu Sheng sat and consumed mouthfuls of sweet melon. The yellow-fleshed fruit, with a watermelon-like texture, was ideal for replenishing fluids and quenching thirst after a workout. The greenhouse had been completely converted into an exclusive training ground for his branch. Not only him, but many of his subordinates would arrive early in the morning to practice and hone their physical strength. After eating a few slices of melon, Lu Sheng touched his forehead, where his hair had yet to grow back, causing him some distress. Since being burned in the fire, the hair on his body had never shown any signs of regrowth, making him look rather strange. Although I wasn't handsome before, I wasn't always like this, sigh. Lu Sheng sighed, scanning the surrounding training area. Many of his subordinates were practicing their techniques or stances. Since they didn't know the inner cultivation methods, there was no fear of them being stolen. Suddenly, he noticed two petite figures in the corner, and he was somewhat taken aback. The Lu sisters had also risen to exercise. They were nestled in the corner, repeatedly practicing a set of lunging strikes. It appeared to be a method of dagger assassination, and their technique was reasonably proficient. Recently, Lu Sheng had been assisting at the Zhongshuan Wuge, observing the fundamentals of martial arts, which had significantly broadened his understanding. With a single glance, he could discern the weaponry the sisters were practicing with. His gaze narrowed. Initially, taking in the two sisters had been a whimsical decision, spurred by an instinctive sense of the ominous energy surrounding them. The subsequent claims of compassion were merely a facade. While he could not be deemed a villain, he certainly did not embody the virtues of a benevolent person. It was unlikely he would bestow kindness upon others without cause, nor offer assistance without ulterior motives. He merely intended for the sisters to serve as a diversion for the malevolent spirits. However, he had not anticipated overhearing significant secrets later on. Now he found himself wavering, uncertain whether to continue sheltering them or to allow their departure. After all, he could not ascertain the strength of the malevolent forces that were persecuting them, nor how much they valued the sisters. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Sheng rose slowly and approached the sisters. Whoosh! Lu Kaiyun misstepped, losing her balance and nearly toppling over due to her momentum. Careful, came the voice of her sister, Lu Qin. Kaiyun, I think when you lunge forward, you should land on the ball of your foot, not your heel. Moreover, when twisting your body, it's best not to lean. But if I twist, my foot will hurt. Lu Kaiyun protested. How can I see what's behind me without leaning? Is it not possible to keep your gaze forward? Just imagine it. Lu Qin countered, perplexed. I can't do that. Lu Kaiyun shook her head. As the two sisters debated, Lu Sheng drew closer, observing their rudimentary combat stances. He felt a twinge of confusion. If the sisters truly had connections to a prominent family capable of contending with malevolent forces, they should not be lacking even in basic techniques. Their movements were nothing more than the clumsy imitation of ordinary individuals. You are practicing dagger assassination techniques, aren't you? Lu Sheng spoke gently. Young Master Lu Qin approached and offered him a slight bow, executing a perfectly refined curtsy, a hallmark of a well-bred young lady. We have not formally learned the use of daggers. We merely stealthily observed others and picked up a few stances. She responded with a hint of exasperation. The techniques you practice are commendable, Lu Sheng smiled, but this particular move is merely one of a combination. You must understand that a single technique should encompass adaptations for various scenarios. What you have clandestinely learned is merely a variation, suitable only for specific situations. Ah, I see. The sisters and Oppos, expressions transformed to one of realization. They had long felt that something was amiss with their practice techniques, yet they had been unable to pinpoint the issue. Now, upon hearing Lu Sheng and Oppos' elucidation, they instantly recognized the flaw. By the way, regarding the previous vote, it seems the option for fratricide received an equal number of selections. It appears I cannot be solely blamed. Chapter 96. Task 2. Lu Sheng gazed at the two women with a smile, observing that their ailments had significantly alleviated with treatment over the past few days. Their conditions were merely malignant skin diseases. The assistant had performed admirably, managing various chores after practice, such as laundry, cleaning, and serving tea, which Lu Sheng entrusted to them. Both Xiaoer and her companion executed their duties commendably, even exceeding expectations. Noticing the expressions of bewilderment and joy on their faces, Lu Sheng felt a stir of compassion. These two women were cloaked in mystery, possessing unique abilities. Thus, extending a helping hand seemed a benevolent act that could forge a favorable bond. He then pondered aloud, if you wish to learn, I can impart some fundamental knife techniques to you. It is evident you have never trained in combat." The two women were instantly elated. "Young master, is that truly possible?" Lu Sheng exclaimed with excitement. "Certainly, it is merely a few basic movements," Lu Sheng replied with a nod. He proceeded to meticulously demonstrate a thrust from the basic technique of the Qi Jing knife method to both women. Unbeknownst to them, a few onlookers had gathered for opportunities to receive personal instruction from a master of Lu Sheng and Appo's caliber were exceedingly rare. Lu Sheng carefully showcased the movements, allowing each woman to practice individually while providing adjustments to their stances. He also shared his insights on the Qi Jing knife method with the surrounding subordinates. The morning swiftly passed, and the crowd was genuinely captivated, no longer viewing Lu Sheng, who appeared fierce, with trepidation. Instead, they felt an air of familiarity. Lu Qin and Lu Kaiyun gradually regarded Lu Sheng with increasing respect, recognizing that his actions, providing refuge despite the risks and closely guiding them in martial arts, offered them more assistance than anyone else had. In the subsequent days, Lu Sheng continued to instruct the two women in basic moves, encouraging them to rigorously practice the foundational knife techniques. They soon realized their effectiveness had significantly improved compared to their previous haphazard attempts, gaining a better grasp of rhythm in their actions. Previously, they had relied solely on their innate abilities to combat spirits, which required close proximity to be effective. Lacking knowledge of offensive techniques, they had to fight desperately to achieve their goals. However, with Lu Sheng and Appo's guidance, they finally had the opportunity to transform from inexperienced individuals into novices possessing rudimentary combat skills. As time went on, the two women began to exhibit subtle signs of viewing Lu Sheng as a mentor, adopting the demeanor of disciples. Lu Sheng was indifferent. The skills he taught were merely the basics that any proficient practitioner of the Qi Jing knife method would possess. Yet, these fundamentals were precisely what the sisters needed at this moment. While instructing them, Lu Sheng also took the opportunity to immerse himself in a bucket of medicinal liquid every few days to enhance his Jiujiang iron chain skill. After 2 consecutive sessions, while depleting his Yin-Yang Jade crane skill and physical stamina, he swiftly elevated this hard skill to its pinnacle, the 3rd level. His skin began to exhibit faint black lines resembling ropes, covering his entire body. This increase in bodily hardness reached a new realm, akin to the general level of mastery. Unless faced with extremely sharp weapons, he could withstand most attacks unscathed. However, Lu Sheng and Appo's primary focus remained on advancing the core technique of the Qi Extreme Heart method. This internal skill had reached its zenith, and to progress further, he needed to utilize Yin energy for refinement. The meager Yin energy extracted from the small ghost he had defeated previously was insufficient for advancing to the 7th layer of the Qi Extreme skill. Thus, he needed to seek out additional sources of Yin energy elsewhere. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lu Sheng continued to traverse between the Xuanwu Pavilion and his residence, awaiting news from the city's Shanbao Hall. Simultaneously, he attempted to establish contact with Elder Zhang Baiyu of the gang, but to his disappointment, while Zhang readily agreed to his request to view his collection of antiques, none of the items contained Yin energy. Lu Sheng and Appo's attention soon shifted toward the warehouse of the Qi Jing gang, which housed a myriad of assorted trinkets, including various spoils of war and trade goods, as well as some minute pieces of jewelry. However, the majority were new items, rendering them devoid of any Yin energy. Ultimately, Lu Sheng returned empty-handed. The news from the old gang leader grew increasingly urgent. Zhen Yi, the young master he had encountered previously, had been ambushed in Huayan town near Donglin Prefecture, sustaining grave injuries before being sent back to the Jin family. He had finally received a task to assist in the aftermath of a battlefield cleanup. He was to proceed to Songji village, where a fierce battle had recently unfolded, resulting in a significant loss of ghostly remnants for the Red Chamber. The involvement of a 3rd-tier expert like Lu Sheng indicated an extraordinary level of danger, as it was likely that members of the Red Chamber would emerge to eliminate threats. It seemed there was something within Songji village that required recovery. Upon receiving the mission, Lu Sheng wasted no time, seizing 2 recently acquired knives before heading directly to Songji village. Having just attended the funeral of Lu Chenxin, coupled with his thirst for Yin energy, he was acutely invested in the affairs concerning these spirits. At Songji village, Lu Sheng stood outside, observing the dilapidated courtyard within. Aside from the signs of fire damage, a significant portion of the outer wall lay in ruins, and the buildings appeared riddled with holes, reminiscent of a long-neglected temple. According to reports from those sent by the Jun family to scour the area, the remaining oddities had been entirely eradicated, leaving behind numerous remnants that, if left unaddressed, could lead to new complications. Thus, the Qi Jing gang had been summoned to manage the situation. Before Lu Sheng's arrival, dozens of gang members had already encircled the area, overseen by a man named Wang, an internal affairs officer. Upon witnessing Lu Sheng's arrival, Wang visibly relaxed. This burly man, who had weighed 180 pounds, had shed nearly 30 pounds during his 7 or 8 days of guarding Songji village. After passing on a series of duties to Lu Sheng, Wang hurriedly departed to rest, nearly at his limit. Surveying the current state of Songji village, Lu Sheng glanced at the sky. It was noon, and the sun blazed fiercely overhead, radiating the most potent yang energy. He then turned to his companions, Ning San and Duan Mengen, along with 5 other adept fighters from the Flying Eagle Hall. You all will remain outside, permitting no one to enter or exit. I will go in to assess the situation, he instructed. Understood. The group replied promptly. Among the Flying Eagle Hall, the most formidable was a middle-aged swordsman named Su Chui. Known for his swiftness, his swordplay was so impressive that even Lu Sheng took notice. It surpassed the speed of his former wind chase blade. This individual had once demonstrated his skills by swiftly slicing an entire table into 6 neat squares. Su Chui was also the one Lu Sheng held in the highest regard, possessing a strong potential to break through to the next level of mastery. Do you require my assistance? Su Chui hesitated before speaking up. His nature was one of diligent practice, and having been treated fairly by Lu Sheng, he had gradually developed a sense of belonging. Are you not afraid? Lu Sheng inquired, casting him a glance. Isn't that the purpose of our martial training? Su Chui replied with a smile, displaying great composure. Lu Sheng considered for a moment before asking, Are you married? Su Chui nodded. I have a son, with 1 wife and 1 concubine. Then let us proceed, Lu Sheng affirmed, gesturing for him to follow. If you were not married, I would not want the Su family to become extinct. Su Chui chuckled. I trust you, Lu. As long as we don't encounter any specters. Those little brats from the Red Chamber are nothing to worry about in your presence. The Red Chamber is governed by 4 masters. As long as one does not belong to this echelon of expertise, I remain confident in ensuring your safety. Lu Sheng chuckled heartily, displaying a semblance of power that suggested he was at the 4th or 5th level of the Crimson Extreme Heart method. The techniques of the 9 Rivers Iron Chain and the 7th level of the Crimson Extreme Heart method were merely concealed strategies. In essence, he outwardly appeared to be a master of the harmonization stage, adept in both inner and outer cultivation. Yet in truth, should he unleash his full might, it was uncertain whether a master at the Celestial Origin realm could withstand him. Nevertheless, to avoid revealing any clues about Deep Blue, he felt compelled to maintain the facade of his original strength. According to the previous deputy leader, Chen, the masters of the Red Chamber he had encountered were only at the pinnacle of the harmonization stage. If they chose not to come, it mattered little. However, should they arrive, the only inevitable outcome would be their demise at the hands of Lu Sheng's blades. Let us depart. Lu Sheng, accompanied by Su Chui, leisurely made his way toward the gates of the Song family estate. This marked his inaugural endeavor to cleanse the battlefield for the Jin family. Upon crossing the threshold, his gaze was immediately drawn to a long rope swaying from a desiccated tree, upon which dangled a figure, a pale female corpse clad in a grayish-white skirt and a light yellow top. He halted, his eyes fixed on the lifeless body. The corpse's eyes had been gouged out, and its nose severed. It hung from the tree like a deflated balloon, shriveled and contorted. Is this a specter from the Red Chamber? Lu Sheng inquired softly. Su Chui shook his head slightly, equally perplexed. Do specters possess a physical form? Lu Sheng pondered, recalling that lower-tier specters seemed devoid of corporeality. Those he had previously vanquished had merely left behind dust or trinkets. Only slightly more formidable entities, such as corpse spirits, possessed physical bodies. As he approached the female corpse, Lu Sheng drew closer, eventually standing at its feet. He unsheathed his knife, using its tip to prod and examine the body from various angles. This is a human corpse, not a specter. It must either be a passerby or one of the Red Chamber's own, he remarked, furrowing his brow. The absence of any sinister aura on the corpse did not warrant further concern. He sheathed his knife and proceeded towards the central bedroom. During his previous visit, that peculiar little girl had taken residence in the master bedroom. The estate had also been home to corpse spirits and a multitude of specters. Now, following the Jun family and Apos' purge, There might still be remnants of lingering sinister energy to uncover. With a forceful kick, he shattered the wooden door of the master bedroom, stepping inside while shielding his nose from the dust. The floor was strewn with abandoned garments and an abundance of ash-like powder, scattered haphazardly throughout the room. Chapter 97. The transaction. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, treading softly through the pale ash. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon the large cauldron that had previously occupied his bedroom. Only half of the cauldron remained. The other half had been utterly melted away, the black metal flowing like liquid and solidifying upon the ground. Approaching the cauldron, he reached out to gently touch its surface, feeling its hardness, coldness, and rough texture. This was a furnace forged at an exceedingly high temperature. It was improbable that an ordinary fire could melt it to such a degree. Su Chui leaned closer and whispered, "It wasn't an amp, Oppos, ta great fire." Lu Sheng shook his head. Moving away from the cauldron, he began to inspect the condition of the entire room. Scattered on the floor were garments that resembled the remnants left behind by spectral beings. What puzzled him was that these remnants bore no traces of ghostly energy. After examining the clothing, Lu Sheng's gaze fell upon the bed, where a charred, blackened corpse lay curled up, eerily still. Strangely, the bed itself showed no signs of scorching. Standing before the corpse, Lu Sheng observed intently for a moment, then extended his hand, intending to pry open the corpse and Oppos' tightly shut mouth. It seemed to hold something within. "If I were you, I wouldn't." And Oppos' disturbed the corpse and Oppos' mouth. A faint feminine voice echoed suddenly in the room. "Who?" Su Chui swiftly drew his sword, alertly facing the direction from which the voice emanated. Lu Sheng turned, narrowing his eyes at a middle-aged woman clad in a deep blue outfit, who slowly entered from the bedroom door. Her features were unremarkable, neither beautiful nor ugly. She bore slight crow and Oppos' feet at the corners of her eyes, resembling an ordinary housewife. However, what caught Lu Sheng and Oppos' attention was the short sword she held. A remarkably sharp short sword, its blade exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one and Oppos' spine, reminiscent of a strand of silver silk. "Who are you?" Lu Sheng refrained from asking foolish questions about the outside help. Since she had entered, it implied that either the people outside were all dead or their stealth skills were exceptionally high. Both scenarios were far from favorable. Moreover, he detected a faint, peculiar aura emanating from her. The middle-aged woman scrutinized Lu Sheng carefully. "I am Zhuo Wenyu. If I am not mistaken, you are the third chair of the Qi Jing gang, Lu Sheng, correct? You know me?" Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "The Qi Jing gang has slain so many of our subordinates, it would be foolish of us not to investigate," the woman replied with a slight, cold smile. "It seems you are indeed from the Red House." Lu Sheng understood. "Shouldn't we engage in battle to determine the victor? Do you have the leisure to converse with me?" "I am unlike them," Zhuo Wenyu replied casually. "As soon as I heard something was amiss here, I hurried over, but alas, I arrived too late. Though it seems I am not entirely late. Had I tarried longer, I might not have seen you at all. What do you intend to do?" Lu Sheng scrutinized her. This was his first encounter with someone from the Red House, and she appeared no different from an ordinary person, far from the madness and irrationality others spoke of. "There is no necessity for us to engage in a fight to the death. I am here solely for that corpse. I seek what it holds in its mouth," Zhuo Wenyu stated solemnly. "And you, Brother Lu, would surely prefer not to engage in a conflict that would result in significant casualties among your subordinates, yes? It is not fear, but rather a lack of necessity." Lu Sheng swiftly grasped her meaning. The Qi Jing gang and the Red House were merely factions under the command of greater powers. Their conflicts were not driven by personal interests, but rather the rivalries of their backers. In such a scenario, a life-and-death struggle was entirely unnecessary. Zhuo Wenyu's intentions were clear: to stall and negotiate. There was no need for a bloody confrontation, as the outcome held no significance unless their respective backers emerged victorious. Understanding her intent, Lu Sheng had no desire for a senseless battle. His objective was merely to complete his mission and collect items infused with ghostly energy. As long as she refrained from attacking, he too would remain idle. "I need to examine what you seek and whether it holds any value for me," he proposed after a moment of thought. "Very well," Zhuo Wenyu replied, gesturing nonchalantly. Lu Sheng unsheathed his knife, using its tip to carefully pry open the corpse's mouth. With a sound akin to tearing fabric, he gradually sliced a small opening, and a surge of black liquid poured forth, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. Both Lu Sheng and Su Chui instinctively held their breath, retreating a couple of steps in response to the foul odor. The black liquid soon drained away, revealing a small, pitch-black circular metallic object nestled within the corpse and Apos' mouth. Lu Sheng turned to Zhuo Wenyu. "Is this what you seek?" he asked in a hushed tone. Zhuo Wenyu regarded him with a keen gaze. "Yes, that is it. Hand it over, and we will leave immediately." "No need. You can take it yourself. We are leaving," Lu Sheng stated, his brow furrowed as the stench in the room became unbearable. He exchanged a glance with Su Chui and quickly moved toward the door. The two hastily passed by Zhuo Wenyu, yet neither party displayed any inclination to engage in combat. Zhuo Wenyu remained still, turning to watch as Lu Sheng and Su Chui exited. She stood there, seemingly unfazed by the noxious black liquid, even displaying a hint of enjoyment. Soon, a loud shout from Lu Sheng echoed outside, calling for a retreat. Zhuo Wenyu did not move, her gaze fixed on the courtyard beyond the door. Just a mere brute. Why not eliminate him? A sharp feminine voice suddenly chimed beside her. Though she was alone in the room, Zhuo Wenyu's lips did not move, yet the voice resonated clearly, imbued with a sinister quality. Too conspicuous. If it draws the attention of the Jin family, it could be troublesome. The Jin family is currently preoccupied with their own conflicts with us. Now is an opportune moment to benefit from the chaos, the voice continued in a low tone. Killing an outsider is easy, but concealing the corpse is not. I need him to send me a signal. What signal? This is where you and I differ. Zhuo Wenyu replied with a cold smirk. Suddenly, someone appeared at the bedroom door without her noticing. Zhuo Wenyu's voice faltered as she looked up, momentarily stunned. What are you doing back? She stared in disbelief at Lu Sheng, who stood in the doorway. I have suddenly changed my mind, Lu Sheng grinned, slowly drawing out two massive cleavers. That object is now mine, and hand over everything valuable you possess. Or do not blame me for not giving you a chance at survival. His towering figure blocked the doorway, wielding the two enormous blades, effectively sealing off any escape. An intense aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire room. Zhuo Wenyu narrowed her eyes, fixating intently on Lu Sheng. Suddenly, an eerie smile crept across her face. I never expected that someone would deliberately come to their own demise. Boom. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhuo Wenyu's pupils constricted as she failed to react in time, witnessing a massive cleaver, akin to a door panel, crashing down violently against her left side. With a thunderous sound, she was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against the stone wall. Bang! Blood erupted like a blossoming flower, splattering across the wall. It was only then that Lu Sheng's figure appeared beside Zhuo Wenyu's former position. His speed was astonishing. Or perhaps it was the sheer explosive force he unleashed over a short distance that was overwhelming. Under the mere impetus of the five-layered Crimson Heart technique, combined with the Yin-Yang Jade Crane skill, an explosive force erupted in the blink of an eye. Coupled with her formidable physique, honed through rigorous training, she was able to unleash her full strength without concern for the strain on her body within a few meters and Apos radius. The power she released was utterly terrifying. Gasping in pain, Zhuo Wenyu struggled to rise from the ground, her battered body riddled with gaping wounds and blood. One of her arms was fractured, her leg grotesquely twisted. And despite the significant blood loss, she still retained her ability to move. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of green as she unsteadily stood, fixated on Lu Sheng in the room. How could this be possible? Lu Sheng regarded her with keen interest. She hasn't succumbed to death? Your strength is astonishing. Blood frothing from her mouth, Zhuo Wenyu realized her grave oversight. She had been too careless, allowing herself to be struck at such close range and sustain severe injuries right away. Lu Sheng approached her slowly, extending his hand to grasp her. In a swift motion, Zhuo Wenyu evaded him, slipping away like a serpent through the gap between his fingers. Her figure reappeared in another part of the bedroom. Her skin rapidly suffused with a faint green hue. Her fingernails elongated and sharpened, her arms drooping as fine, hard scales began to emerge on the back of her hands, while her pupils transformed into dark, slitted orbs. I was too careless before. Now, let me show you what true spirit possession looks like. Boom. Before she could finish her thought, she was struck again, as if colliding with an enraged giant elephant, her resistance utterly futile as she was hurled across the room. This time, two blades were unleashed. With a single step, the entire bedroom trembled as Lu Sheng appeared before Zhuo Wenyu in the blink of an eye, swinging a massive door-like blade with ferocity, delivering two consecutive strikes. Bang! Bang! Zhuo Wenyu's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were forcefully expelled of a copious green fluid. Her head flattening under the impact, her body soaring through the air before crashing violently into the melting alchemical furnace in the room. Thud! Blood splattered like raindrops, coating the surroundings. After rolling several times, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with horror, utterly immobilized. "You can endure quite a bit," Lu Sheng remarked, walking over to grasp her by the neck, lifting her slightly and shaking her. "To avoid severing any of your limbs, I opted to strike rather than slash. Who would have thought it would take 3 blows before you could no longer move?" "Who exactly are you?" Zhuo Wenyu gritted her teeth, incredulous. She could not fathom how an ordinary person could disrupt her state of spirit possession. "I am merely an ordinary person. Why don't you enlighten me about yourself? What exactly is this spirit possession?" Lu Sheng, intrigued by Zhuo Wenyu and Apos' unusual nature, had never encountered anyone like her before. "You don't know about us?" Zhuo Wenyu was momentarily taken aback, her bloodied visage reflecting disbelief. Chapter 98. The transaction. "Should I know you?" Lu Sheng queried, perplexed. This time, it was Zhuo Wenyu's turn to be astounded. This person seemed completely unaware of the situation and had recklessly turned against himself. However, being well-versed in various matters, she quickly regained her composure and thought on her feet. "Spare me, and I can gather some intelligence about the Hongfang. The situation with the Zhen family is far from favorable. Trust me, letting me go would yield you more benefits than harm." Pointing at the pearl necklace woven from metallic threads around her neck, Lu Sheng stated, "If you give me that, along with similar items, I might consider sparing you." "Certainly," Zhuo Wenyu responded, somewhat taken aback. The necklace she wore was not of great value. It was merely old, which had inflated its worth. She hadn't an amp, Apos, T anticipated that he would desire it. "I also wish to inspect what lies within the corpse and amp, Apos' mouth," Lu Sheng continued, laying out his terms. He had no intention of killing her, for she was affiliated with the Honglu, and thus possessed more knowledge about the spectral beings than outsiders like the Qing gang could ever hope to understand. He sought a breakthrough through her. "That item is of no use to you. Only beings like us can make use of it," Zhuo Wenyu explained. Strangely, despite her grievous injuries, her speech remained coherent and unaffected. "Moreover, even for us, absorbing this kind of corpse energy is arduous and requires time." "Corpse energy?" Lu Sheng pondered. Although he sensed something peculiar about the object in the corpse and Apos' mouth, it was merely a vague instinct rather than a clear perception. After all, without the modifier, he was just an ordinary human and could only perceive energy and internal energy. "You are formidable, among the strongest of humanity, often referred to as those of the Tianyuan realm, mostly reclusive. How is it that someone with your strength associates with such a gang?" Zhuo Wenyu countered. "My strength is equivalent to that of the Tianyuan?" Lu Sheng exclaimed, astonished. He had only just reached the 5th level of the Qiji skill. Combined with the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique and his physical prowess, he believed his actual level of strength to be superior to that of the old gang leader. But not by much. To be compared to the Tianyuan was unexpected. "Is it not?" Zhuo Wenyu retorted. "I have faced several masters of the Tianyuan, and your strength is akin to theirs." "All right, let us set that aside and examine this item," Lu Sheng remarked, unabashedly gazing at the pearl necklace around her neck. Zhuo Wenyu swiftly grasped it, yanked it off, and tossed it to Lu Sheng. "Truth be told, I do not quite understand why you desire this. Apart from its age, it is merely an ordinary necklace. If you wish, I could procure you several similar pieces." "Naturally, I have my reasons," Lu Sheng replied, catching the necklace. He approached the corpse, swiftly severing its head and revealing the object lodged within its mouth, a small, jet-black round cauldron, adorned with intricate patterns resembling inscriptions, with 6 ears, roughly the size of an egg, made neither of gold nor jade. Lu Sheng carefully lifted it with the knife's tip and turned to Zhuo Wenyu, who was fixated on the small cauldron, her eyes gleaming with a verdant intensity. "You desire this, do you not?" Lu Sheng smirked. "Of course," she admitted, unabashed. As Lu Sheng felt the necklace in his grasp emanating a faint energy, he proposed, "If you have more items like this necklace, I shall exchange it for this." "Really?" Zhuo Wenyu furrowed her brow in confusion. "You are certain you only want such necklaces?" "No, I seek items of similar antiquity, typically funerary objects, preferably those that were worn directly by the deceased or in close contact with them," Lu Sheng clarified. Zhuo Wenyu paused, contemplating. Would something like this suffice? She produced a golden-threaded purse of purple and gold, extending it to him. Lu Sheng accepted it, feeling a delicate energy emanating from it, elated to know that collaborating with this creature was indeed a wise decision. "This will suffice." If you can procure 10 more such items, I shall grant you this treasure. Very well, Zhuo Wenyu readily agreed. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback by her quick acceptance, realizing he had undervalued his offer. I misspoke. I meant to say I require 100 of such items. 100, and I shall relinquish this treasure to you. You. Zhuo Wenyu glared at the bald man before her, her ire boiling. You cunning human, do not push your luck. This is not excessive. It is merely a matter of negotiation, Lu Sheng chuckled. After all, you have a pressing need for this item. Zhuo Wenyu glared at him for a while before ultimately conceding. She was too desperate for the small cauldron. At most, I can manage a dozen. Such items are considered antiques and possess significant value, often being cherished possessions of others. Finding more would be challenging. Seeing her expression, Lu Sheng knew they were nearing an agreement, recognizing her words as sincere. Can you acquire them all at once? An exchange of goods would suffice, no? That is not feasible. These items require time to collect. I cannot procure them all at once. Moreover, most of them are beloved possessions of others. I can initially present a few for your inspection. Should you confirm your interest, I shall provide them, Zhuo Wenyu explained. Initially, she believed Lu Sheng was merely curious, but now it seemed he genuinely desired them, prompting her to consider the arrangement. However, if you can consistently procure such items, I can establish a stable channel for you to acquire them, but you must assist me in obtaining certain items that only you can access. Really? Lu Sheng's interest peaked. The yin energy from the pearl necklace was minimal, akin to the powder formed from the white-clad ghost he had slain earlier. It was sufficient for basic martial arts, but inadequate for advanced techniques. However, with a more significant supply or a stable channel, it would make a substantial difference. Indeed, Zhuo Wenyu nodded. With her life in his hands and her wounds throbbing, she had no intention of feigning interest. Very well, it is settled then. Lu Sheng carelessly picked up a piece of cloth from the ground, using the knife and Appo's tip to lift the small cauldron and wrap it up before looking at Zhuo Wenyu. How shall we communicate moving forward? Right here will suffice. I will place 3 triangular stones beneath the withered tree at the outer wall, Zhuo Wenyu instructed. You may send someone to guard this location. She then tore a small piece of flesh from the back of her neck and handed it to Lu Sheng. Take this. Should you wish to contact me, simply burn it. Lu Sheng carefully inspected the flesh for any poison before wrapping it in the same cloth and stowing it away. The necklace and purse, both low in yin energy, had been quickly absorbed since acquiring them. With the energy obtained from the ghost he defeated earlier, he anticipated it would be sufficient to elevate his Qiji skill once again. I hope our collaboration proves fruitful. Also, it would be prudent for you to leave swiftly. I intend to incinerate this place. Lu Sheng chuckled as he turned to depart, clutching the small cauldron. He paid no mind to how Zhuo Wenyu would exit, quickly making his way to the courtyard. Upon exiting the main gate, he found the area outside the walls piled high with dry firewood, all doused in kerosene. As per his instructions, Su Chui awaited outside with a torch in hand. What could be a simpler way to dispose of the aftermath than by setting it ablaze? Since it had already burned once, a second time would be even better. Lu Sheng glanced back, received the torch from Su Chui, and casually tossed it onto the pile of firewood by the gate. With a crackle, the flames erupted. The torch fell upon the pile of firewood, swiftly igniting the flammable oil. The yellow flames spread rapidly, soon billowing thick smoke, as the inferno gradually engulfed the entire Song family village. This time, Lu Sheng had ensured that a considerable amount of dry wood was gathered, intent on utterly incinerating this cursed place. The preparations were far more meticulous than the hasty ignition of the last attempt. It was evident that Zhuo Wenyu concealed numerous secrets. However, that mattered little to him. As long as she could provide him with items imbued with yin energy, Lu Sheng was indifferent to what she chose to keep hidden. Brother, is this sufficient? Su Chui inquired in a low voice. That woman. She managed to escape, but I severely injured her, so there is no need to worry. Lu Sheng replied casually. Let us return. This matter is settled. The brothers are still waiting outside. Understood, Su Chui nodded, lowering his head. Lu Sheng swiftly returned to the headquarters and reported the task's progress to the old leader, Hong Mingzi, aboard the Qi Jing ship. He was eager to return to the Jinyu flower house. The construction of the loft courtyard was nearly complete, built primarily from a mix of wood and bricks, allowing for rapid assembly. It was now ready for occupancy. Lu Sheng had moved from his previous modest dwelling into a 2-story small loft. Upon entering the loft, he quickly retreated to a tranquil room designated for cultivation, locking the doors and windows, commanding that no one disturb him, before settling onto the meditation mat in focused silence. This time, he felt confident that he could break through the limits of the Qi heart method and develop a new martial technique. Lu Sheng's heart brimmed with anticipation. The Qi heart method was formidable. Previously, with the fifth layer combined with yin-yang jade crane technique and hard techniques, he had severely incapacitated Zhuo Wenyu, who could contend with experts of the Tian Yuan level. Should he unleash the full force of the seventh layer of Qi, its power would undoubtedly multiply several times. Though this level still fell short of the realm of confinement, Lu Sheng sensed that he was gradually drawing closer to bridging the vast chasm that lay between the mortal realm and the peculiarities of noble families. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and silently chanted, "Deep blue." Swoosh. A light blue frame materialized, quietly hovering before him. A dialogue box promptly appeared. "Would you like to conduct a martial arts simulation?" Lu Sheng calmed the tumult within his heart, ensuring his emotions were completely stable before mentally affirming, "Yes." The dialogue box vanished in the blink of an eye. Once the simulation was confirmed, that extraordinary sensation returned. Lu Sheng could distinctly sense that all the martial arts within the modifier could be integrated and simulated. His gaze immediately fell upon the Qi heart method. Qi heart method, 7th layer. Special effect, blood web. Enhances fire toxicity, 6-fold shock, intensifies ignition. Indeed, an option to simulate had appeared. Taking a deep breath, filled with anticipation, Lu Sheng gently pressed his thoughts against that button. Chapter 99. The Carefree King. The modification box trembled slightly, and the section for the Crimson Extreme Mind method quickly became blurred. This time, the blurriness persisted for a full 2 seconds before clarity returned. Lu Sheng fixated on the section for the Crimson Extreme Mind method, and soon the indistinct characters became legible once again. Unnamed Mind method. Level 8, Special Effect, Blood Net. Violent shock, combustion. Lu Sheng did not perceive any significant enhancement in his abilities. He merely sensed a peculiar transformation within his internal energy. This change caused a slight warmth in his body, and his skin and scalp began to tingle, suggesting the potential growth of hair. According to his senior brother, once one steps into the celestial origin realm, the body enters a new developmental stage. Perhaps at that time, my hair will grow back. Lu Sheng felt a sense of relief. He certainly did not wish to remain bald for a lifetime. However, it appeared that the breakthrough in his internal skill had incorporated elements from Blood Fiend technique and some enhanced hard Qigong from the 9 Rivers Iron Chain technique. He carefully contemplated the differences from before and pondered whether he had truly transcended his previous realm. As for the new technique, since it amalgamated characteristics of both Blood Fiend technique and 9 Rivers Iron Chain technique, he decided to name it Crimson Extreme 9 Fiends technique. As he settled on the name, he observed the modification box slowly revealing the new technique and Oppos, S title, and Oppos, Crimson Extreme 9 Fiends technique. Level 8, Special Effect, Blood Net, Violent Shock, Combustion. It was time to test it out. After expending so much effort and waiting so long, surely there must be more than just a slight enhancement. Lu Sheng took a moment to adjust his breathing and then rose slowly, to ensure he could thoroughly experiment with his current limits without drawing attention. The best course of action would be to find a sparring partner. He strained to recall where he might find someone suitable for testing his strength. Among the northern regions, the strongest expert was his senior brother Hong Mingzi. Everyone else merely ranked second. The remaining options included more formidable ghostly entities and odd creatures, but those were easily detectable by the Hong and Jin families. Perhaps he could seek out Li Xuanxi, who was well versed in various matters and should be able to find a suitable opponent. There was also Zhuo Wenyu. As a non-human, he might possess knowledge of certain ghostly beings or demons. After some contemplation, Lu Sheng decided to approach Li Xuanxi first, as Zhuo Wenyu was ultimately an anomaly, and it would be more challenging to deceive Li Xuanxi. If she discerned his intent to test his abilities, it would be troublesome. Exposing his true nature to outsiders was the most perilous course of action. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Revealing one's secrets allows others to exploit them effortlessly, and such individuals perish swiftly in such an environment. With a resolve to act, Lu Sheng tidied up and checked the time. It was already late afternoon, approaching dusk. He instructed his subordinate to bring out a horse, mounted it, and galloped towards the mountain city. Upon entering the city through the main gate, he followed the address left by Li Xuanxi and soon found her at a nearby tavern. Utterly intoxicated, she sat alone in a corner, her complexion pale, a pool of vomit beside her, which deterred other patrons from approaching. Her clothing had evidently gone unwashed for many days, and as Lu Sheng drew closer, he was met with a foul odor. "Drink just money, I'll pay you back later." Li Xuanxi, in a drunken stupor, leaned awkwardly in her chair, clutching a small liquor flask and pouring it into her mouth, spilling as much as she consumed onto her clothes. Lu Sheng frowned at her and strode over, plopping down opposite her. "Dear patron, you might consider taking your friend away. How can we conduct business with her like this?" The tavern keeper, seeing Lu Sheng's arrival, rushed over with a relieved expression, eager to negotiate. This drunkard had been there for 3 days, spending plenty of money, but the excessive drinking was becoming a concern. The filth surrounding her had been cleaned up numerous times by the staff and was affecting other customers. Observing this scholarly gentleman, who clearly could not hold his liquor, Lu Sheng was baffled by how she continued to force drinks down her throat despite vomiting. "Leave her to me." Lu Sheng nodded. He grasped the liquor flask from Li Xuanxi's hands and forcefully set it aside on the table. "Brotherly, you are inebriated." "I am not drunk." Li Xuanxi chuckled. Her speech slurred. "Oh, isn't this brother Lu? What brings you here?" Her words were disjointed, yet she insisted she was sober. "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us find somewhere quiet to discuss." Lu Sheng contemplated briefly before deciding on the nearby Songlong Tavern. "It has been a long time since I last saw you, brotherly. I missed you and came to check in." He seized her by the arm as if lifting a small chick, hauling her up. "Come now, brotherly, let us get you cleaned up first. I have some matters I wish to consult you about." "Drink. I want a drink." Li Xuanxi protested, but Lu Sheng ignored her, dragging her out of the tavern amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers and heading into the nearby Songlong Tavern. This tavern was, in fact, one of his properties, originally owned by Wu San, but now that Wu San was deceased, it had become his. Such assets belonged to the gang's communal property, eligible for dividends, management, or other benefits, but could not be sold or transferred. The two entered a private room, and soon, members from the Feiying Hall of the Qijing gang arrived to guard the door, preventing anyone from approaching. After firmly seating Li Xuanxi, Lu Sheng took his place opposite her. "Brotherly, what has transpired? You appear quite despondent." Lu Sheng inquired, puzzled. In stark contrast to the dashing and refined gentleman he once knew, the current Li Xuanxi resembled a beggar. His hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and he appeared emaciated, as if he had not rested properly in ages. His arms, neck, and face bore the marks of grime and sweat. "Care for a drink?" Li Xuanxi, with hazy eyes, raised a glass in a drunken smile. "Brotherly, what has truly happened? There is no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. If you are in trouble, speak freely. Perhaps I might be able to assist you." Lu Sheng considered Li Xuanxi to possess some investment value, and his character seemed decent. If it were a simple matter, he would not mind extending a helping hand. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanxi appeared slightly more alert, leaning on the table and mumbling drowsily. "Brotherly, you cannot help me. No one can help me." His expression was one of profound sorrow as he sat there, substituting tea for liquor, pouring cup after cup. Lu Sheng scrutinized his attire. Has something happened at home? He recalled that Li Xuanxi had once mentioned his family held high-ranking positions in the court. Yet now, in such a state, he had no family to care for him. This situation could either stem from romantic turmoil or a family crisis. Li Xuanxi trembled slightly, raising his gaze to meet Lu Sheng's. "My father is dead." Lu Sheng was taken aback, gripping a cup of water, his brows knitting tightly. Li Xuanxi seemed to have found a confidant at last, forcing a bitter smile. "You've come to apprehend me, haven't you? Ha ha ha. Even the closest to me, the woman I loved dearly, has resorted to drugging me in my drink. What else is impossible in this world?" After consuming a few cups of cold water, he appeared somewhat more lucid, his speech more coherent. "Your family is in turmoil?" Lu Sheng inquired solemnly. "Indeed, my father was falsely accused and executed a while ago. My family has been seized, and those who could escape have fled, leaving me to narrowly escape on my own," Li Xuanxi lamented. "Brother Lu, if you wish to capture me and report to the authorities, please feel free. I am weary." Exhausted, Lu Sheng furrowed his brow at him. "What benefit would it bring me to capture you and report to the officials? Money? The meager reward from the government is hardly worth mentioning. Power? As the third in command of the Red Whale gang, I hold a position of some significance in this Yinshan city. Brotherly, do not so easily succumb to despair. I did not seek you out for the purpose of turning you in. You have faced misfortune at home, and we are somewhat friends, so if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help. However, I have a small condition." Li Xuanxi was momentarily taken aback. He and Lu Sheng were mere strangers who had crossed paths at Songjia village, having shared only a casual conversation. They could hardly be called friends. The fact that the other showed no inclination to report him to the authorities was astonishing. "Are you truly not here to turn me in?" he questioned, still in disbelief. "You must understand, my father has offended the current Minister of War, a high-ranking official. I care not for his rank. It is of no concern to me. Now, let us not dawdle. I seek to purchase information from you regarding any troublesome and notorious apparitions or anomalies in the vicinity," Lu Sheng stated plainly. Although the Red Whale gang possessed some knowledge, it was evident that Li Xuanxi was far more versed in the matter. When it came to supernatural entities, the Red Whale gang primarily focused on oversight, while Li Xuanxi had first-hand experience. Li Xuanxi was taken aback. "You genuinely are not looking to report me? It benefits me not to report you. Why would I go through the trouble of capturing you?" Lu Sheng retorted, somewhat irritable. "I sympathize with your plight, but as long as you draw breath, there will come a time when you can retaliate. Why weep like a child?" Li Xuanxi stared at him in a daze, momentarily stunned. The trials he had endured, the betrayals he had faced, could fill an entire historical tome. Brothers once sworn to brotherhood, childhood companions, and a beloved fiancée with whom he had exchanged vows, all had betrayed him. Each betrayal and despair had left scars, and the arrow that had pierced him still ached in his heart. Were it not for the protective talisman left to him by his master, he feared he would be nothing but a decaying corpse by now. Fleeing in darkness to Yanshan City, he had nearly succumbed to despair, indifferent to everything, wishing only to drown himself in liquor. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered Lu Sheng, a man he had only met once before. Even more astonishing was the fact that the stranger, who had merely crossed his path, showed no intention of reporting him. Given his current state, physically depleted, weak, and intoxicated, if there were any time to report him, it would surely be now, especially with the wanted posters plastered about. Yet, Lu Sheng did not act upon such opportunity, but instead offered assistance, encouraging him to speak freely of his needs. Chapter 100. The carefree king once cherished friends and relatives, after all those years, pale in comparison to a stranger he has only recently met. Li Xuanxi found himself overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions. "Brother Lu, I possess the distribution map you seek, but it has become obsolete. The two major factions outside the city are embroiled in a fierce conflict, and the situation has devolved into chaos. I am uncertain about the specifics, but the previous distribution map is no longer relevant. The aristocracy has taken action." His words served as a reminder to Lu Sheng. The current turmoil, with the Hongfeng and the Jin family clashing, naturally caused a commotion among the demons and monsters outside. This is troublesome. In such circumstances, finding a suitable testing subject has become a challenge. "Brother Lu, could you lend me some funds?" Li Xuanxi hesitated to ask, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Now thoroughly sober, he realized he hadn't consumed much alcohol. Most of it had been spilled. "Not a problem." Lu Sheng retrieved his coin pouch from his waist and tossed it to Li Xuanxi. "Use this silver for now." He was indifferent to a mere 100 or 80 taels of silver, especially since assuming a high-ranking position in the Qijing gang has significantly increased his income, allowing him to be more generous. Li Xuanxi was a person of good character, worthy of friendship, and spending a little money to cultivate goodwill seemed worthwhile. Previously, in the weapons department, he had money, but no one enjoys being treated like a fool, which is why he had intentionally returned the favor to that old man once. Li Xuanxi gratefully accepted the pouch, glancing inside to find a substantial amount of silver notes and coins, no less than 100 taels. "Thank you, Brother Lu. I shall remember this kindness for a lifetime," he declared earnestly. "You are too kind, Brother Li. Everyone encounters misfortune at times." Lu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, I haven't inquired about your family's situation." At the mention, Li Xuanxi's expression turned sour. "Brother Lu, have you heard of the Carefree King?" "The Carefree King?" Lu Sheng shook his head. "Is he a prince of the current dynasty?" "Indeed, but he is more than just a prince. His clandestine power is astonishing, extending beyond mere worldly influence." Li Xuanxi sighed. "My father was framed by the Minister of War while investigating his alleged involvement in blood sacrifices to evil beings, which led to his current plight." The Carefree King, blood sacrifices? Lu Sheng recalled the horrific incident in Julian City. The Su family, one of the prominent clans in Julian City, had been brutally slaughtered, allegedly as a result of blood sacrifices. After hesitating, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Is it related to the blood sacrifice incident that occurred in Julian City?" "Precisely," Li Xuanxi nodded, his face etched with sorrow. It was not only Julian City. A total of 8 such bloodshed incidents occurred in the northern region, and the severity of the circumstances is chilling. Numerous villages outside the city have reported missing persons, and the actual death toll far exceeds the recorded figures. It was for this reason that my father could no longer stand idly by and intended to conduct a thorough investigation, but unexpectedly, as he spoke, his eyes turned red again. The carefree king, Lu Sheng, narrowed his eyes. With this, it became evident that the blood sacrifice case involving the Su family in Julian City was not solely the work of malevolent spirits. It was not just a matter of the involvement of the Yin family. The carefree king must also be included in the equation. According to my father's investigations, the carefree king likely has ties to the forces of evil, and the extent of his hidden power is quite terrifying, Li Shuanqi explained. He is not a member of the current royal family, but rather a remnant of the previous dynasty and Apos' throne. He had remained low profile until now, but due to the brutality of the blood sacrifices, my father uncovered his existence. Then he must have participated in the recent treasure wars in the northern region? Lu Sheng inquired further. Seizing the rare opportunity to understand the intricacies, he naturally sought clarity. I cannot say for certain, but it is undeniable that he had a hand in it, Li Shuanqi affirmed vigorously. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it in one go, tilting his head back. Very well. The mountains will remain green and the waters will flow eternally. Brother Lu, I shall remember your kindness today, and I will repay it when the opportunity arises. Farewell. Lu Sheng discerned his intentions and did not attempt to retain him. Li Shuanqi did not wish to implicate him. As the Minister of War and the carefree king held powers in the official realm that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Although he feigned indifference, facing such formidable forces could allow him to escape, but his family would be left vulnerable. The entire clan could be implicated. Brotherly, take care on your journey. Lu Sheng sighed, rising to clasp his fists in a gesture of respect. Until we meet again. Li Shuanqi clutched the pouch Lu Sheng had given him, as if it contained not just money but a renewed trust and meaning in life. He opened the door and departed hastily, and it was not until the door closed that Lu Sheng slowly rose from his seat. Friend, since you have overheard everything, you might as well come out. It would save me the trouble of inviting you personally, Lu Sheng called out loudly in the empty room. No need, an aged voice echoed in Lu Sheng and Apos' ear. Are you not afraid of your family being implicated for privately contacting a wanted criminal? Implicated? Who have I contacted? I have done nothing but entertain a friend. Where do these accusations of a criminal come from? Lu Sheng replied, perplexed. Li Shuanqi is a wanted criminal being pursued by the authorities. You possess considerable strength. Do not mislead yourself, the old voice remarked coolly. Otherwise, you risk bringing calamity upon yourself, and worse, leaving no trace behind. What audacity! Lu Sheng's expression shifted, his heart growing increasingly heavy. It appeared that Li Shuanqi was indeed being monitored, but he had not anticipated a warning would arrive so swiftly. Leave no trace behind. Huh, he sneered. You can come out and try. See if you can leave me with nothing. A subtle aura of danger began to emanate from him. The 8th level of the Qiji Jiusha technique. He himself was unaware of its full power, and it was an ideal moment to test it against a skilled opponent. Arrogant, the old voice bellowed, followed by a thin steel needle as fine as a hair, which pierced through the wall and shot towards Lu Sheng and Apos' chest at an alarming speed. The needle moved with incredible swiftness, silent and concealed by the bellow. By the time Lu Sheng became aware, it was too late to evade. Thud! The needle struck his chest with great force. However, before the toxin within the needle could take effect, a massive cleaver, akin to a door panel, smashed against the left wall of the private room. Boom! The wall shattered, and a slender elder clad in green was caught off guard, struck violently by the blow. Countless splinters exploded around him, and in the blink of an eye, he was riddled with gaping wounds. Huh! Lu Sheng shouted, leaping forward. The blade aimed at the elder and Apos' neck, and he drove it down with force. Thud! He collided with the elder, pinning him to the ground as the blade pierced upright into his neck, embedding into the floor and nearly severing the elder's chin from his chest. The elder writhed, nailed to the ground, bubbles of blood forming in his mouth as he gasped for breath, his eyes wide open, fixed on Lu Sheng. He reached for the blade, attempting to pull it out, but it was futile. Leave no trace behind. Just you? Lu Sheng seized the elder and Apos' hair, yanking it upward. Swish! The blade cleanly cleaved the head in two, and the elder fell silent. Blood gushed everywhere. and it was only then that the members of the Qijing gang outside realized what had occurred. They rushed in, their faces drained of color upon witnessing the scene. "Boss." Su Chui covered his nose as he entered. The room was overwhelmingly foul, drenched in blood, and even he, a battle-hardened veteran, felt a wave of discomfort. "Clean this up. Incinerate the corpse without leaving a trace," Lu Sheng instructed calmly. He casually removed a bent needle that had lodged in his clothing. It had pierced through the wall and struck him, yet it had not even broken the skin, let alone allowed the toxin to take effect. "Understood." Lu Sheng wiped the blood from his boots with a towel and strolled out of the tavern. He had previously sensed a faint aura lingering around Li Xuanxi, initially believing it to be a skilled protector. To his dismay, it turned out to be a watcher. He could not allow any information regarding his discussions with Li Xuanxi to be leaked. Moreover, the audacity of the other party to threaten him ignited his fury, prompting him to act recklessly, eliminating the threat without hesitation. Utilizing the 5th level of the Crimson Extreme 9 Evil technique, in conjunction with various martial arts. The explosive force generated was akin to the earlier encounter. A seemingly perceptive expert was caught off guard and met his demise without a chance to react. Yet, this left him still unable to ascertain the true extent of his current prowess. Upon exiting the tavern, Lu Sheng continued to ponder. Back in the golden jade flower chamber, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from beneath his bed, the same one he had used previously for testing. The essence contained within this vial might serve to gauge the level of the corrosive toxin he could withstand. Seated at the round table, he placed the vial in his hand, stowing the others in a white box, temporarily setting it upon the table for testing. Gently, he removed the wooden stopper, positioning it over the palm of his right hand, and slowly tilted it to pour. As the vial inclined, a drop of black liquid gradually flowed forth, landing in his palm. A hiss escaped as a plume of white smoke erupted. The acrid scent of something burning wafted through the air, reminiscent of concentrated acid. Lu Sheng observed as the black liquid rapidly shrank and vanished from his palm, prompting him to quickly extract another drop from the vial. As his internal energy surged, he felt no sense of depletion. The quality of the Crimson Extreme 9 Evil technique had evidently improved significantly. Unlike before, he was no longer rendered powerless after countering a vial and amp, Oppos, S worth of coercive force. The second drop soon dissipated, completely evaporated, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth, with each drop continuously falling in the same spot. His internal energy from the Crimson Extreme 9 Evil technique was swiftly consumed, prompting him to employ the power of the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique alongside the 9 Rivers Iron Chain technique. Wisps of white vapor began to rise from his head, the sweat evaporating due to his internal energy. As he poured from the 6th and 7th vials, Lu Sheng lifted the 8th vial, his final one. Regrettably, although the toxins from the previous 7 vials had been entirely countered by his internal energy, all of his internal force had been thoroughly expended. Clutching the 8th vial in his hand, he ultimately refrained from pouring it out. He had successfully resisted the toxins from 7 vials. Almost there. Just a little more. Lu Sheng and Amp, Oppos, S heart surged with excitement, sweat pouring from his brow. He estimated that with one more elevation of his internal skill, he could break through to the level of coercive force. Though this was merely the most basic level among the aristocracy and oddities, it represented the most significant boundary between mortals and the extraordinary in this world. Chapter 101. Approaching, the blood-red sun gradually descended along the horizon, leaving only half of its form visible. Within the ruins of a dilapidated structure atop a mountain, Zhen Sun slowly pushed open the creaking door, stepping cautiously over the shards of stone and mud strewn across the ground. As he entered the grand hall, his gaze was drawn to a window at the right front. The crimson sunlight streamed through the arched window, casting the silhouette of a slender figure with long hair against the glass. Zhen Sun squinted, surveying his surroundings. The hall was devoid of all furnishings, lacking pillars or staircases. It presented a flat expanse, littered with debris and fragments of broken wooden furniture. From the entrance, one could see the arched windows on all sides. The tall windows, towering over 2 people, were mostly shattered, some still bearing remnants of broken wooden frames. Jagged wooden spikes jutted out, hanging forlornly in the center of the windows. The entire hall was bathed in a sanguine hue, emanating a palpable sense of decay and desolation. The long-haired figure stood before one of the windows, grasping the frame as she gazed outside. The cold wind swept through, causing her skirt to flutter behind her. Zhen Sun furrowed his brow. From his vantage point, He could only discern the dark silhouette, unable to distinguish the color of her dress amidst the vivid crimson light that rendered all other shadows even darker. I find no pleasure in encountering you in such a place, at such a time, under such circumstances, my dear sister, Jin Sun spoke in a low voice, his frown deepening. Were it not for necessity, I would prefer not to meet you at all. The shadowy woman continued to gaze out into the distance, her back turned to him. Her voice was soft, reminiscent of a defenseless and delicate maiden, evoking an overwhelming sense of vulnerability and innocence. Jin Sun and Appo's brow knitted tighter upon hearing her voice. Speak plainly, what does the family mean by this? I was sent to handle this matter. Yet how long has it been since I dispatched my plea for assistance? There has been no response. Do they intend for you to assist me with my troubles? That is, of course, out of the question, the woman replied with a smile. However, if you were to personally beseech me, as the request of a beloved brother, I might consider extending my help. Despite the jest, the sarcasm in her tone was unmistakable. I have little time to spare. Jin Sun's expression darkened. You are truly a tedious brother, she said, slowly turning her head. Her long hair danced in the wind, obscuring much of her face, leaving only her strikingly red eyes visible, glimmering in the sunlight as they silently fixed upon Jin Sun. Every time I see you, I feel an impulse to end your life. How unfortunate, for I share that sentiment, Jin Sun retorted defiantly, meeting her blood-red gaze head-on. The two maintained their calm stare for an extended moment. The family is nearly prepared. An exodus is imminent. You must ready yourself for the aftermath. She finally conveyed the message that brought her there. Jin Sun was taken aback, closing his eyes in contemplation. How can it be so soon? The Sheng family has also arrived. The smaller factions are manageable, but their mobilization as a prominent family clearly indicates their intent on the resource-scarce northern territories. Their purpose is evident. Thus, our esteemed grandfather has decided to evacuate ahead of time. She responded with a tranquil tone. Jin Sun inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of reluctance. What are the foundations we have established here, the forces we have nurtured, our current standing? With the demon blade in hand, it matters not where we rise anew. That is our true foundation. The situation we currently possess is inconsequential. As for the forces, they are mere mortals, akin to weeds. They will regrow swiftly, even if they perish. Is that truly something to concern ourselves with? She interrupted. Jin Sun fell silent, acutely aware that once they withdrew, the foundations and forces that had lost their support would collapse like a house of cards under the onslaught of the Red Square and other powers. Centuries of painstaking cultivation would be reduced to ashes in an instant. After a brief moment, he gathered himself from the shock of this unexpected news. When are we to depart? I do not know, but it will not be too late. News of our possession of the Crimson Dragon demonic blade travels swiftly. The factions that were previously diverted are now hastening back here. Therefore, it will not be long, she replied. I understand. I will prepare upon my return. Jin Sun exhaled. Song Family Village. At dawn, amidst the grayish light, the ruins of the Song family village lay smoldering nearby. Beneath a withered tree, 3 palm-sized blue stones were carelessly arranged, forming a slanted triangle. The gnarled branches of the dead tree stood out starkly against the sky, appearing as though scorched by flames. Several crows perched upon the branches, diligently preening their inky feathers, occasionally emitting their raucous calls. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, rhythmic footsteps echoed from a distance, boots crunching against the ash and sand, producing a crisp sound akin to walking on snow. A tall, burly man with a bald head approached the withered tree at a leisurely pace. He bore 2 large machetes strapped to his back, clad in a suit of black attire, with brown bracers and half-leather armor adorning his arms and chest. Strangely, he was not only devoid of hair, but also of eyebrows and facial hair, even lacking eyelashes. This stark baldness imparted an inexplicable sense of danger and ferocity. Upon reaching the withered tree, the man glanced at the 3 blue stones on the ground. He then retrieved a long, stick-like object wrapped in black cloth and ignited it with a flint. The yellow and red flames flickered, accompanied by a swirl of black smoke. An indescribable stench began to permeate the air. As time passed, the crows perched upon the withered tree were soon disturbed, cawing as they took flight. The man turned around, noticing a figure clad in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a veil, slowly approaching from a distance. Is this the route? The woman inquired in a low voice. Zhua? Lu Sheng only asked for the first syllable of her name. Yes, I have brought some items. 8 in total, collected over this time. The rest will require more time. She replied, a smile gracing her lips. Let me see first. I want to inspect the goods. No trade is necessary at this time. Just a look to ensure they are what I seek. Lu Sheng gestured. Zhuo Wenyu hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. She retrieved a golden silk garment from her small pack, tossing it lightly to Lu Sheng. He caught it, catching a faint, delicate fragrance wafting from it. Is this among what you seek? It is a personal garment from another family, woven with golden threads, dating back centuries, she explained. Upon receiving the garment, Lu Sheng immediately sensed a trace of yin energy emanating from it. This low-concentration yin energy seemed to be absorbable without requiring his blood, similar to the green stone from earlier days. Maintaining a fade of careful examination, he silently grasped the garment, allowing the yin energy to flow into him. It will suffice. Consider it one item, he smiled, adding, the items I require must primarily be funerary goods. The age is irrelevant, but they must not be too recent. Additionally, they should be personal belongings of the original owner during their lifetime. That is manageable, Zhuo Wenyu nodded. I will strive to find more of such items for you. Though I hope you can assist me in gathering something in exchange. What do you need? Lu Sheng inquired. 100 portions of human blood wine, mixed from different individuals. A drop from each is sufficient. Zhuo Wenyu proposed this peculiar demand. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment. That can be arranged, given his current position. Acquiring such blood wine was a simple task. The only concern was what mischief she might conjure against those who had been bled dry with this sanguine elixir. However, Lu Sheng quickly dismissed this thought, realizing its absurdity. If she possessed such terrifying power, she would not struggle against someone as ordinary as himself, who had yet to reach the realm of confinement. Furthermore, it was imperative to safeguard the small cauldron. Zhuo Wenyu was profoundly distressed over the fate of that cauldron. Rest assured, Lu Sheng assured, wrapping the golden silk robe in a prepared piece of black cloth. Is there anything else? He looked up to Zhuo Wenyu. Could I perhaps see the small cauldron? Zhuo Wenyu asked softly. Of course, Lu Sheng replied, producing a palm-sized black cauldron from his bosom. Once you provide me with 15 items, I shall relinquish it to you. Zhuo Wenyu gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed intently on the cauldron. All right. She swiftly retrieved various small items from her backpack, a dressing box, a bronze mirror, a wooden comb, a small pillow. One by one, she presented them to Lu Sheng, who meticulously examined each, finding a total of 7 items, of which only 2 bore any trace of malevolent energy. And even that was scant. This revelation left him somewhat disheartened. Is this it? There are merely 2 items of significance. Adding the first one, that makes 3 in total, he remarked with furrowed brows. Only 3, Zhuo Wenyu exclaimed in exasperation. She was baffled by Lu Sheng's selective nature, as these items bore no distinction. They were merely the burial goods and cherished possessions of their previous owners. Yet, Lu Sheng had resolutely chosen only 3, dismissing the rest. I'm not trying to mislead you. The items I seek are simply not among them, Lu Sheng clarified. Moreover, I must inspect them personally to determine their worth. Zhuo Wenyu struggled to comprehend his peculiar demands, yet she had encountered similar oddities before. Many bizarre and supernatural clans were exceedingly eccentric, and she had grown accustomed to such idiosyncrasies. However, this meant that the count of the items was ultimately at Lu Sheng's discretion, leaving her powerless to contest. Very well. If that is the case, we shall count these as 3 items. Do you still want them? If not, I can take them back. Lu Sheng shook his head. You may take them all back. I can see that you cannot sense the malevolent energy. To date, I have yet to encounter anyone who can perceive it as I do. If, as Duanmu once suggested, there exists no vital energy in the air, then what exactly is this malevolent energy? Its very essence, which I can wield, remains a subject worthy of inquiry. The term malevolent energy was merely a label he had initially assigned. In truth, he was uncertain of what this essence truly was. The 2 exchanged details regarding their next transaction, including time and location, before Zhuo Wenyu hurriedly departed. Lu Sheng swiftly retraced his steps. He needed to visit the old leader once more, as it was crucial to thoroughly inquire with Hong Mingzi about the recent developments concerning the Jin family. The recent dynamics between the Hong Fong and the Jin family had grown increasingly enigmatic, particularly as the Jin family's movements appeared unervingly subdued. Something felt amiss. Chapter 102. Approaching in the 3rd level of the Red Whale and Amp, Appo's cabin, 2 remarkably handsome young individuals, 1 male and 1 female, respectfully clasped their fists and bowed to Lu Sheng. He casually nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing them as the two disciples recently accepted by his senior brother, Hong Mingzi. Is your master present? Lu Sheng inquired, having just returned from outside and heading straight to his senior brother's location. He was pleasantly surprised to encounter these two young ones. The young woman, Lin Honglian, answered brightly, her demeanor more open than her senior brother's. She had long heard her master speak of this extraordinary uncle, who had achieved an astonishing level of concentration at such a young age of merely 20, marking him as the most remarkable prodigy of the sect in a century. She had envisioned various images of her uncle's appearance and temperament, but never anticipated he would appear thus, bald, robust, and fierce, with two large machetes crossed on his back like a crucifix. His face, devoid of eyebrows and eyelashes, appeared stark and intimidating, evoking a sense of dread. Lu Sheng strode towards the Huagua Pavilion, quickly disappearing around a corner, leaving Lin Honglian and Yuan Zhong to exhale softly in relief. Is this the formidable Uncle Lu of our sect? Yuan Zhong whispered, sticking out his tongue in astonishment. Indeed, I wonder how powerful he truly is. If we had the time, we could request his guidance. Lin Honglian, a martial arts enthusiast, was undeterred and wore an expression of excitement. Are you out of your mind? Yuan Zhong exclaimed exaggeratedly. Did you not see the muscles on Uncle Lu? One arm is as thick as both of yours combined. One swing of those machetes could easily take your life. Yuan Zhong felt his sister's enthusiasm was rather reckless, especially given the current precarious situation. Nevertheless, Master advised us to get closer to our uncle. It cannot be a bad thing. Lin Honglian replied softly. That may be true. Yuan Zhong hesitated. But your uncle certainly appears quite ferocious. Can you not muster some courage? With your timidness, I would be embarrassed to claim you as my brother. Lin Honglian retorted. With that, she stealthily made her way toward the pavilion in the small garden to see what her master and uncle were discussing. Please, take a seat. Hong Mingzi reclined in a chair, squinting at the bright sky in the distance. From his vantage point, he could see the blue sky obscured by the curved eaves of the goldfish house. Lu Sheng imitated his posture, settling into an adjacent bamboo chair that felt cool against his skin. A gentle breeze wafted through the garden, carrying with it the fragrance of blooming flowers. You rushed here in haste. Is there something you seek from me? Hong Mingzi was aware of Lu Sheng's recent endeavors, his training, and peculiar pursuits involving the collection of antiques and tomb artifacts. While curious, he respected that everyone had their own secrets, just as he had maintained his position as the leader of the North's largest gang for many years without incident. Lu Sheng scrutinized Hong Mingzi closely. His senior brother appeared to be in better spirits than before. His complexion had grown healthier, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to have softened, giving him a more youthful appearance. There is indeed something I wish to inquire about, Lu Sheng candidly admitted. I can roughly guess what you wish to discuss. Hong Mingzi smiled, retrieving a piece of pear blossom cake from the stone table beside him and savoring it slowly. The recent activities of our eastern faction have indeed decreased, but they are likely preparing for a significant counterattack. There is no need for concern. I have just communicated with the higher-ups. But you previously mentioned. Lu Sheng was puzzled. It must have been my misperception. After all, the Zhen family has operated here for many years. How could they simply falter? Such a colossal entity is not easily toppled. The old leader seemed to be in high spirits, seemingly unaware of any impending danger. Lu Sheng did not know the source of his brother's information. But if such a cunning and experienced individual felt reassured, then the situation must not be dire. Well then, I just felt somewhat unsettled earlier. After hearing you speak, I have been paying close attention to such matters. Do not worry. News will arrive soon, very soon. Hong Mingzi waved his hand with a smile. The Hong faction is ultimately no match for the Jin family. Once they truly mobilize, everything will be fine. That is a relief. Lu Sheng exhaled, knowing that if the Zhen family encountered issues, the entire North would be in genuine peril. Though the North was nominally under the jurisdiction of the court, in reality, it was the Jin family that commanded the various gangs and controlled the situation. The court merely established a few offices for the common folk as mere facades of authority, lacking any real control behind the scenes. This was also the reason the Red Whale gang's higher-ups could stand on equal footing with the officials of major cities like Yanshan. Do not worry. By the way, have you seen my two new disciples? Hong Mingzi continued. After considering your suggestion, I realize that our Red Sun sect has far too few members. If this continues, trouble is inevitable. Should we lose our connections, it would be catastrophic. Thus, I pondered deeply and decided to take in more disciples. Talent is secondary. The first priority is their character and disposition. Those who respect their masters and value their teachings are paramount, while those with resilient spirits come next. As for martial skills, our Red Whale gang is well established and can surely provide them with a suitable martial arts system. Hong Mingzi's smile conveyed his satisfaction with his two new disciples. Lu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His senior brother, despite his age, seemed to view these two new disciples as his own children, especially since he had a few unaccomplished offspring who were solely preoccupied with power struggles. As long as you are content, that is what matters. By the way, is the only internal technique we have in the Red Sun sect the Red Extreme Art? Indeed. The Red Extreme Art is the result of generations of exploration and synthesis of 3 different internal arts by our ancestors, creating a formidable martial skill. When mastered to the 7th level, its power is sufficient to stand unrivaled in the world and achieve the heavenly origin. Hong Mingzi and Appo's expression revealed a hint of pride as he spoke of this internal art. Such a martial art, as the core inheritance, could lead one to great heights if practiced diligently. The heavenly origin represented the highest realm attainable by mortals, an exceedingly rare achievement. Moreover, according to Lu Sheng and Appo's calculations, unless by some fortuitous event, it typically required one to be at least 80 or 90 years old to reach that stage. That is true. Yet I wish to explore other internal arts to broaden my horizons. Additionally, as you know, I am practicing hard techniques. Does our gang possess a higher-level hard technique? I wish to delve deeper into this area. Lu Sheng articulated his thoughts with careful consideration. That is feasible, but you must remember, dear brother, that one should not be overly greedy. I once attempted to practice another form of health-preserving Qigong when my foundation was not solid, hoping to counterbalance the excess heat from my yang internal technique. Regrettably, this led to a lack of focus, resulting in an unstable foundation, and I ultimately stagnated at the 6th level of the Red Extreme Art, with no hope of advancement. Hong Mingzi spoke with a tone filled with regret. Lu Sheng offered comforting words, yet refrained from revealing that he had already reached the pinnacle of the Red Extreme Art. Moreover, he had not only achieved that, but had also integrated principles from other martial arts to break through to a new level, forming the formidable Red Extreme 9 Fiends technique. His accumulated power was likely equivalent to that of an ordinary person who had diligently trained for 200 years. His cultivation had surpassed the wildest imaginations of the average person. Such prowess, even if disclosed to Hong Mingzi, would likely be met with disbelief unless he demonstrated it in action. However, doing so might also expose the secret of his modification abilities. Emerging from the quaint garden, Lu Sheng once again spotted Lin Honglian and Yuan Zhong, the 2 newly acquired disciples of Hong Mingzi, stealthily lurking at the entrance. Their demeanor betraying a desire to eavesdrop, yet a reluctance to step inside. Lu Sheng cast a bemused glance at them, shaking his head in silent reprimand. What brings you two here? Only then did they shuffle closer, with Yuan Zhong hastening to proclaim, Uncle Master, it was Honglian who dragged me here. I had no intention of eavesdropping. His swift betrayal left the young girl blushing crimson, and she instinctively reached out to tug at him in protest. Enough. Lu Sheng's voice resonated with an authoritative calm, instantly silencing the bickering youths. Have you begun your studies of the Qi-Ji heart method? We have not yet mastered it. Lin Honglian replied promptly. Currently, we are practicing the secondary Qi-Jing heart method, in conjunction with the Qi-Jing blade technique and the Qi-Jing body technique, which form a foundational martial arts system within our sect. Very well, practice diligently. Should you encounter any challenges, feel free to seek my guidance when time permits. Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly. Recognizing that his senior brother, Hong Mingzi, held high hopes for these two, he resolved to extend a measure of mentorship. Thank you, Uncle Master. They both exclaimed, bowing respectfully. After parting ways with them, Lu Sheng contemplated his next course of action and decided to pay a visit to the Xuanwu Pavilion. His previous explorations of the Qi-Ji heart method had inspired a notion. If sufficient energy and a wealth of theoretical knowledge could be amassed, might it be possible to formulate an exceedingly advanced heart method in one fell swoop? The sky undergoes 9 transformations, yet I shall only select the clear. A phrase suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was inscribed by a former sect leader at the conclusion of the 7th layer of the Qi-Ji heart method. The essence of this saying signified the myriad colors of the sky, yet he would only embrace the clarity of a sunny day, symbolizing the vibrant hues of red. Thus, the lineage of Qi-Ji is derived. Recalling this phrase, Lu Sheng was suddenly reminded of the diverse internal techniques residing within him. Not only the Qi G9 Fiends technique, but also the hard Qi 9 Rivers Iron Chain technique and the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique. It seemed rather disjointed. His brow furrowed slightly. The 9 Rivers Iron Chain technique represented hard martial arts, while the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique served as a supplementary source of internal energy. In essence, all were forms of internal cultivation. What if I were to amalgamate all my internal energies into a singular, formidable technique? I wonder what magnitude of power that would yield. Yet, he was aware that such musings bordered on the fantastical. The inherent natures of these techniques were too disparate for seamless integration. Perhaps, only when his martial arts knowledge had sufficiently expanded could he hope to harmonize such variances into a singular essence. Nevertheless, I still have ample contributions to make. It would be prudent to explore all available hard techniques and internal methods, striving for a comprehensive synthesis. The endeavor of advancing his internal skills to the next tier was fraught with exorbitant costs, nearly equivalent to the expenditure required to elevate the hard Qi 9 Rivers Iron Chain technique by 3 levels. This was merely the 8th layer. Should he attempt to push into the 9th, the resource drain would surely be even greater. Lu Sheng resolved to prioritize enhancing the life-preserving efficacy of techniques like the 9 Rivers Iron Chain to their utmost potential. He planned to amalgamate all hard techniques he could find into a singular, unparalleled system, while simultaneously mastering those that were conflictual in nature. With the aid of his modifier, the integration of hard techniques could yield boundless possibilities. As long as he possessed sufficient, he could continuously cultivate an array of diverse hard techniques. Chapter 103. Approaching upon returning to the Su NW Pavilion, LSH navigated the familiar surroundings with ease, quickly retrieving the token and ascending to the 2nd floor. The entirety of the CHJ Gang and AMP, Oppos, S martial techniques was housed on the bookshelf he had previously examined. Techniques such as MGD and Jing, J and SH Jing, Du NH and Chuin, and Bo Zhu Jing were all neatly displayed. Each of these hard skills, belonging to the realm of Tongli, could be mastered swiftly with the aid of elixirs and the inner energy derived from the Y New York Ing YH Jing. Although the cultivation of these techniques required the use of Yin energy, the foundation laid by the Y New York Ing YH Jing made it relatively effortless to engage with these secondary skills. LSH Ing reached for a volume of Bo Zhu Jing, flipping through its pages to find only a brief introduction. To walk like a post, to strike like a dragon, encapsulated the essence of this hard skill, which emphasized the importance of standing still. It consisted of 3 tiers, each representing a different stance. Mastery would render one as unyielding as a wooden post, capable of dispersing external force throughout the body, an excellent method for absorbing impact. Contemplating his significant contributions, he decided to also acquire the MGD Jing. With both hard skills in hand, he ascended to the 3rd floor. To his surprise, this level was filled with foundational martial arts, albeit in limited quantity, all designed for widespread practice. Techniques like Shiing BSHU were present, though in modified forms, suitable for distribution and instruction to the general populace. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he discovered an array of internal cultivation manuals, with several focusing on health preservation, but predominantly featuring various lethal internal techniques. Each manual bore only a title and a brief description, along with a notation of contribution points. LSH examined them closely. These internal techniques were far from the commonplace black sha jing found in the market. They were exceptional treasures, naturally leading one to the realm of Tongyi. Numerous annotation booklets accompanied each manual, providing insights from previous practitioners, which could significantly reduce missteps in one and AMP, Oppos, S journey. He selected the Su Y Jing, known for its ability to invigorate blood and energy, and proceeded to the exchange area. Elder, I wish to exchange my contribution points for these martial manuals, LSH stated, presenting the techniques he had chosen. The elder at the exchange desk glanced at the 3 manuals before him, Su Y Jing, MGD Jing, and Bo Zhu Jing. Ah, it is you, LW issue. According to your contribution points, you may only redeem 1 internal technique or the remaining 2 hard skills, the elder explained matter-of-factly. LSH was taken aback. Was his contribution insufficient? Indeed. The price of an internal technique was exorbitant, particularly given the accompanying annotations meant for training subordinates. While hard skills required only personal dedication and practice, thus differing in value. The elder, who was quite senior and had been in the gang even before the old leader H.Ng, treated L.S.H.Ng with a sense of equality rather than reverence. Can I only exchange for one? Hard skill or internal skill? L.S.H.Ng pondered for a moment. Then I shall choose the internal skill. His immediate priority was to enhance his inner energy and strengthen himself. Although this new internal technique was merely at the Tony level, it should greatly assist him in advancing to the next level of CHJGSHGing. Very well. I will record the Su YG-ing internal technique, which includes the manual and experience notes, consuming one major contribution point, the elder noted slowly. Thus, LSHing's contributions were entirely depleted. Armed with the manual of Su YG-ing, he exited the CHJing ship and hastened back to his residence to commence his training. However, LSHing found it curious that the Su YG-ing, despite being an accessible internal technique, was just as difficult to grasp as the GG-ing T Su Ji-ing he had practiced previously. Logically, Su YG-ing should have been easy to learn, given his current experience with internal energy, which ought to yield a fleeting sensation of qi. Yet, after 2 days confined to his chamber, he felt not a hint of that energy. In fact, he sensed an uncomfortable pressure and fullness within his body. As night fell, LSHing stepped into the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky. The crescent moon hung silently above, shrouded in a delicate veil, rendering it indistinct. The surrounding darkness was impenetrable, devoid of starlight, gathering energy like stars and transforming it into elixirs. Every vessel has its limits, the body itself being a grand container for the ceaseless flow of inner energy. Could it be that my internal energy has reached its saturation point, preventing the formation of new energy and resulting in this sense of fullness? LSHing pondered. The human meridians have limits, akin to small water pipes. While inner energy is refined and can hold much, the pipes remain finite. LSHing understood that his continuous enhancement of inner energy using the modifier would eventually lead to such a bottleneck, although he had not anticipated it occurring so swiftly. This was indeed a significant challenge for mortals striving to transcend their limits. He sighed deeply. Extending his right arm, he allowed his inner energy to circulate, and immediately, his skin felt as though it were swelling to the point of bursting, with a palpable pain coursing through his muscles and meridians. Indeed, he had reached his limit. The accumulation of internal energy had maxed out his body's capacity. LSHing sighed once more. To surpass this threshold, he would need to expand his meridians, a task that might require miraculous elixirs or the practice of special techniques designed to refine the body. LSHing's understanding of martial arts had grown significantly beyond his previous naivety, and he had gleaned much foundational knowledge from H.Ng, techniques that refine the physical body. Though he had learned the basics from H.Ng, he also recognized that such methods were likely the stuff of myth and legend. Numerous tales and folklore spoke of celestial beings imparting such techniques to mortals, reshaping their physical attributes. He exhaled, surveying the shadowy courtyard around him. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through him, and he stood still, feeling his inner energy roiling within. An invisible wave of intense heat rapidly enveloped the air around him, causing the temperature to rise sharply within several meters. He swiftly raised his hand and struck to the right. Bang! Although he had struck an empty space in the courtyard, the impact resonated with a sound akin to hitting wood. A shadowy figure materialized from thin air, letting out a piercing scream before igniting in flames. The crimson fire engulfed it for a brief moment before extinguishing. The shadow collapsed to the ground, shrinking and melting away into a puddle of viscous fluid. LSHing, somewhat surprised, examined the ground and found no trace of residue. It appeared there was no lingering energy. He lamented internally, speculating that this encounter might not have involved a ghost, but rather a creature of a different ilk. Since the Lu sisters had moved into the adjacent room, this marked the second time he had faced an assailant. This one, however, possessed significantly more strength than the last, yet it too was dispatched with a single strike, requiring no more than 30% of his power. The newly devised CHJGSHG-ing had proven remarkably effective against such entities. With internal energy temporarily unavailable, he resolved to address the issue of expanding his meridian capacity. LSHing recalled his earlier thoughts on practicing a multitude of hard techniques to refine his body, hoping that such accumulation might lead to a qualitative transformation. Without delay, he recognized that his contribution points had been entirely consumed by the Su YG-ing. To redeem more, he would need to contribute further to the gang, a rule he understood well. The following morning, he summoned Wiley NZ to inquire about recent developments. What? Wiley NZ has been away for 2 days and has yet to return? LSH Ing regarded Ning SN before him with surprise. Ning San, his face flushed with embarrassment, spoke in a subdued tone. I have inquired extensively. Lord Yulianzi mentioned he is investigating the recent case of missing persons along the Sabai River, collaborating with several officers to keep watch at night. It seems they discovered something and pursued it. He is yet to return. Is there a way to contact him? Lu Sheng inquired, furrowing his brow. We could attempt to use signaling smoke, though I cannot guarantee he will see it, Ning San replied. What of the officers? One of them, a skilled martial artist, also followed after him. He has not returned either, Ning San quickly clarified, having gathered all necessary information. Lu Sheng sat in contemplation. Have there been any peculiar occurrences recently in the vicinity of Yanshan City? He asked again. Ning San pondered briefly. Aside from the unusual events by the Sabai River, everything else has been remarkably tranquil. There have been no incidents within or outside the city. Nothing at all. Are you certain? Lu Sheng was taken aback. Even under normal circumstances, in such a vast city as Yanshan, it would not be unusual for a few individuals to drown or for some servants to go missing, or for the authorities to be engaged in capturing fugitives. The absence of any incidents is, in fact, the greatest anomaly. Indeed, in recent days, I have accompanied Lord Yulianzi in investigating this case and have learned many details, Ning San replied succinctly. Why was I not informed of this matter by Yulianzi? Lu Sheng expressed his displeasure. Such strange occurrences should rightly be handled by him. After all, Yulianzi is merely an aide. Lord Yulianzi wished to manage it independently first. If unsuccessful, he would then seek your assistance. Ning San responded with a wry smile. Elucidate the details of this matter to me. Lu Sheng, in need of contributions from the gang, intended to resolve this issue and exchange it for some martial arts skills. At his prompting, Ning San recounted the so-called case of the night specter by the Songbai River. It transpired that approximately half a month ago, near the banks of the Songbo River adjacent to Yanshan City, fishermen, rising in the dead of night to relieve themselves, occasionally spotted figures leisurely carrying sedan chairs in the dead of night along the riverbank. Due to the distance, they could not discern clearly, prompting some fishermen to approach out of curiosity. However, this led to the mysterious disappearance of 7 or 8 individuals, catching the attention of local gentry. After their own investigations yielded no results, the gentry swiftly reported the matter, which escalated through the ranks, leading to an increasing number of missing persons, eventually reaching Yanshan City. Such cases of disappearance are typically of a grave nature to warrant reaching Yanshan City. Ordinary matters are usually resolved at lower levels. Only cases that prove utterly insurmountable are escalated. Ning San spoke softly. Chapter 104. Approaching, let us go and see where that strange incident occurred. Lu Sheng wasted no words. The current situation was chaotic, and it was odd that there were still disturbances. If it were the Red House, they would not be so petty, merely missing a few ordinary people, which would not impact the Jin family at all. In fact, it might provoke the royal family's displeasure, a loss that far outweighed any gain. It is just by the dock outside the city, Ning San replied. The two mounted their swift horses, and soon Su Chue, having received the news, quickly selected men to follow behind. They galloped for about half an hour, tracing the perimeter of the mountain city, before Ning San finally halted at a small dock in the wilderness, dismounting. Lu Sheng followed suit, surveying the surroundings. The river lay tranquil, with distant white lines wavering in the sunlight, causing the water's surface to shimmer. Several long fishing boats drifted lazily along the river, with fishermen casting nets to catch fish. It was noon, and the heat was mild. Laborers at the dock toiled with their shirts off, while merchant caravans awaited as goods were continuously loaded onto the cargo ships. Where did the incident occur? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, questioning. This scene hardly resembled a place where a crime would transpire. To the right of this dock, people often report seeing a palanquin being carried past at midnight. Without a sound, Ning San responded. As they conversed, they walked toward the right bank of the river. Upon arriving at the site, Lu Sheng sensed no trace of any ominous presence. Without a clue, he found himself unable to uncover the mystery. Tonight, we shall wait here. I intend to see what this palanquin truly is, he said with narrowed eyes. During the fierce conflict between the Red House and the Jin family, it was audacious for anyone to intrude upon the territory of the Qi Jing gang. Whoever it was, It was an outright provocation against both the Zhen family and the Qi Jing gang. Observing the bustling dock, Lu Sheng remained silent, standing at the riverbank, lost in thought. He remained still, and Ning Sen dared not move either. Soon, Su Chui arrived with a dozen men, and under Lu Sheng's direction, they scouted the terrain surrounding the dock. They discovered Zheng Xinzong, the head constable, still stationed there. Lu Sheng found a place to rest in a nearby fishing village. Intending to meet Constable Zheng, Yulianzi, Constable Zheng stood before Lu Sheng with a hint of respect, his face displaying confusion upon hearing the inquiry. The other day, it was said that Constable Wang from our office had set out to investigate the midnight ghost palanquin case. He is yet to return, I presume, he replied quickly. In this region, an investigation could last several days without immediate communication, which was not unusual. Since their departure, has the palanquin appeared again? Lu Sheng continued to inquire. It reappeared last night. Constable Zheng replied with a bitter smile. Is it ineffective? Lu Sheng asked. No, it seems the time has shortened significantly. The constable responded promptly. Shortened significantly. Lu Sheng pondered momentarily, then instructed the constable to leave. He borrowed a pen and paper from his subordinates and personally penned a letter, sealing it with wax before sending it to the leader of the Qi Jing gang. He sought to inquire about the case and gauge the Zhen family and Oppo's reaction. Logically, such an important place, previously free of conflict, could not allow the emergence of such uncontrolled incidents, especially now that there was a clash with the Red House. Together with Ning San, he distributed some small coins in a nearby village to find a place to rest, leaving only Ning San and Su Chui behind while the others returned. The three of them waited by the river until nightfall, but instead of the palanquin, they fortuitously spotted the weary Yulianzi appearing by the riverbank. Lu Sheng and his men stood guard on the shore, observing Yulianzi scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Let us approach and see, he said, leading the way closer. Su Chui and Ning Sen exchanged glances and hurried to follow. As they drew nearer, they noticed Yulianzi's weary expression and a hint of despondency in her demeanor. Lu Shou, what brings you here? She exclaimed upon seeing Lu Sheng approach with his men. How did it go? Were you able to resolve the situation? Lu Sheng asked as he closed the distance. It's quite troublesome. I lost contact with Constable Wang, and I could not find him after searching, Yulianzi replied with a serious expression. Lu Shou, the situation has been rather strange lately. Strange? How so? Lu Sheng inquired. Taken aback. To speak frankly, Yulianzi said softly, when Constable Wang and I were in pursuit, we observed someone else who was faster, who reached the destination before us. Someone else? Did you see who they were? Lu Sheng frowned, intrigued. Typically, most individuals would shy away from such matters, yet someone dared to pursue it, and even outpaced the capable Yulianzi. This was indeed curious. More than that, the frequency of strange occurrences in our jurisdiction has drastically diminished. The vast city and surrounding areas, once plagued by rumored supernatural cases, have seen none for almost half a month, with this being the sole incident. Moreover, my subordinates suspect that after today, the ghost palanquin will not appear again, Yulianzi stated quietly. Oh, what leads you to believe that? Lu Sheng countered. Though I did not catch up. I heard screams from ahead, suggesting a confrontation, yet when I got closer, there was nothing to be found, no trace left behind, Yulianzi replied solemnly. It is quite possible that someone resolved the matter before we arrived. Lu Sheng fell silent, contemplating the abnormality of the situation. He had come seeking to resolve a few cases to earn merit for the gang, but had not anticipated such developments. Why did you not inform me of this previously? He pressed. My subordinates believed everything was proceeding smoothly, so I did not report it to you, Yulianzi replied with a wry smile. Let us return for now, Lu Sheng decided, glancing around. The chilly river breeze was thick with moisture. It was not an appropriate place for conversation. Understood. The group departed from the riverbank, riding through the night back to the Jinhua house. As darkness deepened, Lu Sheng felt an oppressive sense, akin to the foreboding stillness before a torrential downpour. He could not pinpoint the source of his unease, yet something was undoubtedly amiss. Lu Shou, the road is dark. Why not rest for the night in the fishing village and return tomorrow? Yulianzi suggested, perplexed. The four rode along the pitch-black official road, with only a sliver of moonlight to guide them, making it difficult to see. The horses stumbled, requiring frequent adjustments to their direction, making the journey laborious. I have my reasons, Lu Sheng replied in a low tone. He could not simply confess his discomfort. By the way, have there been any strange occurrences among the other gangs recently? Yilianzi, upon hearing this, appeared well-informed. No peculiar events. But the leader of the Lin Society has declared a retreat, which has been ongoing for some time. The higher-ups of the Bianhua sect are currently traveling through the Central Plains. Aside from that, nothing significant has occurred. Is that so? Lu Sheng contemplated his instincts. He had never felt this way before. Nonetheless, it was wise to trust in the possibility of misfortune rather than dismiss it outright. After riding for a while, Lu Sheng suddenly halted his horse, gazing ahead. In the distance, near the outskirts of the mountain city, a forest area appeared to be ablaze at the foot of the eastern mountain. The night sky was faintly illuminated by the firelight. Is that fire? Do you know where it is coming from? Lu Sheng asked idly. To his surprise, no one behind him responded. He turned around to find Yulianzi pale as a ghost, staring blankly at the roaring flames. That direction. Only the headquarters of the Bianhua sect, Wanqing Tower, is located there. She stammered. Such a towering inferno is no mere accident. It is a signal for help from Wanqing Tower. Her voice trembled with urgency. A signal for help? Is the situation that dire? Lu Sheng and Appo's heart raced. What connection do we have with the Red Whale gang? Lu Sheng could not comprehend why Yulianzi was so frightened. He was usually a composed individual, not one to be easily shaken by the affairs of other factions. However, his current demeanor suggested a deeper underlying reason. Indeed, Yulianzi and Appo's pallid face and unwavering gaze fixed upon the raging flames indicated something amiss. The distress signal, which could only be ignited during a cataclysmic event for the transformation sect, had been lit. The last time it was activated was during the gang wars, when the headquarters of the transformation sect narrowly escaped annihilation, prompting the gathering of its branches for support. Yet, this was seemingly unrelated to us, was it not? Ningxin also found himself perplexed by Yulianzi and Appo's alarming state. No, that is not the case. Yulianzi clenched his teeth, leaning closer to Lu Sheng and Appo's ear to whisper a grave revelation. The leader of the transformation sect was none other than the eldest son of the former gang leader, Hong Xingrong. The transformation sect was, in fact, the most formidable hidden force under the leadership of the old gang leader. The transformation sect is the Red Whale gang. At that moment, Lu Sheng comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had been puzzled by the absence of Hong Mingzi's offspring, but had not anticipated this clandestine connection. The annihilation of the transformation sect would surely signify peril for senior brother Hong Xingrong. His expression hardened as he grasped the seriousness of the matter. Let us go. We must head to the headquarters immediately. The group hastened their pace, making their way to the Red Whale vessel. They pressed on without pause. And after some arduous effort, they finally arrived at the Red Whale just as dawn began to break. The vessel was ablaze with lights, bustling with activity as numerous trucks and ox carts moved back and forth from the ship's edge. Buckets of water were continuously poured into the troughs attached to the carts, swiftly dispatched towards the transformation sect. The proximity ensured that the ox carts would arrive promptly. Lu Sheng's presence was well known, and upon dismounting, he was greeted with respect by those who recognized him. Where is the gang leader? He inquired urgently. He is resting in the garden, replied one of the welcoming gang members with deference. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng led Yulianzi away, instructing the others to wait elsewhere as they made their way to the small garden. His expression was serious, and as they walked, the guards who initially intended to stop him and inform him of the gang leader's rest dared not approach. Lu Sheng held a position of considerable power within the gang. Known for his fierce temperament, he had once killed the daughter of the deputy leader in plain view of everyone, thus earning a fearsome reputation. Upon hastily pushing open the iron gate to the small garden, Lu Sheng immediately spotted Hong Mingzi, the current leader of the Red Whale gang and the master of the Red Sun sect. He turned, his eyes vacant, and appeared significantly aged. The first words that left his mouth caused Lu Sheng's complexion to darken. Junior brother, the Zhen family, has escaped. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. We will meet at 5 o'clock. In the blink of an eye, this marks the 5th year of my writing career. Over these 5 years, from the true understanding of swordsmanship to the wizarding world, the mysterious journey, and now the supreme demon of the path, my style has consistently embraced the audacious, the imaginative, and the enigmatic. While I am inherently a diligent, disciplined individual who never strays from the norm and consistently updates my work, this does not hinder my capacity for boundless creativity. This latest work, The Supreme Demon of the Path, has consumed a significant amount of my effort. If you enjoy it, I will pour my heart into it. Tonight at 5 o'clock, this book will debut, and a grand battle looms on the horizon, unveiling the enigma of Lu Sheng and Apos' marriage thereafter. I encourage everyone to subscribe enthusiastically and join the ranks of the new era. Also, please refrain from calling me Rolling Sister any longer. I am a steadfast man, and my children are nearly old enough to fend for themselves. Thank you. Chapter 105. Chaos, have they escaped? Lu Sheng stood in the garden, softly repeating the phrase. The significance of the Zhen family to the northern lands was all too apparent. Without the Zhen family and Apos' suppression, the entire northern region would scarcely fare better than the drought-stricken Yunzhou, overrun by demons and monsters, where humanity would find even the most basic survival exceedingly difficult. Undoubtedly, the human race had its utility to the noble families, and thus other clans would likely intervene to seize control of the area. However, who could ascertain how much vitality would remain in the northern lands before any other family made their move? Lu Sheng felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. His concern did not extend to the common folk of Dawn. Rather, it was for himself and the Qi Jing gang. As a direct subordinate force of the Jin family, the Qi Jing gang was arguably their most capable and trusted ally, privy to much of the Zhen family's intelligence. Once the news leaked, following the Zhen family's flight, the first to be dealt with would be the Qi Jing gang. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Sheng approached, opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. With the Zhen family gone, it meant that everything from now on would depend upon them. Hong Mingzi's voice was tinged with profound weakness and resignation. I have already ordered our hidden confidants on the periphery to evacuate personnel and supplies to the central plains. Perhaps there will be a chance for resurgence in the future. Why are you so pessimistic, senior brother? Until the very end, there may yet be a new turning point. Lu Sheng's face was resolute as he spoke. In just over a year, he had transformed from a privileged youth into a formidable gang leader. To the common eye, he appeared to be one who, after remaining silent for years, suddenly made a striking entrance, a paragon of hidden prowess erupting in a single moment. Yet, only he understood that his true strength had indeed been cultivated in just a year. This was also why he dared not disclose his actual level of martial skill to his family. It seemed too exaggerated. From initially confronting the supernatural alone and dispatching foes with a single strike, he had evolved from that frail young master into someone far more formidable. Until the last moment, he would never concede defeat. No, without the noble families, we cannot possibly contend with Hong Fong. Hong Mingzi seemed to have lost his spirit, shaking his head repeatedly. Senior brother, why speak thus? How can we know the outcome without attempting? Moreover, even in death, we must take someone down with us. Lu Sheng licked his lips, speaking fiercely. But Hong Mingzi remained despondent, lacking any semblance of vitality. You do not comprehend the true terror of the anomalies. You do not know. Those who have never seen them might think they are akin to demons, but in truth, the gulf between the two is vast. Hong Mingzi sighed. I have arranged for a caravan to the Central Plains. If you wish, junior brother, you may join as well. You are a newly promoted high-ranking member. Perhaps Hong Fong will not include you on their target list. Perhaps, but I never rely on luck, Lu Sheng replied, calming himself. Hong Fong loomed like a colossal weight upon his heart, pressing down on the entire upper echelon of the Qi Jing gang. Although Lu Sheng was nearing the threshold of a more advanced level, that level merely represented the most basic state among the anomalies of noble families. To survive this calamity unscathed, such strength was utterly insufficient, far from adequate. What does junior brother intend to do? Hong Mingzi looked at Lu Sheng, who seemed to him to be grasping at straws. Any action now appeared futile. The idea of mortals contending against anomalies was akin to a rabbit attempting to slay a tiger, fundamentally mismatched, devoid of possibility. I do not wish to do anything reckless. Lu Sheng considered for a moment, but might I borrow some contributions from the gang to peruse a few martial arts manuals and broaden my horizons? At such a time, you still. Hong Mingzi was momentarily speechless. Yet, upon seeing Lu Sheng's resolute gaze, he realized the younger man had a plan in mind, and thus refrained from further protest. Very well, it matters not to me. I shall lend you 3 major contributions, sufficient to exchange for any number of manuals from the Xuanwu Pavilion. Since the gang is on the brink of upheaval, why adhere to these so-called rules? Wooden and Apos, it be better to open the Xuanwu Pavilion to all? Lu Sheng countered. 3 major contributions were hardly satisfactory. These are the regulations established by the Jin family. Before he could finish, the old leader suddenly paused. After a moment's thought, he slowly closed his eyes and waved his hand. Do as you wish. as long as the pavilion elder consents. Having achieved his goal, Lu Sheng offered a few words of comfort to Hong Mingzi before swiftly exiting the garden. Hong Mingzi made no move towards the transformation gate, clearly having known the circumstances long before, or perhaps he had personally verified the answers he sought. What a pity. It seemed that the high-ranking members who were aware of the situation in the gang were steeped in despair. As he walked out of the garden, he descended the corridor stairs towards the Xuanwu Pavilion. Were it not for my modifier, my grasp of yin energy, and an ample supply of manuals for arduous cultivation, I too might find myself in the depths of despair like those others. Compared to these individuals, who had devoted decades to diligent training, their lifelong efforts crumbled before the supernatural threats. They were utterly powerless. In such circumstances, no amount of short-term effort could bridge that insurmountable gap. However, I still possess a chance. Lu Sheng's resolve solidified within him. If he devoted himself entirely to enhancing his skills, utilizing supplements and yin energy for a vigorous push, it might yield a significant breakthrough. At worst, he could take his family and flee the northern lands. Even if pursued, the adversaries would likely misjudge his strength, thereby opening up a path for survival. Yet, a glint of determination flickered in Lu Sheng's eyes. This was the worst-case scenario. If I truly find myself on Hong Fong and Appo's list, I certainly would not be spared easily. Leaving the mountainside city might even prove more perilous. His mind swirled with thoughts, each possibility igniting in his consciousness, but ultimately coalescing into a single truth. Regardless of the circumstances, rapidly enhancing combat effectiveness was paramount. After all, he still had considerable potential to tap into. Departing the garden, he made his way directly to the Xuanwu Pavilion below. At this moment, the pavilion was deserted, save for an elderly man at the counter, drowsily nodding off. The doors were ajar, and the interior was well lit. Lu Sheng stepped inside slowly. Why do you remain here, elder? In light of the great upheaval, why not seek refuge in the Central Plains? He inquired, approaching the drowsy elder at the counter. Seek refuge? The elder opened his bleary old eyes, surveying Lu Sheng. It is futile. Our entanglement with the Zhen family runs too deep. You seem to be a sensible person. It would be wise to find refuge within the mountainside city for now. The mountainside city? Lu Sheng was taken aback. Indeed. It all depends on how much Face Hong Fong is willing to grant the imperial court. The elder waved his hand. Now, speak your purpose. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Sheng responded. With the Zhen family departed, the rules of the Xuanwu Pavilion need not be upheld any longer, correct? I wish to freely browse the manuals. The elder was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lu Sheng to make such a request. He had assumed that it was gang leader Hong Mingzi who sent Lu Sheng to request his assistance, yet it turned out that Lu Sheng sought this very authority. Rules are rules, but as you are a high-ranking member, and given the extraordinary circumstances, I shall permit you to select a few manuals. Lu Sheng expressed his gratitude and turned towards the second floor. Though I do not understand why you wish to peruse the manuals, I advise you to hurry. The Xuanwu Pavilion is a stronghold of the Qi Jing gang, and all resources will soon be evacuated, the elder cautioned. Thank you for the warning. Lu Sheng paused momentarily before quickening his pace. He directly ascended to the previously examined shelves, locating the hard skills he sought, the Mugu Dan Gong, Jin Sha Gong, and several other hard skills preserved by the Qi Jing gang, though there were none at the Tongyi level. In total, he gathered 5 techniques, along with 2 manuals on internal cultivation methods. When he descended to exchange for the authentic manuals, the elder and Appo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at the sight. Are you intending to empty the entire Red Whale armory? He remarked, rendered speechless. I will return them after perusal, Lu Sheng replied earnestly. Isn't it better to borrow them one by one? No, I'm concerned that there may not be another opportunity, Lu Sheng stated with conviction. You are aware that you might not have another chance? The elder retorted, exasperated. These few books on external martial arts are acceptable, but for these 2 volumes on internal cultivation, given the current circumstances, I can only lend you hand-copied versions, he stated solemnly. Very well, Lu Sheng acknowledged, understanding that the Red Whale Society was currently in the process of gathering their manuals. In this precarious phase, lending out an authentic text would diminish the society's martial prowess. Being permitted to borrow so many was already a considerable concession, perhaps owing to his status as a member of the Red Sun sect. However, since his internal energy was already at its peak, reaching the limits of his physical and meridian capacity, he felt indifferent about it. All right then. The elder proceeded to retrieve the authentic texts on external martial arts, though not all required visualizations, so a few were indeed hand-copied. Lu Sheng had his reservations about this, but they were met with the elder's rolled eyes. "Then I shall take my leave," Lu Sheng declared, clasping the manuals. Go on, go on." The elder remained seated behind the counter, his expression unchanged, seemingly resolved to stay there indefinitely. Before departing Su-N-W Pavilion, Lu Sheng cast a glance back, pondering the elder's enigmatic demeanor, unsure if it was merely his imagination. Upon leaving, Lu Sheng hastened to the alchemy room aboard the Red Whale, swiftly gathering the necessary herbal formulas for the external martial arts. He even requested a few extra. Once chaos ensued, it would be challenging to procure such complete supplies again. Relying on the ordinary pharmacies in town would prove inadequate, as many of the herbs were essential for practitioners of martial arts. With a hefty bundle in hand, Lu Sheng exited the cabin and, while still on the deck, observed a substantial number of Red Whale Society members ushering a large group of individuals onto the ship. "Who are these people?" he inquired, frowning at the nearby guard. "They are the survivors of the transformation sect, due to severe burns from the fire. They were specifically brought here for treatment," the guard replied loudly, the commotion outside rendering it difficult to hear his own words. "Wasn't Apos, there no significant fire? How come there are burn victims now? Is the leader of the transformation sect among them?" Lu Sheng pressed further. I and Apos am not entirely sure. But it seems that after the summons, the fire inadvertently spread to the headquarters." The guard paused, speaking softly. "I heard that even the sect leader perished in the blaze. Their remains were indistinguishable, mixed with the charred wood and ashes, a truly tragic sight." His accent suggested he was not from the local mountainous region, his intonation notably rising at the end of his sentences. Chapter 106. Chaos. Lu Sheng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He quickly gathered his belongings and disembarked, calling for Ningsan, Su Chue, and others waiting for him, and they headed towards the Golden Jade Flower House. Upon arriving, he immediately sought out Yu Lianzi, instructing her to prepare for their relocation to Yanshan City. With the city's dense population and the presence of the imperial court, the Red House would likely refrain from taking drastic actions to avoid provoking the prominent families of the realm. However, the outskirts offered no such constraints. "Where are the Lu sisters?" Lu Sheng pondered, momentarily stunned as he observed his subordinate returning after attempting to summon them. His subordinate reported that after knocking on the door without response, they had called a female member of the gang to enter through the window, only to discover a letter and a small box on the table. The subordinate respectfully presented the items. Seated in the hall, Lu Sheng received the envelope and the small box. To his surprise, the box was made of jade, its cool touch suggesting it was a valuable item, possibly brought by the Lu sisters from their home. "Leave now and collect 10 taels of silver from the treasury." Given the recent fluctuations in prices, 10 taels now hold the purchasing power equivalent to 8,000 in normal times, a substantial amount, equivalent to several months and Apos income for an ordinary person. "Thank you, my lord," the subordinate replied before departing. Alone in the hall, Lu Sheng unfolded the letter. "Young Master Lu, we sisters are unable to repay your kindness, so we present you with a Huayong Dan, which condenses vital essence to aid your cultivation. A few days ago, we felt an imminent danger approaching, and to avoid implicating others, we had to leave in haste. Please do not search for us. If we meet again in the future, we will repay this kindness. Lu Kaiyun, Lu Qin." Lu Sheng set down the letter with a sigh. Their departure might allow the Lu sisters to evade calamity, a blessing in disguise. If they could travel such a long distance from Yunzhou to here with their fledgling skills, they must possess significant secrets and support. Yet, he had no time to dwell on this now. He needed to enhance his martial skills quickly. He still had the items imbued with Yin energy he had previously acquired. That night, Lu Sheng, along with Yu Lianzi, over 100 members of the Golden Jade Flower House, and Ning San, Su Chue, and Duan Mingyan, returned to Yanshan City. Taking residence in the largest casino, the Fuming Casino, Lu Sheng managed to visit his home briefly, warning his father, Lu Quanan, to refrain from going outside the city for the time being. Lu Quanan had heeded his advice, stockpiling ample provisions at home, enough for several hundred people to last over a year, despite not being able to gather more due to time constraints. His retreat was thus assured. Lu Sheng then directed all his subordinates within the city, including the Flying Eagle Hall, to expedite the accumulation of provisions, while also keeping an ear out for news regarding other gangs and sects outside their headquarters. He entrusted Yu Lianzi with the affairs, instructing her not to leave the city, before announcing his intention to enter seclusion. In the quiet chamber, Lu Sheng sat cross-legged in the center, a large character for stillness affixed to the wall behind him, surrounded by dark stone walls of considerable expense. Before him lay a small jar of golden ointment, emanating a strong heat and medicinal fragrance. This newly concocted ointment was indeed remarkable, worth its weight in gold. Lu Sheng mused as he gazed at the ointment. This small jar meant for cultivation would only suffice for 3 uses but cost an astonishing 1,000 taels of silver, equivalent to hundreds of thousands in his past life. Such expenditure on medicinal materials would have been unattainable had he not held a high position and wielded power. This was the supreme elixir for cultivating hard skills. The Jinxiang ointment. A single mouthful during practice could transform into vital essence, nourishing and revitalizing the entire body. Lu Sheng had spent considerable time in the alchemy room just to procure this sole jar of Jinxiang ointment on credit. Originally intended to be diluted in water or soup and divided among hundreds, he had taken it all for himself. Once prepared, Lu Sheng retrieved the first book on hard skill cultivation. He possessed the 9 Rivers Iron Chain skill and the Bear Strike technique, both at a consummate level. While the Bear Strike was trivial, the 9 Rivers Iron Chain skill was a powerful form of hard qigong. After reaching full mastery, it still had considerable might, capable of withstanding bludgeoning strikes. Next, he intended to focus on the Jinsha skill, which emphasized defense against sharp instruments. With this, Lu Sheng rose and rang a bell. Soon, as instructed, a bucket of thick, black medicinal soup was brought in, filling the bathing tub almost to the brim. After the attendants left, Lu Sheng swiftly shed his garments and submerged himself within. A wave of searing heat surged into his body through his skin. The Scarlet Extreme 9 Fiend skill within him instinctively activated to counteract the heat. His skin turned red, akin to a boiled shrimp, as white vapor escaped from his mouth and nose, creating an intense warmth. The Jinsha skill, also a form of hard qigong, comprised 2 levels, silver silk and gold silk, focusing primarily on the outer dermal layer. Upon achieving mastery, the skin would become exceedingly tough, capable of withstanding piercing strikes and cuts, yet ineffective against blunt force. Lu Sheng valued its capacity to defend against sharp weapons. Immersed in the medicinal soup, he diligently employed the iron brush soaked in water to gently scrub his skin. Though resembling an ordinary bathing brush, it was forged entirely from black iron, with a remarkably sharp tip, essential for practicing the Jinsha skill. Seated in the tub, Lu Sheng continuously brushed his chest, abdomen, and back with the iron brush. His motions were light at first, but as time passed, he gradually increased both intensity and speed, his skin growing ever redder. Already endowed with 2 consummate hard skills, his body was resilient. Now, as he practiced the Jinsha skill, a form of hard qigong, the results were exponentially magnified. Soon, Lu Sheng distinctly felt a cool sensation rising from his lower abdomen. Then, all the pores of his body suddenly contracted, instinctively reacting to the brush's stimulation, absorbing the medicinal essence of the soup. Fire! Quick, put out the fire. It's out of control. Where's the wooden tub? Where are the firefighters? Over here, hurry. Chen Yunxi stood atop the pavilion, observing the chaotic scene unfolding in the distance, her delicate brows furrowed. As dawn broke, a blend of blue and faint red hues appeared in the eastern sky. Clad in a white dress, she had been standing on the terrace for some time. With her study, where she usually sipped tea, practiced calligraphy, and read, behind her. This was the Ingyue Tower, a 5-story building constructed by her father specifically for her, filled with various personal belongings on each floor. She, still watching the fire? Lost in thought, she was approached by an elderly man with long, grizzled hair, who entered the room. I saw the door ajar and decided to come in, he explained with a smile, adorned in a brocade robe, a fish-patterned jade pendant at his waist, and wearing shimmering silk gloves that were neither gold nor silver. Father, that fire, it's terrifying. Yinshan City hasn't seen flames of such magnitude in years. Chen Yunxi replied softly, turning to him. That's not just a fire, but it is quite significant now. I've heard it's trouble caused by a black market gang outside. These scoundrels are no good, extorting and leeching. It would be best if they perished, the elderly man, Chen Daozhao, the wealthy patriarch of Yinshan City, remarked. His life was a legendary tale of rising from nothing to becoming the wealthiest man in Yinshan City, achieved solely through his own efforts. Originally named Chen Daozhao, he had later changed his name, As the original meaning implied, he was born too early, from a young age. This individual grew up in a household marked by poverty and hardship, with parents who held little affection for him, viewing him as a burden that hindered his elder brother's pursuit of scholarly success. However, unbeknownst to them, decades later, he alone from the Chun family soared to great heights. Though he became a merchant, his wealth and influence far exceeded his parents' wildest expectations. What is even more commendable is that after having a son, he was blessed with a daughter, Yunxi, who, along with her siblings, proved to be dutiful and filial, thus fulfilling his aspirations. The following day, the esteemed young master Wang was expected to visit their home, and Chun Daozhao insisted that one must make a splendid appearance, as it was imperative to pay their respects. I do not harbor any fondness for Wang Shenyang, Chen Yunxi murmured softly. Such sentiments are of no consequence. We are merchants, and our fate is entwined with these noble families, Chun Daozhao replied, resigned to the circumstances. My dear daughter, we were born into these tumultuous times, and ultimately, we are not masters of our own destiny. He had never wished for his daughter to become a concubine to the son of the Deputy General Wang Shenyang. Yet what choice did he have? In more peaceful times, such matters might have been negotiable, but now, with chaos erupting around them, trade routes were nearing collapse, and resources within the city were becoming increasingly scarce. The Chen family, possessing the most abundant supplies, had become the most coveted prize in the eyes of the powerful. Despite having cultivated numerous connections, in these tense times, those relationships built solely upon wealth were proving unreliable. Thus, while this course of action might seem to compromise his daughter's dignity, it appeared there was no alternative. When Wang Shenyang arrived, being the only son of the deputy general, it would be simple enough to employ some sedative, and with the right bridal gifts of gold, silver, and provisions, securing a title for Yunxi as a concubine would be inevitable. Chun Yunxi felt helpless, though she could not fully grasp her father's ulterior motives. A bond of understanding lingered between them. Her elder brother, Chun Jiaorong, had recently become engaged to the daughter of the warden, a significant figure within the local government, thus marking an association that the Chun family had aspired to. Despite the appearance of prosperity, the Chun family and Apos' fortune was built upon the goodwill extended by the governor, a favor that was now wearing thin. With the city embroiled in calamity, failing to seek out allies could spell disaster. Yunxi, your brother Jiaorong's proposal came with certain conditions, Chun Daozhao said, revealing his exasperation. What conditions? Surely it is not merely a matter of gold and jewels? Yunxi questioned, puzzled. Chun Daozhao regarded his naive daughter with a wry smile. That is merely the fade. The warden desires half of our family and Apos' wealth. What? Yunxi gasped in shock. Half of our fortune. That is simply outrageous. If this union is successful, we might retain a fraction of our remaining assets. But if it fails, Chun Daozhao sighed, revealing the heavy burden he carried. To the outside world, he appeared prosperous. Yet few could fathom the depths of his struggles. It seemed they were merely a coveted target in the eyes of many. Yunxi fell silent, lowering her gaze before finally responding, I understand now. It is good that you comprehend, Chun Daozhao replied, a hint of relief washing over him. Raising a daughter is precisely for preparing for such times. I wish to visit the academy, Yunxi stated, her voice subdued. Are you to seek that rogue, Lu Sheng? He has no interest in you anymore. Why pursue him, a mere scion of a petty family? Chun Daozhao's discontent surfaced. Though he had established a successful business, he remained unaware of the shifting dynamics within the underworld and had not heard of Lu Sheng's rising notoriety. Seeing his daughter's stubborn silence, however, his heart softened. Drugging Wang Shenyang, who had previously spurned his daughter, would undoubtedly lead to Yunxi enduring humiliation as a concubine. Her future would be fraught with difficulties. With a heavy heart, Chun Daozhao sighed deeply. Go, but do not act on impulse. Do not be rash, or our family may truly. He turned and departed, leaving his words hanging in the air. As Chun Yunxi watched her father leave, she could no longer contain herself. She sank to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 107. Chaos. The night was cold and the moonlight was pale. Amidst the rumbling sound, the stone door slowly opened, and Lu Sheng stepped out from the quiet chamber, his expression weary. After several hours of relentless training, with his entire focus concentrated, even though he now felt invigorated and physically robust, he found it somewhat difficult to endure. Upon reaching the courtyard, he exhaled deeply, yet his heart was filled with an unusual sense of elation. After immersing himself in medicinal brews and absorbing their potent energies, he was nearing the threshold of mastery. It was surprising even for Lu Sheng to realize that he could truly enter the realm of the golden silk technique in such a brief period. Typically, such martial arts would require at least 10 to 15 days to attain even a rudimentary level of proficiency. However, given his solid foundation in hard martial arts, coupled with the precious medicinal brews and fragrant ointment, it was only natural that his progress would be significantly accelerated. If he continued to seclude himself for another day, he estimated that he would genuinely master the golden silk technique, while also utilizing a modifier to elevate it to perfection. In the darkness, Lu Sheng and Appo's eyes glimmered with determination. He refused to believe that the anomalies could not be overcome. If one hard technique failed, he would pursue two. If two failed, then three. He would continue to accumulate until he could truly gauge the extent of these anomalies' power. Deep within him, a fire smoldered as he recognized the long-buried desires within his heart. It was a thirst for combat, a relentless pursuit of exhilaration. Compared to a monotonous existence, he preferred the urgency of life and death, yearning for the thrill of battle. After his seclusion tomorrow, he would begin collecting items imbued with yin energy. Special times called for special measures. Anyone who dared to withhold would meet a swift end. With a hint of crimson in his eyes, Lu Sheng licked his lips and turned back to the quiet chamber, embarking on yet another round of tireless seclusion. The following morning, at the Dongshan Academy, Chen Yunxi, donned in a white dress, revealed her fair calves beneath her hem, the delicate skin glistening like jade in the sunlight. A dark ribbon was tied around her waist, and her flowing hair danced gently in the breeze, silver crescent-shaped earrings occasionally brushing against her locks. With her exquisite features and voluptuous form, she drew the admiration of many students, who lamented, if only her legs were a tad shorter. This sentiment echoed among the majority. As Chen Yunxi entered the academy gates, her gaze wandered toward the main classroom building bustling with students, and then shifted to the side, where the dining hall stood. An inviting place for meals. Yunxi, why are you back? Didn't you say you were going to the countryside to teach? A familiar girl spotted Chen Yunxi and eagerly approached her. Yenner, do you know if Lu Sheng has come back? Chen Yunxi grasped her friend's arm, whispering her inquiry. Lu Sheng? I haven't seen him in ages. I haven't heard of him returning to the academy since the last examination. Yenner replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. He's busy preparing for the provincial examinations. When would he have time to wander around here? Hasn't he contacted you? Chen Yunxi's gaze dimmed slightly. It's been quite a while since I last saw him. Perhaps he's at home diligently studying for the examinations, Yenner speculated, sensing her friend and Appo's concern and drawing unwelcome conclusions. Why not ask around in other places? Or go find his friend, Song Jinghua? Really? Chen Yunxi offered a bittersweet smile, glancing at the time and realizing it was getting late. That young Master Wang will be arriving soon. I should head back. Never mind. I just came to have a look. How about we go to the incense pavilion for a nice meal together? Yenner, ever lively, was always eager for good food. Never mind. I need to return. There are matters to attend to at home. Chen Yunxi forced a smile. Such a pity. The new dishes at the incense pavilion are quite delightful, Yenner lamented. After bidding farewell to her friend, Chen Yunxi couldn't help but visit the classroom where Song Jinghua used to teach, asking several people about Lu Sheng's whereabouts, but to no avail. It seemed he had indeed stopped coming to the academy. As for Lu Sheng's home, she had visited before, but the door was tightly locked, and the maid, Xiaoer, had moved away without a trace. With a heavy heart, Chen Yunxi returned to her carriage, carrying with her the last remnants of regret as she headed home. Welcome, young Master Wang. Your presence truly graces our humble abode, Chen Daozhao said, seated in the main hall alongside Wang Xuanyi, as servants continuously brought forth exquisite dishes and fine wines. Hurry, Chen old man. I've been waiting quite some time for that peculiar item you mentioned. Bring it out so I can see. Wang Xuanyi, youthful and barely 20, had a keen interest in all things strange and wonderful, aside from his poetic pursuits. He referred to these curiosities as wonders, which amused him greatly. Hearing that Chen Daozhao had acquired such an item, he eagerly accepted the invitation and rushed over after breakfast. There's no need to rush, young master. The item requires careful preparation before it can be demonstrated, Chen Daozhao replied with a smile. Seeing his calm demeanor, Wang Xuanyi suppressed his impatience. Shortly after, a beautiful maiden approached, holding a delicate silver platter, upon which rested a square copper mirror, thick enough to cover a palm. Come. Young Master Wang, this is the peculiar item I spoke of, the Qianquan mirror. Chen Daozhao beamed as he presented the copper mirror to Wang Shuani. The Qianquan mirror? What a grand name. Wang Shuani exclaimed, taking the mirror and examining it closely. Does it imply that there is more to it than meets the eye? Indeed, young master. Just give it a gentle shake, Chen Daozhao instructed with a grin. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuani shook the mirror lightly. With a crack, a crisp sound echoed from within the mirror, and to his astonishment, the surface slid to the right, revealing a landscape painting of mountains and cranes, all in the same copper hue. Remarkable, Wang Shuani gasped in wonder. The details were so vivid that it appeared as if a real crane was drinking from the mirror. He shook it again, and once more, with a crack, the mirror transformed, showcasing a vibrant floral scene, a riot of blossoms clustered together, lifelike and enchanting. The craftsmanship. Extraordinary. It must be the work of a master. Wang Shuani, possessing a natural talent for painting, immediately recognized the skill involved. Your discerning eye is commendable, young master. I am truly impressed, Chen Daozhao replied, eager to elaborate on the intricate features of the item. Outside, Chen Yunxi stood at the corner of the corridor, holding a silver platter with 2 glasses of clear, emerald-hued liquor. This rare foreign wine was specially prepared for Wang Shuani. Concealed within her sleeve was a pouch containing a drug, yet at this moment, her heart felt heavy, and she found herself unable to move. Ha ha ha, young Master Wang. Please step into the courtyard. I have yet another delightful item for you to appreciate. Another one? I am most curious to see what Chen old man has prepared this time, came the voices of the two as they moved toward the courtyard. Here lies the main hall of the Chen residence, from which they set forth to the Lingxiyuan, a garden adorned with an abundance of exotic flowers and herbs. Chen Yunxi gazed at the wine glass she held, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as feelings of grievance and despair lodged in her chest, nearly suffocating her. Miss, it is your turn, the old steward urged, standing by her side with a look of helplessness. He was one of the few privy to the situation, a trusted confidant of the Chen family. Watching a young lady he had seen grow up arrive at such a disheartening juncture weighed heavily on his heart, yet he felt powerless to alter her fate. I understand. With a gentle motion, she concealed her face with her sleeve before ultimately retrieving the pouch of powder. She tossed the fine white powder into the 2 wine glasses, where it dissolved instantly, vanishing without a trace. She forced a smile, masking the numbness in her eyes, and gracefully made her way towards the courtyard with the tray. In the courtyard, Chen Daozhao sat across from Wang Shuanyu. Both engaged in jovial conversation over the intriguing Qianquan mirror displayed on the stone table. Chen Yunxi approached with the silver tray. Come, come. This is the exquisite purple jade grape wine I personally procured from the eastern realm of Jiyou. Such a delicacy cannot be found elsewhere. Just gazing upon it is a feast for the eyes, truly a premium selection. Young Master Wang, do indulge. Chen Daozhao gestured for Wang Shuanyu to choose first. For both glasses had been tainted with the medicinal powder. Having already consumed the antidote, he felt no apprehension regarding the effects, and thus either glass would suffice. Upon hearing it was from the east, Wang Shuanyu's curiosity piqued. Since it hails from the east, I must indeed savor its flavor. He smiled as he raised a glass to his lips, while Chen Daozhao and the old steward watched anxiously from the side. At that moment, Chen Yunxi's vision blurred, momentarily clouded by the memory of Lu Sheng. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the courtyard door was flung open with force. A burly man with unkempt hair burst in, bare-chested, a green dragon tattoo emblazoned on his chest, his robust figure resembling that of a formidable bear. Following him, 2 rows of muscular men clad in dark attire rushed in, each exhibiting remarkable agility. It and Oppos, SM, the burly man bellowed, pointing at the stunned Wang Shuanyu. Dare to steal my concubine. Beat him mercilessly. Kill him if you must. Instantly, the group of brawny men surged forward, overpowering the shocked Wang Shuanyu and launching a brutal assault, their fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Wang Shuanyu collapsed to the ground, besieged by the onslaught of fists from the burly men. Meanwhile, Chen Daozhao and Chen Yunxi stood frozen in disbelief, as did the house servants and guards, who wished to intervene. Yet, a few of the assailants quickly subdued the Chen family's so-called experts, rendering them powerless to act. The martial artists, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dared not raise their heads, remaining silent in their apprehension. Chapter 108. Chaos 4. Observe the one leading the group, and take note of the insignia on their attire. It belongs to the Red Whale Gang. The enmity of the Red Whale Gang is no jest. Who would dare to engage? Even if it is the son of the vice commander, a confrontation would ensue. Who would be foolish enough to oppose the Red Whale Gang? Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. This. Chun Dao watched helplessly as young Master Wang was beaten into silence, urgently calling for someone to intervene. However, after a considerable time, no one responded to his cries, which ignited a surge of anxiety within him. The thought of future accountability from the general filled him with dread, and the potential troubles that the Qin family might face sent a chill through his heart. Ultimately, overwhelmed by despair, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Father! Chen Yunqi hurriedly rushed forward to support him, her face pale with fright. Wang Shunying was nearly gasping for breath from the relentless beating, and that burly man adorned with a dragon tattoo feigned concern as he called for them to stop. He then pretended to approach and examine the group. Alas! ISN and AMP, Oppos, this Miss Chen? My apologies, I did not expect to find myself in the presence of Miss Chen and AMP, Oppos, residence while apprehending a scandal. Please forgive my transgressions. We shall take our leave at once. The man repeatedly expressed his apologies, exhibiting a level of politeness that was almost unnerving compared to his earlier entrance, where he resorted to violence. This stark contrast left Chen Yunqi at a loss for words. Without a glance at her father, he showered her with compliments before dragging the utterly defeated Wang Shunyang away, fleeing the scene. A throng of onlookers scarcely gave her time to regain her composure before they vanished without a trace, leaving behind a chaotic scene and her unconscious father. Chen Yunqi, bewildered and disheveled by the wind, remained utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. In truth, she was unaware of the underlying circumstances. This situation stemmed from a prior incident involving the Qi Jing Gang and the Fei Ying Hall's attempts at forming a faction. The masters of the Qi Jing Gang's Fei Ying Hall had been anxious ever since they attempted to negotiate independently, failing to heed the orders, which displeased Lu Sheng. Consequently, they sought opportunities to amend their image. However, Lu Sheng's formidable prowess and high status made it exceedingly difficult for them to find a suitable chance to showcase their loyalty. After much deliberation, they decided to target Lu Sheng and AMP, Oppos, as acquaintances. Chen Yunqi had been noted due to her previous solitary encounters with Lu Sheng, placing her firmly within their sights. Furthermore, Yu Lianzi had covertly instructed them to protect Lu Sheng's family and this young woman, further heightening the interest of the Fei Ying Hall's members. Zhao Ziang, known as the Azure Dragon, was one of them, having reached the pinnacle of his martial prowess with little hope for advancement. He was motivated by the desire to secure his family and Oppos' legacy. Yet, he was acutely aware that displeasing his superior could jeopardize not only that legacy, but also his very life. Caught in this dilemma, he set his sights on Chen Yunqi, meticulously orchestrating a plan involving collaboration with others, extensive surveillance, and the deployment of informants to monitor her movements. Ultimately, he identified a promising opportunity to reshape their image in the eyes of their leader. Thus, through careful scheming, the son of the vice commander became a pawn in Zhao Ziang's game. As for offending the vice commander, the power and influence of the Red Whale Gang in this mountainous city are such that, provided one does not commit any shocking acts like killing the governor, who would dare to defy them in mundane matters? Regardless of whether the sky may fall, with the higher authorities in place, what is there to fear? Thus, this brutish man led his companions to confront young Master Wang, subjecting him to a brutal beating. Poor young Master Wang, who had come with great enthusiasm to admire the unusual artifacts, found himself inexplicably assaulted, ultimately losing consciousness as he was carried away. Utterly bewildered as to the reasons for his suffering, he fell victim to an unwarranted calamity. Had the unconscious Chun Dao been aware of the underlying intricacies of the situation, he would likely have been driven to a state of fainting once more in his awakened state. While the Red Whale Gang remains unafraid, the Chun family stands on the precipice of utter ruin. Within the confines of the casino's study, Yu Lianzi suddenly rose to her feet, gazing in astonishment at the imposing figure of the Azure Dragon and the two other burly men before her. Have you truly assaulted the son of the Deputy General? Is it merely because he visited Miss Chen Yunqi's residence as a guest? Certainly not. The Azure Dragon licked his lips and leaned closer, saying, Boss Lotus Seed, you are unaware. I am not merely a lotus seed. I am the esteemed Jade Lotus Seed. Yu Lianzi, with an expression of exasperation, retorted in a voice laced with ire. Oh, esteemed Yu Lianzi, is this not still a lotus seed? My apologies, I was mistaken. I deserve to be punished. Upon observing that Yulianzi's complexion was awry, Shang Qinglong hastily fell silent and gently struck his own face. Let the old man take charge, he declared. Another elder from the Flying Eagle Hall stepped forward. He too was among those who had participated in the endeavor. In truth, Shang Qinglong's meticulous orchestration of this matter was largely attributable to the strategic counsel of this elder, who had employed both coercive and enticing methods to glean Chun Daozao's intentions. The elder meticulously recounted the sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Yulianzi was left utterly astonished. The notion that Chun Daozao could harbor such thoughts was truly an oversight in judgment. How could he so readily cast aside a formidable figure like his own external chief in favor of seeking out the sole heir of the Wang family? A mere deputy general, overseeing the vast mountain city, shares military authority with two other deputy generals. To speak of the deputy's influence is akin to that of an elder within the Qi Jing gang, not even approaching the stature of the third-ranking magnate, Lu Sheng. This old fellow truly has the audacity to present Miss Yunxi as a concubine. Lady Yulian shook her head in disbelief. So, my Lady Yulian, what course of action shall we pursue now? The elderly man whispered softly, swiftly slipping a roll of silver notes into Yulianzi and Apos' hand. Yulianzi discreetly glanced at the amount, a faint smile gracing her lips as she quietly tucked it away. Come, follow me to the secluded courtyard for meditation, he instructed, assuring her that he would likely emerge by this afternoon. After all, the deputy general posed a dilemma for the court, and it was imperative that the leader personally address the matter. Thank you, esteemed Yulianzi. The three adept members of the Flying Eagle Hall promptly clasped their fists in a gesture of respect. It is a pleasure to meet you. We shall certainly rely on your support in the future. Yulianzi reciprocated the gesture, acknowledging that although he held a superior rank, these distinguished masters presiding over their respective branches wielded considerable authority, akin to miniature feudal lords, and there would be ample opportunities requiring their assistance. Together, they swiftly exited the study and arrived outside the courtyard where they would meditate, standing in quiet anticipation. Above them, the sun blazed fiercely, yet none among them voiced any discontent, maintaining their steadfast posture outside the courtyard. As time gradually slipped away, the sun descended towards the western horizon, nearing the edge of the skyline. Just as their legs began to feel somewhat stiff, a sharp sound echoed from within the courtyard, signaling the creaking of a door. Hadn't it been stated that one should not disturb unless necessary? Yulianzi, what purpose do you bring these three individuals here for? The deep, resonant voice of Lu Sheng emanated from within. Upon hearing it, Yulianzi's expression shifted slightly, for he discerned that Lu Sheng and Apos' current state was markedly different from his usual demeanor. The voice conveyed an overwhelming sense of repression, as if it were brimming with pent-up emotions, specifically concerning Miss Chen Yunxi. He meticulously recounted the findings that Shang Qinglong and others had uncovered through various means. After he finished speaking, the group stood silently at the entrance. Moments later, the courtyard gate creaked open slowly. A burly man, muscles rippling and bearing a fierce countenance, emerged with a shaved head. His lion-like gaze swept over the group, sending shivers down the spines of Yulianzi and his companions. Even the strongest among them, Shang Qinglong Zhao Ziang, appeared diminutive and feeble in comparison, akin to a mere sprout. The external forces had grown increasingly formidable. Several individuals felt a chill run down their spines under the intensity of that gaze, a faint sheen of cold sweat beginning to form. You just mentioned that Chun Yunxi's father instructed her to drug someone and to become that person's concubine? His voice was deep, and the suppressed emotions in his words created an atmosphere akin to a river before the tide, instilling a sense of impending eruption. Indeed, it is so. With beads of sweat forming on Qinglong's forehead, he persevered under pressure and diligently replied. The external leader, in the opinion of his subordinates, believes that if you are unwilling to accept Miss Chen Yunxi, it is best not to give her any false hopes or involve yourself in this matter. Otherwise, given Chun Daozao's temperament, should such an incident occur once, there will inevitably be a second and a third. Yulianzi, having often been in the company of Lu Sheng, has somewhat adapted to the overwhelming pressure he exudes, and at this moment, he ventured to speak. Lu Sheng remained silent for a while before slowly responding. You handle this matter. Inform Chen Yunxi that if all goes smoothly and she is willing, let her wait for me for a year. After that, I shall seek her out, if I am still alive. He silently added this last thought in his heart. Yulianzi, Aware of the relationship between Chun Yunxi and Lu Sheng, felt a sense of relief for the woman upon hearing his words. He glanced back at the others. This matter must remain confidential. Not a word must be divulged, the external leader insisted. I assure you, I will keep it secret. If there is any leak, it will not end well. The three men resolutely pledged their oaths. Though they swore fiercely, their hearts rejoiced at the realization that they had made the right gamble. As subordinates privy to their superior and Apos' secrets and having achieved notable merit, this could very well signify their assent to becoming trusted confidants. Lu Sheng, having reached the pinnacle of concentration at such a young age, possessed a strength that marked him as a future champion in the vast northern territories. After all, the old leader was aging, and his vigor would inevitably wane with time. Very well, you may leave, Lu Sheng said. Yes, replied Yu Lianzi and the others as they took their leave. Lu Sheng stood alone in the courtyard, his expression calm. He had come to understand that in this Yinshan city, or rather in many parts of the north, the tall Chun Yunxi was indeed looked down upon. Her status akin to that of an unattractive woman. Most regarded her as a deformity. Yet, he distinctly remembered that in Jilian City, long legs were admired as long as they were not excessive, much like the former Duanmu Wan. Indeed, the preference for shorter legs might simply reflect the values of Yinshan City, as Duanmu Wan could never rival Chun Yunxi's height. By the way, Yu Lianzi soon returned. External leader, how should we handle the young master of the Deputy General and Apos' family? The Deputy General? Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. This fellow is merely an unwarranted victim. However, since it pertains to the reputation of my woman, break one of his legs, and spread the word that he attempted to harass Chun Yunxi and was dealt with by a passerby who saw injustice. Who would dare mention the matter of drugs again? Let us handle it in the same manner. Yu Lianzi immediately felt a chill down his spine. How much protection must one provide to carry out such an act? This Wang Shenyang had indeed fallen into a calamity of unprecedented proportions, unjustly beaten and then framed in disgrace. Ultimately, he would be left to swallow his humiliation. Should he dare to resist, he was merely a deputy general. If he provoked Lu Sheng, he could face annihilation, and the court would merely reprimand him and offer some compensation to settle the matter, never truly tearing the veil of civility. Just as in the past, when the Red House boats brazenly captured people on the river, the court turned a blind eye. Ensure you coordinate the testimony with him. Now, do not bother me with these trivial matters. You shall handle them yourself. Lu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. Understood, Yu Lianzi replied helplessly as he withdrew. Neither man mentioned the deputy general's background. For the current Red Whale gang, mundane power may hold some utility, but it paled in comparison to the influence of the Red House. Once a master at the level of concentration engaged in combat, without formidable weaponry like powerful military crossbows, 100 or so men could not hope to withstand. Moreover, with Lu Sheng at the helm of the Red Whale gang, boasting thousands of trained adherents, all with noble family backgrounds, their might was truly formidable. Chapter 109. Transformation. Standing in the courtyard, Lu Sheng gazed at his hands. Faint, web-like patterns had begun to emerge on his palms. Though subtle, the grayish lines were discernible upon closer inspection. He had entered the initial stage of the golden yarn technique. It was time to elevate it further. Without returning to the quiet chamber, he remained in the courtyard, his heart resonating with the deep blue. He silently contemplated, and a light blue dialogue box materialized before him. Would you like to initiate a martial arts simulation? The inquiry appeared. Yes, Lu Sheng replied calmly. The dialogue box vanished, revealing a row of various martial arts behind it. After absorbing the previous items imbued with yin energy, he could now see the simulation button for all martial arts. However, his gaze lingered on the red extreme 9 kill technique for quite some time. Although the simulation button was present, he knew that should he proceed, his body would likely fail to endure it, posing a significant risk of injury or damage to his meridians. His physical form was insufficient to contain the overwhelming internal energy, making it impossible to accommodate a higher level of internal skill without resolving this issue. Regrettably, after a long gaze at the red extreme 9 kill technique, he ultimately returned to the newly revealed martial art at the bottom. Golden yarn technique, entry level. Special effect, level 1 resistance to sharp weapons. A straightforward hard skill, its sole effect being resistance to sharp objects. Lu Sheng exhaled slowly, deciding to first expend the Yin Yang Jade Crane technique to elevate his skill. Narrowing his eyes, He focused on advancing the golden yarn technique to the first tier, as he mentally commanded. The entry for the golden yarn technique on the modifier blurred momentarily before regaining clarity after a brief pause. Golden yarn technique, first tier. Special effect, level 2 resistance to sharp weapons. He proceeded to elevate the golden yarn technique to the second tier. Lu Sheng felt no abnormality in his body. Merely noting that half of his internal energy from the yin-yang jade crane technique had diminished, he continued to push forward. Although there was sufficient yin energy to facilitate the upgrade, it felt somewhat wasteful to elevate it directly. Applying it to simulate extreme techniques seemed more prudent. The box for the golden yarn technique on the modifier suddenly blurred and then sharpened again, quickly transforming into the second tier. The special effect also upgraded to level 2 resistance to sharp weapons. This time, Lu Sheng distinctly sensed a depletion in his body. He glanced at the skin on the back of his hand, where the grayish patterns had become increasingly pronounced. It appeared he could only rely on yin energy now. He had traded for 3 items containing yin energy from Zhuo Wenyu, but even after absorbing all 3, he could only simulate the red extreme 9 kill technique once. Thus, until he discovered additional sources of yin energy, he needed to conserve his usage. With a gentle mental nudge, he pressed the simulation button for the golden yarn technique. Suddenly, the entire box for the golden yarn technique blurred and then appeared instantaneously. Golden yarn technique, third tier. Special effect, level 4 resistance to sharp weapons, level 1 strength bonus. Much like a mobile game, the modifier plainly displayed the specific effects of the golden yarn technique at its peak level. Lu Sheng raised his arm, scrutinizing it in the moonlight. He felt as though his body had undergone some inexplicable transformation, something subtle yet profound. Sensing the changes within him, he entered the quiet chamber and pulled on a stone brick from the corner of the wall, revealing a hidden compartment containing 2 long, large butcher knives. Grasping one by the handle, he drew it across his forearm. The sharp blade glided over his skin, leaving merely a fine white line. The knife's sharpness surpassed that of ordinary blades. It was not easily able to pierce his skin. Estimating his own hardened skin's defensive capabilities, he concluded it was akin to wearing a suit of tough armor. Even thick armor would struggle to withstand such a blade. The golden yarn technique's effectiveness was modest, which explained its classification at the entry level. Mastering it to perfection combined with the bare fist would yield such results. Beyond sharp weapon resistance, the only notable benefit was the strength bonus typical of hard techniques. He shook his head slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The consumption of yin energy felt minimal, perhaps due to the technique's relative weakness. Since it had only consumed this little, he could continue simulating. After attending to basic needs, Lu Sheng rapidly returned to the quiet chamber to further practice the new hard technique. Following the golden yarn technique, he turned his attention to the evening drum dan technique. He had acquired 5 hard techniques from the Xuanwu Pavilion, having perfected the golden yarn technique. Now, it was time to engage with the evening drum dan technique. Renowned for its formidable rebound power, this technique emphasized enhancing one and oppo's physical strength, transforming the skin, muscles, and bones into a resilient structure akin to a taut drum. Consequently, when struck, the opponent would experience significant recoil, effectively utilizing defense as a form of offense. Naturally, mastering this technique was considerably more challenging than the golden yarn technique. It was said that this hard technique once produced masters at the comprehension level, ranking among the top tier of manuals within the entry realm. As Lu Sheng rang the bell, instructing those below to replace the medicinal soaking concoction, he familiarized himself with the principles of the evening drum dan technique. In this manner of diligent study and practice, 3 days swiftly passed. He resided in the quiet chamber, collapsing to sleep when fatigued and summoning food and drink when hungry or thirsty, continuously following the principles and employing a large hammer to strike his body for refinement. Lu Sheng had arranged over a dozen iron wolf fangs in the quiet chamber, each as thick as a person and oppo's waist. During training, he would push against the wolf fangs, colliding directly into them. The spikes and tremendous impact force struck his body. This not only reinforced the golden yarn technique, but also honed the evening drum dan technique. After 3 days of relentless training, combined with Lu Sheng's prior experience in several hard techniques and a solid foundation in external skills, he finally achieved the entry characteristics of the evening drum dan technique. With a resounding thud, a hefty black wolf fang soared into the air. Standing amidst the array of wolf fangs, Lu Sheng's arms whirled like a vortex, crashing forward with tremendous force. Bang! 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 In that instant, his muscles exploded, expanding dramatically and sending rippling waves across his skin. He charged through the array of wolf fangs, striking them with powerful blows that sent them soaring. The heavy wolf fangs, weighing over 100 pounds, continually rebounded with force, only to be struck back up again. The sharp points pierced Lu Sheng's skin, merely creating tiny indentations. Suddenly, Lu Sheng spun his arms like a top, sending all the wolf fangs flying. Crash! The chains of the wolf fangs shattered, each one striking the wall and creating various sized dents before crashing down to the ground. Panting, Lu Sheng retracted his arms, his bare skin flushed red, yet unscathed. His physique had grown even more robust. He sighed, observing the increasingly pronounced muscle definition on his body. Initially, before he began training in hard techniques, he stood at around 6 feet tall. Now, he estimated he was approaching 6.5 feet. Not in a lanky manner, but with a perfectly proportioned and well-muscled physique. In the quiet chamber, the heat radiating from his body stirred the air, filling the room with waves of warmth. It seemed that training in hard techniques had the side effect of increasing his size. Lu Sheng chuckled to himself. His previous pants no longer fit, transforming from loose shorts into tight leggings. Sighing, he reached for the bell again. Soon after, voices emerged from outside the quiet chamber. "Someone, bring me the largest set of clothes and pants," Lu Sheng instructed directly. Understood. The response came swiftly, and the individual retreated. Lu Sheng stood in the tranquil room, feeling a remarkable flow of vitality coursing through his entire being, experiencing an unparalleled sense of refreshment. He realized that his body had nearly fully recuperated. The yin-yang jade crane technique, which had previously consumed his energy during the enhancement of the golden silk skill, was now completely restored. Today marked the day of the grand culmination of the evening drum pill technique. He settled down, cross-legged on the ground, allowing sweat to cascade down his skin. In the mountain city of Shilin, Zhang Yuandong, with his thick brows and bright eyes, stood tall and robust. His long arms could reach down to his knees, earning him the moniker of long-armed king among the people. His mastery of the celestial palm technique was nothing short of extraordinary, having reached the pinnacle of concentration. He was on par with Chuning of the once mighty Red Whale Gang during its prime. Under his command were 3 formidable warriors, each a master of considerable prowess. Yet, despite his strength, a frown creased his forehead as he sat in the garden of the headquarters, utterly perplexed. The Zhen family, had they truly abandoned the Red Whale Gang? As a master of concentration, he naturally had certain ties with the Zhen family, being part of a subordinate force beneath the Red Whale Gang. Thus, he had obtained unusual insider information regarding the Zhen family's intentions. The Red Whale Gang was a crucial ally for the Zhen family in the northern territories. To forsake such a significant power raised many questions in Zhang Yuandong's mind. Brother Dong, a short, muscular man, resembling a black iron statue, strode into the garden. He bore a black iron battle axe on his back, exuding an imposing aura. This was Li Shan, the vice president of the Shilin Society. His mastery of the 9 Mountains hard chi technique had reached a level that surpassed his predecessors, placing him in the second highest position within the society. "Shan, you have arrived," Zhang Yuandong said as he stood up. "What news do you have regarding the investigation I tasked you with?" Li Shan's expression turned serious as he glanced around and lowered his voice. "The master of the transformation sect has indeed been burned to death. Is that true?" Zhang Yuandong and Appo's voice trembled with disbelief. "Absolutely true," Li Shan affirmed. Zhang Yuandong exhaled deeply, pacing back and forth in the garden with his hands behind his back. There must be more to this. The master of the transformation sect was the son of the Red Whale Gang leader, a formidable master in his own right, albeit not at the peak of his powers. His blood-radiant sword technique was formidable. Even I would find it difficult to best him without hundreds of exchanges. How could such an expert be easily consumed by flames? Who would believe such a tale? Li Shan nodded in agreement. When a great fire ignites, even a master of Qi can easily escape if they possess good lightness skills, let alone those at higher levels of mastery. Unless they were trapped in a sealed room, suffocating to death, that might be plausible. That cannot be. Zhang Yuandong shook his head. Others may not realize, but I have sparred with the master of the transformation sect, who concealed a remarkably sharp dagger within the hilt of his sword, capable of slicing through gold and severing iron with ease. What kind of sealed room could withstand such a divine weapon? Chapter 110. Transformation 2. What manner of person could orchestrate such an event? And who possesses the formidable strength to annihilate the powerful transformation sect? Lu Sheng pondered solemnly, furrowing his brow. There was an unsettling aura surrounding this affair. Enough of such thoughts. Let us, as brothers, join forces, along with the three mighty guardians. Even if calamity befalls us, we can escape from the city of Yangshan and make our way to the central plains. Zhang Yuandong asserted. Indeed, you speak wisely, brother, Lu Sheng replied with a smile. Bring forth the wine. Today, my brother and I shall indulge in a grand feast. Zhang Yuandong commanded loudly. Strangely, the garden outside remained eerily silent, with no response forthcoming. Is anyone there? Zhang Yuandong called out once more. Where have all the guards gone? His brow knitted in concern. Yet, silence reigned outside. The expressions of both Zhang Yuandong and Lu Sheng gradually turned grave. I have stationed 3 teams of vigilant patrols outside. It is impossible for there to be no sound at all, Zhang Yuandong murmured. Brother, allow me to investigate, Lu Sheng said, drawing forth the large axe from his back and cautiously approaching the entrance of the courtyard. As night fell, the yellow lanterns at the garden's entrance swayed in the breeze, occasionally striking the walls with soft, rhythmic sounds. Lu Sheng stepped through the garden gate, glancing about. The outside was desolate. The pathways on either side lay vacant, devoid of any soul. Where have these rascals scurried off to? He muttered under his breath. Turning back, he looked in the direction of his brother. What? Zhang Yuandong, who had just been in the garden, had vanished without a trace. A chill ran through Lu Sheng. He realized they were in peril. Brother, he called out. Donggu. No reply came. Returning to the spot where they had stood moments before, he lowered his gaze to the ground, searching for Zhang Yuandong's footprints. The sandy earth bore clear impressions of familiar footprints, those of Zhang Yuandong. A surge of determination filled Lu Sheng as he noticed the footprints had turned and were leading away. He hastened to follow them, step by step. The footprints stretched ahead, and Lu Sheng gripped his battle axe tightly, lowering his breath and muffling his steps. As he advanced, his gaze suddenly halted. Within his line of sight, a pair of delicate feet appeared, those of a woman, clad in red cloth shoes. She stood facing him, her feet together, as if gazing at him intently. This. Lu Sheng felt a bead of sweat on his brow as he slowly raised his head. In an instant, the red figure vanished, leaving the garden empty once more, and Lu Sheng's form disappeared without a trace. In the courtyard, Lu Sheng stood bare-chested, sweat cascading down him like a broken dam, his breath laboring as if he were a bellows, causing the entire courtyard to tremble slightly. His physique had grown even more formidable, resembling a small mountain. The heat radiating from his skin made one feel as though they stood beside a furnace. Having mastered the initial stage of the evening drum dance skill, Lu Sheng utilized copious amounts of medicinal concoctions and nourishing ointments, combined with his own robust foundation, to finally enter this specialized hard skill an hour ago. He now stood over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, with arms almost as thick as another's waist. Muscles on his shoulders and arms resembled a mass of small rodents, densely packed, as if tumors had sprouted, covered in gray patterns. Seated in the center of the courtyard, Lu Sheng emanated an aura of ferocity, his breath searing hot, akin to a mountain of flesh. The evening drum dance skill has been mastered. Next, it is time for direct modification and enhancement. After resting for a moment to regain his composure, he rose. His exhaustion stemmed from the training method of the evening drum dance, which involved striking various muscle groups with his own strength, gradually creating vibrations to strengthen his internal muscles. Since he was pitted against his own force, even Lu Sheng found it exhausting. But at least he had made progress. He sensed a tingling sensation coursing through his body. A sign of change, and a look of relief crossed his face. As I accumulate more hard skills, my physique seems to expand. Yet, I can sense that this is not my limit. The transformation of yin and yang suggests that this form is not the pinnacle. There will undoubtedly be further developments. Lu Sheng had practiced numerous hard skills, progressing from the bear combat style to the 9 rivers iron chain technique, then to the golden silk technique, and now to the evening drum dance. This marked the 4th hard skill, with the first 3 having reached a state of great accomplishment. Such an achievement is unimaginable for any warrior. Hard skills require years of rigorous training to yield tangible results. For instance, the bear combat style, though a hard skill, yielded minimal effects and was on par with the wind chaser blade. Yet, mastering even such basic hard skills necessitated at least 20 years of toil. The 9 rivers iron chain technique demanded 30 years of arduous practice to reach mastery. often leaving practitioners aged by the time they achieved the highest realm. The golden silk technique was somewhat easier, but still required over 20 years of dedication. All these hard skills are paths only chosen by those of immense willpower and persistence. Yet, Lu Sheng astonishingly amassed multiple hard skills concurrently, a feat unparalleled in history. No one knows what effects this will trigger. Let us commence. Deep Blue. Without delay, Lu Sheng returned to his quiet chamber and activated the modification device. A light blue square materialized, and at the bottom, a new section for the Evening Drum Dan appeared. Evening Drum Dan. Entry level, special effect, minor rebound. Level 1 strength enhancement. Enhance the Evening Drum Dan to the first tier. Lu Sheng silently commanded. This hard skill comprises 3 tiers, and according to records, once mastered, it can rebound a significant portion of the force from opponents of the same realm. It can reflect back 50% of the opponent's strength, although it remains vulnerable to exceptionally sharp weapons. Soon, Lu Sheng felt the internal energy of the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique rapidly dissipating, while his body seemed to swell with intense pressure, as if inflating. The square within the device blurred momentarily before reappearing, now designated as the first tier of the Evening Drum Dan, featuring a special effect of level 1 rebound and level 1 strength enhancement. The sensation of swelling pain coursed through his entire being. Is my physical form nearing its limit? Lu Sheng pondered, though he distinctly felt he could still progress. Unlike the clear limit of internal energy, this bodily discomfort stemmed more from his physique struggling to adapt to the new changes. In the courtyard, Lu Sheng's body was visibly expanding, not in height, but in muscle mass. Muscles bulged intensely, resembling knots on the roots of ancient trees, twisted and contorted, densely packed across Lu Sheng's form, as if he were encased in a layer of flesh armor. Let us try again. Ignoring the changes in his body, Lu Sheng pursued strength without hesitation. A mere alteration in form was inconsequential. He would have the opportunity to refine it later. Elevate the Evening Drum Dan to the second tier. He silently urged again. With a hiss, the modification device blurred once more, and the Evening Drum Dan quickly regained clarity. Evening Drum Dan. Second tier, special effect. Level 2 rebound. Level 2 strength enhancement. Level 1 defense enhancement. This hard skill appeared to surpass the previous ones in strength, as it manifested 3 special effects. Lu Sheng had not yet discerned the changes within, when he felt the muscles in his chest swell rapidly. Simultaneously, every vulnerable part of his body, his lower regions, throat, eyelids, and ears, was gradually enveloped by a leathery layer. He raised his hand to touch his throat, where the skin now bore an additional tough membrane. Upon feeling his eyelids, he discovered they had also become remarkably resilient. Merely closing his eyes allowed him to sense a warm current flowing into them, enhancing their firmness and durability. While this newfound defense paled in comparison to other areas, it offered far greater safety than ordinary eyelids. Thus, only his 7 orifices remained as weaknesses. This transformation appeared to be a result of the Magoo Dan Gong, but in truth, it stemmed from an excessive accumulation of hard skills, leading to a qualitative shift through quantitative change. Lu Sheng felt that he could now withstand the corrosive effects of confinement toxins. His physical strength had multiplied exponentially compared to before. Although the Yin-Yang Jade Crane technique had exhausted its internal energy, the residual Yin energy could be entirely devoted to elevating his abilities. Lu Sheng glanced at the final line on the modifier. With a swift thought, he pressed the button following the Magoo Dan Gong. A hissing sound ensued. This time, the modifier remained blurred for a full 5 breaths before gradually regaining clarity. The newly emerged Magoo Dan Gong, compared to other hard techniques, presented only slight alterations. Magoo Dan Gong. Third layer, special effects. Level 3 rebound. Level 3 strength enhancement. Level 2 defense enhancement. Yet, Lu Sheng felt as though he had abruptly transcended an inexplicable barrier. Crack. He seemed to hear something within himself shatter, producing a sound akin to breaking glass. Extending his hand, he gazed at his palm, now larger than that of a bear, with thick joints and muscles twisted and adorned with gray patterns. Resembling not a human hand, but rather the claw of some formidable beast, reminiscent of dinosaurs he had seen in films. His palm resembled the claws of such a fierce creature. This was a qualitative transformation. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, sensing his body breaking free from certain shackles, a subtle feeling of liberation washing over him. Standing in the courtyard, he remained motionless for an extended period. Suddenly, a distorted, peculiar sound, akin to sludge being stirred, emanated from his body. Under the moonlight, Lu Sheng and Apos' massive form began to gradually shrink. His robust, twisted muscles appeared to be compressed violently, squeezing into his frame. His towering stature, once nearing 2.5 meters, swiftly morphed into that of an average adult. Though still somewhat sturdy and appearing quite solid, he lacked the previous terrifying bulk of flesh. It was as though a massive mass of flesh had been forcibly compressed into a smaller form. After standing in the center of the courtyard for a long while, Lu Sheng opened his eyes, observing his slender hands with a slight smile. Bang! He suddenly clenched his fist, instantly shattering the air with a thunderous sound. Gazing at his iron-like hands and feeling the terrifying strength coursing through him, far greater than before, Lu Sheng could no longer contain himself and burst into uproarious laughter towards the sky. Chapter 111. Malice what? All the senior members of the Shaolin Society have vanished? Inside the Qi Jing ship, Hong Mingzi abruptly rose, his face a mask of astonishment. He was not alone. Chinning beside him, along with other internal and external affairs officials and elders present, all fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere stifling. The leader of the Shaolin Society was a peak expert in the realm of concentration. How could this happen? Chen Ying's eyes widened as he spoke in a low tone. In his prime, he had been nearly on par with the leader of the Shaolin Society, and now, the fact that this individual had disappeared without a trace indicated that he, too, could just as easily vanish when faced with such circumstances. One internal affairs official, his complexion pale, murmured, "Could it be a case of fleeing at the last moment?" Absolutely impossible. Hong Mingzi shook his head vehemently. That brat Zhang Yuandong is not the type to shy away from danger. And if not, then what could it be? The assembly fell silent. Yet they all simultaneously arrived at a troubling thought. The ease with which the formidable Shaolin Society had been dismantled and its master made to disappear implied layers of involvement and power. Who else could be behind this, if not those opposing the aristocratic families? Hong Mingzi, feeling drained, sighed deeply. The series of events unfolding over the past few days had left him overwhelmed and unable to manage everything. His gaze swept across those assembled. Most of the Qi Jing gang and Apos' strongest experts were present, with only a few external affairs officials absent on missions. This was the pinnacle of their strength. Yet what good was that? Faced with the Red Square and bizarre entities, they were mere chickens and dogs, utterly ineffective. Furthermore, only a handful were aware of the anomalies surrounding the Zhen family. The majority remained blissfully ignorant. This matter must be reported, correct? One internal affairs official suggested quietly. Regardless of whether we are being pressured by those forces, we must first ascertain the facts, Elder Ouyang stated gravely. Moreover, where is Lu Weichou? I heard he has entered seclusion again. Ouyang Ningji, who had been among the first to be acquainted with Lu Sheng, mentioned his name, causing unease to ripple through the gathering. The name of Lu Weichou resonated throughout the Qi Jing gang and the other factions in the surrounding Yinshan city. He had killed the deputy gang leader, burned down the Song family estate, and under his command, the Feiying Hall had tightened its grip on Yinshan city, forcing many other powers to retreat and relinquish portions of their interests. Although Lu Sheng rarely intervened directly, his few actions had left a profound impact. His strength and ferocity well acknowledged by all. Lu Weichou is still in seclusion and could not attend the meeting. However, I can relay your messages on his behalf, Yulianzi, seated unobtrusively, interjected. As the third strongest member of the gang, Lu Sheng and Apos' name carried significant weight in everyone in Apos' minds. This predicament is occurring near Yinshan city, which falls under Lu Weichou's jurisdiction. It would be prudent to consult him for his insights before making any decisions, suggested an external affairs official. The implication was clear. They wished to shift the responsibility of investigating this matter onto Lu Sheng. Yulianzi regarded the speaker. My lord is currently in seclusion and likely lacks the time to address this. Given the urgency, it might be best for you all to appoint someone else to investigate deeply. This matter can be discussed later, Hong Mingzi said, observing the crowd before him. Knowing full well that none were eager to take on this troublesome task, everyone seemed to be hoping that by not volunteering, the responsibility would fall to Lu Sheng to resolve. All right, next matter at hand. Reports indicate unrest in several areas of the Northern Territory, with cities such as Yuanli seeking assistance. Who among you is willing to address this? Hong Mingzi spoke wearily. The previously oppressive atmosphere suddenly shifted, becoming lively as many stepped forward eagerly, not wishing to remain in the deceptively safe, yet perilous Yinshan city. Chuning observed this and shook his head slightly. Inside the quiet chamber. Is this akin to a form of external martial arts like the shrinking bone technique? Upon mastering hard techniques and reaching their peak, one gains the ability to control every muscle and bone in their body with ease. Lu Sheng felt the peculiar transformation within him. It appeared alarming, yet in reality, it was merely an enhanced version of the shrinking bone technique or the muscle transformation technique. It was as if his originally formidable physique had been forcibly compressed into its current form. When he unleashed his full power, he would instantaneously revert to his prior state. The accumulation of hard techniques could enhance his strength to inhuman levels while fortifying his physique, rendering it resistant to blades and significantly increasing his defenses. However, to combat ghastly entities, he would still rely on internal energy. Lu Sheng stood still, his gaze flickering. What he wondered was whether his current physical form could be further improved. Though he was uncertain of his strength, he had undoubtedly reached a level of confinement. Yet, the aristocratic families in the strange red square were not merely confined to one level. With the Zhen family gone, he needed to prepare for all potential dangers. What exactly is the red square? Knowing oneself and one's enemy is crucial for victory in every battle. It seems I must gather intelligence concurrently. Before that, my supply of Yin energy has been depleted, and I still have the Baizhuang technique and 2 others yet to practice. I should seek out Yin energy first. He quickly thought of the jade pendant in Chun Jiarong and Appo's possession. Exiting the quiet chamber, he pushed open the door and immediately spotted his subordinates waiting outside. Reporting to Weichou, the leader and deputy leader of the Shaolin Society have both gone missing. The local government requests your attendance at a meeting. Additionally, our gang has dispatched someone to inform you of a scheduled meeting. Lord Yulianzi has already represented you at headquarters. The subordinate, part of a close protection unit established by Lu Sheng and led by Ning San, reported. This unit was provided with the best resources and trained in a simplified version of the bare fist hard technique. Lu Sheng had divided it into 2 tiers, imparting the first tier to the group. Although the technique was simple, its effectiveness was commendable, providing sufficient protection against certain sharp weapon assaults. When paired with a layer of leather armor, they could handle a typical skirmish with 3 to 5 individuals with ease. This was the foundation of his power. By principle, it was generally prohibited to teach gang martial arts, but as long as he adhered to certain limits. Sharing the first tier of the simplified bare fist was not deemed problematic. The local government? Since assuming the position of external leader, Lu Sheng had never officially met with any government officials, making this his first encounter. What level of authority does the local government hold? He casually inquired. The person reporting appeared perplexed. However, another attendant quickly responded, My lord, according to the local hierarchy, Yanshan City is classified as a provincial-level city, but it is not a major provincial city, so the local government here is equivalent to a 4th to 5th rank. Oh, Lu Sheng nodded thoughtfully. The local government in Julian City was merely a 7th rank, so indeed, it could not compare to the authority here. However, given that the Qi Jing gang stood behind the Zhen family, a 4th or 5th rank local government was hardly significant. To summon him to a meeting was rather presumptuous. Yet, he reconsidered. If the Red Square truly launched a comprehensive attack, managing everything alone would be challenging. Attending this meeting might provide insight into the court's stance. Send for Su Chue and Ning San to accompany me, he commanded. Understood. His subordinates swiftly summoned Su Chue and Ning San, and Lu Sheng led them into a carriage. Heading straight for the Yanshan City's most powerful institution, the local government. In the Song dynasty's administrative hierarchy, there were 7 levels: court, province, county, town, and village. Yanshan City and Julian City were both provincial cities, overseeing numerous counties, but provinces were further divided into large, medium, and small tiers. The large province was the only one in the northern region, while the medium province encompassed flourishing cities like Yanshan City, and the small province referred to cities like Julian City, with strict hierarchical divisions. In the carriage, Ning San was sharing his knowledge of this administrative structure with Lu Sheng. The city of Yanshan ranks as the 3rd largest in the entire northern province, thus holding a distinguished status. Here, the formidable Filian army is also stationed. I have indeed heard of the illustrious reputation of the Filian army. Lu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. The army's commander, Yuan Su, is also an elder associated with my Crimson Whale gang, albeit in name only, Ning San clarified. After this explanation, Lu Sheng quickly grasped the intricate connections involved. The Philian army has frequently invited senior members of the Crimson Whale gang to serve as martial arts instructors, indicating a previously amicable relationship between the two parties. The carriage soon approached the side entrance of the yamen, where Lu Sheng and his companions disembarked and were promptly welcomed inside by a waiting secretary. Upon entering the inner courtyard and traversing the landscaped gardens, the three arrived at the Welcome Pine Hall, where they were greeted by the robust governor of Yangshan, Li Rongxian, whose courtesy name is Zheni and style name is Longshan Jusher, is not only a calligraphy master, but also a high-ranking official of the 4th grade. The Li family, behind him, has deep-rooted connections within the provincial capital. The governor, adorned with a distinctive pair of mustaches, bore a stern expression and dark complexion, seated at the main position, idly playing with a greenstone seal. Flanking him on the lower seats were two individuals. One was Commander Yuan Su, a burly man with a broad face and eyes like bronze bells, clad in the attire of a military officer and wielding a straight sword, exuding an imposing presence even while seated. The other was a refined Taoist priest with a face resembling jade, exuding an ethereal aura, adorned with a white jade crown, and his sleeves embroidered with golden fish thread. He was none other than the elusive director of the inspection department, Bai Feng. The inspection department, Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. This department serves as the backbone of the court, wielding substantial power over the governance of major cities and provinces, and is specifically tasked with investigating various peculiar matters. When issues arise involving demons, monsters, or disputes among noble families that require mediation, high-ranking officials like the governor of Yangshan must consult the experts of the inspection department before making decisions. The inspection department of Yangshan has often operated in the shadows, so it was unexpected for them to take the initiative this time. Could they have received some clandestine information? A chill ran down Lu Sheng's spine. Should news of the Zhen family affair leak, the court and Oppo's response could become uncertain. As for the others present, he paid them little mind, dismissing them entirely. Oh, it is the arrival of Lu Y from the Crimson Whale gang. Governor Li Zheni smiled. Please, take a seat. Lu Sheng strode confidently into the hall and seated himself in the vacant chair in the middle on the left side. He represented the Crimson Whale gang, the foremost force in the black and gray sectors of the northern region. Thus his position was naturally significant, though not excessively elevated, as he was not an official. Chapter 112. Malice 2. As everyone gathered, Governor Li Zheni spoke in a solemn tone. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the recent collective disappearance of the senior members of the Forest Association. General Yuan Su coldly remarked, I have dispatched capable individuals to gather intelligence and meticulously investigate. We shall ensure the culprits are brought to justice. What if the perpetrator is not human? Bai Feng now said slowly, his gaze shifting to Lu Sheng. In this regard, we should allow Lu Weishi to elaborate on the complexities involved. The Qi Jing gang is the dominant power in the northern region, and the Forest Association, being subordinate to it, must possess clues worth pursuing. And if they are human? What if they are not? Lu Sheng replied indifferently. If they are human, then it falls under the jurisdiction of the general. If not, it will be handled by the supervisory department. They have recently recruited several exceptionally skilled individuals. The general chuckled softly. Bai Fengdao surprisingly did not refute this, merely observing how Lu Sheng would respond. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, recalling the previous orders issued by the Zhen family, and an ominous premonition washed over him. The sudden emergence of the supervisory department likely indicated that other families or factions sought to test the Zhen family's mettle by involving themselves in this matter. I am but a martial artist, unaware of the specifics. These matters are being personally handled by the old leader, he said with a light-hearted laugh. If even Lu Weishi is in the dark, then who else could possibly know? General Yuan Su and Oppo's tone was pointed. In any case, we have not received any pertinent information. Should the supervisory department wish to conduct a thorough investigation, I am willing to cooperate actively, Lu Sheng replied with a faint smile. If anything significant is discovered, please inform us promptly so we can prepare accordingly. Could it not be that the Forest Association previously had business conflicts with the Qi Jing gang? An elder at the lower table murmured, unable to contain himself. Lu Sheng's eyes widened, causing the elder to tremble and hastily lower his head, afraid to speak further. The name of the Qi Jing gang's leader was not one to be trifled with. It was forged through bloodshed. In terms of real power, all factions within the city fell under Lu Sheng's dominion, and his influence was second only to Governor Li Zheni. This was precisely why the official sought him out. This office has summoned Lu Weishi for two reasons. First, because he is the foremost expert of the mountain city, possessing extraordinary strength, Li Sheng stated, while Bai Fengdao subtly revealed a smile that was neither here nor there. Second, we require Lu Wei's assistance in the investigation of the Forest Association case. Ignoring the old Taoist and Appos S expression, Li Sheng continued. Cooperation is natural, yet Lu Sheng and Appos S words trailed off. Suddenly, a hurried officer burst into the room. Sir, I bring grave news. All 72 members of the San Yu men in the southern part of the city have been murdered. Their bodies were discovered in the courtyard well. What? Li Zhenyi's expression shifted dramatically as he stood abruptly. Lu Sheng felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although the San Yu men was not large, it, like the Qi Jing gang, was under the Zhen family's influence and was adept at gathering intelligence. Its significance rivaled only by that of the Qi Jing gang. The implications of this were dire. It seems your gang has encountered some trouble, Bai Fengdao remarked, casting a glance at Lu Sheng with a faint smile. Whether trouble has arisen or not is not for you to worry about, Lu Sheng retorted, suspecting the presence of other factions lurking behind the scenes. His earlier hopes for the court had now vanished. The Qi Jing gang felt like a ship on the verge of capsizing, with others eager to claim a share of the spoils. The San Yu men are our allies. I must investigate this matter first. I bid you farewell. Realizing that further discussion with the officials would yield nothing useful, Lu Sheng decided to take his leave. If Lu Weishi is inclined, he might consider joining my supervisory department. It could provide some avenues for escape. Bai Fengdao's voice called out behind him. Lu Sheng paid him no mind and turned away. From this statement, it was evident that the supervisory department was already aware of the Qi Jing gang's precarious situation. If the Red Workshop were to launch a full-scale assault, individuals of his rank would not be spared, especially since he had previously eliminated several of their specters and burned a pleasure boat, leaving a personal vendetta in his wake. Thus, the so-called invitation was merely empty words. Perhaps they had previously been uncertain about the Zhen family and Appos S departure, but with the incident concerning the San Yu men, their suspicions would be swiftly confirmed. Lu Sheng understood that the court's stance was one of watching the tigers fight, absolutely unwilling to intervene, let alone assist the Qi Jing gang. They would be fortunate if they did not add to their troubles. Upon exiting the courtyard of the official residence, Su Chue and Ning Sen approached him. Where to now, Weishi? You return to the gang. Lu Sheng replied calmly, I must seek someone. Sir, do you not require our accompaniment? Ning Sen inquired, puzzled. Not necessary. Lu Sheng waved his hand. The situation was urgent. The Red Workshop was closing in, and time was of the essence. He mounted a carriage, instructing Su Chue and Ning San to find their own transport while he proceeded alone to the San Yu men's location. Since it was within the city, the San Yu men's headquarters was a relatively large courtyard. Surrounding it were a ring of officers, preventing anyone from entering. Lu Sheng observed from a distance, and before he approached, he was met with a pungent odor of decay, faintly laced with a sinister energy. Indeed, it appeared those entities had made their move. His expression darkened. This suggested that the Red Workshop was still uncertain whether the Zhen family had completely vacated, so they were likely probing for weaknesses, perhaps fearing retaliation and systematically eliminating peripheral forces. Given this, my time is running short. Lu Sheng merely glanced at the San Yu men's courtyard before turning away. He first sought out Chun Jiarong in the city, borrowing his jade pendant to toy with for a while, secretly dripping blood to absorb the lingering dark energy. Then he visited the Shanju Hall, but unfortunately found no new items infused with dark energy. He finally resorted to contacting Zhuo Wenyu. Regrettably, after burning the flesh used for communication, Zhuo Wenyu still failed to appear. Lu Sheng waited at the designated location for over an hour, yet there was still no sign of him. With no other option, he returned in disappointment. The only dark energy he had acquired was from the jade pendant in Chun Jiao's possession. At least it brought him some solace. While the energy within the pendant was insufficient to enhance the Red Extreme 9 Malevolence technique, it was adequate to elevate his physical prowess by 2 levels. In the ensuing days, Lu Sheng realized that the Qi Jing gang was the primary target and that escape was unlikely. Thus, he devoted all his energy to diligently practicing the Baozhuang technique. Meanwhile, intelligence continued to flow in from Yulianzi. A small branch of the Qi Jing gang in a nearby town had also encountered misfortune, with dozens dead or injured, leaving only a few who had been on external assignments to return with news. Not long after, another mining outpost lost contact, and those sent to investigate, including an external envoy and 13 skilled fighters, vanished without a trace. Lu Sheng had only practiced at the gambling house for about 10 days when the situation took a dramatic turn. The area surrounding the Qi Jing gang, centered around the Qi Jing vessel, seemed to have become a forbidden zone. Anyone from the gang who ventured beyond this boundary immediately disappeared. 2 days later, after ensuring the safety of his family and forbidding them from leaving the city, Lu Sheng, at the behest of Hong Mingzi, brought his team straight to the Qi Jing vessel. The white smoke from the incense burner rose straight and clear. On the dark red carved bed, Hong Mingzi reclined against a pillow, exuding a strong medicinal scent. 2 individuals, a man and a woman, both in their 30s or 40s and bearing a resemblance to Hong Mingzi, stood in the room. They possessed the demeanor of individuals accustomed to power. Lu Sheng sat quietly before the bed, gazing at his ailing senior brother, waiting for him to speak. After taking a sip of medicine, coughing a few times, Hong Mingzi turned his face toward Lu Sheng. Junior brother, the reason for summoning you here is to entrust you with a matter. Please, senior brother, go on. Lu Sheng, with a stern countenance, observed that in recent days, Hong Mingzi had been utterly drained, facing the imminent collapse of a lifetime and Appos' legacy. The weight on his heart was unbearable, compounded by his frail health, which ultimately led him to fall ill. I have grown old. Whether it be the Red Sun sect or the Red Whale gang, I can no longer govern. Hong Mingzi coughed. Today, I shall bestow upon you the position of the Red Sun sect's leader. As for the gang leader's role, if you desire it, I shall grant it. If not, I shall pass it to Chen. Father. The 2 children beside him displayed immediate discontent. Do not interrupt. Hong Mingzi rebuked sharply, causing both to tremble in silence. Afraid to speak further. Junior brother, what say you? After scolding his children, he turned his gaze to Lu Sheng. Is the Zhen family truly no more? Lu Sheng pondered before inquiring again. Indeed, the place is deserted. Not a soul remains, Hong Mingzi replied with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the 2 beside him turned as pale as death. Before they could respond, Lu Sheng spoke slowly. Very well, I shall accept the position of sect leader. And I shall also take on the role of gang leader. Ha! Splendid. Hong Mingzi rejoiced, realizing that Lu Sheng and Appos' strength had now surpassed his own, perhaps capable of leading the Red Whale gang to carve out a path of survival. I have prepared a team. Junior brother only needs to disguise himself and take my 2 ungrateful children directly to the Central Plains. I have arranged a total of 13 teams. Elder brother, let us convene a meeting, Lu Sheng interjected suddenly. It is futile. Fleeing now would only hasten our downfall. Hong Mingzi and Appos' voice trailed off. From this day forth, the position of gang leader shall be conferred upon my junior brother, Lu Sheng. In the vast Red Whale Great Hall, Hong Mingzi coughed while loudly proclaiming his decree through his internal power. Lu Sheng sat calmly on the gang leader's throne, listening intently as the old leader meticulously recited the gang's foundational rules. Each regulation and oath was established at the inception of the gang. The senior members below erupted into hushed whispers, exchanging furtive glances. Some rose to question, but upon recalling the recent spate of unsolved cases, they hesitated. Chen stood nearby, a worried expression etched upon his face, lost in thought. The officiant approached carefully, presenting the red jade short sword, a symbol of the leader, to Hong Mingzi. The old leader drew the sword and handed the hilt to Lu Sheng. The hall, once filled with noise, gradually fell silent as the ceremony progressed. Slowly, all eyes turned to Lu Sheng, seated at the highest position. The essence of the Red Whale lies in valor, faith, benevolence, integrity, and tranquility. The 9th-generation leader once proclaimed, "For the wicked, the heavens will reveal their intentions." Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoed from outside the hall. Instantly, all the senior members, both internal and external officials, and elders turned their attention toward the door. The head guard, with a grim expression, led a group to investigate the commotion. The officiant paused briefly before continuing the ceremonial declaration. As gold and stone do not decay, this scene shall not perish. The Red Whale traverses the icy seas, unimpeded, standing 100 feet tall, its form akin to droplets of jade. Another sharp crack resounded. Who goes there? Investigate this matter. Chen and Appos' face darkened. The security arrangements were his responsibility, and any mishap fell squarely on him. Where's Rin Tao, who just went out? He barked. The others exchanged anxious glances. Chen Ying's voice, amplified by his internal power, reached the guards outside the hall, who should have responded swiftly. Yet, There was no sound from outside the door. "Guards! Where are the guards?" Sheng shouted. Outside, there was an eerie silence. The expressions of the senior members began to shift, apprehension creeping in. In these recent days, everyone had been in a state of unease, and the astute among them likely sensed the looming crisis. However, none anticipated that an incident would transpire during the handover ceremony. "Send a few people out to investigate," Sheng commanded, his face a picture of dread. With another sharp crack, the entire hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on the stone door. One elder, known for his fiery temper and boldness, snorted disdainfully and rose to lead a group toward the side door. He took 3 companions with him. Then, there was nothing more. Mere moments after they stepped outside, all sounds ceased. Not even a footfall could be heard. Someone at the side door called out, but received no reply. The atmosphere grew tense, and soon the hall was filled with a cacophony of murmurs as weapons were drawn. "Silence! Silence!" Sheng bellowed, attempting to quell the rising panic. But to no avail. Fear and confusion were etched on every face. "Esteemed guests, please lend an ear to my humble words." Hong Mingzi trembled as he stood, attempting to pacify the crowd, but his efforts were futile. The officiant's face was ashen, the shoulder armor he held shaking violently. Nearly slipping from his grasp, Lu Sheng remained expressionless, seated in his position, allowing the officiant to adorn him. The exquisite red jade shoulder armor slid repeatedly from his left shoulder. With a third sharp crack, the great hall doors finally began to creak open. The assembly fell into a profound silence, as if a hand had gripped their throats. A series of sharp, eerie giggles emanated from the darkened doorway. With a swift motion, Lu Sheng grasped the officiant's hand, firmly securing the fiery red shoulder armor upon his shoulder. As he beheld a red shoe slowly stepping through the doorway, he rose steadily from his throne. Chapter 113. Confrontation. A swift breeze swept through the air as Lu Sheng descended steadily from an elevated position, each step deliberate and calm. A pair of red shoes entered the scene, revealing a flowing wine-red gown, accentuated by a blood-hued jade pendant tied with a delicate bow and a finely crafted black belt. A woman's figure emerged, half of her body fully crossing the threshold. Both parties moved simultaneously, neither in haste, yet drawing closer with each passing moment. Crack! Another sharp sound pierced the air. The upper half of the woman's waist contorted in a peculiar manner as she squeezed through the doorway. "No one from the Qi Jing can escape," a piercing, eerie female voice echoed. As the woman fully entered the grand hall, she brandished a blood-red oiled paper umbrella. However, upon crossing the threshold, she was met with a pair of ferocious, glaring eyes that radiated danger. Lu Sheng stood at the entrance, gazing at the woman in the crimson dress. A once indifferent expression suddenly morphed into a smirk. "Is it just you?" he inquired unexpectedly. The woman was taken aback, unprepared for such a question, perplexed by its meaning. Yushi began, but was interrupted by Lu Sheng's sudden smile. Boom! In an instant, a shadow expanded rapidly, accompanied by an overwhelming force that howled fiercely, crashing into her chest. Thud! It felt akin to striking resilient bark or plunging into damp mud. A faint, translucent black membrane appeared upon her skin, desperately warding off the impact. Swish! The woman's paper umbrella twisted, its sharp edges slicing towards Lu Sheng's forehead. "Die!" she shouted. Before her strike could land, an intense, searing power erupted from Lu Sheng's palm. Boom! The fiery energy of the red extreme 9 fiend art detonated, sending a shockwave that erupted violently between them. The woman screamed in agony as she was violently thrust away, colliding against the side wall. Lu Sheng leaped into the air, his form rapidly expanding to twice the size of an ordinary person, embodying terrifying speed and power as he struck forward, landing a devastating blow upon her. Crash! Just as the woman regained her footing, she was sent flying by his strike, both of them crashing against the grand door, which twisted under the force, creating a deep dent, glowing red where Lu Sheng's hand made contact. The woman watched in disbelief as Lu Sheng's body inflated, transforming from an ordinary height to over 2 meters, his physique grotesquely adorned with muscles that twisted like gnarled roots, crashing into her with the force of a mountain colliding with a mealworm. Before she could react, a sharp pain shot through her chest. Lu Sheng's hand pierced through her, forcefully driving her against the grand door, pinning her in place. The intense heat radiating from him scorched the area where they made contact. The woman finally grasped the situation, letting out a horrific scream as she clawed at Lu Sheng in desperation. Swish. Dark scratches appeared on Lu Sheng's skin, yet they proved futile, only producing sparks as if she were raking iron. The grand hall of Qi Jing fell into stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief at the sight of Lu Sheng pinning the woman against the door, or rather, at the monstrous figure he had become. At that moment, Lu Sheng approached 3 meters in height, his muscular frame grotesquely exaggerated, his skin contorted as though it were a mask stretched over his features. Black, net-like patterns covered his body, a crimson mark tracing along his spine. Lu Sheng gazed down at the woman struggling in his grasp, disappointment etched across his face. So it is truly just you, what are you? The woman screamed, black smoke rising from her wound. Something? Lu Sheng tilted his head, bloodshot eyes glinting. I am human, a human. He raised his arm, presenting it to her. Can't you see? I am human. He pressed his arm towards her mouth. Aren't you fond of eating humans? Here, have a taste. He began to force her mouth open, the sheer power of his muscular forearm causing the woman's skull to emit faint cracking sounds. You know, she struggled, attempting to twist away. Eat, eat. Aren't you all ravenous for humans? Lu Sheng pressed harder, his eyes glowing with a bizarre crimson intensity. Why not eat? Isn't it delicious? His force escalated, becoming increasingly violent. Bang! Suddenly, the woman ceased her struggle, her body going limp as Lu Sheng crushed her skull with his arm. A mix of red and white splattered against the door. In a whoosh, her entire corpse ignited, reducing to a cloud of black ash within mere breaths. Lu Sheng withdrew his hand, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had exerted less than 1/10 of his strength. This woman was merely a ghostly entity, infinitely close to the threshold of power, yet a chasm apart. Faced with his current state, such ordinary specters were as feeble as worms. He found himself unable to gauge the true extent of his capabilities. Poor weakling, he mused, his form diminishing back to normal. Such an opponent could hardly stir his bloodlust. Not only had he failed to draw out his hidden trump card prepared for this day, but he could not even test the limits of his current Yang extreme state. The Yang extreme state was the name he had given to his inflated, enlarged form. He had observed that in this state, his bodily energy surged. Emotions and temperament grew brutal and fierce, filled with aggression, even bordering on madness. Particularly when both internal and external energies flowed together, it reached an unparalleled limit. However, this form was inconvenient and unsightly, hence he normally operated in his regular human shape. Initially expecting an opponent of extraordinary caliber, he was disappointed to find only a ghostly being. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, the Red Workshop would not dispatch such a trivial specter alone. This was likely a mere probe. Lu Sheng turned, his upper body bare, his loose, elastic clothing having succumbed to the transformation, leaving him only with trousers. Inside the Grand Hall, the high-ranking members of the Qi Jing gang stared in terror, aghast at the sight before them, as if beholding a monstrous demon. Lu Wai? Is it truly you, Lu Sheng? Elder Wang, one of the first to discover Lu Sheng, slowly rose, his expression fraught with dread and disbelief. Of course, what benefit would there be in impersonating me? Lu Sheng smiled at him, causing Elder Wang to tremble, retreating a step, nearly fainting. The scene of Lu Sheng transforming had been utterly shocking, leaving all present in a state of stunned silence, wide-eyed in awe. Only Hong Mingzi, well-versed in such matters, recognized the traits of someone who had mastered profound skills, allowing him to regain his composure, while the others remained in a state of disbelief. Junior brother, you have indeed mastered the Crimson Extreme technique to its utmost 7th level. His voice trembled slightly as he inquired. Senior brother, you see clearly. Lu Sheng replied with a smile. The bear fighting technique, the golden silk technique, the evening drum pill technique. These are the 9 rivers iron chain techniques. Hong Mingzi, with his extensive experience, quickly recognized numerous distinctive traits of formidable martial arts from Lu Sheng. The amalgamation of such diverse martial skills within a single individual is simply astonishing. He was left speechless, at a loss for how to articulate his awe. Such a prodigious talent for martial arts is unprecedented, the most formidable martial genius in history. This singular thought reverberated in Hong Mingzi's mind. He glanced over at Shening, who, too, discerned some of the martial techniques embodied by Lu Sheng and stood in shock, unable to utter a word. Within the Grand Hall, some less discerning elders regarded Lu Sheng as a formidable monster akin to a specter, their faces etched with fear. His physique, though still human in form, was exaggerated beyond belief. By the way, I am now the acting leader. You may continue to address me as Leader Lu. Lu Sheng stated calmly. Henceforth, the Red Workshop will undoubtedly not relent. We must deliberate on how to effectively respond. Indeed, the key now lies in strategizing our response to the impending assaults. Given the current situation in Yinshan City and, indeed, all of Northern Land, once news of the Zhun family and Apos' departure spreads, our Crimson Whale Gang will become a target for many. The Red Workshop is merely one faction among those who covet us. We must prepare promptly. Chen inhaled deeply, steadied himself, and stepped forward to speak resolutely. The ominous presence that approached earlier had even left him feeling unsettled. That specter-like woman was just a breath away from being truly monstrous. Yet, such a formidable entity could not withstand even a single exchange at the hands of the newly appointed leader Lu. His speed and strength were overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, Chen witnessed the woman in the red dress pinned against the grand door, her resistance utterly futile. The disparity was far greater than he had anticipated. Perhaps this time, the Crimson Whale Gang truly stands a chance of survival. With Leader Lu here, we shall surely navigate this crisis. The elders began to shift their hopes towards Lu Sheng, their expressions gradually reflecting a flicker of optimism. Lu Sheng's gaze traversed the assembly. Others were but fleeting shadows in his eyes, for he focused solely on the former leader, Hong Mingzi. Trembling, Hong Mingzi stood in place, supported by Chen, and both were unsure how to regard the present-day Lu Sheng. What shall we do now? Chen opened his mouth, looking to Lu Sheng, struggling to suppress his tumultuous emotions as he asked solemnly. There are more than just this one specter outside. Lu Sheng moved his body, turning towards the grand door. Let us proceed and see what lies beyond. He placed his hands firmly upon the door and pushed with great force. With a resounding clang, the iron door slowly creaked open, revealing an expansive expanse of gray-brown decking outside. Chapter 114. Confrontation. To the deck was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the Crimson Whale Gang's defenders, dark red blood seeping from the countless corpses, forming rivulets that flowed into the drainage gutters on either side. Lu Sheng raised his gaze towards the bow of the ship, his eyes traversing the layers of fallen bodies until they rested upon a figure cloaked in crimson. The instant he spotted her, his pupils constricted sharply. He. Oh, it hurts so much. The woman, standing precariously at the edge of the ship with a red umbrella, seemed on the verge of tumbling into the water. The fierce wind whipped around her, yet she remained steadfast, her blood-red skirt billowing wildly. He. Are you, Lu Gang Master? So, you are the newly appointed master. Another figure with a red umbrella materialized to Lu Sheng's right, as if conjured from thin air. Almost immediately, it seemed as though she had multiplied, with numerous crimson figures emerging around him. Their sharp, eerie laughter echoed from all directions. You all. Lu Sheng's expression darkened as he realized he had underestimated this umbrella-wielding specter. I am known as the Red Umbrella. Remember this name. The umbrella wielders turned to face Lu Sheng in unison. In that instant, a flurry of red shadows shot towards him like lightning. Roar! Lu Sheng bellowed, his body expanding dramatically, a faint red network of energy emerging around him. Boom! All the red shadows converged upon Lu Sheng almost simultaneously, detonating like a bomb. The red energy network exploded outward from him, sending shockwaves in all directions. Crash! The red figures were blasted away, scattering like numerous crimson scraps of cloth that swiftly reformed into humanoid shapes. The umbrella woman held her red umbrella, turning it to shield her face, its tassels dangling down. The umbrella slowly rotated, and in a sudden motion, she vanished entirely into the paper umbrella, as if absorbed within it, leaving only the rotating red umbrella, seemingly held by invisible hands, hurtling towards Lu Sheng. Without the Zhun family, I do not believe you, a mere mortal. Her sharp cry echoed as the edge of the umbrella spun rapidly, gaining speed and urgency. The pink plum blossoms embroidered on its surface formed a delicate pink ring, faintly emanating dark energy. Hiss! Lu Sheng took a deep breath, his hands converging at his chest, gathering all the energy from the blood network into a tight grasp. Under the full force of the Red Extreme 9 Fiends technique, the energy coalesced into a translucent red sphere. 7 days to change the heavens. A blood-red thread shot from Lu Sheng's abdomen straight towards his brow. Divine might. His eyes narrowed fiercely as he channeled all his strength into a single palm strike. Boom! The sphere was struck, exploding instantly with tremendous force and red light, hurtling towards the red umbrella. Boom! The dark energy and red light collided head-on, intertwining and splattering into smaller wisps of smoke and crimson shadows, scattering across the deck and among the corpses. Hiss, 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 hiss. The black energy and red light burst forth, falling like rain. The wooden deck ignited, engulfed in flames accompanied by a thick, toxic smoke that spread rapidly, plunging the entrance of the main hall into a sea of fire. Crash! A portion of the pavilion collapsed, shattered by the earlier explosion, crashing onto the deck and igniting an even fiercer inferno. Amidst the raging flames, Lu Sheng slowly rose from the wreckage, his gaze fixed on the umbrella woman, who stood not far away. Having unleashed their full power in that earlier confrontation, both had gauged the limits of each other's abilities, both at the same level of restraint. Neither could vanquish the other. Lu Sheng struggled to eliminate the umbrella woman, while she could not breach his formidable defenses. Flames licked around Lu Sheng, yet were kept at bay by the naturally emanating blood network of the Red Extreme 9 Fiends technique. Possessing a high resistance to heat, he emerged unscathed even amidst the blaze. The umbrella woman, however, seemed to ignore the flames entirely, her body enveloped in a faint black aura, the essence of restraint, perfectly shielding her from the intense heat and toxic smoke. I have never encountered a human like you. The umbrella woman regarded Lu Sheng with a solemn expression. One hand was concealed behind her back, where her palm was gradually turning to ash, unbeknownst to Lu Sheng. Well, now you have, Lu Sheng replied calmly. I shall return, the umbrella woman whispered softly. Whoosh! In an instant, she ignited, transforming into a blazing torch, rapidly melting away like a candle. Lu Sheng watched her burn away without a flicker of emotion. This was his first true encounter with the uncanny, and he realized he had only barely managed to gain the upper hand. Her self-immolation was likely a consequence of the Red Extreme 9 Fiends technique he had unleashed within her. He was certain he had repeatedly breached her defensive layers, thoroughly damaging her body with his technique. Regrettably, despite this, he had failed to eradicate her completely. The final self-immolation seemed more like a means for her to escape. The resilience of these anomalies, indeed formidable. Master. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the hall finally dared to emerge. Quick, extinguish the fire. Bring the water-absorbing umbrellas. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The pharmacy is ablaze. Chen Ying and Hong Mingzi leaped to Lu Sheng's side, with Chen Ying swiftly extinguishing the surrounding flames with a few powerful gusts. Are you all right, junior brother? Hong Mingzi coughed violently after moving slightly. The earlier battle between Lu Sheng and the umbrella woman had raged tremendously, turning the entire deck into a fiery inferno, with toxic smoke from the restraint level spreading everywhere, leaving them too frightened to emerge. Now that the umbrella woman had vanished before their eyes, they felt it was safe to come out. I'm fine. I never expected that a mere anomaly could match my strength, Lu Sheng said in a low voice. That is no ordinary anomaly. Hong Mingzi shook his head. What you do not know is that the umbrella woman is the deputy master of the Red Workshop, second only to the master. The fact that you were able to contend with her is already remarkable. Deputy master? Lu Sheng nodded, understanding. He had previously faced a girl from the Song family who was on the brink of becoming an anomaly. Even then, she had been no match for him. He couldn't believe that after reaching the level of an anomaly, her power had increased so drastically. The Red Workshop and the Zhen family have clashed, severely weakening both sides. This is likely why their deputy master personally intervened against our Crimson Whale gang, Chen Ying remarked quietly. Before Lu Sheng, Chen Ying's demeanor transformed subtly, imbued with a hint of respect. This was an acknowledgement of Lu Sheng's status as gang master, but more so, it was a recognition of his strength. Junior brother, we must promptly arrange an escape route. The Crimson Whale is now a target. Even without the Red Workshop, other forces will surely come after us. Without the Zhen family as our backing, we cannot withstand this. Cough, cough, cough. Hong Mingzi spoke fervently before succumbing to another fit of coughing. Do you know where the headquarters of the Red Workshop is? Lu Sheng asked solemnly. What do you mean, junior brother? Hong Mingzi was momentarily perplexed by Lu Sheng and Appo's intent. If possible, we could probe their defenses, Lu Sheng suggested quietly. Absolutely not. The master of the Red Workshop is immensely powerful, far exceeding the umbrella woman's strength. He is an existence comparable to the heads of the Zhen family. Hong Mingzi urged urgently. Then why does he not take action? Lu Sheng countered. Because he likely believes our Crimson Whale gang is not worth his direct involvement. Chen Ying speculated hesitantly. I believe otherwise. Lu Sheng shook his head. The reason for their assault upon us lies in the fact that the Zhen family has fled, prompting them to seek clues from us. If I am not mistaken, the master of Hongfang would either refrain from action or personally pursue the Zhen family. Indeed, what my junior brother asserts holds merit. Their motive for targeting us is undoubtedly linked to the treasures possessed by the Zhen family. Should they refrain from deploying their main forces, confronting the Zhen family would merely present us as easy prey, utterly futile. Thus, once they commence their pursuit, they will undoubtedly unleash their full might. Hong Mingzi swiftly articulated this thought, only to be interrupted by a deep cough. So, it follows that once we ascertain their main forces have departed, we will discern the whereabouts of the master of Hongfang. Qining affirmed with a nod. The fact that the deputy master personally engaged with our Qi Jing gang allows us to deduce that there is over a 60% likelihood that the master of Hongfang has indeed left. Lu Sheng remarked calmly, otherwise. If I were the master of Hongfang and knew that the Zhen family might have escaped while the Qi Jing gang could potentially possess lingering clues, my immediate course of action would be to strike the Qi Jing gang swiftly and decisively, capturing everyone for interrogation. I would not resort to a slow, methodical probing akin to boiling a frog, only to eventually launch a proper assault. Such an approach would squander precious time. Should my conjecture prove erroneous, it would simply lead to a confrontation with the Zhen family. Indeed, your reasoning is astute, junior brother. Hong Mingzi concurred with a nod. Then what shall we do now? Qining inquired, casting a glance at Lu Sheng. Currently, testing the waters is indeed perilous. We must consolidate our resources and seek external assistance. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed as he spoke solemnly. Are you suggesting we align ourselves with other noble families? Hong Mingzi asked, taken aback. But would they even be willing to accept us? Our Qi Jing gang possesses the most extensive intelligence network in the Northern Territories, along with a plethora of resources and personnel. Even if they were to summon individuals from elsewhere, they would not compare to our deeply entrenched operations cultivated over decades. Aligning with them may not guarantee preferential treatment, but it would certainly ensure our survival, Lu Sheng stated calmly. It merely depends on which faction we choose to ally with. At that moment, the raging fire on the Qi Jing vessel was extinguished by a massive water basin suspended from the side, dousing the flames with bucket after bucket. The remaining, barely surviving members of the gang emerged, pallid and grim, to carry away the bodies. Numerous corpses had been charred beyond recognition, and in some areas, the deck had been completely burned through, leaving behind various-sized craters. The internal affairs officers swiftly sprang into action, directing everyone to restore order to the scene. Lu Sheng surveyed the chaos before him, lost in thought. Since the Zhen family has abandoned us, we need not adhere to any notions of loyalty or righteousness. Senior brother, Qining, I would appreciate it if you could make the necessary arrangements. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to the representatives of other factions within the city to forge a new path forward. In light of the current inability of Hongfang to obliterate the Qi Jing gang, Lu Sheng has secured an opportunity that may potentially alter the course of our situation. Chapter 115. A new allegiance in the city of Yanshan, at the residence of the prefect. Prefect Cheng Xingba, a former fourth-rank official, belonged to the illustrious Cheng family, known for their prominence in Yanshan. By evening, Lu Sheng, Qining, Ouyang Ningji, and Elder Wang arrived at the prefecture. The news of their arrival had already spread. The entrance was illuminated, with servants lined up to greet them. Moreover, a rotund, stout officer stood at the door, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the carriage of the Red Whale gang, the hefty officer stepped forward eagerly. Chief Chen, Leader Lu, Elder Wang, and Inner Chief Ouyang, you have all arrived. He forced a smile, though his demeanor suggested reluctance to engage with them. This was understandable, given that the Red Whale gang was currently embroiled in significant troubles. Have the esteemed guests all arrived? Prefect Cheng inquired politely. Qining whispered a correction, noting that Leader Lu had now succeeded as the chief of the Red Whale gang, and was no longer just a leader of the outer ranks. Cheng Xingba, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, offering a respectful bow to Lu Sheng. My apologies, I was remiss. Leader Lu is indeed a paragon of youth and martial prowess, deserving of his position. He hastily added, the esteemed guests have already arrived. We await the presence of the Red Whale gang members. Then let us proceed inside. Lu Sheng replied. He had previously instructed his informants within Yanshan to disseminate the Red Whale gang's intentions of seeking a new patron, primarily to the inspection division. As anticipated, not long after, the The inspection division summoned the Red Whale representatives for a gathering. Additionally, several dignitaries representing various factions were invited. The group entered the residence, with Chuning leading the way while Lu Sheng maintained a stoic silence behind him. As they had previously agreed, Chuning would engage first while Lu Sheng listened. As they traversed a narrow corridor, they arrived at a small pavilion in a side courtyard, where various representatives were gathered, sipping tea and conversing. Within the octagonal pavilion, black curtains hung down, with only one side open to face Lu Sheng and the others, revealing 4 individuals seated inside. Among them was the venerable Taoist Bai Feng. Alongside 3 others, a stout, jovial gentleman, a woman adorned in a black scholar's cap with white brows, and a graceful lady with long hair cascading down, her face concealed by a green jade mask. The distinct styles of the 3 left a lasting impression. "Please take a seat, Leader Lu," Bai Feng said, his tone markedly more cordial than before. He smiled, addressing Lu Sheng. "Your recent victory over the Red Pavilion's elite has been a spectacle for us all." Lu Sheng's gaze sharpened, realizing he could not conceal the truth any longer. He gestured for Chuning to remain silent, indicating for the others to depart. Once they were ushered away by the attendants, Bai Feng, well-informed, noticed the empty seat and confidently took his place at the table. "The Red Whale gang has shown great sincerity by sending representatives. I trust you have all contemplated your positions," he stated solemnly. Seated in the pavilion were the 3 representatives from various factions. The chubby gentleman, holding a folding fan, introduced himself as Xiao Hongya, while the woman in the scholar's cap was Shanyang Jiuli, and the masked lady was Su Feihong from the Su family. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed. Aside from the jovial Xiao, he noted that the 2 women hailed from the Shanyang and Su families, both of which were illustrious clans, though he was not well acquainted with them. Their willingness to engage in such matters suggested formidable power. "Pleasure to meet you all," he proclaimed, clasping his fists in greeting. "I witnessed the clash between the Red Whale's deputy and the Red Pavilion. It was indeed remarkable. However, I am curious about your origins." Leader Lu speaks candidly," Xiao Hongya replied with a grin. "Yet, it is unlikely someone without a background could rise so swiftly. But if you prefer not to disclose, we shall move on to discuss the allegiance of the Red Whale gang. Since we are all gathered here, let us be forthright in our terms." Shanyang Jiuli interjected coolly. "The Shanyang family demands a 70% tribute, along with a permanent representative in your ranks. I require 90% tribute from the Su family. Yet I can guarantee the safety of 2 trade routes leading to the Central Plains, though we cannot provide a permanent representative," Su Feihong added softly. The term tribute referred to the share of resources and wealth collected by the Red Whale gang to be submitted to these families. Lu Sheng then turned his attention back to the chubby Xiao Hongya, who waved his hands dismissively. "We do not wish to compete with the 2 esteemed families. I suggest you negotiate further with them." Lu Sheng squinted, sensing that Xiao was more cunning than he appeared, likely a scheming fox beneath his genial facade. The 2 female representatives exhibited entirely different attitudes. Jiuli was aloof, while Feihong seemed amiable. "Forgive my ignorance regarding your families. Might you provide a brief introduction?" Lu Sheng inquired, contemplating his next move. "Certainly," Bai Feng replied, smiling. "It is understandable that a young leader such as yourself may not be familiar with them. The Shanyang family is one of the 9 great families of the Central Plains, renowned for their strength in medicine, shipping, and finance." Jiuli remained unresponsive, her eyes closed as if in meditation. Bai Feng then gestured towards Su Feihong. "The Su family is a royal lineage, primarily focused on jade commerce, known for their strength as well. Both families possess formidable martial capabilities, rivaling even the Zhen family. You need not worry about their might," he assured. "Thank you, Director Bai Feng," Lu Sheng acknowledged, directing his gaze toward Jiuli. "May I inquire how the Shanyang family proposes to resolve matters with the Red Pavilion should I choose your allegiance?" Jiuli remained impassive, her eyes still closed. "The leader of the Red Pavilion is currently absent. There is no need for concern. Upon her return, I will personally pay a visit to discuss matters." Lu Sheng felt a chill upon hearing her words. He then turned to Su Feihong, whose beauty was evident even from behind her mask. Clad in a flowing pink robe, she seemed enveloped in the elegance of her attire. As their eyes met, she offered a gentle smile. "Peace is of utmost importance. I too can personally approach the Red Pavilion to negotiate," she offered. Lu Sheng nodded, contemplating for a moment before addressing Shanyang Jiuli softly. "It seems this matter will require the assistance of Miss Jiuli." His statement indicated a preference for the Shanyang family. Su Feihong remained unperturbed. merely nodding slightly to the others and offering a smile to Lu Sheng before rising and gracefully departing. It was only then that Shanyang Julie opened her eyes, gazing at Lu Sheng with a hint of surprise. Her demeanor was not particularly favorable. In fact, her effort to court the Red Whale gang seemed somewhat lackadaisical, offering benefits that paled in comparison to those from the Su family. The Su family had even extended the condition of not sending permanent supervisors, signifying a hands-off approach to gang management. Nevertheless, despite all this, Lu Sheng chose her. She had initially thought her visit was merely for leisure. Congratulations to both of you. The Red Whale gang is the foremost gang in the Northern Territories, and the Shanyang family is one of the 9 prominent families of the Central Plains, possessing extraordinary strength. This alliance will undoubtedly enhance the stability of the Northern Territories, Xiao Hongye exclaimed with an enigmatic laugh, concealing her mouth with a folding fan. Indeed, you are quite impressive. Shanyang Julie remarked approvingly at Lu Sheng. She had merely intended to unwind on this outing and had not anticipated accomplishing anything significant, yet unexpectedly, she had done so. May I inquire when Miss Julie plans to resolve matters concerning the Red Square? Lu Sheng asked candidly, eschewing pleasantries. He had demonstrated his capabilities, thus earning the right to choose among the noble families. Otherwise, according to what he had heard from his senior brother Hong Mingzi, the Red Whale gang had previously lacked any agency and could only passively accept the superior's decision after a rivalry between the Shanyang and Su families had concluded. That's simple. It can be done tonight, Shanyang Julie replied decisively. She found Lu Sheng agreeable, and given her impatience with mundane affairs, she approached the matter with an attitude of expediency. Thank you, Miss Julie, Lu Sheng said earnestly, clasping his fists in gratitude. Since you all have reached a consensus, why not host a banquet here at the Dewey Mansion? Xiao Hongye proposed. It is fortuitous that all decision-makers from the Northern Territories are present. Such an opportunity is rare. A broad smile spread across his round face. Not interested, Shanyang Julie replied without hesitation, rising and casually tossing a stone tablet to Lu Sheng. This is a communication token from the Shanyang family. When ignited by fire, it will emit a signal that I can sense from 1,000 miles away. Lu Sheng caught the tablet and examined it closely. The trapezoidal white stone bore an inscription in an unfamiliar script, written in a vigorous and elegant hand, likely that of a master calligrapher. I shall head to the Red Square first, Shanyang Julie declared, turning and, without waiting for a response, leapt gracefully, vanishing from the pavilion in an instant. As Lu Sheng shifted his gaze from the tablet, he realized Shanyang Julie was already out of sight. Indeed, the leader of the Lu family is remarkable, Xiao Hongye remarked with a smile to Lu Sheng. You have made the best choice for the Red Whale gang despite being unaware of the circumstances. Oh, what prompts such a statement from you, Mr. Xiao? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Chapter 116. A shift in allegiance, Xiao Hongye sighed, shaking her head. The leader is unaware that both the Su and Shanyang families are exceedingly powerful, evenly matched. However, if we consider only Su Feihong and Shanyang Julie, it is likely that Miss Su Feihong will not reach even half of Shanyang Julie's cultivation in many years to come. She explained softly, as if confiding a deep secret. I see you as a kindred spirit, with your cold demeanor yet kind heart, reminiscent of my late brother. Thus, I offer you this counsel. Cultivate a good relationship with Miss Julie. She is undoubtedly the second greatest talent of the Shanyang family today. Perhaps in a few years, she will break through the confinement level, and gaining her favor might greatly improve your future. Oh, Bai Feng Dao, who was nearby, suddenly looked astonished. Could it be that Miss Julie is on the verge of breaking through to the 7-pattern realm? The truth of the matter remained uncertain. A decade ago, Miss Shanyang Julie had already reached the 5-pattern stage, hailed as the first genius of the Shanyang clan. Had it not been for another rising star, it was likely no one could have surpassed her record. The 7-pattern stage, it seemed, was not far off, Xiao Hongye murmured. What are these 7 and 5 patterns? Lu Sheng inquired, intrigued, sensing he had stumbled upon the hierarchy of the aristocratic families. ISN and Apos. T the leader already at least in the 3-pattern realm? How can you be unaware of this? Xiao Hongye was momentarily taken aback. I and Apos am merely fortunate. Lu Sheng shook his head. Fortunate enough to reach the 3-pattern realm. The background of the leader is indeed remarkable, Bai Feng Dao remarked with admiration. Haha, Taoist by his jesting, Lu Sheng thought to himself, realizing they perceived him as a scion of a noble family, yet he chose not to correct them. He understood that his ability to stand against the umbrella woman as an ordinary person had already transcended the mundane realm, making their misconception quite reasonable. Brother Lu, you may not know, but the patterns refer to the subdivisions of the confinement levels, Xiao Hongya elucidated. The so-called confinement pertains to the power of restraint. Members of noble families inherit divine weapons, and under the radiance of these weapons, different levels of aptitude emerge according to their compatibility. What you say is absolutely true. Talents like Shangyang Jiuli, with such high compatibility, are indeed rare in a century, Bai Fengyao concurred. Though noble offspring are born into the confinement levels, they can still enhance their realms through cultivation, acquiring more of their ancestral bloodline. Generally, reaching the dual pattern stage by adulthood is already commendable. Most noble descendants only attain the basic single pattern. So, the confinement levels are divided into 7 patterns, and those above the 3-pattern level can be considered experts? Lu Sheng probed further. Indeed. For instance, we initially thought the umbrella woman was at most dual pattern, considering she is merely a strange entity that ascended. Yet, if Brother Lu had not engaged her in battle, we would have been at a severe disadvantage when confronting her in the future. Bai Fengyao reflected. That is indeed the case, Xiao Hongya agreed. As they conversed, the two treated Lu Sheng as if he were a noble descendant, inadvertently providing him with a wealth of insider information about the aristocracy. The division of confinement into 7 patterns primarily stems from the black membranes that manifest upon 1 and amp, Oppo's, S-body upon reaching the confinement level. Moreover, unlike the Jin family of the northern lands, which comprises merely a handful of individuals, the 9 prominent families of the Central Plains occupy the most prosperous and affluent regions, boasting far greater strength. Just considering the Shanyang family alone, they possess over 50 family members, with 8 of them being renowned experts above the 3-pattern level. The other 8 families are not significantly weaker either. After a time of discussion, they broached the subject of martial arts in the mortal realm. What use is it for us to practice mortal martial arts? After decades of arduous training, we still cannot break through the single pattern level of confinement. Primarily, it serves to enhance longevity and health, Bai Fengyao remarked, shaking his head. Not entirely. Apart from health preservation, there are indeed many martial techniques worth learning in the mortal realm. Wasn't Brother Lu relying primarily on mortal martial techniques when facing the umbrella woman? Xiao Hongya countered. Viewing Lu Sheng and Amp, Oppo's, S internal strength and formidable defense as akin to the black membrane of the confinement level, while the explosive power of his fierce techniques was treated as mere martial skill. Lu Sheng chose not to correct her, instead sighing softly. Martial techniques indeed yield commendable results, yet they pale in comparison to the innate powers of noble families. I speak from genuine sentiment. Having invested so much effort and dedication to counter the most basic confinement level forces, for an average person, without at least 200 years of hard training, a single encounter would result in them being torn apart by the umbrella woman. Without sufficient power, one cannot even breach the confinement level. This also implies that if the Zhun family can retain the Red Dragon Calamity, their strength will significantly increase. To master 2 divine weapons, the innate power of noble offspring is truly terrifying, Xiao Hongya mused. If the Zhun family were to rise again, their long-held grudge for being ousted would undoubtedly lead them to seek revenge. That would be quite a spectacle to behold, Bai Fengyao chuckled. Indeed, given the cunning of the Zhun family, such a spectacle is entirely plausible. Xiao Hongya laughed in agreement. Lu Sheng felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that the power of the noble families stemmed from divine weapons? Seizing new divine weapons could enhance the innate strength of noble offspring at birth? He gazed at Xiao Hongya, who seemed to be skillfully steering the conversation toward the information he sought to uncover. Her round, cheerful face always bore an amiable expression, suggesting she had genuine goodwill toward him. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your background, Mr. Xiao. Lu Sheng could not help but ask directly. From the outset, Bai Fengyao had not introduced Xiao Hongya's background, yet she possessed such extensive insider knowledge, indicating she was no ordinary individual. Brother Lu, you cannot hold your curiosity? Xiao Hongya giggled, covering her mouth with a folding fan as she laughed heartily. I am merely a minor supervisor of the Wuyo Mansion, far beneath the 2 radiant scions of noble families. Wuyo Mansion? Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, suddenly linking it to a name, the Wuyo King. The Lu sisters, and Li Xuanxi, were all connected to the Wuyo King. The Lu sisters had been pursued, and the Li family had been eradicated. All of this had been orchestrated by the Wuyo king. Now, the Wuyo king was seemingly intertwined with the noble families. Lu Sheng began to grasp the implications of this connection. After some idle chatter and a meal, when Lu Sheng and his companions departed from the Dowei mansion, it was already late at night. The people of Dowei mansion prepared an ox cart to send Lu Sheng and the others back to the Red Whale vessel. The journey was silent until they returned to the Red Whale, where Hong Mingzi came forward to welcome them, with many of the upper echelons of the gang absent. The wreckage aboard the Red Whale had been cleared to a considerable extent, and new supplies were being transported to the upper deck. Faint cries echoed from the deck. The families of the fallen members mourning their losses. "How is it, junior brother?" Hong Mingzi inquired as he approached. "We have chosen the Shangyang family. It has been confirmed. Miss Shangyang Julie has personally gone to the Red Square. We merely await further news," Lu Sheng replied swiftly. "That is good. Very good." Hong Mingzi sighed deeply, visibly relieved, as did several elders beside him, their tense expressions easing. "Leader, I fear we shall not have leisure for a while." The number of casualties within the gang was substantial, exceeding 100. As for the compensation, an elder stepped forward to address the matter. 100 taels of silver for each family as compensation is rather burdensome. "We can keep a record for additional support in the future," Lu Sheng mentioned casually. "Understood." The elder nodded in agreement. Lu Sheng then offered a few more reminders. "One must not neglect the brothers who have risked their lives for the gang." His arrangement, in the current circumstances, is considered quite generous. Typically, when a member of a gang perishes, a mere 10 or so taels of silver is deemed sufficient compensation. However, he has extravagantly dispensed several 100,000 in silver notes. "All right, senior brother, let us return to the ship and discuss this in detail," proposed Lu Sheng. The others followed him into a study on the 4th floor of the Red Whale's loft. Lu Sheng briefly recounted the gains from their recent endeavors to Hong Mingzi. "Our situation is rather precarious," Hong Mingzi remarked, frowning. "Even if Shangyang Julie has no ulterior motives, as former allies of other influential families, it is only a matter of time before they replace us with their own people to seize control of the gang." "This is not an immediate concern," Lu Sheng replied. "The Shangyang family likely intends merely to establish a foothold in the northern territories and will not have significant resources to allocate." He chose the Shangyang family primarily because of Shangyang Julie's strength, capable of maintaining order swiftly. Otherwise, if the Hongfang acted hastily against the ordinary disciples without prior notice, they would be unable to defend themselves. In truth, the choice of family would not greatly affect the Red Whale gang. "Does this imply that the northern territories will experience a temporary void?" Hong Mingzi asked solemnly. "Perhaps," Lu Sheng mused. "With the Zhen family having departed with their treasures, we must observe how the Shangyang family proceeds. This is akin to changing employers, and we must tread carefully to avoid transgressing any taboos." "That seems wise," Hong Mingzi conceded, before bowing his head and coughing several times. "However, I fear the Hongfang will not let this matter rest so easily." "That is a concern for the Shangyang family to address," Lu Sheng responded, revealing the Shangyang family and Appo's stone tablet to Hong Mingzi. The two engaged in a detailed discussion, analyzing various aspects of the situation, before heading to the main hall to share this information with the remaining higher-ups. "Are we to simply let the Hongfang issue conclude like this?" Chening was the first to inquire. "The Red Whale gang has suffered significantly from this ordeal and requires time to recuperate. By dawn, there should be no further issues." Lu Sheng sighed as he settled into a chair. "The Shangyang family's involvement will primarily serve to mitigate the troubles posed by the Hongfang. The rest we must handle ourselves. Management is likely to be even more lenient than when the Zhen family was in charge. Let us first attend to the aftermath for our brothers in the gang," Hong Mingzi sighed. Although he no longer held the position of leader, he remained Lu Sheng and Appo's senior brother and a formidable figure within the Crimson Sun sect, wielding considerable influence. "Your words resonate deeply, senior brother. It is indeed time to assess the state of the gang," Lu Sheng nodded. "Once Shangyang Julie clarifies the situation regarding the Hongfang, he intends to take full control of the Red Whale gang and manage the aftermath." Despite having been mistakenly identified as a scion of a noble family, he had gleaned numerous confidential insights that he needed to carefully digest. The most valuable of these was understanding his own standing among the scions of noble families. Chapter 117. Stability. The dusty mountain path was stirred by the pounding hooves of a strong yellow horse racing past, sending up clouds of dust that pressed down the grass on either side. A black-clad knight, drenched in sweat, and with veins bulging on his forehead, galloped forward, his shirt soaked through with perspiration. Suddenly, a sharp command pierced the air. A black stone shot through the air from the side with tremendous force, striking the knight squarely on the left shoulder. With a resounding thud, he was knocked off his horse. The yellow steed let out a terrified whinny, quickening its pace in a panic, leaving the fallen knight struggling to rise from the ground. A heavy boot landed squarely on the knight and Apos' shoulder, pressing him back down into the dirt. A little soldier from Wuyo Mansion, how quaint, and a black-clad messenger at that. A filthy, disheveled bald monk sprang from the bushes by the roadside. With a practiced motion, he lifted the knight's arm, his razor-sharp nails slicing through fabric and flesh, drawing forth a small piece of yellowed parchment. "Who are you?" The knight gasped, his body battered from the fall, and his mouth now spilling blood. Despite his grievous injuries, he glared defiantly. "We? After all our dealings, you still do not know?" The monk, round-faced and oily, chuckled as he examined the parchment. "Let the Buddha see what intelligence we have. The Zhen family has fled. Turmoil in the north. The Shanyang family has taken residence. You are remnants of Yuzhou." The knight's eyes widened in realization. With a swift motion, the monk's foot crushed the knight's chest, extinguishing his life. "Master!" A few figures emerged from the rocky terrain nearby, rushing towards the scene. The foremost among them was a striking young man, his delicate features and pale skin marking him as a pampered noble. Clad in coarse linen that seemed out of place, he observed the fallen knight. "Young Master Li has arrived. Look, we fortuitously caught a little soldier from Wuyo Mansion. I expected valuable intel. Yet it turns out to be mere grand events unrelated to us," the monk remarked, tossing the parchment to the newcomer. This young Master Li was none other than Lu Sheng, who had recently departed from Yinshan City and had been wandering the area between the Central Plains and the north. Following closely were the unattractive Lu sisters. The terrain between the north and Central Plains was exceptionally complex, filled with mountains, forests, and grasslands. Lu Sheng had narrowly escaped several deadly encounters with spirits and monsters, relying either on his own skills or on the luck of meeting the isolated Lu sisters. The three had united against their common enemy, the king of Wuyo, and during a stay at a dilapidated temple, they had encountered the monk who identified himself as Master Qing Shui. Master Qing Shui acted too swiftly. If we could have spared this man's life, perhaps we might have gleaned Wuyo King and Apos' future moves, Lu Sheng sighed. "We have been opposing Wuyo Mansion for quite some time. We know all that we need to know. You and the Lu sisters should simply follow the monk. When we arrive at our destination, all will be revealed," the monk replied sagely. "The king of Wuyo has committed numerous heinous acts, and there are many who share the desire to overthrow him. But our strength is weak. Even if we join forces with you, what difference can we make?" Lu Sheng lamented. "Not necessarily. The Lu sisters hold you in high regard. There are things you are yet unaware of, but in time, you will come to understand," Master Qing Shui remarked, casting a meaningful glance towards the Lu sisters. The younger sister blushed and lowered her gaze, while the elder shot a disapproving glare at her sibling, seemingly displeased. If it weren't for the younger sister being so infatuated with Lu Sheng, they would never have relinquished their family's most treasured possession, allowing it to meld with him. By the time she realized this, it was far too late. "Enough, let us go. The experts from Wuyo Mansion will soon be upon us. We must reach our destination," the monk urged. "Indeed, if I ever have the chance to avenge my grievances, I shall not forget the monk's guidance today." Lu Sheng bowed respectfully to Master Qing Shui. "Let us move. Don't dawdle." The monk dismissed the gesture, waving his sleeve as he strode away. Lu Sheng chuckled wryly and turned to the Lu sisters. "Shall we go together?" "Yes," Lu Kaiyan quickly replied, her cheeks flushed. Lu Qingxin, irate, stomped past Lu Sheng towards the monk, arms crossed defiantly. In the 9th year of the Tang dynasty, the chaos of the Zhen family in the north had been quelled. The aristocracy lay in ruins, and malevolent spirits began to breed unchecked. Without the divine weapons to maintain order, the north could no longer guarantee the safety of trade routes, leading to a swift decline. In Yinshan City, atop the towering golden light pagoda, Lu Sheng, clad in white robes, surveyed the vast expanse below from the observation deck. The entire city appeared like a grand model, with vast areas of red rooftops dominating the view, interrupted only by a few tall towers and stone monuments. "If this famine is not curtailed soon, it will only worsen," Lu Sheng muttered, his brow furrowed. Behind him, in a small chamber atop the pagoda, Hong Mingzi was leisurely picking at the dishes laid out before him, savoring each bite. Refugees have begun to appear, and incidents of looting are increasing. But that is the concern of the authorities. We need only to perform our duties, Lu Sheng replied, nodding as he turned around. The Shangyang family seems indifferent to the north. Since Miss Shangyang Julie has been stationed here, she has not met with me even once. She remains secluded in her training. He continued, this has its pros and cons. The benefit is that we need not worry about a power grab. The drawback is that unless the situation is of utmost urgency, the elite from the stationed families are no different than if they were absent. Isn't that better? Hong Mingzi remarked casually. Our Red Whale gang could entirely monopolize the north. The shrinking trade routes mean that monopolizing the profits is not as advantageous as before. What use is there in that? Lu Sheng shook his head. Brother, you are not in the right position to make such claims. It's not that I've relinquished my position, but rather that we genuinely lack the strength. Without the Jin family to maintain order, the Shangyang family can at most ensure the normal operation of our Red Whale gang, but they will not intervene with the increasingly rampant spirits and monsters. We are, after all, mere mortals, powerless against them, Hong Mingzi said, taking a sip from his cup. Indeed, the Shangyang family is ultimately just a family from the Central Plains, Lu Sheng agreed, nodding. After the retreat from the Red Workshop, the shopkeeper had yet to return, and his greatest rival in the north was none other than the Umbrella Woman. A month prior, after traveling from Shangyang Juli to the Red Workshop, he had sought to contact Zhuo Wenyu to gather items infused with Yin energy, but the latter seemed to have vanished, either discovered by the Red Workshop or having abandoned contact due to the elevated risk of exposure and his own changed status. That small cauldron remained in Lu Sheng's possession. He had studied it for some time with no findings and ultimately placed it in a hidden box, disregarding it entirely. Thus, the source of the ominous energy has been severed. By the way, my esteemed brother, have you found any leads on the item I requested? Lu Sheng suddenly inquired. I have indeed located a few more antique shops, yet they are quite similar to those you visited previously. I fear you may still struggle to find something to your liking, Hong Mingzi replied, shaking his head. Lu Sheng publicly professed a passion for antique collecting and had even hosted an appraisal event, yet to no avail. Indeed, he too felt that this haphazard approach was far too inefficient. Suddenly, from the staircase emerged a group of henchmen, rushing forth and kneeling on one knee. Reporting to the leader, a banquet invitation has arrived from Master Xiaohongye. Xiaohongye? Lu Sheng momentarily paused. This chief steward of the Wuyou Manor had unexpectedly arranged a banquet, leaving him curious about the underlying intentions. Bring me the invitation, he said calmly. The henchman promptly approached with utmost respect, presenting the invitation to Lu Sheng. Upon receiving it, Lu Sheng gently opened it, noting the contents within, which indicated a request for a significant discussion. After closing the invitation, he pondered for a moment. Tonight, I shall meet this individual. Wuyou Manor, a mysterious entity straddling the realms of the aristocracy and the supernatural, had previously only arranged small meetings for discussions. This banquet was a first, and he was eager to ascertain the motives of the steward, Xiaohongye, currently at the helm of the Qijing gang. Lu Sheng wielded considerable authority and frequently engaged in discussions with both Daoist Bai Feng and Xiaohongye. As they collectively navigated various challenging issues, this was what they referred to as a small meeting. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient, Hong Mingzi nodded. Lu Sheng acknowledged him, and after resting atop the tower for a while, he attended to some gang affairs. Approaching noon, he took a carriage homeward, under the blazing sun. The weather had fully transitioned into the sweltering season. The Lu family had firmly established themselves in the mountainous town after heeding Lu Sheng's advice. Lu Quan and Oppos, and had stockpiled a considerable amount of grain, which now served as the initial capital for rebuilding their enterprise. With this substantial sum, he opened numerous shops, venturing into the herbal medicine trade. The northern regions were inundated with medicinal goods, the quantities available for transport being exceedingly scarce, resulting in a price collapse, which the Lu family seized upon to acquire in bulk. Furthermore, the Qijing gang had a significant demand for medicinal supplies. So Lu Sheng discreetly allocated a portion of this business to the Lu family, marking a commendable development. After traversing the city for a while in his carriage, Lu Sheng swiftly returned to the Lu residence. He was soon greeted by a young servant. The eldest son has returned. Where's the head of the family? Lu Sheng inquired casually as he disembarked. Chapter 118. Tranquility. The head of the family was resting in the garden when a young servant hurriedly responded. As Lu Sheng stepped through the gate, he was suddenly taken aback. In the center of the courtyard, where he seldom encountered her, Lu Yingying was kneeling under the scorching sun, biting her lip in silence. She had always maintained a fair and pristine appearance, but now she was drenched in sweat. Her clothes clinging to her form, with a layer of white salt crusting on her blue outer garment, remnants of her perspiration. What is happening? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow and summoned a nearby guard. What is the fifth miss doing? The guard, looking helpless, replied. Fifth miss has become entangled with a scholar from the academy. Alas! He subtly gestured towards his abdomen, indicating her condition. She is with child, and that scholar has vanished. It is said he is confined at home, and his family vehemently opposes this. They have hurled countless insults at the 5th Mississippi. When the master learned of this, he was furious and caused a scene at home, even declaring that he would disown her and told her to leave. Lu Sheng and Appo's brow deepened further. He had heard rumors of Lu Yingying and Appo's liaison with a scholar who seemed to possess both good looks and a respectable background. Initially, he had harbored hopes that she had found a suitable match, yet he never anticipated such a debacle. Very well, you may continue, he said. Having gleaned some understanding of the situation, he strode into the main hall. Passing through the side of the grand room adorned with a plaque that read abundance in the family, and emerged into the garden of the Lu residence. Lu Quanan sat in a corner of the garden, his face ashen, tightly clutching 2 copper balls he had been toying with. Father. Lu Sheng approached and seated himself on a stone bench beside Lu Quanan. What is going on with my sister? You arrived just in time. Lu Quanan exclaimed. Your sister has entangled herself with a prominent family in the city and is now with child. Just think about it. A young lady, yet to be wed, is already pregnant. I only realized something was amiss when she suddenly vomited and fainted while shopping yesterday morning. Upon investigation, it was confirmed she is expecting. This matter has already spread, and people are saying that the Lu family is just a bunch of country bumpkins, lacking in manners and propriety, with daughters of loose morals. Lu Quanan's agitation was palpable as he spoke. And the scholar? Lu Sheng inquired, frowning. Do you know which family he belongs to? I know the family, but I do not know the identity of the scholar. She refuses to say, fearing it would tarnish his reputation. Lu Quanan's frustration was evident. Their reputation matters, but ours does not. And here she is, kneeling under the sun for this. Isn't it a bit excessive to force her to kneel in such heat, considering she is pregnant? Lu Sheng remarked softly. Xiao Sheng, you are now a person of considerable capability. In this mountainous city, I am unsure of your actual influence. But your prior suggestion of stockpiling grain indicates you are not without discernment. Please help me investigate who is responsible for this scandal that has befallen my daughter. Though our family may be small, we are not to be trifled with. Lu Quanan's ire was escalating. Leave it to me, Lu Sheng nodded. The household was indeed in disarray. Lu Yingying, who had always exhibited a cold and self-serving nature, had surprisingly fallen victim so easily and become pregnant. After lunch, he retreated to his chamber to meditate and practice for a while, taking medicinal pills to aid in his cultivation. As the yin energy had been nearly depleted, he could only practice internal martial arts to consolidate his strength. However, having mastered the 4 forms of the Jin Sha Gong, he found that pursuing other hard martial arts, such as the Baozhuang Gong, yielded no results. Through careful study, he discovered that at his current level of cultivation, the stimuli required for mastering other hard martial arts were utterly ineffective for him. For instance, one particular hard martial art required one to whip themselves with an iron whip to reach its pinnacle. But for Lu Sheng now, even breaking the whip would inflict no harm. Another technique, the cloud-piercing hand, required striking a spiked iron plate repeatedly, only to find that he could effortlessly leave a palm print on the iron. Such martial arts had become irrelevant to him. His current practice was merely a means of familiarization and consolidation, as ordinary martial arts could no longer advance his skills, with hard martial arts proving futile. Lu Sheng began to explore the internal cultivation techniques accumulated in the sect, hoping to break through to the 9th level of the Qiji Jiu Gong. Unfortunately, at his level, the amount of yin energy required to progress further was immense, and a few ordinary yin energy items were wholly insufficient. This was the crux of his relentless search for yin energy materials. After completing his daily training, Lu Sheng slowly rose. Xiaoer had prepared a chilled sour plum soup for him. Is the 5th miss still kneeling? He casually inquired. Yes, she is still kneeling, Xiaoer replied, a hint of sympathy crossing her youthful face. The master has issued a strict order, forbidding anyone from assisting her. If she wishes to kneel, let her kneel until she can kneel no more. Lu Sheng shook his head. Go and bring her some water, and tell her it is from me. Xiaoer beamed with delight. She had long found it unbearable to witness a pregnant woman enduring such harsh conditions under the blazing sun. Since Lu Sheng had spoken, surely the head of the family would grant him some leniency. After all, the true authority in the Lu family currently rested with the eldest son. Xiao hurriedly set down the sour plum soup and dashed out, while Lu Sheng sighed and drank the bowl in a single gulp. After a brief respite, he left the residence and took a carriage to the Xiao residence, where Xiao Hongye resided. As the representative of the Shangyang family, Lu Sheng was to meet with Xiao Hongye, the representative of the Wuyou residence, while Baifeng Daoist served as the chief inspector for the imperial court. Together, the three could significantly influence the stability of the northern territories. Therefore, such gatherings were neither too frequent nor too rare. Before Lu Sheng arrived at the Xiao residence, he could hear the distant sound of silk and bamboo instruments. Upon reaching the entrance, Xiao Hongye, accompanied by his concubine, stepped forward to greet him. "Brother Lu, please come in. Baifeng Daoist and I have been waiting for you, and the food has gone cold." Xiao Hongye exclaimed jovially. "Master Xiao, you jest. How could I dare to keep you and Baifeng Daoist waiting?" Lu Sheng replied with a smile. "Let us go inside." As they entered the courtyard, they passed through the corridor, reaching a small hall at the back. Baifeng Daoist was already waiting inside. In addition to him, a young man with sharp eyebrows and long hair sat in one of the chairs. Upon seeing Lu Sheng enter, the young man wore an arrogant expression, seemingly indifferent even to Xiao Hongye's presence, as though he had not noticed their arrival. "Please, have a seat," Baifeng urged with a smile. "This is?" Lu Sheng inquired, noticing the presence of an outsider at their small gathering, which piqued his interest. "This is the esteemed swordsman, young Master Ling Feng, who has traveled through various nations," Baifeng introduced. Although young Master Ling hails from the Ling family, renowned for its knife techniques, he possesses remarkable skills in the silver silk sword art and is currently challenging renowned masters everywhere. Rumor has it that brother Lu and Appo's swordsmanship surpasses that of the former greatest master of the northern territories, Hong Mingzi. Hence, he has come to seek your guidance. Baifeng and Appo's smile seemed to conceal an undisclosed intent. Lu Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. He was not of noble lineage, but an ordinary person who had ascended through sheer diligence. He had always feared that his origins would be discovered. Should anyone learn that he was an unparalleled master who had risen from humble beginnings and could contend with those of noble descent, the consequences and reactions would be unfathomable. Now, with Baifeng introducing someone to challenge him, he could not help but suspect that Baifeng had uncovered something about him. "Leader Lu." Ling Feng slowly rose, gripping the hilt of his sword behind him. Having long heard of the Sword King's reputation in the northern lands, he, though merely a mortal, was expected to possess some merit. Yet, he never anticipated that he would be so swiftly surpassed by you. However, it seems fortuitous. Both of us hail from prestigious bloodlines, rendering this a fair contest. Pray, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lu Sheng gazed at the man before him. Though his demeanor exuded arrogance and disdain, his actions and aura were imbued with an air of grave caution, indicating that he was far from the haughty figure he projected. Ling Gongzi and Appo's swordsmanship is unparalleled, yet regrettably, I do not wield a sword, he remarked nonchalantly. Why does the esteemed Lu Bangzhu decline? During my journey, I have challenged no fewer than 100 renowned figures. I have heard that your black membrane is an extraordinarily rare and colorful phenomenon, which is precisely why I sought your counsel. Do you intend to avoid battle? Such a stance is unbecoming of a leader, Ling Feng asserted, his aura growing increasingly sharp, as if he were a sword drawn from its sheath, emanating a profound and intense pressure. It is merely a friendly spar, is it not? Brother Lu, allow us to witness once more the splendor of your past battles. Xiao Hongye interjected with a smile. Indeed. I have long heard of Brother Lu's unparalleled sky-switching blade technique, renowned for its formidable power. I have only had the chance to observe it from a distance during the previous contest, and I have yet to enjoy a closer examination, Baifeng added. What is your intent, Bangzhu Lu? Ling Feng and Appo's piercing gaze remained fixed on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng glanced at Xiao Hongye and Baifeng, then at Ling Feng's grasp on his sword. After a moment's contemplation, he decided, very well. Since both of you wish to witness my expertise in blade techniques, I shall engage in a friendly exchange with Brother Ling. If that is the case, let us proceed to the underground training ground. Beneath this residence, I have excavated a spacious arena specifically for martial practice. Today is indeed an opportune moment to utilize it, Xiao Hongye suggested promptly. No need for that, Lu Sheng replied, turning to Ling Feng with a slight smile. In truth, It can be settled with just a single move, right here. Ling Feng was taken aback, suddenly feeling every hair on his body stand on end, as if a fearsome beast were fixating on him. Alarmed, he instinctively dodged to the left. Boom! A colossal black claw descended upon his forehead with a thunderous crash. It's over. This thought flashed through his mind in a moment of despair. Boom! A massive hole was smashed into the wall of the small hall as Lu Sheng seized Ling Feng by the head and forcefully slammed it against the hard stone wall, causing blood and brain matter to splatter across the floor. His right hand had swollen to more than double its normal size, appearing grotesquely inhuman. As he slowly pulled Ling Feng from the wall, "Behold, it is finished," Lu Sheng smiled at Bai Feng, licking the blood that had splattered onto his lips. Bai Feng sat in his chair, gripping the armrests tightly as his smile gradually stiffened. Ling Feng is dead. The smile faded from Xiao Hongya's face. Although he was merely a fallen scion of a once noble family, he was still a member of the gentry. Lu Sheng's willingness to kill without a second thought was shocking. Ling Feng and Apos' black membrane had failed to delay anything, as if it had never existed, utterly crushed by Lu Sheng and Apos' brute force. Without the black membrane, he no longer possessed his immortal body. Most crucially, Ling Feng's demise was too swift, leaving them no opportunity to discern Lu Sheng's true capabilities. Lu Bangzhu truly is the foremost expert of the northern lands. Xiao Hongya chuckled awkwardly, attempting to break the tension. Such words are best left unspoken, should they reach the outside world. We would be the subject of ridicule, Lu Sheng humbly remarked, withdrawing his hand and wiping the grime from Ling Feng and Apos' clothing. Chapter 119. Resolution to claim that Lu Sheng is the foremost expert among mortals may hold some merit, but in the presence of the formidable Yang Nine Rights and the enigmatic duo of smiling tigers before him, believing himself to be the greatest master of the North is a clear sign of folly. Let us change our venue for this discussion, suggested Xiao Hongya. The trio swiftly relocated to another chamber, and the deceased Ling Feng was no longer mentioned. After their departure, his remains quickly turned to ash, consumed by darkness. Ling Feng possessed the strength of a dual-pattern master. When Lu Sheng struck out with his palm, it felt as though he had grasped an exceedingly slippery fish. Upon exerting force, the Red Extreme 9 killing technique surged into Ling Feng's body, triggering both the shockwave and blood net effects simultaneously, pinning Ling Feng in place. This meant that once an ordinary expert was caught in his grip, the dual effects would render them unable to escape. Such was the fate of Ling Feng, whose abilities were never fully realized before he fell victim to Lu Sheng's decisive strike. Though it appeared that he met his end from a shattered skull, the truth lay within. His corpse was already saturated with the internal energy net of the Red Extreme 9 killing technique. Without internal energy, mere brute force could not vanquish an existence of that caliber. A synergy of both was essential. Only Yang-attributed internal energy could effectively harm an opponent. The three found themselves in a new room that resembled a collection chamber, filled with an array of sculptures depicting flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Each piece was a root carving, bizarre yet vividly lifelike. "Ah, this is the extent of my collecting interests. I hope you do not mock me," Xiao Hongye said with a smile, her fan concealing her mouth. "Not at all. Your unique tastes are commendable. And I had no idea you were a master of root carving," Lu Sheng complimented with a grin. From these sculptures, he discerned a distinctive style akin to Xiao Hongye's, and the evident freshness of the carvings suggested they were crafted by her own hands. "Your praise is misplaced," Xiao Hongye said, her eyes narrowing. She then dismissed the surrounding servants and maidens. Once they were alone, she secured the doors and windows before gesturing for the two to sit and converse. "The purpose of inviting you both here is to discuss the forthcoming ritual," she said with a beaming smile. "The ritual?" Bai Feng raised an eyebrow. "Must it commence so soon? Isn't it traditionally held once every decade?" "Indeed, we are merely preemptively discussing matters," Xiao Hongye replied, glancing at Lu Sheng. "This requires your full cooperation, as you are the principal preparer. Do you have any arrangements?" "The ritual?" Lu Sheng maintained a composed facade, though internally he was utterly bewildered, having no knowledge of such a practice, which seemed common knowledge among the scions of noble families. Their demeanor suggested it was the most ordinary of affairs. "What arrangements could I possibly make?" "It depends entirely on your intentions," he ventured, feigning uncertainty. "There are still 6 months until the ritual at my Wuyo Manor. So there is no rush. The previous red dragon blood sacrifice depleted our resources significantly, and my lord has become somewhat exposed. Thus, This matter hinges on both of you. We must avoid drawing too much attention, Xiao Hongye smiled, adding, our Wuyo Manor is willing to offer 100 fake silver pills as total compensation for this endeavor. Fake silver pills? Bai Feng exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. That is quite a generous offer. The Lord of Wuyo Manor is indeed magnanimous. Lu Sheng was entirely oblivious to the significance of the fake silver pills, yet he managed to mask his ignorance with a hint of intrigue. Xiao Hongye appeared pleased with their reactions, continuing, we will require at least 10 individuals who are devoid of their 10 fingers, regardless of age, and 100 ordinary living beings. It is imperative that we do not incite too much upheaval. That seems to be a standard quota. I have no objections. Bai Feng stated, indicating that the authorities would raise no issues. Xiao Hongye then turned her gaze to Lu Sheng. A flicker of understanding began to dawn within him, prompting him to cautiously inquire, what does it mean by individuals, regardless of age? Xiao Hongye chuckled softly. This includes both the elderly and children. We merely require a single drop of their heart and Apos' blood, so the quantity is inconsequential. In that moment, Lu Sheng comprehended the grim reality. Wuyo Manor was seeking human sacrifices. This was indeed a murderous undertaking. Heart's blood, taken from the heart, was nothing short of taking a life. As he scrutinized the expressions of Xiao Hongye and Bai Feng, he was struck by their nonchalant demeanor, as if they were discussing the menu for lunch, treating human lives as mere commodities, akin to livestock awaiting slaughter. Xiao Hongye elaborated. Not long ago, I brought 100 people from Yunshou, but a few pests intercepted us along the way. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here searching for alternatives. Would death row inmates and criminals suffice? Lu Sheng asked in a low voice. Certainly, that is preferable, as it minimizes complications. However, individuals without fingers are not easily found. Bai Feng responded with a chuckle. Very well, Lu Sheng, let us settle this. You shall be the primary contributor. How about 70 fake silver pills? Xiao Hongye urged. With a sigh inwardly, Lu Sheng grappled with his conscience. He had never been one to shy away from darkness. But to take innocent lives for the sake of a ritual? He questioned whether he had descended to such depths of depravity. Yet, he realized that refusing would mark him as an enemy of Wuyo Manor, and judging by Bai Feng's demeanor, this was a matter deemed commonplace among the noble families. There was no escaping this fate. Noticing the subtle shift in expressions on Xiao Hongye and Bai Feng's faces, he realized his hesitation had aroused suspicion. Thus, while I cannot guarantee individuals without fingers, I can provide the quota of 100, he stated, contemplating the prisoners in the dungeons or those who had committed crimes. Knowing that the sheer volume would allow him to meet the requirement. That will suffice. Xiao Hongye and Apos' gaze shifted away from him. Shall we set this arrangement for every decade henceforth? Bai Feng added, I have no objections, as long as Wuyo Manor fulfills its obligations. Lu Sheng managed to smile. Agreed, though the pricing will not be fixed. Naturally, Xiao Hongye laughed. How long do you anticipate needing? We will conduct the ritual in 2 months. I shall endeavor to expedite the process, Lu Sheng replied solemnly. Xiao Yuanwei, please prepare the fake silver pills. Rest assured, she assured him. After finalizing their agreement, the trio engaged in light conversation, mostly dominated by Xiao Hongye and Bai Feng, while Lu Sheng listened intently, only occasionally offering his thoughts. As their dialogue deepened, he gradually grasped the nature of the ritual. It was a sacrificial rite that noble families were obliged to perform every decade, offering lives as tributes to their revered deities. Failure to perform such rites would weaken the powers of the noble offspring, diminishing their abilities. Through indirect inquiries, Lu Sheng learned that any family that revered divine weaponry was mandated to conduct these sacrifices without exception. Thus, both noble houses and demonic factions sought to maintain stability and prosperity within their territories to facilitate a larger population for future rituals. He understood that the specific requirements for the sacrifices could vary over time. Upon learning this, Lu Sheng's heart sank with clarity. Noble families were nothing more than grotesque demons masquerading in human guise, viewing ordinary people merely as livestock, perhaps slightly better than mere animals. After some time, Bai Feng excused himself, leaving Lu Sheng and Xiao Hongye alone. She summoned a beautiful courtesan, brazenly reaching beneath her skirt. While Lu Sheng sat alongside her in a small hall, watching as the concubines performed their dances. The music flowed softly, enchanting and melodious, though the instrument that produced such notes remained unknown. Lu Sheng sat in his seat, listening as if he were hearing a young maiden's gentle and lyrical murmurs. reminiscent of exquisite sounds born amidst the joy of dewdrops. Seated beside him was a captivating woman, her bosom undulating like waves. Yet, despite the sultry atmosphere, he felt not the slightest inclination towards revelry, only a trace of coldness in his heart. Brother Lu, the beauties and concubines here have all been seasoned. Should you take a fancy to any, feel free to choose at your leisure, Xiao Hongye remarked with a grand gesture, his tone lighthearted. My dear brother, you jest. I have no interest in such distractions. The martial way is the sole pursuit of my life. All other trifles are but passing clouds, Lu Sheng replied calmly. Although he was uncertain of what and oppos, seasoned and oppos, entailed, the vacant expressions of the women surrounding him, who seemed to respond like automatons, led him to an understanding of the implication. Nowadays, individuals as pure as you are rare. It's no wonder you've reached the third tier at such a young age, Xiao Hongye sighed. He lifted a glass of fine wine in salute to Lu Sheng, who reciprocated the gesture. Speaking of which, the reason I insisted on keeping you here is that I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you, Xiao Hongye stated earnestly. Please proceed. Lu Sheng had already surmised that Xiao Hongye had something significant to address. Xiao Hongye gestured for the surrounding guards to withdraw, leaving only the dancing maidens and the one beside him. Brother Lu, you may be unaware, but a minor thief we are pursuing at Wuyo Manor has recently arrived in the Northern Territories. He has even allied with some wanted criminals from Yunzhou and seems to be gaining influence. Oh, with the strength of your manor, is it not sufficient to resolve this issue? Lu Sheng chuckled. The thief is exceedingly cunning, evading direct confrontation, always fleeing, which makes the situation quite challenging. Thus, I would like to request your assistance in investigating and keeping an eye on him. Should you uncover any clues, please inform me at once, Xiao Hongye implored sincerely. Upon successful completion, I shall reward you with a Wuyo flower from our manor. Wuyo flower? Lu Sheng was unfamiliar with this item, but presumed it to be of some worth. It can fully restore one's health if the injuries do not exceed 5 layers. And you have likely never used it, Xiao Hongye smiled. We supply it sparingly each year and typically do not distribute it externally. However, you are different, my friend. We are like old acquaintances, and thus this small token is of little consequence. Then I thank you, my brother, Lu Sheng said with a fist clasped in salute. Reflecting on the sight of Zhang Yi, whose head had been cleaved yet remained unyielding, and recalling the umbrella woman and Ling Feng. He had only faced 3 opponents of the confinement level, 2 of whom seemed nearly immortal, while Ling Feng had been dispatched in a single blow, leaving him perplexed by the underlying patterns of their strength. Chapter 120. Resolution. Regaining his composure, Lu Sheng inquired, May I ask what the characteristics of the wanted criminal are? Xiao Hongye appeared to be well prepared. With a hearty slap of his plump hand, a young girl approached, presenting a stack of drawing papers. He handed the drawings to Lu Sheng, who gently unfolded them, his expression shifting slightly. The first image was unmistakably that of Li Shunqi. Although the likeness was somewhat distorted, it was still immediately recognizable. As he flipped through the subsequent drawings, one depicted a rotund, big-eared monk, while the other 2 were, to his surprise, the Lu sisters who had only recently departed from his company. Lu Sheng carefully folded the drawings, maintaining a calm demeanor. He had crossed paths with these individuals before. He had no intention of concealing this connection, for Xiao Hongye was clearly a person of keen insight and extensive knowledge. Attempting to hide such an obvious fact would be impractical. After all, Li Shunqi had been in and out of the gang alongside him on numerous occasions, and many people had seen them together. The Lu sisters, with their distinctly unusual appearances, had also stayed at the Jinyu Flower House for a time, making them well known among the gang members. Haha, my young friend, your honesty is commendable, but it is unfortunate that they have incurred the Lord's wrath. There is little I can do, Xiao Hongye remarked with a knowing chuckle. Keep an eye out, and should you happen upon them, do inform me. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement. After all, both he and Xiao Hongye were merely representatives of their respective factions. They could not make decisions in matters of this nature. That is reassuring. I am aware of your situation, and I trust you will not harbor fugitives, Xiao Hongye concluded with a smile, raising his cup in a toast to Lu Sheng. That night, as Lu Sheng departed from the Xiao residence and settled into the carriage for his return journey, a sense of heaviness enveloped him. Seizing the opportunity during Xiao Hongye's inebriation, he ventured to ask several fundamental questions, gradually grasping the intricacies of the cultivation levels. Even within the same level, the number of patterns greatly influenced the nature of immortality. The durability of single-pattern and double-pattern cultivators was vastly inferior to that of their three-pattern counterparts. A body could sustain damage to 30% without succumbing to death, provided critical areas such as the head or heart remained intact. However, once one reached the three-pattern level, a qualitative transformation occurred. It became nearly impossible to kill them without inflicting over 80% damage to the body at once. Following this was the seven-pattern level, marking a second qualitative transformation in cultivation. Legends spoke of seven-pattern masters who could rapidly regenerate, even if their bodies were utterly obliterated. Moreover, to permanently vanquish a seven-pattern master, one would need to employ effective means to kill them 7 times, thus dismantling the 7 dark membrane patterns that granted them their immortality. 7 times. A heavy realization dawned upon Lu Sheng. This was a terrifying number. Coupled with the inherent strength of 7-pattern masters, it meant that unless one possessed a significantly greater power level, along with the ability to prevent their escape, the prudent course of action when facing such a formidable opponent was to flee. Initially, he believed that upon reaching such a level, he would finally possess some means of self-defense. Yet now, it seemed he remained woefully inadequate. As he sat in the darkness of the carriage, a flicker of fatigue crept into his eyes. However, he quickly steeled himself. This world did not tolerate weakness. As an ordinary person, weakness equated to being prey for the strong. Reflecting on the recent battle, he pondered whether divine weapons could indeed be seized. If his strength were sufficient, could he not claim a divine weapon for himself and elevate his status to that of a prominent family? This thought momentarily crossed his mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. A family that required the sacrifice of hundreds every decade held no true significance. He recalled the Su family, annihilated, their corpses lined up in a haunting tableau that remained etched in his memory. If he were to become part of such a family, how would he differ from a monster? A wave of revulsion swept through him, compelling him to abandon the notion. With the modifier in his possession, what did it matter if he were part of a prominent family? As long as he amassed a wealth of potent martial arts and sought out more dark energy, he could elevate his skills to unimaginable heights. At that moment, a surge of indignation ignited within him. He detested this world, loathed the parasitic families and demons that thrived on the suffering of mortals. This grotesque reality would be corrected by my hand. A fierce resolve welled up within him, a fervent desire to eradicate all injustices from this world. Kill, 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 kill. A torrent of frenzied thoughts of slaughter surged within him, urging the world to return to its rightful course. All who displeased him must perish. As he sat in the carriage, Lu Sheng's eyes gradually reddened, and a thin, crimson vein began to creep forth from the whites of his eyes, connecting his pupils to the corners. The sight was chilling, exuding an aura of profound unrest. Suddenly, a wave of realization struck him. His internal energy from the Qi Extreme 9 Evil technique was surging uncontrollably, far beyond the limits his body could withstand. His skin flushed a deep crimson, as if he might ignite at any moment. This was a sign of impending madness. Alarmed, he swiftly centered his thoughts, calming his energy to restore balance. Fortunately, his martial arts had been directly modified, providing a stable foundation that allowed him to regain control with relative ease. After a considerable time, he emerged from his trance, exhaling deeply. Outside, the driver called out in confusion, "My lord? My lord? Is everything all right? Have we arrived?" Lu Sheng inquired, his voice weary. "Yes, we have arrived," the driver replied, visibly relieved upon hearing Lu Sheng's response. They had reached the entrance of the Lu residence. Lu Sheng sat motionless in the carriage for a long while, shrouded in darkness. His rigorous training in hard martial arts, particularly the Qi Extreme 9 Evil technique, had led to an excess of yang energy, creating an imbalance in his body. He realized he needed to harmonize this with the Yin technique. With the modifier at his disposal, practicing a Yin technique was not an issue. He simply needed to identify it. This experience, however, had subtly illuminated the potential paths ahead of him. If an excess of hard martial arts had led to a state of extreme yang, then a corresponding state of extreme Yin must exist. He resolved to return to the gang's repository to investigate further. With newfound clarity, he began to understand the future trajectory of his martial journey. To ascend to a higher realm of internal cultivation, one might find that, without the modifier, achieving a pure yang state through the balance of yin and yang would be the true path. The state of extreme yang represented absolute brute strength, amassed through hard martial arts, while the state of extreme yin would likely yield equally powerful results. An anticipation began to blossom within him. After resting, the following morning, he made his way to the Qi Whale, arriving at the Xuanwu Pavilion. The elder of the pavilion was once again seated behind the counter, appearing somewhat bleary-eyed. "Oh, the new gang leader has arrived," he mused, glancing at Lu Sheng with an unchanged demeanor, as though merely a title had shifted. The surrounding members of the gang, gathered to peruse the martial arts manuals, greeted Lu Sheng with respect, their attitudes reverent. Yet, the elder remained aloof, indifferent to the proceedings. Judging by the gang leader's situation, "You must be seeking an internal cultivation technique," he remarked, casually producing a sheet of paper listing all the available techniques. Lu Sheng was taken aback. Before he could voice his intentions, the elder had discerned his objectives. Was the situation so evident? He scrutinized the elder for a moment before accepting the paper, which revealed the following list: Yuqian technique, 3-yin art, Baoping Qi, 4-loop cold plum technique, tailing Dan technique, flying frost technique. In total, there were 6 techniques, all categorized under the foundational level, each accompanied by detailed descriptions. With the absence of the Jin family, the established rules no longer necessitate adherence to contributions. As the leader of the faction, certain privileges remain at his disposal. Lu Sheng set aside the document. How did the elder discern that Lu required based internal energy? He had always suspected that the elder was no ordinary individual. During a crisis within the faction, he remained remarkably composed while safeguarding the Su-NW Pavilion. Most notably, within the vast Su-NW Pavilion, which housed an abundance of significant texts, not a single incident had occurred thus far. This was indeed remarkable. The old man could only perceive an imbalance in the leader's yin and yang. The leader possessed exceptional talent, yet his approach was somewhat extreme. Some miraculous elixirs, although capable of enhancing one's power, should be consumed sparingly, the elder remarked with a hint of wisdom. "Thank you for your counsel, elder," Lu Sheng nodded. The elder mistakenly believed his abilities were a result of medication, a misconception he chose not to correct. His foundation was far superior to that of any mere drug user, with boundless potential for enhancement that those relying on pills could not hope to match. After thoroughly examining the internal energy listed on the document, Lu Sheng requested a portion of the Baoping Qi, intending to return home for diligent practice. Having reached a significant mastery of yang energy, perhaps his bodily channels would experience some transformation. Furthermore, it was time for him to venture out personally to gather some yin energy. Since he could not locate any antique items, and there were no leads from Zhuo Wenyu, he decided to confront some spirits directly, thereby efficiently collecting yin energy. The Hongfang could not be disturbed. Now that they had retreated, there was a temporary truce between them and the Qi Jing gang. As long as he did not initiate contact, Hongfang would remain passive. However, the recent emergence of other spectral entities in various locales required resolution. Upon exiting the Su-NW Pavilion, Lu Sheng returned to the leader's study, where Yu Lianzi was diligently organizing faction affairs. Upon seeing him, she appeared as though released from a heavy burden, hastily rising to offer him her seat. "At last, you've arrived, leader. Recently, there have been over a dozen unresolved cases across various regions, not to mention 5 or 6 of spiritual significance. It's utterly chaotic," she lamented, the beauty of her face marred by the visible bags under her eyes, a clear indication of her recent exhaustion. Upon assuming leadership, Lu Sheng's first task was to categorize all ongoing cases into ordinary, spiritual, and detention levels. Cases above the detention level were deemed indistinguishable for the average members and classified accordingly, allowing for a more targeted resolution of all matters. "What of Chen Ying, the leader?" Lu Sheng casually inquired as he took a seat. "He has already taken a team to resolve one of the spiritual cases," Yu Lianzi replied. "And how many detention cases are there?" Lu Sheng continued. "There is one, but its classification remains uncertain." Yu Lianzi furrowed her brow. "Are you suggesting?" Lu Sheng nodded, affirming her speculation. To gather yin energy, he would indeed need to confront and vanquish spectral beings. To conserve time, targeting those with a higher concentration of yin energy would be most advantageous. Given his current prowess, at the 3-pattern level, he surpassed the deputy of the Hongfang, the Umbrella Woman, and could effortlessly manage typical anomalies, let alone ordinary specters. With a modicum of caution, traversing the northern lands should pose no issue. Since the leader is personally taking action, success is assured. Yu Lianzi exhaled in relief. "This case gave me pause as well. I was uncertain how to classify it." "Allow me to see," Lu Sheng said calmly. Yu Lianzi stepped forward and swiftly retrieved a folded piece of yellow paper from the table, gently unfolding it. Lu Sheng took it and glanced at the contents. The initial 3 words striking his vision: T Gang, Apothecary, Lioli Mirror. Chapter 121. The glazed mirror. With her hands covering her face, she peered through her fingers. I'm counting to 10. Lingling's voice resounded as she stood by the straw pile under the night sky. Don't you dare remove your hands. You must keep them over your face. No cheating. Run, run. Let her catch us, ha ha ha. The children scattered in all directions, swiftly hiding among the mounds of harvested straw. Unbeknownst to Lingling, they had conspired to play a trick on her. Their reluctant agreement to play was merely a ruse. Who would willingly choose to entertain a girl burdened with poor eyesight at such a late hour? 1, 2, 3, 4. In the tranquil straw field, only the girl's cheerful counting echoed. The children, who had previously hidden, had long since slipped away to unknown corners. In the vast, empty field, only Lingling remained. With her face covered, crouched atop a straw pile, counting. Clad in a thin garment, the evening breeze chilled her slightly, yet her heart brimmed with joy. For the first time, she felt included in their games. Although tasked with being the seeker, she didn't mind, as long as she could play with others. 7, 8, 9, 10. It's my turn to find you. Lingling joyfully turned around, her hands still shielding her face, scanning the surroundings. The field lay silent, her voice the only sound reverberating in the stillness. Let me see where you're all hiding. She ventured forth, stepping carefully. Her inherent vision impairment rendered distant objects indistinct, mere blurs in the moonlit night. With only the faint glow of the moon to guide her, peering through her fingers made clarity even more elusive. As she cautiously approached a straw pile, she called out, Hey Xiao Yuan, is that you? She leaped forward, peering behind the mound, only to find it empty. Oh no, no one is here. Lingling exclaimed disappointedly, moving to another straw pile. After a near stumble, she painstakingly made her way to the second mound. Chendanyu, is that you? She jumped to another, larger straw pile, yet found it devoid of anyone as well. Patiently, she continued her search. Having never been afforded companionship in play, Lingling's humble origins left her often scorned. Yet now, she felt an overwhelming joy, relishing the shared laughter. Even if it meant being the one to seek. Lingling searched tirelessly, losing track of time as dusk deepened into night, still failing to discover a single friend. Where are you all? Exhausted, she paused to catch her breath. Suddenly, in the dim moonlight, she caught a glimpse of a corner of clothing concealed at the far side of a straw pile. It seemed as if someone was hiding within the straw. The fabric appeared familiar, reminiscent of a child's attire. It must be Ajun, Lingling speculated, quietly moving towards the straw pile. She treaded slowly, nearly losing her balance several times, determined to remain silent. Finally reaching the edge of the fabric, she inhaled deeply. Got you, Ajun. With a swift motion, she flung aside the straw, revealing a pale-faced child standing within, seemingly smiling at her. Startled, Dongqi shot upright in bed, drenched in sweat, gazing at the embroidered fish and shrimp design on the canopy at the foot of her bed. The vibrant black shrimp and red carp stood out sharply, their colors discernible even in the dark. Another nightmare. Dongqi sighed, the vividness of the dream still causing her heart to race. Turning to the window, she beheld the moonlight filtering softly, a small round disc hanging in the sky. Miss, miss. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by anxious calls. Miss, are you all right? It was Cui Ping. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Dongqi rose from her bed to open the door. Cui Ping, a maid with her hair styled in horn braids, rushed in and steadied Dongqi. Did you have another nightmare? Yes. I'm fine, really. Dongqi forced a smile. By the way, what about the envoy from the Qi Jing gang? How far away are they? Departing from the vicinity of Yangshan City. It should take about 2 days to reach here. They must be nearing their destination. Upon confirming Dongqi was all right, Cui Ping sighed in relief. Yes, they should be arriving soon. The carriage rolled steadily along the mountain path, flanked by dense trees. Lu Sheng sat by the window, swaying with the motion of the vehicle. Su Chui drove the carriage, having brought only Lu Sheng on this journey. As a skilled practitioner of the Flying Eagle Hall, Su Chui was among the most likely candidates to break through to a higher level of mastery. They had packed ample supplies of fodder and provisions. Hastening toward the tea house gang's territory. Su Chui, how far is it to Qingsha town? Lu Sheng inquired, extracting a vial of golden ointment from his satchel, scooping a small amount with his finger and consuming it. Replying to the master, Just over this mountain ridge lies Qingcha town. Once we reach there, we'll be at the tea house gang, which thrives on tea cultivation. It shouldn't be much farther, Su Chue respectfully answered. Lu Sheng nodded, stowing the ointment. This substance nourished the body, proving exceptionally effective for both internal and external cultivation, serving as an optimal supplement for maintaining one's condition. He consumed a small amount daily to preserve his health, for his formidable internal skills had reached a staggering level. Merely relying on food was insufficient to sustain his strength. Regular supplementation of such remedies was essential, otherwise, neglect would lead to deterioration. Fortunately, he practiced a regimen that complemented his physical cultivation, without which merely nurturing his body would not be such a simple endeavor. Lu Sheng understood this well. Feeling the flowing energy within him, he closed his eyes, gradually regulating his breath, envisioning the overall diagram of the Baoping Qi. Life encompasses three treasures, transforming the energy within into essence to replenish the innate. The envisioned diagram resembled a clear blue sky, but featured subtle, swirling patterns akin to cotton fluff within the sun. As Lu Sheng meditated, his body entered a special state conducive to practicing Baoping Qi. The innate energy of his body instinctively repelled all other energies within his meridians. Several channels of Baoping Qi overlapped with his own, making it exceedingly challenging to harmonize. However, Lu Sheng remained unfazed, having anticipated this. His internal energy had already reached the limits of his meridians, and the transformation of his hard skills merely led to a slight expansion of his channels, creating a sliver of space for the practice of Baoping Qi. After some time, he opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile of resignation. Still not enough. My meridians and dantian are already filled to capacity. Baoping Qi cannot generate energy, remaining suppressed by the Qiji Jiushagong. If I don and oppose, T devise a solution. I want and oppose, T be able to enhance my internal strength. Sitting in the carriage, Lu Sheng fell into deep contemplation. Without cultivating the yin aspect of internal energy, he would be unable to balance his body's yin and yang, posing a latent risk. Yet, his internal energy was already saturated. Internal energy is the essence derived from the food consumed, circulating through distinct meridians, accumulating as a potent force within the body. As the essence of energy is considered, is there a method to compress the internal energy and enhance its density? Just as air, despite its thinness, can be transformed into a liquid state under specific conditions of considerable pressure and low temperature, what prerequisites must be met for internal energy to achieve a liquid form? Lu Sheng closed his eyes in contemplation. His rigorous training had led to an extraordinary transformation in his physique whenever he channeled his energy, a state he designated as the anode. This anode form seemed to inadvertently fulfill one of the requirements for compression. To convert air into a liquid, the foremost condition is high pressure. Thus, if I desire the liquid internal energy to circulate within my body, it is imperative that my physique possesses sufficient resilience and strength to act as a vessel. This criterion appears to be achievable. Furthermore, a means of pressure enhancement is necessary. Extending his hand, Lu Sheng gradually manifested a searing, intangible sphere of internal energy in his palm. He elevated his hand to eye level, and through the internal energy, he could distinctly perceive the external scenery, which appeared somewhat distorted. Evidently, a certain transparent gas was refracting and distorting the light. For compression, I could consider injecting the internal energy into a metallic container. No, that will not suffice, as metal can conduct internal energy. I must seek a material that does not conduct internal energy. This predicament is rather vexing. Lu Sheng sighed inwardly and retracted the crimson energy of the Jiu-Sha technique from his palm. Outside the window, the landscape gradually transitioned from wild woodlands interspersed with tea gardens to rolling green hills adorned with expansive tea plantations. Many of the tea trees had grown old and withered, yet remained unharvested, lending an air of desolation. The carriage continued onward, swiftly arriving at an ancient town characterized by only 7 or 8 streets. The cobblestones were cracked, and most shops had closed their doors, while sporadic bonfires for burning paper offerings flickered along the roadside. Few pedestrians traversed the streets, with only the occasional hurried figure in sight. Is this the Qingcha town? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, recalling that a fortress of the Filian army was stationed nearby. How could this place, within the protective perimeter, appear so desolate? Su Chue shook his head. I am unaware. However, let us first seek the headquarters of the tea gang. It has been quite some time since our Qi Jing gang had a branch here. To gather information, We must undoubtedly consult the local faction, the T Gang. Lu Sheng produced a letter of distress from the T Gang addressed to the Qijing Gang, embossed with the seal of the gang leader, Dong Xingping. However, the handwriting within was elegant and refined. The letter was sent by someone named Dong Qi, who, according to intelligence, should be the sole daughter of the current leader of the T Gang. Her sending a plea for assistance under her name must imply a certain arrangement. We shall proceed according to the address provided, which is located at Shengming Fong on East 6th Street. Indeed, Su Chui replied, guiding the carriage while glancing at the street signs. After a short distance and 2 turns, they encountered a lean man adorned with a white headscarf approaching them. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed envoy of the Qijing Gang?" asked a man with a square face, stepping forward with a respectful demeanor. "And you are?" Su Chui inquired. "We are the designated representatives sent by Miss Dong Qi of the T Gang to welcome the esteemed envoy. Please follow us." The man replied with a welcoming smile. Chapter 122. The glazed mirror. Su Chui cast a glance at Lu Sheng, receiving a nod of approval. He then urged the carriage to follow the group of men, traversing the town streets until a grand 4-story red pavilion came into view. The pavilion, adorned with a white roof and red walls, featured a pair of bronze scissors hanging at the entrance, each towering above a person. They appeared razor-sharp, but upon closer inspection, one could discern that they were merely decorative, embedded as patterns on the door. Behind the pavilion lay a sprawling expanse of layered courtyards. Outside the main gate, a slender girl with long hair, clad in a delicate green garment, stood with a long sword strapped to her back. Upon spotting Lu Sheng and Su Chui, her eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly approached. "May I inquire if you are from the Red Whale Gang?" she asked. "Indeed, you must be Miss Dong Qi, daughter of the T Gang's leader." Su Chui replied with a smile. "My master has personally come to resolve this matter. I kindly ask for your guidance." At that moment, Lu Sheng slowly emerged from the carriage. Compared to before, his physique appeared considerably more normal, no longer boasting the exaggerated muscle definition. A fine layer of short hair had grown on his bald head, rendering him less intimidating. However, even in this state, Dong Qi sensed an aura of ferocity emanating from him. The 2 large crossed swords strapped to his back indicated that he was indeed the one to remedy the situation. "May I ask how to address you, esteemed sir?" she inquired, her tone imbued with solemnity. "I am Lu, Miss Dong Qi. Perhaps you could first enlighten me about the affairs of the T Gang," he replied, refraining from elaborating on his own identity, for as the leader, he deemed it inappropriate to disclose such information casually. "Ah, so you are Lu. Please, follow me," Dong Qi said, visibly relieved. For several nights, she had endured tormenting dreams. And now, at last, a savior had arrived. The Red Whale Gang had handled similar matters before, and the T Gang had previously sought their expertise with successful outcomes, thus instilling her with confidence. With that, she led Lu Sheng and Su Chui into the sacred tea pavilion. They passed through the main hall, arriving at a side courtyard where a lavish feast had already been prepared to welcome them. After inviting Lu Sheng and Su Chui to take their seats, she began recounting the events that had unfolded within the T Gang. Here in Appos, as how it transpired, Dong Qi began, her expression tinged with sorrow. "Over a year ago, during early spring, a troubling incident occurred within our gang. This incident led to misfortune befalling my father, my uncle, and many high-ranking members of our organization." "What incident?" Lu Sheng prompted. He occupied 2 seats, delicately sipping from his cup. Dong Qi nodded, her emotions stabilizing somewhat as she continued. "At that time, my father, the leader of the T Gang, Dong Xingping, encountered the current herbalist of our gang, Zhuo Qingyang, while inspecting the tea mountains. They hit it off immediately and would often engage in long discussions late into the night. Initially, my uncle and I thought they were merely conversing, but one night, I happened to pass by my father's room and overheard something unusual." "What was unusual?" Lu Sheng inquired. "Upon entering the sacred tea pavilion, I sensed something was amiss. As if the place lacked vitality," she recalled. "I happened to see my father and Zhuo Qingyang not merely talking, but kneeling before a towering glazed mirror, engaged in some kind of ritual. I was terrified, for I saw them reciting incantations with pallid faces. I fled immediately. The following day, I approached my father to inquire. But he completely denied any such occurrence, claiming I was fabricating stories. Did he truly forget, or was it a pretense?" Lu Sheng asked, narrowing his eyes. "I was very close to my father, having been raised solely by him after the passing of my mother. I know his habits and nuances well," Dong Qi explained. I am certain he genuinely does not remember such an event. Truly does not remember? Lu Sheng and Apos. Gaze drifted toward the willows scattered throughout the courtyard. There are several willows planted at home, which are uncommon in ordinary households. Continue, please, he urged. Dongqi nodded and continued. From that day forth, I would secretly observe my father outside his door each night, often enlisting others to join me. Yet each time, I would only witness him sleeping normally, with no signs of anything unusual. Eventually, the matter faded from memory, until one day, her expression suddenly twisted in anguish, and she lowered her head, clenching her hands tightly as her body trembled. I truly do not wish to recall the events of that day, she murmured, beginning to weep softly. Lu Sheng remained silent, signaling Su Chui to comfort her. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to survey the layout of the residence. 6 willows adorned the center of the courtyard, their branches drooping gracefully, with willow fluff dancing in the breeze. The eaves and walls bore the marks of age, with many areas revealing peeling paint, while the stone floor was adorned with patches of moss. The entire courtyard was eerily quiet, and the maidservants standing nearby appeared lethargic, their eyes sunken, as if suffering from severe fatigue and disorientation. A corridor led from the courtyard to the inner chambers. Lu Sheng gazed down the corridor, where darkness enveloped the interior, and a chilling breeze seeped out, sending shivers down his spine. After a moment, Dongqi seemed to regain her composure and continued. After my father returned from his inspection, all that was brought back was a corpse that was horrifically disfigured. Following days of mourning, I vowed to uncover the truth and sought out the herbalist, Zhuo Qingyang. However, he bore a peculiar demeanor. Though he spoke soothing words, they felt deeply unsettling. I began to harbor suspicions. Subsequently, I enlisted my uncle and other family members to keep watch over him, but soon after, both my uncle and other relatives vanished without a trace. At this point, tears streamed down Dongqi's face uncontrollably, like pearls falling from a broken string. And the herbalist? Lu Sheng interjected. He remains within the gang. He has not left, nor would anyone dare to send him away. Some high-ranking members visit him nightly, yet no one knows what transpires. During the day, everyone appears normal, but at night, a glimmer of fear and concern crossed her face. I now worry that the T gang may meet the same fate as my father, and thus I had no choice but to summon you to investigate this matter. Lu Sheng inquired about several details, gradually grasping the unfolding narrative. By the way, have you seen the glazed mirror before, the one your father and the herbalist were kneeling before? He asked solemnly. I have seen it. It resides in Zhuo Qingyang's chamber. He does not part with that mirror during any activity, be it relieving himself, eating, or sleeping. I once sneaked in to take a look while he was away. Dongqi replied swiftly. It appeared akin to any ordinary glazed mirror, but the reflection was exceptionally clear. Glazed mirrors are considerably more fragile than bronze mirrors, yet they reflect images with remarkable clarity. Such mirrors are typically procured from the regions of Gurongwa and are immensely valuable. Have you inquired how the herbalist came to possess it? Su Chui interjected. Dongqi shook her head. The herbalist is quite strange. You will understand once you meet him. I do not dare approach him alone. Lu Sheng nodded and rose to his feet. Very well, let us proceed to meet this Zhuo Qingyang without delay. Now, Dongqi was taken aback by Lu Sheng's decisiveness. As soon as she heard the details, she resolved to investigate the situation immediately. Yes, it had to be now. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, Dongqi slowly rose to her feet. Allow me to escort you, she said. The apothecary's chamber is located in the farthest corner of the inner courtyard. Please follow me. She gracefully led Lu Sheng and his companion down the corridor that led to the inner courtyard. As Lu Sheng followed, he glanced back at the maids who were tidying up the remnants of the banquet. Their gazes were vacant, their movements lethargic, as if suffering from profound exhaustion. They exuded an air of lifelessness, reminiscent of marionettes. The trio traversed the dimly lit corridor, soon entering a spacious courtyard. After passing through an archway to the left, they proceeded through 3 more archways, finally arriving at a secluded and desolate courtyard. At the entrance stood 2 burly guards, stifling yawns. Upon seeing Dongqi, they promptly approached to pay their respects. After a brief exchange with the guards, Dongqi turned to Lu Sheng. This is the apothecary's residence. You may enter directly. Lu Sheng strode confidently into the courtyard, his arms relaxed at his sides. The ground was strewn with fallen leaves, rustling gently in the breeze. Under the eaves hung a puppet, seemingly crafted from burlap. The palm-sized figure had grayish-white limbs and a disheveled mane of black hair that obscured most of its face. Lu Sheng stepped closer to examine the puppet. Through the strands of dark hair, he discerned features painted in vermilion, 2 eyes and a mouth. The eyes were remarkably lifelike, seemingly smiling, yet the corners of the mouth turned downwards, conveying a sense of discontent. After a cursory glance at the puppet, Lu Sheng proceeded directly to the door of the bedroom. "Allow me to take the lead," Su Chue interjected, catching up to block his path. Lu Sheng shook his head. "I will handle this. You remain alert to the surroundings." Su Chue nodded in agreement and stepped aside, vigilant. "Knock, knock, knock." Lu Sheng rapped on the door, but after a moment, there was no response. "Knock, knock, knock." He knocked again, still met with silence. "Perhaps she is otherwise occupied?" Dong Qi suggested in a hushed tone from behind. "Is there a key?" Lu Sheng inquired, turning to her. "No. There isn't and oppose. T." Dong Qi replied, shaking her head. Fear gripped her. Most of the helpers were now subtly following the apothecary's lead, with the situation having grown increasingly peculiar. She had barely managed to utilize her authority to send word to the Qi Jing gang. Given these circumstances, it was impossible to possess the key to the apothecary and Oppo's chamber. "We shall wait for her arrival," Lu Sheng concluded. He was not inclined to accept Dong Qi's perspective uncritically. Thorough investigation was essential. Otherwise, if Dong Qi harbored ulterior motives and sought to frame the apothecary or others in the gang, acting without verification would lead to grave misjudgments. Chapter 123. The Mirror. 3 individuals waited at the door for a while. Soon, a frail, white-haired elder stumbled into the courtyard. "Is Apothecary Qingyang here?" he inquired, his dark circles under his eyes revealing a state of exhaustion. He hurriedly approached the door and knocked vigorously. "Elder Yu." Dong Qi gasped upon recognizing the visitor. "What has happened to you?" The old man seemed to notice Dong Qi for the first time, turning to glance at Lu Sheng and the others standing nearby. "Ah, my dear niece Dong, it has been quite some time. I seek the apothecary on urgent matters. Have you seen him?" "And no, we have just arrived," Dong Qi replied softly. The elder let out a disappointed sigh and, without inquiring further about Lu Sheng and the others, turned and slowly walked away. Before long, several more individuals arrived seeking the apothecary, but, upon discovering his absence, left feeling disheartened. These individuals held high positions within the Tea Guild, yet they all shared a common trait: dark circles under their eyes and an appearance of severe fatigue. Lu Sheng observed that most of them seemed frightened, their expressions dazed, as if they had encountered something unsettling. After waiting in the courtyard for about half an hour, an elderly man with gray hair and a hunched back finally entered the yard. "Niece Dong, you have come." His expression was blank, tinged with a hint of pallor. "Are you here to see my precious mirror?" "No worries, uncle shall show you." Though his words were meant to be warm, his tone, devoid of emotion and almost vacant, came across as strange. "Uncle Qingyang, I have 2 friends who also wish to see the mirror. May we?" Dong Qi managed a faint smile as she addressed the elder. "Of course, why not?" Zhuo Qingyang replied with a hollow smile, glancing at Lu Sheng and the others. "Come, I shall let you observe it well." He retrieved a key and unlocked the large padlock on the door, pushing it open. Dong Qi hesitated, glancing at Lu Sheng. He nodded, prompting her to slowly step inside. The trio entered the room, which appeared to be an ordinary bedroom, save for a tall glass mirror that set it apart. The mirror faced the entrance, reflecting their images as they entered. Lu Sheng found nothing remarkable about it, but Su Chue, seeing the glass mirror for the first time, curiously examined his reflection with intrigue. "Feel free to look around. I am quite tired and shall rest for a moment." Zhuo Qingyang sighed, moving toward the bed, collapsing onto it, and falling into a deep sleep without a care. Lu Sheng intended to ask him something, but, upon observing the old man's demeanor, sensed something was amiss. The elder's expression mirrored that of the others, displaying a vacant look and a lack of energy, a far cry from the lively presence he should have had, especially since he was the one who brought the mirror and had been in close proximity to it day and night. He began to believe Dong Qi's words. The apothecary Zhuo Qingyang was indeed peculiar. "Let us examine the mirror first," Lu Sheng announced as he strode toward the tall glass mirror. The mirror, square on the outside and round on the inside, was framed with intricately designed copper. The frame featured carvings of 3 animals, a phoenix, a fox, and a dog, all elongated in form, lending an air of strange antiquity as they appeared to flit around the mirror's surface. Su Chue glanced at the sleeping Zhuo Qingyang. "He seems utterly unconcerned that we might damage his mirror, which is quite a valuable piece. Perhaps he knows we could not possibly harm it." Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly. He flipped the mirror over effortlessly, revealing the heavy copper base, and examined the back, which bore more animal carvings. However, the surface appeared somewhat rough, as though it had been scratched with a sharp object. There appears to be writing here. Su Chui leaned in for a closer look. I recognize this script. It resembles Tang characters, used during the previous dynasty for official purposes. It was implemented for a time, but later fell out of use due to its impracticality, he explained. Tang characters? Do you understand their meaning? Lu Sheng asked, recalling having seen references to them in a book before. I do not recognize them, Su Chui admitted, shaking his head. My father spoke of them in his lifetime, as our family motto was written in Tang characters, hence I am somewhat familiar, yet not knowledgeable. Lu Sheng scrutinized the characters on the back of the mirror. There were 3 words in total, each requiring at least 15 strokes to write. Who could possibly understand this? Lu Sheng mused, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the slumbering Zhuo Qingyang. I shall wake him. Dong Qi took a deep breath, knowing she had no choice but to step forward. Though fear lingered, the presence of her companions and the daylight offered her some reassurance. Lu Sheng and Su Chui nodded, encouraging her to approach. Dong Qi hesitated for a moment before moving toward the bed. Suddenly, Zhuo Qingyang sat bolt upright, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at them. Is there something you need? Dong Qi hurried closer, introducing Lu Sheng and Su Chui, but upon seeing Zhuo Qingyang and Appo's continued lack of expression, she relayed the matter of the writing on the mirror and Appo's back. That. I am uncertain of its meaning. It was already inscribed when I acquired the mirror. Initially, I thought it mere decoration, only later realizing it was carved by another with a knife, he explained. You truly do not know? Lu Sheng approached, standing over the elder. His imposing figure, muscles bulging, made him appear capable of easily overpowering the frail man. I truly do not. However, if you wish to understand its meaning, you might consult a dictionary. Our leader was fortunate to have acquired a royal edition of the Song Dynasty Dictionary, which is of great value, located in the study, Zhuo Qingyang replied. Then I shall take this mirror for now. Once I ascertain its meaning, I will return it to you. Is that agreeable? Lu Sheng's gaze bore into Zhuo Qingyang as he spoke slowly. Zhuo Qingyang, however, merely smiled. Of course, take it as you wish. He appeared completely unfazed by the prospect of losing his treasured mirror. This man is indeed strange. Despite knowing Lu Sheng's status as a high-ranking member of the guild, he remained seated, speaking casually without regard for propriety, yet his tone held a hint of respect. Lu Sheng scrutinized Zhuo Qingyang closely, finding no signs of abnormality in him, whether in his breathing, heartbeat, or blood flow. He appeared simply as an ordinary elder in a weakened state. Very well. Su Chui, please carry the mirror to the study, Lu Sheng commanded. Understood, my lord. Su Chui quickly relayed the instructions to Dong Qi before summoning 2 guards stationed outside. Together, the 3 of them swiftly lifted the glass mirror and exited the room. Heading toward the study, Lu Sheng observed that throughout the entire exchange, Zhuo Qingyang remained seated on the bed, calmly watching them without displaying any emotion. Once Su Chui and the others departed, only Lu Sheng and Zhuo Qingyang remained in the room. Qingyang the apothecary, you must be aware of the purpose of this visit, right? Lu Sheng spoke in a low tone, intending to investigate the mysterious disappearances of numerous individuals, as well as the unexpected demise of our leader, Dong Xingping. Do you possess any clues regarding this matter? Zhuo Qingyang, unblinking, rigidly turned his neck to face Lu Sheng. You inquire about what clues I may have. Yet I am neither the murderer of leader Dong, nor am I connected to the missing persons. Your questions are futile. I question you because you are the prime suspect. Lu Sheng replied. If you cannot exonerate yourself, I will have no choice but to apprehend you. For us, the swifter we resolve this matter, the better. His expression bore a hint of menace as he stared at Zhuo Qingyang. I know nothing. Zhuo Qingyang replied woodenly. If you wish to arrest me, do as you please, handle me as you wish. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response. He scrutinized Zhuo Qingyang for a moment, then snorted coldly and swiftly departed. After relocating the glass mirror to the study, Lu Sheng instructed Su Chui and Dong Qi to find a dictionary to decipher the inscription on the back of the mirror. The meaning was soon uncovered. My lord, we have ascertained the meaning. The 3 characters are, count to 10. Su Chui, accompanied by the pale-faced Dong Qi, returned to Lu Sheng, who was resting and sipping tea in the hall, and stated earnestly, count to 10. Lu Sheng was taken aback. What could this possibly mean? It was an utterly perplexing statement, devoid of clarity. My lord, there is something you may not know. Recently, I have been plagued by a recurring dream, a nightmare of a little girl playing hide and seek, abandoned by her companions in a field of straw. The girl within the dream, Lingling, is engaged in a game called Counting to 10. Dongqi and Apos' face was ashen. Oh, Lu Sheng squinted at Dongqi. Share the details with me in full. Dongqi bit her lip, feeling her heart race. The dream unfolds thus. She recounted the dream in detail. Where did the little girl Lingling go in the end? What was the conclusion? Su Chui could not help but inquire. I do not know. Perhaps her fate is grim. Dongqi gasped for breath. Even the recollection of that dream left her feeling suffocated. Let us return and examine the mirror. Lu Sheng declared, rising and finishing his tea in one gulp. The three of them proceeded towards the study. At the door of the study, Dongqi had stationed 2 men to guard, ensuring no one could approach. Upon seeing them approach, the 2 men hurriedly bowed and greeted them. My lord, young lady, you have arrived. The items are within, and I assure you, no one has entered. Chapter 124. The mirror opened the door, Dongqi commanded. Regaining her composure and adopting the demeanor of a young lady, the 2 quickly unlocked the door, and the 3 entered in succession, shutting the door behind them. Phew. Finally, having guarded such a precious item, one of them couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This Shengming Fong has become increasingly eerie lately. I can't quite put my finger on it. Every time I enter, I feel utterly uncomfortable, another complained. If I have to come in here to work again, I'd rather die than do it. Who knows what unclean things we might encounter? Spare me your ominous words. Saying such things might actually attract foul entities. The first one retorted. Indeed, indeed, the other quickly covered his mouth. Lu Sheng and the others entered the room and swiftly approached the glass mirror and Apos' bronze base. Su Chui pulled out a yellowed piece of paper, inscribed with the standard form of 3 characters they had copied. Lu Sheng compared it closely. He meticulously felt the scratches on the back of the mirror, his gaze discerning. The standard characters were upright and evenly spaced, while the scratches on the back, though recognizable, appeared crooked and unpracticed, akin to the handwriting of a child unable to grip a pen properly. Counting to 10, Lu Sheng delicately traced the deep, harsh cuts. If a child had made these, how could they have carved so deeply? What circumstances would allow a child to etch such marks with a small knife? He murmured to himself, seemingly questioning the others. Su Chui hesitated. The bronze isn't particularly hard. If a child were to use a sharp knife, how old would they be? Perhaps a girl of 7 or 8. Dongqi interjected suddenly. If it were a 7 or 8-year-old girl, she would need to exert all her strength to carve such marks. Su Chui shook his head. Looking at Dongqi, he noticed she was sweating profusely and appeared extremely distressed, clearly frightened. Lu Sheng straightened up, realizing they had not gleaned much today. Observing the time, he noted it was getting late and saw Dongqi struggling with her anxiety. Let us call it a day. We'll rest early and tomorrow morning. We shall examine the leader and Apos. Remains to see if we can uncover any issues. Additionally, if the higher-ups from the T gang come to check the mirror tonight, Miss Dongqi, please remember to summon us. Understood. Thank you, sir. Dongqi nodded vigorously. You should rest. You look unwell, Lu Sheng remarked gently. If you notice anything unusual tonight, come find us immediately. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The guest rooms are ready. I'll have someone escort you there. Dongqi expressed her gratitude. Each returned to their quarters. After dining, Lu Sheng sat in meditation to practice his internal energy. Before long, he felt drowsiness wash over him and succumbed to sleep beneath the covers, drifting into dreams. His sleep was unlike that of ordinary people. Even in slumber, he could awaken at the slightest sound. He had intended to fall asleep, knowing that although his martial arts provided protection, it was easy to become complacent. Thus, he typically meditated instead of sleeping while out on business. However, tonight, the urge to sleep overcame him, and he gradually drifted off. In the dead of night, Lu Sheng hazily perceived a sound. He slowly opened his eyes, still heavy with sleep, and heard a faint rustling by the window. Exhaling, he glanced toward the window. The curtain hung down, with moonlight streaming in. A small head was faintly visible, bouncing up and down, attempting to peer inside from beyond the curtain. What is that? Lu Sheng sat up, scrutinizing the window. The curtain distinctly cast the shadow of a little girl, who was jumping, seemingly trying to see into the room. Who? Lu Sheng called out. The little girl froze, standing still outside the curtain, gazing quietly in his direction. If you want to come in, you can knock, Lu Sheng said, getting out of bed and approaching the window. The child's shadow remained motionless. With a swift motion, he yanked the curtain aside, only to find the window empty. The courtyard outside was deserted, devoid of even the night watchman. It was eerily silent and desolate. Lu Sheng squinted, glancing around before coldly snorting and abruptly drawing the curtain back. Dongqi, mindful of Lu Sheng's instructions, lay fully clothed on her bed, intending to rise at midnight to check if anyone would return. However, she gradually fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. Strangely enough, despite feeling quite alert, once her head hit the pillow, a wave of drowsiness overwhelmed her, crashing over her like a tide. Before long, she was fast asleep. I and Amp, Oppos, LL count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. In her drowsy state, Dongqi seemed to hear someone calling her name. It was a girl, very young. Struggling to open her eyes, she glanced toward the bedside and faintly saw a little girl in blue standing there, staring at her. Her face was pale, her eye sockets dark, and her long hair was also black. 5, 6. Suddenly, Dongqi shot up, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. She looked around her bed, but no one was there, nothing at all. I. Her heart raced like a drum, her face ashen. A sharp sound suddenly echoed from the window. Dongqi quickly turned to look, startled. I distinctly closed the window before sleeping. How could it? The window had somehow been opened, and a faint moonlight streamed in, cold and lonely. Another sharp sound rang out. Dongqi froze, peering intently at the window. There, outside the curtain, appeared the shadow of a small girl with long hair. The moonlight illuminated her silhouette on the curtain. She stood on the windowsill, jumping up and down, seemingly trying to peer inside the room. Who? Dongqi felt her voice tremble. The child's shadow jumped again, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Dongqi's hair stood on end, and she began to shiver, curling up under her blanket, her face pale as she dared not move, while the shadow outside continued to bounce. With each jump, the little girl seemed to rise higher. Initially, only part of her forehead was visible, but soon she was able to reveal most of her head, and then her entire head emerged, casting a shadow on the curtain. Dongqi covered her mouth with the blanket, curling up at the foot of the bed, her face white as a sheet, trembling uncontrollably. Unable to bear looking at the window, suddenly, the sound ceased. Dongqi closed her eyes, fear coursing through her, and when silence fell, she quickly perked up her ears to listen, but heard nothing. Cautiously, she opened her eyes and looked toward the window. The sight sent chills down her spine. The curtain had been completely drawn open, and the window stood ajar, as if something had entered. It's in. That thing has come in. Dongqi's face drained of color. Her heart felt as though it were being crushed beneath a heavy stone, rendering her breathless. She struggled to inhale, desiring to scream, yet her voice was stifled, preventing any sound from escaping. Suddenly, she caught sight of a faint blue corner of fabric peeking from behind the bed's gauzy drapery. Help me, she gasped, managing to utter a fragment of sound. Get out here. A sudden, fierce roar reverberated. Boom. The door exploded into countless splinters, scattering in all directions. A pale red figure burst through the remnants, revealing itself to be Lu Sheng. He wielded a blade, his body ablaze with searing internal energy, striding boldly into the room. Without hesitation, he aimed a strike towards the foot of the bed. Whoosh! The glint of the blade flashed, yet it met only empty space, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Lu Sheng's eyes glinted coldly as he halted the weapon's arc, his torso bare, revealing grotesquely twisted muscles adorned with faint red and black patterns resembling tattoos. Ever since the young girl had left his room, he had pursued her relentlessly, only to find himself in Dongqi's chamber. Spotting the girl leap inside, he wasted no time and swung his sword at the door. This malevolent entity seemed exceedingly cunning, making it difficult to capture. If he did not act swiftly, it might slip away once more. Do you wish to play a game? Come, let your big brother accompany you. Lu Sheng attempted to muster a gentle smile, though it remained eerily menacing. Upon entering, he scanned the room, seeking the earlier apparition of the young girl. The area before the bed was vacant, devoid of any presence. Lu Sheng, unfazed, disregarded Dongqi, who was gasping for breath after her rescue, and instead conducted a thorough inspection of the room before dashing towards the study where the glass mirror was situated. With a forceful kick, he shattered the study door. Inside the dimly lit room, a shadowy blue figure stood before the towering glass mirror. Lu Sheng advanced, striding purposefully toward the mirror. Thump, thump, thump. With each step, he quickened his pace until he stood before the mirror. Take a blow from me, and we and Oppos, LL engage in whatever game you desire. He bellowed, gripping his sword tightly. A flash of silver illuminating the night, as if it were a comet descending from the heavens. The massive blade swept through the study, conjuring a tempest. Bang! A hand suddenly emerged from the mirror, firmly blocking the immense blade and amp. Oppos, edge. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in horror as a line of blood surged from his abdomen to his brow, his muscles swelling rapidly as if inflated. Tearing his shirt as grotesque bulges erupted forth. In an instant, he transformed into a towering giant exceeding 2 meters in height. Clutching the sword, Lu Sheng pressed down forcefully against the mirror. At that moment, the colossal blade felt as light as a mere dagger in his grasp, yet swung with the heft of a sledgehammer. The fierce wind pressure sent papers and books fluttering chaotically around the study. 7 days to change the heavens, slaughter the spirits. Boom! The blade struck the arm protruding from the mirror with a resounding crash, snapping it with a crack. The mirror shattered explosively, the heavy base soaring into the air before crashing violently against the wall. A torrent of searing energy surged into the mirror's base, and a shadowy blue figure was hurled from the shattered glass, shrieking as it attempted to flee. But Lu Sheng swiftly pursued with a single downward strike. Splat! The figure disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 125. The Mirror, Part 3. With a knife in hand, Lu Sheng hastily pursued to investigate. On the ground lay a small cloth doll, the same one that had previously hung from the beam. He reached down to pick it up, noticing a deep gash across its surface, with blood seeping through. Was this the source? Lu Sheng glanced around, but found no other clues. With a creak, Su Chue hurriedly entered behind him, wielding a longsword. My lord, he inquired softly. Lu Sheng rose, gripping the doll tightly, sensing a faint chill emanating from it. He approached the shattered mirror stand, stepping cautiously over the scattered shards of glass, and looked down at the bronze mirror base. As he gently lifted the mirror stand, he observed that one of the 3 animal motifs on the back, a dog, had vanished. 3 animals. Could they signify 3 types of spirits? My lord, something feels amiss, Su Chue remarked, his expression grave as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Such a commotion, yet no one in Shengming Square seemed stirred. Under normal circumstances, many would have arisen to ascertain the cause of the noise. Yet now, there was not a soul outside. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and suddenly spun around. Dashing out of the room, a gentle breeze greeted him. To his surprise, he found himself not in a courtyard but in an expansive field of dried straw. The harvest had left behind bundles of straw scattered across the parched earth, with signs of fire in some areas. The moonlight was cold and distant, revealing the undulating silhouette of mountains far away. Where am I? Lu Sheng turned back, only to find the study he had exited gone, and Su Chue nowhere to be seen. It was evident he was alone in this place. Count to 10. No peeking. Run fast. Ha ha. Lu Sheng heard the voices of children and glanced toward the sound, spotting several shadowy figures scampering off into the distance. That foolish girl really believes we will play with her. I heard her mother is one of those sellers on the ship. How disgusting. Indeed. Who would want to play with the child of such a person? It would bring shame. But leaving her here alone seems rather unkind, doesn't it? Her mother will come looking for her. Why worry? True. Lu Sheng watched as the figures gradually faded into the night, a vague suspicion stirring within him. He turned back to the clusters of straw. 1, 2, 3. A faint, indistinct voice echoed from the field. Lu Sheng inhaled deeply, drawing the other knife from his back. Readying himself, he strode purposefully toward the source of the sound. The field was littered with dry earth and wheat, yielding a sensation akin to thick grass underfoot. Lu Sheng navigated past several straw piles until he reached the largest one. A little girl in pale blue, facing away from him, lay atop the straw, counting softly. 4, 5, 6. The girl had 2 coarse braids cascading down her back, her hands covering her face, seemingly engaged in a game. Lu Sheng halted a few meters away, gripping his knife tightly. 7, 8, 9, 10. I've counted to 10, the girl announced suddenly, her voice distant and calm, tinged with an eerie quality. Lu Sheng remained silent. Although the girl appeared to be speaking to other children, he felt as if she were addressing him. What is this place? Lu Sheng murmured. The girl remained unresponsive, continuing to stand with her back to him. Or perhaps you think you have one. Lu Sheng brandished his 2 knives, probing the nature of this spirit. I shall begin searching now, the girl stated calmly. Begin? Lu Sheng surveyed the surrounding straw piles and suddenly chuckled. Bang! He kicked over a nearby pile of straw with force. Come on, kill me, or be killed. His patience waned as he crossed his blades before him. Activating his inner energy, a protective blood net enveloped him, and had the transparent energy been visible, he would have appeared as a human torch, ablaze with intensity. The girl slowly turned around, her hands still covering her face, obscuring her visage, revealing only her bluish-green skin, rigid and pallid. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Lu Sheng swiftly raised his knives, slashing in the direction she had occupied. Clang! In a deafening clash, a diminutive figure was sent flying, disappearing midair. When she reappeared, she was already behind him, a bluish hand reaching out to grasp him. Swish! It felt as if her grasp had struck iron, sending sparks of pale yellow flying from his neck. He growled, thrusting backward, his inner energy weaving a blood net around him. He swung his knives in a rapid sequence. Thud! Thud! The blade struck the adjacent straw, landing empty. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In that moment, Lu Sheng and Appo's body erupted with bursts of yellow sparks. As a ghostly blue figure darted around him, its deadly claws raking at him mercilessly. Lu Sheng attempted to strike back, but soon grew weary of the chase. Closing his eyes and raising his body, allowing her to claw at him. The sparks ignited around him, but for him, it felt akin to a massage rather than a perilous encounter. After several moments, he opened his eyes wide and charged forward with a roar. Bang! As the ethereal figure reached for his forehead, he collided with her, sending her flying. Before she could drift away, he seized her with one arm and slammed her head against his. Thud! The girl was rendered unconscious, and Lu Sheng held her tightly, unleashing a barrage of blows to her head. Thud! 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 With just a few strikes, her head shattered, blood and viscera spilling forth, leaving behind a headless corpse in Lu Sheng and Appo's grasp. He raised the massive knife, poised to strike down. Bang! Unexpectedly, the corpse and Appo's legs kicked violently against his chest, causing it to slip from his grip. He had been holding the girl by the waist, but now only a bloody remnant remained in his hand. Oh, Lu Sheng mused, watching as the headless body stumbled away. Thud! In a flash, he hurled a knife, severing the legs cleanly at the roots. The intense heat from the blade caused the corpse to writhe in agony on the ground. Is that it? Lu Sheng thought, observing the fading figure. If he surmised correctly, this must represent the fox. After a brief struggle, the headless body gradually dissipated into nothingness, restoring tranquility to the straw field. Thus, only the final phoenix remains. The three animals embody you. Lu Sheng surveyed the area, slowly making his way toward where the body had vanished. On the ground lay a fragment of pale blue fabric, quietly abandoned. He picked it up, sensing the chill emanating from it, and tucked it into his pocket. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation creeping up his back, as if pierced by invisible needles. Who? Lu Sheng spun around abruptly. In the distance behind him stood a disheveled young woman, her hair unkempt and her clothes in disarray, gazing at him silently from the field. Her attire was a chaotic mishmash, as if she had haphazardly donned garments from various seasons. Her chest and lower body were exposed, revealing her pale thighs, marred by traces of dried blood. Her mother was a lunatic, a madwoman. How had this insane creature survived? She hadn't eaten, and she had a child with her. Who knew whose progeny it was? How could she possibly endure? Surely, it was the village men who supported her, lining up every day to show. Lower your voice. When the village chief brought her back, it was precisely for this purpose. There was nothing to conceal. Kill her. Put this madwoman in a pig pen. How dare she seduce my man? A cacophony of voices, shouts, curses, and angry outbursts echoed incessantly in Lu Sheng's ears. That child, she likely didn't realize her mother was dead, did she? Every day, she returned, calling for her mother in a shrill voice, which was unnerving. Day after day, she acted as erratically as her mother. It was rumored that last night, a man from the Chen family had been seen visiting that house again. To entice men at such a young age, truly a wretched creature. Having grown so large, it was possible she had also been supported by the village men. As Lu Sheng listened, his gaze fixated on the madwoman standing not far from him, his eyes narrowed once more. Do you harbor resentment? A deep voice whispered in his ear. Your mother actually died 2 years ago, yet despite her madness, she could not bear to abandon you, tending to you daily. Who is it that has brought you to such a state? Who is responsible for your mother's demise? Who cast you aside in this desolate rice field? The voice asked repeatedly in a low tone. I just wanted someone to play with me. A timid, gentle voice of a girl began to resonate softly. Step inside. Once you enter this mirror, you will have someone to play with you forever. The voice was laced with a hint of seduction. Boom. In an instant, a massive explosion of crimson light erupted, engulfing the area around Lu Sheng in a blazing inferno. Stacks of straw ignited, flames crackling as thick smoke billowed and ash fluttered chaotically. Chapter 126. The mirror for the sudden explosion completely interrupted the voice that had been echoing in Lu Sheng's ears. Is this your memory? All sealed within this mirror? Lu Sheng lowered his dual blades and stepped slowly towards the deranged woman in the distance. With a wild roar, the woman lunged at Lu Sheng. Her movements were swifter than those of the little girl before. Her sharp, elongated nails were even more formidable. Yet, to Lu Sheng, all of it was futile. He did not even glance at her shadow. He simply tightened his blood energy, which surged violently. Boom. The scorching and masculine energy of the Jiujue Jiasu skill erupted, propelling the woman, who had appeared behind him, into the air. Lu Sheng swiftly swung his blade, and with a precise thrust, he pinned the woman to the ground. The searing energy along the blade ignited her, causing her to scream in agony as she desperately tried to remove the blade embedded in her, but to no avail. Lu Sheng approached the woman calmly, looking down at her from a height. Do you hate? He posed the same question that had lingered in the air. The deranged woman writhed and roared in pain, her awareness slipping away like a dying beast. Lu Sheng grasped the hilt of his sword. Ling ling, ling ling. Mommy is here, the woman suddenly murmured softly. Her body grew still, and the wildness in her eyes gradually softened. Her hands flailed about as if searching for something. Mommy is here. Her voice grew gentler, repeating the words incessantly. Lu Sheng's expression softened as he channeled his energy into the blade. Suddenly, the woman's entire body ignited, transforming into a cloud of black ash. As she vanished, the surrounding rice fields began to twist and darken, slowly reverting to the original courtyard of Shengming Pavilion. Lu Sheng stood in the center of the courtyard, gazing at the black ash on the ground. The creator of the mirror, for reasons unknown, had bestowed such hope upon that little girl. Lu Sheng could not discern whether this intention was benevolent or malevolent. He merely felt a sense of discomfort, having slain so many spirits. It was the first time he experienced such a feeling. The last question he had asked, and the woman's response, weighed heavily on his mind. Sir? At that moment, Su Chui emerged from the building. What shall we do with the mirror base? It seemed he had not noticed the events that had transpired. Lu Sheng glanced back at him. Take everything away. Even the fragments? Su Chui hesitated. All of it. Understood. Lu Sheng remained motionless in the courtyard until the sky gradually lightened. Dong Qi timidly stepped out from her bedroom. Sir. She approached Lu Sheng and bowed earnestly. If it weren't and Apos, tea for you last night, I fear I would have met with misfortune. Just hand over the reward. Lu Sheng replied dismissively. Let us go see the apothecary's Qingyang. Yes. At this time, Su Chui had also prepared the mirror base. He had even found a piece of cowhide to wrap the large bundle of mirror fragments. The three of them proceeded directly to Zhuo Qingyang's quarters. Knock, 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 knock. No response. Lu Sheng exchanged glances with Su Chui, who understood and took a step back, kicking the door open with a thud. Lu Sheng entered first and found Zhuo Qingyang lying motionless on the bed, his complexion pale. He approached quickly, checking for breath. The man had long since passed away. He's dead. He turned to Dong Qi, suddenly recalling the maids and guards he had seen earlier. Why is it so quiet this early? Go check on your maids. Dong Qi seemed to remember something, nodding with a pale face. Complying with Lu Sheng's instructions, she hurriedly left the room on small, hurried steps. Su Chui stepped forward to examine the cause of death, speaking gravely. The body appears to have died of natural causes, with no visible external injuries or signs of poisoning. It may have been the work of a spirit. Lu Sheng exhaled deeply, about to speak when suddenly, a piercing scream from Dong Qi echoed outside. He and Su Chui turned and ran towards the source of the sound, finding Dong Qi gasping for breath as she leaned against a pillar. Upon seeing them, she nearly broke down. Sir, they and Apos, all dead, all of them, she cried, her voice trembling. Lu Sheng glanced at the open rooms, stepping inside to find a maid lying lifeless on the bed, the stench of decay already evident. Su Chui arrived at another room, where a low gasp escaped him. Lu Sheng exited the room and looked at Su Chui, who nodded gravely, confirming the grim discovery. Indeed, she was also dead. Lu Sheng took a few steps. peering into the doorway, and found yet another corpse on the bed, the foul odor of death wafting through the room, making it nauseating. Check all the remaining rooms, Lu Sheng instructed. Understood, Su Chui replied, quickening his pace, breaking down doors one by one. Lu Sheng also moved to inspect the other rooms. As time passed, they quickly scoured through several courtyards. The entire Shengming pavilion was engulfed in silence. Aside from Dong Qi's personal maid, every resident was lifeless, many having been dead for quite some time, their bodies already infested with maggots. Dong Qi was thoroughly terrified. At least a third of the higher-ups in the Tea Guild were resting here. I never expected this. As dawn broke, the local underlings arrived. And under Dong Qi and Appo's orders, they began to carry the corpses out, their faces pale. Many townsfolk gathered outside, forming a circle around the entrance, watching as body after body was removed. The town's chief, Chu Zhang, the highest-ranking official in the area, arrived with a team to inquire about the situation. Chu Zhang was the commander of the nearby fortress garrison and an old friend of the Tea Guild, receiving a considerable tribute each year. His visit was, after all, a gesture of goodwill. Dong Qi spoke with Chu Zhang for a while, seeing him off while discreetly slipping him some silver as a token of appreciation before sending him on his way. Lu Sheng and Su Chui proceeded to inspect the body of Dong Qi's deceased father, Dong Shengping. With the help of one of Dong Qi and Appo's assistants, they soon located a gravestone on a hillside outside the town. Dong Qi instructed others to exhume the body, setting up a canopy to place it inside. Lu Sheng and Su Chui entered cautiously to investigate. Under the blazing sun, the canopy was stiflingly hot. Lu Sheng stood beside the corpse covered with a white cloth, gently lifting a corner to reveal the head. The skull exhibited a distinct knife wound, slashing diagonally across the eye socket, nose, and mouth, a deep and fatal injury. This should be the cause of death, Lu Sheng remarked, frowning. Without needing to examine further, he sensed a faint trace of yin energy emanating from the wound. This subtle energy could only be detected on a corpse killed by a spirit. However, the energy was so weak that Lu Sheng would need to absorb it hundreds of times to accumulate enough for a single enhancement of his martial skills. Thus, he found it hardly worth his effort. The real sources of yin energy were the doll, the cloth, and the copper mirror base. There is also a stab wound to the abdomen, likely inflicted by a dagger or similar weapon, Su Chui added. Lu Sheng nodded, acknowledging the information. He gazed at the corpse, lost in thought. The mirror was the root of the calamity, manipulating the resentment of the little girl Ling Ling, and after her death, it seemed to have transformed into a peculiar tool. There was no doubt that the mirror was problematic. It could not have killed an innocent little girl without reason, nor could it have caused so many deaths. It must serve a specific purpose. After a thorough examination, Lu Sheng gradually unraveled the mystery surrounding the demise of the Tea Gang's leader, Dong Sheng. The leader met his end through treachery, with the identity of the assailant remaining unknown, though it was likely that the culprit was a spirit named Lingling, as Lu Sheng elucidated. The remaining high-ranking members of the gang had been lured by the alchemist, Zhuo Qingyang, who ensnared their life force using a mirror, resulting in their untimely deaths. Is it truly possible to absorb one and Appo's life force? Su Chui inquired, momentarily taken aback. Life force is the natural energy produced through our daily activities, eating, sleeping, and resting. It is the vitality that makes our hearts beat and grants us strength, enabling us to move, speak, and express joy. In simpler terms, it is akin to yang energy. Lu Sheng explained. Su Chui nodded in understanding. Lu Sheng then approached the cool shelter, retrieving the doll he had previously collected. The doll emanated a thick aura of yin energy. Although the spirit they had just dealt with might be considered merely a low-level anomaly, the mirror associated with it held deeper significance, shrouded in mystery. Let us put aside the matters of the Tea Gang for now and proceed to other locations for our sweep, Lu Sheng commanded. Yes, aside from this area, there is a nearby rescue point, though it is only at the spiritual level, with a reward of 300 taels of silver, Su Chui replied, pulling out the list he had carried. Go and gather provisions and water with Dong Qi. We shall depart today, Lu Sheng instructed, glancing at the Tea Gang members waiting nearby. The primary purpose of this expedition was to gather yin energy, which he required in abundance for his practice of yin-based internal arts. Furthermore, he was still pondering how to compress his internal energy. A thought occurs to me. Perhaps I can forcibly refine and enhance my internal skills using yin energy. If my body is sufficiently resilient, I might be able to compress the internal energy to a liquid state, he mused. Yet, he resolved to first address the imbalance of yin and yang. As his mind whirled with possibilities, Lu Sheng considered that if he could master even one internal art and use the yin energy to augment it, he might simultaneously achieve the liquefaction of internal energy and the harmonization of yin and yang. Thus, if all goes well, I merely need to initiate the Baoping Qi and elevate its quantity, which could yield remarkable results, Lu Sheng thought. Realizing that the two concerns he had long worried about, the imbalance of yin and yang and the bottleneck in his cultivation, might be resolved in one fell swoop. Su Chui soon engaged in conversation with the T gang members stationed nearby, and Dong Qi hurriedly arrived, directing the others to reinter her father's remains. Are you departing so soon? I wonder what the reason is. Have you clarified everything? Dong Qi quietly slipped a banknote into Lu Sheng's hand. Lu Sheng discreetly glanced at it, astonished to find it was a golden note, faintly inscribed with the numeral 100. 100 taels of gold, aside from the remuneration owed to the Qi Jing gang, served as a personal reward from Dong Qi to Lu Sheng. This sum equated to 1,000 taels of silver, or 1 million renminbi when converted to modern currency. Indeed, those involved in the tea trade are remarkably affluent, Lu Sheng mused, well aware that in such remote locales, the profits to be extracted were significantly greater than those in strictly governed large cities. Numerous obscure yet wealthy gangs thrived in the northern regions, not to mention elsewhere. Moreover, with the tea gang backed by the Filian army, which boasted skilled inspectors, its safety was comparable to that of the trade routes associated with the Qi Jing gang.